Chapter 106. Be a kind person. The Night Watcher's small building comprises 6 stories, with Hou Xiaocheng residing on the 6th floor. Hao Lianchuan's office is situated on the 5th floor, which also accommodates the offices of 4 other deputy ministers, 1 chief and 5 deputies. Among these 4 individuals, Li Hao is acquainted with 2, Minister Zhou from the Metal Department and Minister He from the Water Department. However, these officials typically do not remain at the headquarters. As the first deputy, Hao Lianchuan is the principal figure in charge, while Hou Xiaocheng assumes a more passive role, making the 5th floor essentially his domain. As Hao Lianchuan and Li Hao ascend the stairs, he remarks, "The 1st floor, as you have seen, serves as a reception hall. The 2nd floor is the archives. The 3rd floor houses the finance department. The 4th floor is designated for secretaries and drivers to rest and attend to matters, while the 5th and 6th floors are reserved for offices." Listening to this layout, Li Hao finds it rather peculiar. What about the others? No wonder the place feels so small. Aside from the archives, finance, secretaries, and ministerial offices, is there truly nothing else here? Do the Night Watchers simply remain idle at home every day? Hao Lianchuan chuckles. With the numerous affairs in Baiwa City and its large population, the Night Watchers must partake in patrols and other duties. This is the headquarters office area. If the Night Watchers have no pressing tasks, they can return home or head to the inspection bureau, where resting facilities are also available for them. The management here is not particularly stringent. There's no requirement for clocking in. I heard that you, in Yincheng, clock in daily. What an oddity. As superhumans, who would willingly submit to such constraints? Thus, the management of the Night Watchers is, in fact, rather lax. Aside from urgent missions, they merely need to fulfill their routine tasks. You, who clock in daily, stand out as an anomaly in the entire Night Watcher system. Very well. Li Hao refrains from further comment, acknowledging that the Night Watchers in Yincheng are dutiful, spending their days at the law enforcement building, with hardly anyone returning home. Here, going home is the norm. After a brief walk, they arrive at the 5th floor. Exiting the stairwell, the area appears quite modest. The entire floor comprises only a few offices, with little else to be found. Upon inspecting the other offices, Li Hao notices that only one is occupied, while the remainder stands empty. Hao Lianchuan's office is located at the end of the corridor. Leading Li Hao inside, he gestures upwards. Minister Hou is working above. He occupies an entire floor, which is far more luxurious than mine, complete with a lounge, which I lack. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Hao whispers, "Our Night Watchers in Yincheng consist of 9 people, all crammed into one building. I truly sympathize with you." He himself has a lounge in his office back in Yincheng, feeling sorry for the cramped quarters of Minister Hou. Hao Lianchuan laughs heartily. In Baiwa City, every inch of land is precious, so we must be frugal, considering our limited funding. In Yincheng, a high-end property costs 3,000 star coins per square meter, while in Baiwa City, it could easily reach 30,000 per square meter. Quite the difference, isn't it? Li Hao contemplates this and nods in agreement. Indeed, it is exorbitant. No wonder our headquarters is so compact. The average salary in Yincheng barely exceeds 1,000 a month. It would take 3 years of diligent work to afford just 1 square meter of housing. In this era, owning property has become a distant dream. As they entered the office, Li Hao spoke. "Director Hao, during my time in Silver City, I held the rank of inspecting envoy, albeit a junior one. Logically, upon my arrival in Baiwa City, I should be eligible for a promotion, don't you think? To a senior inspecting envoy, or perhaps a city patrol envoy." Hao Lianchuan, feeling somewhat discontent, walked over to his desk. After a moment's glance at Li Hao, he sighed. "Are you feigning ignorance, or are you genuinely unaware?" Li Hao chuckled. "What is there to feign? I am entirely serious. Why would I not desire a promotion? There is no pretense here." Hao Lianchuan remained speechless, replying, "To be frank, not many night patrolmen care about ranks. That is merely because they lack perspective." Li Hao retorted boldly. "Rank holds immense significance. The dynasty remains the dynasty, and the 9 offices remain the 9 offices. As long as the dynasty endures, so does the importance of rank. In a rigid hierarchy, if an inspecting envoy were to confront a city patrol envoy, it would be considered a transgression, regardless of one's strength. It all depends on how much others value it. Similarly, should a patrol inspector challenge me, even if I were to eliminate him with a single blow, I could report it to the dynasty's various departments without remorse, citing his insubordination as justification for the act. As long as the dynasty upholds these rules and has not collapsed, there is no reason for them to trouble me, provided we remain within this system." Hao Lianchuan laughed, genuinely amused. He gestured for Li Hao to take a seat. Nodding with a smile, your perspective is commendable. I must admit, it is quite reasonable. However, these days, people tend to regard strength and power above all else. That is only because we are currently in a tumultuous phase of conflict, Li Hao responded with a grin. Once tranquility is restored, the system will gradually reintegrate. You, my friend, are quite the bureaucrat, Hao Lianchuan remarked, clearly entertained by Li Hao's wit. So tell me, what is it that you desire? A city patrol envoy. Li Hao replied unabashedly. There are two tiers of city patrol envoys, the junior ones, like Minister Lu Long, and the senior ones, like yourself. I would be content with a junior rank, as it would place me at a higher status within the entire Silver Moon Patrol Inspectorate, second only to the 6 ministers. Out of those 6, 5 are senior city patrol envoys. As for the esteemed Hou Xiaocheng above them, he exists at an even loftier echelon, known as the provincial governor, responsible for the welfare and security of the province's populace. At this level, one could be considered a significant regional official. Only the heads of the 4 major institutions in Silver Moon occupy this tier. Hao Lianchuan regarded Li Hao thoughtfully, recognizing the young man's ambition. After a brief pause, he continued, a city patrol envoy is not unattainable. Typically, the basic requirements are to have fought at the level of Qian or Riyao. Lu Long was an exception, being the head of the Silver City, which justified his advancement. And you? He asked, looking at Li Hao. Li Hao smiled. I believe I can hold my own against Wang Ming of Riyao. Oh, you? Hao Lianchuan smiled cheerfully and said, all right, I shall report this. However, it requires the minister's approval, and I lack the authority for that. Indeed, Wang Ming was correct. If one had matters to discuss, they would seek out Hao Lianchuan. Though he might not always be able to resolve the issue, yet he would almost invariably acquiesce. After all, it was easy to shift the responsibility onto Hou Xiaocheng. Hao Lianchuan chose not to linger on this topic and spoke up. You have deduced some aspects of Hu Dingfang's situation, haven't you? Yes, my senior sister, his wife, right? Astute. Hao Lianchuan nodded. So what are your thoughts? Your senior sister is quite well regarded in the Tiger Wing Army. Hu Dingfang relies heavily on her and listens to her. She wishes for you to join the Tiger Wing Army for greater safety. To be candid, it indeed offers a modicum more safety. Unless the Tiger Wing Army were to be obliterated. Hao Lianchuan was straightforward. However, should you join the Tiger Wing Army, you would effectively become a domesticated bird. Your senior sister, to be frank, lacks an understanding of martial masters. While she possesses great talent, she does not truly embody the essence of a martial master. She fails to grasp that once a martial master is confined, they lose a significant portion of their potential. Hao Lianchuan asked earnestly, do you wish to pursue that path? Not at all. Li Hao shook his head and pondered for a moment before adding, moreover, my teacher has never instructed me to seek out any senior sister. Hu Dingfang's mastery of the 5 animals breathing technique was not taught by my teacher. It was privately imparted by my senior sister, which violates the rules of the martial world. The lack of discipline likely stems from my teacher's reluctance to act harshly. How could I, at this juncture, oppose my teacher's wishes? You've guessed correctly. Hao Lianchuan rose and opened the window. A gentle breeze swept in, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. I shall ask you once more, do you aspire to become a superpowered individual, or do you intend to persist on the path of a martial master? This will also influence your forthcoming arrangements. The path of a martial master. Li Hao replied decisively. My teacher is a spirit-infusing martial master. I cannot contemplate superpowers without first achieving that status. Excellent. Hao Lianchuan smiled. Your specific arrangements will still depend on Minister Hou. I merely wish to give you a heads up. If you insist on pursuing the path of a martial master, it is highly likely you will join the Martial Guard Army, where all are martial masters. Let that be for now. Additionally, many wish to meet you. What are your thoughts? Li Hao contemplated for a moment. We could arrange a martial master gathering, inviting those who have attained the 100 completion or 1,000 combat levels. We need not have too many attendees. I will respond to their inquiries judiciously, and whether they believe me is of no concern. Aside from martial masters, others wish to meet you. Li Hao inquired, are they from the administrative directorate or higher authorities? The higher authorities. After some consideration, Li Hao replied, it is best not to offend the higher authorities, likely regarding matters related to the 8 great families. However, I am not entirely sure. I am willing to meet, but I will require someone to accompany me. Perhaps Chief Yu. Am I not fit? Hao Lianchuan chuckled in exasperation. Why should Chief Yu accompany you? Li Hao fell silent. Because you are too weak. When it came to meeting the higher authorities, Li Hao was reluctant to speculate on the outcome. He only needed to know that, in critical moments, Chief Yu, this brilliant figure, was formidable enough, which sufficed. Should the need arise to sever ties, he would have the confidence to do so, whereas Hao Lianchuan might not possess such assurance. At that moment, Hao Lianchuan pondered for a moment and suddenly found himself smiling. After a brief chuckle, he remarked, Li Hao, your mind is quite agile. I initially thought that as a newcomer, you might be at a loss on how to navigate these circumstances, yet it seems you have already given it considerable thought. Li Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Moreover, he was not overly concerned, considering he had Hou Xiaocheng backing him. Even if others wished to undermine him, they would have to reckon with Hou Xiaocheng's response first. With this in mind, Li Hao proactively inquired, Director Hao, when might I have the opportunity to meet with Director Hou? So eager? If you have matters to discuss with Director Hou, Director Hao here may not have the authority to decide. Hao Lianchuan chuckled in amusement. Pray tell, what could possibly be beyond my authority? Li Hao, unabashed, replied, I have few demands upon arriving in Baiwest City, nor do I possess the standing to make any. However, since I am here, it cannot be merely to observe. After all, you stated that martial artists are not nurtured in isolation. Therefore, I have my own aspirations. Firstly, I require the authority to enforce the law. I assert that for any superhuman or martial artist outside the Night Watch system, I shall possess the power to act. Should I perceive a threat to myself or societal stability, I hold the right to eliminate that threat, and all consequences must be borne by the entire Night Watch system, not just by me. Secondly, I seek immunity. To put it simply, within the entire official framework, apart from the Night Watch, and excluding directors Hou and Hao, no one else shall have the right to interfere with or penalize me. I hold the right to disregard any orders from anyone other than the two directors. Thirdly, I require the authority equivalent to that of the City Patrol Envoy. According to the regulations of the Inspection Bureau and the Night Watch, in the event of an emergency, I shall have the right to summon all personnel from the Inspection Bureau and the Night Watch system surrounding me, provided they are of a lower or equal rank to mine. Under temporary command, I shall have the authority to mobilize and command them. Hao Lianchuan fell into a contemplative silence. He had not anticipated that Li Hao would demand 3 distinct powers upon his arrival. Yet, this was indeed beyond his purview to grant. Only Hou Xiaocheng could provide a response to such requests. He furrowed his brow. I had imagined that you would choose to remain inconspicuous, or that if you were to take action, it would be done discreetly. But from your words, it seems you possess other intentions? Li Hao nodded. Certainly, I have other intentions. I cannot merely serve as a decorative figure. Being low profile is only effective when one has the confidence to do so. Lacking that confidence, I require the department to bestow upon me some assurance. Do you believe Director Hou will acquiesce? Hao Lianchuan laughed. I have no objections, but why should you demand authority upon your arrival? Why? Li Hao contemplated for a moment before responding. Because I currently possess attributes that warrant Director Hou's attention. He assigned me here not only due to my mentor, but also because of my own merits. Your own merits? Hao Lianchuan fell into deep thought. Had Li Hao already stepped into the realm of Douqian? If he had indeed crossed that threshold and possessed knowledge of the Yunqi method, perhaps this individual genuinely harbored the potential to cultivate rapidly. Of course, crossing into Douqian was not something that particularly concerned Hao Lianchuan. However, should one step into the realm of spirit cultivation, even if one is far inferior to Yuan Shuo at that moment, Li Hao would possess the power of the 3 suns, which should not be underestimated. A spirit cultivator is far more valuable than a mere 3-sun practitioner. Very well. I shall convey this to Minister Hou. Hao Lianchuan reiterated his point. He then chuckled. You, my friend, are rather intriguing. I initially thought you would be reluctant to assist me with a trifling matter, but it seems there is no significant issue. Does Minister Hou require my assistance? Li Hao suddenly revealed a look of hesitation. My abilities are rather limited weight. Hao Lianchuan waved his hand. Allow me to finish. What I need from you is your exceptional acting skills, coupled with that innocent demeanor of yours. You must appear to be a simpleton, a naive youth who has never encountered the world. Li Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wondered whom he was referring to. Hao Lianchuan continued, At present, Baiwest City is far from peaceful. Certain individuals are always seeking to stir up trouble, and I require your help to resolve the issues they create. Li Hao hesitated. Me? How am I supposed to do that? Quite simple. Hao Lianchuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. There are a few points you must accomplish. First, Inadvertently leak some crucial information, but do not disclose everything. Create an atmosphere of urgency, making others eager to interrogate you. Second, feign injury and innocence. For instance, if someone collides with you or attempts to capture you, or if you notice someone watching you, use your acting skills to draw them out. Soon, reinforcements will arrive, and all you need to do is feign injury, innocence, and grievance while we handle the capturing and dealing with them. Remember, your performance will be scrutinized by many, including the administrative office, higher authorities, and the military. If you portray it convincingly, we can act without fear of repercussions. However, if your act is unconvincing, it will invite suspicion and ire from others. Hao Lianchuan chuckled. Truth be told, things have not been particularly pleasant lately. Minister Hou eliminated a Su Guang. He escaped, but left behind a multitude of problems, which troubles me greatly. Li Hao comprehended the situation. He was genuinely surprised and taken aback, casting a glance at Hao Lianchuan. Was he attempting to use a sparrow to scare the monkey? Yet, this did not align with his usual persona of an honest man, necessitating an accomplice who would play the role of an unsuspecting victim. The crucial condition was that this individual must possess a significant identity yet remain weak and easily bullied. Thus, he would have a justified reason to cleanse a group of individuals without attracting undue attention, for even an honest man could harbor anger. Minister Hao, are you certain you can handle this? Li Hao queried. Are you capable? You, a novice in the Three Sons, can manage some weaklings. But is your goal merely to target the feeble? Hao Lianchuan scoffed. I still wield the Fire Phoenix spear. As long as they are not Su Guang, anyone will suffice. Young man, do not underestimate the Three Sons, and moreover, you, with your mere 100, do you possess the standing to look down upon them? Even if you have reached the 1000th stage, maintain a low profile. What are you putting on a show for? Who are you trying to impress? Li Hao furrowed his brow, indecisive. Minister Hao, does Minister Hou know about this? Whether he knows or not, it makes little difference. He will not interfere, Hao Lianchuan sighed. When the critical moment arrives, I will simply need to step in and take the blame. All right, just tell me if you're in or out. Honestly, it's rare to find someone like you. Most people, when they show up, are easily suspected of being undercover enforcers. You, on the other hand, appear innocent and genuine. I appreciate your particular brand of benevolent villainy. Li Hao felt quite aggrieved. Hao Lianchuan chuckled. Exactly. Your expression is one of pure grievance. Of course, it's not without its advantages. I will certainly advocate for the points you mentioned earlier. Additionally, I will provide you with a list of individuals who are off limits. Beyond those names, feel free to choose whomever you wish. But what if you arrive late and I end up getting killed? Li Hao queried. That is unlikely. Most people wouldn't dare. Besides, what use would it be to kill you? You possess information that makes you valuable alive. They do want to capture you rather than eliminate you. I have faith in your ability to navigate this. Li Hao sighed. All right then. However, I must insist on some additional benefits for your involvement, considering this is a task after all. Additional benefits? Hao Lianchuan pondered for a moment before grinning. How about this? I'll publicly declare that you are indistinguishable from my son. I hold you in high regard here in Silver City. If you encounter trouble, I shall avenge you by eliminating the perpetrator's entire family. In essence, I'll assume a paternal role for you. Get out of here, Li Hao retorted. Yet, joking aside, should Hao Lianchuan genuinely utter such words, it would indeed benefit Li Hao. This man held considerable influence, capable of representing the Night Watchers, which in turn reflected their stance. Although Hou Xiaocheng had eliminated a Su Guang for Li Hao, the circumstances were quite different. After a brief pause, Li Hao nodded, indicating his agreement to this collaboration. Nonetheless, he couldn't resist asking, what does Director Hou truly mean? I heard from Nan Quan that there are whispers suggesting someone is intentionally trying to provoke him into making irrational decisions. Given our actions, could we be unwittingly falling into their trap? Not at all. Hao Lianchuan replied with a smile. As I mentioned, this is our affair, a duty of the Night Watchers. Thus, a degree of sacrifice on your part is necessary. Otherwise, with Director Hou's power, he could simply eliminate the threat outright. Why complicate matters? Sometimes, rebellion and enforcement are merely a matter of perception. When you kill with intent, it's rebellion. When you are compelled to kill, it's enforcement. Do you understand? Roughly. Li Hao nodded, grasping the essence of the message. Hao Lianchuan exhaled deeply, then suddenly grinned. Our first target is a superior. A Three-Sun Night Watcher I have long found irksome. Your task is straightforward. Devise a way to lure him in. We must eliminate him before the others catch wind of our intentions. We shall do so openly and without shame. Li Hao was taken aback, then inhaled sharply. Master Hao, are you not being a tad audacious? Hao Lianchuan laughed. You managed to eliminate Zhang Ting, and you call me bold? Are you framing me, director? Li Hao countered. Just be aware of the truth. Hao Lianchuan raised an eyebrow. Enough of this chatter. Can you accomplish it? Ideally, he should follow you discreetly, perhaps even concealing his identity. If we manage to eliminate him, we'll do so with complete transparency. I want these individuals to understand that the wilderness they perceive is not to be trifled with. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, but there's one condition. If he dies, the mysterious energy will belong to me. Deal. Hao Lianchuan readily agreed, his face brimming with joy. By the way, I shouldn't appear too soon. You need to create some commotion first, ideally something that attracts the attention of others. Then, I will take the Fire Phoenix gun and finish him off with a single shot. Having said this, he inquired, is it difficult? What are the odds? Li Hao chuckled. It's manageable. Do we need to select a specific location? Not at all. Anywhere will suffice, as long as there aren't too many ordinary people around. I can take him down swiftly with one shot. Are you that confident? Li Hao glanced at him, noticing that his aura seemed to have increased slightly. Could it be that he had reached the mid-stage of the Three Suns? Yet, even at that level, wielding the Fire Phoenix gun, could he truly dispatch a Three Suns opponent so easily? To be frank, if Hou Xiaocheng were to arrive, Li Hao would have no doubts. However, Hao Lianchuan's strength did raise some suspicions. At that moment, Li Hao began to contemplate whether Hou Xiaocheng was aware of the actions being taken. Recklessly eliminating a superior night patrolman could lead to complications, even if the target's movements were unpredictable. Of course, it had nothing to do with me. I am merely an innocent victim. Reflecting on this, Li Hao found it quite exhilarating. On his very first day with the demon hunting team, he had served as bait. Now arriving in White Moon City, it was clear that Hao Lianchuan intended the same, once again, to be the bait. In truth, Li Hao found it rather appealing. What significance was there in coming here, just to remain low-key and inconspicuous? Naturally, one must seek out some excitement, ideally gaining some benefits, or even participating in combat, to truly grasp the essence of other forces. Being constantly protected, if Hou Xiaocheng were to offer him personal protection, Li Hao would hardly be pleased. Finding a way to engage in some affairs while ultimately extricating himself would align perfectly with Li Hao's inclinations. The two seemed to resonate with each other perfectly. All right then, let us leave it at that, Hao Lianchuan continued. I'll check if Hou has emerged from seclusion. If he has, you should meet him. If not, I'll find a way to secure your 5,000 square reward. By the way, Hou's intention is to exchange the reward for that blood god from the Dawnlight realm. Do you agree? Li Hao raised an eyebrow and quickly nodded. That is fine. He had thought he could obtain the blood god from the Dawnlight realm for free, but it seemed that hope was in vain. No matter, acquiring the blood shadow from the Dawnlight realm would also suffice. At present, Li Hao needed this to enhance his overall strength. This was quite beneficial. The blood shadow served to strengthen both the physical body and internal energy, which was precisely what Li Hao urgently required. His internal organs were already strong, but his physical body remained somewhat lacking. He was also preparing to acquire some mysterious energy related to thunder and wind. A significant advantage of the blood shadow was that it consumed very little sword energy, unlike mysterious energy, which necessitated a substantial extraction of sword energy. The blood shadow could even absorb and digest energy without any sword energy at all. Now, regarding your accommodation, I have thought it over and decided to place you directly opposite my home. This way, I can conveniently take care of you, and it allows me to appear before you without seeming out of place. Where is the residence of the Hao family? The distance to the headquarters of the Night Watchman is a mere 10 miles, quite close indeed. As a martial artist, you could easily walk it in half an hour. 10 miles is truly not far at all. This journey, however, is likely to attract considerable attention. Remaining at the headquarters all day would deter even the most audacious individuals from acting hastily. After conversing with Hao Lianchuan for a while, Li Hao descended alone. Downstairs, Wang Ming was surrounded by a crowd, regaling them with tales of his exploits. His prowess at the Daylight Realm had been thoroughly revealed this time. Upon seeing Li Hao emerge, Wang Ming grinned and asked, "So, how did Hao arrange things for you?" "Nothing has been arranged yet. I shall wait until the chief returns to make further plans," Li Hao replied with a smile. However, he mentioned that to accommodate me, my residence has been arranged directly across from his home. Wang Ming, you are familiar with the location, correct? Indeed, I've been there before. It's actually the family quarters of the inspection division. We used to belong to the inspection division ourselves. The place is quite nice and very secure. Wang Ming nodded in affirmation. At that moment, someone beside Wang Ming interjected, Li Inspector, are you related to Chief Hao? Li Hao chuckled, not at all. However, Chief Hao has a close relationship with my master in Silver City, which has led him to extend me some additional care. Given my current troubles, I appreciate the extra support, but please do not misunderstand. He continued, as I am new here and know nothing about Bai West City, once I am settled, I shall treat all of you esteemed seniors to a meal. Li Hao was exceedingly courteous and warm, his smile remarkably reassuring. It is only right that we welcome you properly, but it is indeed a long journey. We shall arrange it later. The group responded with cheerful laughter. As most present were at the moonshade level, with Wang Ming being the most formidable among them. These moonshade level night watchmen had limited knowledge, yet they were aware that Li Hao had been assigned by Chief Ho and had a good rapport with Chief Hao, in addition to being a friend of the newly ascended Wang Ming. Naturally, this fostered a warmer reception. After some pleasantries in the hall, Li Hao and Wang Ming exited together. Chief Hao had met with Li Hao beforehand and would now leave him to his own devices. Outside, the female guard was still present. Upon seeing Li Hao, she hurriedly remarked, Li Hao Inspector, I am. Before she could finish, Li Hao interjected, I apologize. But Chief Hao has instructed that I cannot engage with any non-night watchman personnel without authorization. I am currently under a semi-controlled status. With that, he continued walking outside. At the entrance, He Yong was present but had not entered. Alongside He Yong, a few others lingered at the door, though none approached. Li Hao said nothing further. Stepping out and calling out, Senior Nan, no need to follow me any longer. Chief Hao mentioned that there will be a press conference tomorrow. Martial artists who have achieved the 100 completion level and those at the 1000 combat level are welcome to participate. Any questions or information needed will be addressed collectively. As for matters concerning my master, as long as they do not involve the secrets of the 5 animals, I shall divulge everything truthfully. The 5 animals lineage hopes to be further promoted by martial artists. I will not hoard knowledge, and whatever I can share, I will certainly communicate to all of you. After saying this, he raised his voice and added, furthermore, aside from the martial artists, if anyone has doubts or requires information, they may submit a request through the night watchman. Just as I was promised a response earlier, I will address everyone's inquiries one by one. Li Hao spoke sincerely. As a newcomer, I have yet to eat a meal or find a place to rest. Esteemed seniors, I kindly ask for a bit of time. Once I am settled, I will be better equipped to respond to your various questions. At that moment, those outside the door, upon hearing Li Hao's words, felt a sense of relief. Finally, there was a specific time frame. However, someone still spoke up. Is it only martial artists? Young friendly, some among us had to advance to extraordinary abilities in the past, and we are no longer martial artists. There are still martial artists among the disciples, and now it seems the limitations only apply to martial artists. What about us? Li Hao displayed a sympathetic expression, a hint of pity in his demeanor, and quickly added, I am unable to make that decision. Esteemed seniors, you may inquire with the night watchman. As long as they agree, I have no objections. I am not in a position to decide. He appeared somewhat helpless, clearly wishing to grant a direct affirmation. Observing his expression, everyone felt it unnecessary to press the young Li Hao, who had traveled from Silver City and likely felt quite flustered. This matter would need to be addressed by the night watchman. At the very least, Li Hao was willing to convey some information, which was sufficient. After saying this, Li Hao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Then I shall take my leave for now, esteemed seniors. We shall meet again tomorrow. At that moment, Nanquan Hiyong glanced at Li Hao, scratching his head in contemplation. This young man seemed to have undergone some change. Although the change was subtle, there was a sense that he was not as naive as he appeared. Reflecting on his earlier words, he seemed quite pitiful. Yet, on the journey here, he did not present himself in such a manner. Though he thought so, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Since a press conference was scheduled for tomorrow, the others were no longer anxious. Bayou City remained quite safe at this moment. As Hou Xiaocheng was still present, ordinary individuals dared not cause trouble within the city. Moments later, Li Hao and Wang Ming headed towards the residential area. Someone was following them, albeit discreetly, and Li Hao paid it no mind. If extraordinary beings were tracking him, they would render themselves targets. If martial artists were tailing him, he believed that within the entire city, very few martial artists could contend with him. Perhaps only venerable figures like Nanquan, who had seized opportunities, could engage him in battle. With his internal organs strengthened to this degree, Li Hao could rival second-tier spiritual beings, the only difference being in the intensity of his power compared to his teacher. Li Hao, hasn't he the department of Hao said anything? Haven't you seen the department of Hou? No, Wang Ming replied, a touch of regret in his voice. He continued, by the way, I will escort you back shortly. I need to return home for a bit. My family lives in the West City, while we are currently in the South City. Since my advancement to daylight, I have yet to return home. He too needed to go back, to boast a little and perhaps obtain some benefits. His family had previously supported him with some mysterious energy that allowed him to advance to moonlit. And now that he had reached daylight, he certainly wanted to acquire more. Since you have just arrived, let us arrange for you to visit my home in a few days. Wang Ming said cheerfully, my house is much larger than the dormitory. Li Hao nodded slightly and conveyed through thought, upon our return, refrain from speaking unnecessarily. Do not let your tongue run wild. Wang Ming was taken aback. He glanced at Li Hao, puzzled. Thought transmission? That was a skill reserved for the likes of the Sanyang or seasoned Douqian martial artists. Yet, Li Hao had only just advanced. He was bewildered. Had this fellow grown stronger? Li Hao maintained his composure. The ability to transmit thoughts was exhilarating. Ever since his internal organs had been fortified to a level of 1,000, he realized he could now communicate discreetly, which was merely a manipulation of sound wave vibrations. It was not overly complicated, yet required a strong mastery over internal energy. Otherwise, it would easily escape into the open. This was precisely why only the Sanyang and Douqian could manage it, as most Douqian lacked the robust internal energy. Wang Ming said nothing. He was not foolish and understood the necessity of discretion. For instance, could he casually discuss the assassination of Zhang Ting? Li Hao continued walking, surveying the surroundings. As a newcomer, he found Baiwei City to be exceedingly unfamiliar. Upon exiting the Night Watcher's headquarters, he observed that both sides were lined with older residential complexes and streets. The southern city was notably aged, lacking in high-rise buildings, while other districts displayed a more modern flair. The Night Watchers had been established relatively late, and the prime locations had long been claimed by various organizations. Simultaneously, news spread regarding the upcoming press conference of the Night Watchers. Esteemed martial artists were invited to attend, igniting excitement among many who were eager to learn methods for advancement. Meanwhile, in the East City, atop a remarkably tall hotel, a lavish suite occupying nearly 1,000 square feet, featuring a living room, dining area, kitchen, and ballroom, housed only 5 individuals. They had gathered in the reception area, 4 men and 1 woman. Among them was the green-haired Yu Xiao, while the remaining 3 men included a short-haired young man, Hou Qingfeng, the leader of this quintet. At this moment, Yu Xiao, the weakest among them, spoke up. We've received news from Hao Lianchuan. After tomorrow's press conference, we can have Li Hao meet with us, but he must come to the southern city. He is somewhat apprehensive about unfamiliar surroundings. The southern city was not their preferred destination, primarily because it was the territory of Hou Xiaocheng, unlike the East City, which housed the administrative headquarters. Typically, Hou Xiaocheng would not venture here. Is he so timid? Hou Qingfeng chuckled and nodded. Very well, then you shall go there tomorrow. Have Chun Min accompany you. It would be ideal to bring Li Hao back. If that proves unfeasible, we can simply collect a blood sample without causing any conflict. At this stage, there is no need to provoke Hou Xiaocheng, especially since the administrative headquarters has been rather quiet. Even if they have plans, they would require the backing of local officials. Will Hao Lianchuan agree to a blood sample? Yu Xiao furrowed his brow. This individual tends to be rather perfunctory. Handle it as you see fit. Hou Qingfeng replied. Well then, Yu Xiao conceded, taking a blood sample should not pose a significant challenge. Hou Qingfeng continued. Li Hao is merely a target outside the mission. The primary focus remains on Hou Xiaocheng. Moreover, does the military of Silver Moon still refuse to meet? Among the group, an older middle-aged man spoke solemnly. The Silver Moon military reports that their commander has recently suffered a relapse of an old injury and is currently recuperating, which may take some time. Hou Qingfeng's expression darkened slightly. Yet another old injury. The old commander of the Hou Xiaocheng has fallen ill, and even the director of the inspection department claims to be suffering from a recent aggravation of an old ailment. Furthermore, Director Zhou has also reported feeling unwell, with a worsening cough. What a disgrace. In such a vast Silver Moon, the leading figures are all in poor health. Each one of them resorts to this excuse, whether it is an old injury or a general malaise. This situation greatly vexes Hou Qingfeng. Even in the central region, he would not have encountered such treatment. Continuously being turned away, as the esteemed commander of the rising light and a favored disciple of the divine master. He is a figure of great attention in the central region, aside from a few anomalies in headquarters. Of course, those peculiar individuals seldom linger at headquarters. It is rumored they have recently ventured out to stir up trouble again. One wonders what kind of chaos they will bring this time, as the previous conflict in the central region was instigated by those very individuals. The thought of them made him somewhat irritable. Those troublemakers are adept at creating issues, yet they only take responsibility for instigating conflict, leaving others to deal with the aftermath, often causing countless troubles for people like him. Let us set that aside for now. Hou Xiaocheng spoke gravely. Is there any recent movement from the three major organizations? The Equality King is stationed outside the city. It seems there are no developments on the half-mountain side. As for the Red Moon organization, it is said that the Blue Moon has arrived from the central region. Hou Xiaocheng nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before stating, if necessary, we can engage in discussions with them. Hou Xiaocheng is a thorn in their side, and there are many secrets on the Silver Moon side. This thorn is causing considerable discomfort for numerous people. Understood. After a brief discussion, the group decided not to rush to meet Li Hao just yet, opting to wait until the press conference concludes tomorrow. They were also eager to see whether any secrets would emerge at that time. Is it truly challenging to cultivate martial artists and harness spiritual energy? In this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, all awaiting Li Hao's arrival, which had stirred some minor ripples in White Moon City. Meanwhile, Li Hao leisurely explored his new home, gazing out the window to admire the brilliance of the streetlights. How bright they are. Chapter 107. Fishing with One's Life. Subscription requested. The room was modest, yet impeccably tidy. It was evident that someone had prepared the space beforehand. A typical two-bedroom apartment, approximately 70 to 80 square meters, yet in White Moon City, where every square inch is precious, being allocated a room is quite commendable. Across the hall resided Minister Hao Lianchuan, who, surprisingly, also lived in such a place. It remains uncertain whether he is reluctant to move to a new residence or if his status is simply not high enough to warrant better accommodations. Li Hao opened the window, relishing the gentle breeze that caressed his face. He mused quietly that White Moon City is indeed remarkable, truly impressive. In such a small area, 7 superpowered individuals have gathered, and several martial artists remain unaccounted for. 2 from the earth element are concealed underground, their fate uncertain if time passes. 1 from the wind element transforms into a gentle breeze, drifting through the air. In the realm of stealth, there exists an individual, likely possessing a power akin to that of darkness, situated within the building directly across from him. Additionally, 3 others linger at a distance, their capabilities reminiscent of a far-reaching perception, perhaps endowed with the gifts of clairvoyance and heightened auditory awareness. Remarkable. 7 extraordinary beings, from 7 distinct families? Having just arrived, he finds himself under the scrutiny of so many, which is quite intriguing. As he admires these luminous figures, a knock reverberates from the door. Li Hao turns his head to glance, noting the absence of any light or aura. Undeterred, he strides forward to open the door. Standing outside is a woman in her 30s, her countenance adorned with a warm smile, exuding an inviting demeanor. Are you Li Xuanxia? She inquires. I am from the logistics department of the Inspection Bureau. I understand that you are new to Baiwa City and may not be familiar with its surroundings. The Inspection Bureau has made arrangements for all inspectors and above. Should you require anything, feel free to contact us. If your clothing becomes soiled, we will handle it for you. Regarding transportation, do you prefer motorcycles or cars? Furthermore, in terms of dining, the community offers a complimentary cafeteria. If that does not suit your palate, we can provide specialized meals. Li Hao is somewhat taken aback by such generous treatment. The reality is that the night watchers and the Inspection Bureau have become nearly segregated, yet he still enjoys the privileges accorded by the Bureau. An inspector holds significant stature in smaller locales, but here, it is not particularly noteworthy. Many at the Moonshade level hold the title of inspector, and some at the Daylight level are even advanced inspectors who have not ascended further. The city inspector, now that is somewhat more impressive. Thank you very much. I am still acclimating and know little about the place. There is no need for you to concern yourself with me. I will wait for Minister Hao to return and discuss matters with him. Typically, I dine with Minister Hao, he replies. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brighten with renewed enthusiasm. Excellent. I won't keep you any longer. To reach our logistics department directly from your room, simply press 1. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Graciously, Li Hao reciprocates her warmth with numerous expressions of gratitude until she reluctantly departs. Closing the door, he maintains a smile, seemingly quite pleased. How delightful! He chuckles, appearing thoroughly satisfied. He approaches the window once more to gaze down below. Located on the 12th floor, the view is not particularly low, yet the scenery is somewhat obstructed by the building directly in front. Nevertheless, the community's greenery is commendable. Having arrived later in the day, darkness is now creeping in, with the sky gradually dimming. However, Minister Hao Lianchuan has yet to return, suggesting that he is burdened with additional work, quite unfortunate for him. Li Hao, unperturbed by the minister's absence, continues to meander through the modest abode. The apartment is not expansive. Besides the 2 bedrooms, there is a study. Within the study, a modest collection of foundational books is displayed. After perusing for a while, Li Hao removes several volumes, replacing them with some of his own that he had brought along. He had not carried much, save for a few cherished tomes from his instructor's collection on the 3rd shelf, which he took the liberty of bringing back to ensure his mentor could find them upon his return. However, it seems he may have inadvertently left one behind, possibly taken by the instructor himself. The teacher truly cherishes books, so much so that it is quite moving to think he might carry one even before a great battle. Apart from a few books, Li Hao brought little else with him. As for clothing and similar items, those who dine at the state's expense need not bring anything. Upon arrival, provisions will be made available. In addition to the books, he possessed a bank card containing several months' worth of his salary. Having received a promotion last month, his income, including bonuses, should be substantial. He estimated that he might have tens of thousands in savings. Surely, a few tens of thousands of star coins would suffice for treating others to a meal, wouldn't it? After a brief period of busyness, he noticed some noises from across the room. Instead of looking, Li Hao cast a glance out the window. The nearby light bulbs had vanished, and even those buried in the ground had disappeared. It seemed these individuals still feared the presence of the 3 sons. Had he been alone, those bulbs would likely have remained lit. Li Hao exhaled softly. While he enjoyed observing the bulbs, their constant presence, akin to a watchful eye, was rather uncomfortable. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Li Hao hurried to open it, revealing Hao Lianchuan, who appeared somewhat fatigued. He scanned the room and looked around before nodding. As long as you've settled in, that is sufficient. I usually patrol near the night watchman, but I return to sleep here when I have no duties at night. Director Hao, have you eaten? Li Hao inquired. Not yet, and you? Neither, Li Hao replied with a smile, then added softly, what about my blood god? Hao Lianchuan rolled his eyes. No rush, tomorrow perhaps. After you left, I inquired with manager Yu, and it seems he can provide it to you by tomorrow. Once your press conference concludes, you should be able to collect it. What about Director Ho? I've heard his injuries have worsened, and he will need to remain in seclusion for a few more days. When the subject of injuries arose, Hao Lianchuan chuckled, and Li Hao joined in his laughter. The severity of the injuries was indeed notable. It had been several days, and there was still no sign of recovery. Then Hao Lianchuan continued, I'll have someone bring over some food. By the way, your senior's husband contacted me earlier. He essentially conveyed that if you're unwilling to join the Tiger Wing Army, you may reach out to him whenever needed. That is kind of him, Li Hao nodded, his expression remaining neutral, exuding an air of indifference. Curious, Hao Lianchuan remarked, you flatter me without shame, yet you haven't considered flattering him. If you were willing, he would undoubtedly be more than willing to assist you further. Director Ho is not a martial artist, was Li Hao's only response. Hao Lianchuan's brow furrowed immediately. Li Hao offered no further explanation. Because you are not a martial artist, you cannot comprehend. Heritage must not be transmitted carelessly or learned indiscriminately. Yuan Shuo wishes to learn the 9 forging techniques, yet whether it is Li Hao or Lu Long, despite their good relations, has a true inheritance been passed on? Did Yuan Shuo impart the 5 animal breathing techniques to Lu Long? Martial artists adhere to basic principles. If something cannot be passed on, it simply cannot be. Even if one inadvertently learns it without permission, one must not display it. The public use of the 5 animal techniques by Hu Dingfeng, particularly in its authentic form, violates these principles. Even if his senior taught him years ago and he gained strength from it, it would be acceptable if the teacher did not pursue the matter. However, it is absolutely forbidden to showcase the 5 animal techniques repeatedly in front of others. This is a grave taboo. The exclusive secret technique of the 5 animals, which you repeatedly demonstrate, though you are not a disciple of the 5 animals sect, might lead outsiders to believe that the sect has been extinguished. Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. Hao Lianchuan also chose not to dwell on this, engaging in a brief conversation before stating, I will take my leave now to rest for a while. If you need anything, seek me out. Otherwise, enjoy your meal alone, as I am not inclined to dine with you. This rotund fellow, seemingly not very astute, had just called for a shared meal. Yet he claimed he was not a martial artist and was now visibly agitated. Li Hao said nothing in response, opening the door and watching as Hao Lianchuan entered, slamming it shut with a resounding thud, indicating his considerable frustration. In the adjacent room, Hao Lianchuan glanced back with a smile. This individual is indeed intriguing. He paid no further attention to Li Hao and proceeded to his study, contemplating as he retrieved a rather worn tome from the shelf, Chronicles of the Silver Moon Martial Realm. The opening passage reads, A compendium of heroes in the Silver Moon Martial Realm. It speaks of the martial heroes, and as of the date of this book's publication, there are said to be 36 champions within the Silver Moon Martial Realm. To discuss the martial world is to mention one man, Yuan Shuo, the king of the 5 animals, master of the 5 animal techniques, tiger, bear, deer, monkey, and bird. Over the course of 7 years, he traversed the martial landscape, issuing challenges that left a trail of sorrow. Those who accepted his invitations were left heartbroken, with disciples preparing coffins for their fallen masters. Hao Lianchuan read with great interest. This book, nearly 20 years old, had not seen an update in a long while, which is truly regrettable. However, he had previously read it little, as he held scant interest in some of the figures depicted. Yet now, many of those characters were beginning to surface. The low-profile Yuan Shuo, the reckless Southern Fist, the formidable Qimei Staff, the earth-shattering groundbreaking sword, the ailing silver spear, the renowned Eng Hongyu, and the notorious antagonists, the 3 commanders of the Celestial Star Martial Guard, referred to in the text as the Man-Eater, the Laughing Monster, and the Sickbed Ghost. Who could the Commander Hou be? The Laughing Monster? Or perhaps the Sickbed Ghost? The latter seems more plausible. Could it be that Hou was already in such a state years ago? Hao Lianchuan suspected he was close to the truth, yet regrettably, the Sickbed Ghost was given little coverage in the book, always depicted as perpetrating malevolent deeds, clearly reflecting a poor perception of the 3 commanders within the martial community. After perusing the pages for a while, another figure surfaced in his mind, the steward Yu. He glanced back at the book. It made no mention of such an individual. Yet Yu had been with Commander Hou for several years, and Hou had not ventured elsewhere, indicating that he must have encountered him in this vicinity. Having resided in Baiwa City for many years, the appearance of Yu was both peculiar and extraordinary. What insights might this book offer him? Previously, he had not cared. Nowadays, he was still indifferent, yet curiosity compelled him to delve deeper. What was the true identity of Steward Yu? He continued to read, reflecting on all he knew of Steward Yu. After a considerable time, he came upon a brief passage at the end of the book. The Sickbed Ghost relinquished the intent to kill her. She was among the few to escape his grasp. The martial world has descended into chaos. The central superpowers have risen, and it is time for the martial realm to withdraw from this era. Eng Hongyu has departed, and the heavenly sword has vanished. They have all chosen to leave. Hao Lianchuan regarded this passage for a moment longer before meticulously reviewing it once more. After flipping through the pages for a considerable time, he suddenly chuckled. Could it be? His laughter bore a hint of cunning and incredulity, and soon, with a jovial demeanor, he closed the book. Perhaps I have come to discern your identity. The thought of tomorrow's martial arts gathering crossed his mind. He wondered if he might encounter a few legendary figures from the stories, individuals who, over 2 decades ago, were mere myths, unattainable beings. Now, after years of silence, it seemed as though they were gradually reviving. How many of the 36 heroes from the Silver Moon's roster still live today? Hao Lianchuan was engrossed in his reading. Li Hao, however, lacked the inclination to read. At that moment, his muscles writhed, the 9 refinements technique erupting repeatedly. Without completing the 9 refinements, one cannot truly grasp the essence of the technique. This was the most accessible form of power for Li Hao, and by methodically completing the 9 refinements, he could smoothly comprehend the water technique, albeit needing to transform it into the water sword technique. Previously, Li Hao could only achieve 6 layers of enhancement. It was not merely a matter of physical strength, but rather the result of countless repetitions. Unfortunately, he had not invested sufficient time in honing his skills. Should he swiftly achieve the 9 layers and master a second technique, integrating it into the sword technique and transforming it into the water sword technique, He could embark on the second phase of nourishing his spirit with the 5 organs. What of the 5 organs and the 4 limbs? How shall I merge the forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? Li Hao pondered. With a gentle thrust of his palm, a surge of energy shot forth, visibly manifesting as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the blink of an eye, 7 layers of enhancement were accomplished. The speed was remarkable, yet it was evident that this was a mere accumulation of 7 layers. Too slow and far too conspicuous. Li Hao shook his head slightly. The 9 refinements technique, while immensely powerful, regrettably offered little beyond its offensive capability. Nonetheless, for Li Hao, it mattered little. He had managed to awkwardly achieve 7 layers. The 9th would require a bit more time. The map indicated that to the east of White Moon City, there indeed lay a sea. Perhaps it was time to witness the waves. Were they truly as formidable as rumored? He had never seen the ocean and had yet to experience its capricious nature. It was said that the sea was salty, and those residing by its shores could feast on fresh seafood daily. The salty waters, the soft sands, and tales of women sunbathing in the nude on the beach. Perhaps his teacher would appreciate such sights. Yet for Li Hao, it was of little concern. He merely wished to behold the sea. Martial arts demand diligence and study. Regardless of one's strength, neglecting practice leads to a decline in martial skills. The small room was not particularly suited for practicing martial arts, but Li Hao still engaged in a flurry of movements, circulating his internal energy and refining his 5 organs until late into the night, at which point he finally succumbed to sleep. As Li Hao settled into tranquility, next door, Hao Lianchuan rubbed his eyes, extinguished the light, and began to drift off. Thus passed the first night of Li Hao's stay in White Moon City, enveloped in serene silence. September 5th. The sky was clear and bright. Early in the morning, the entrance of the night watch was crowded with people. The earliest arrival, Director Zhou, frowned slightly, disliking such commotion, yet among the throng, there were some he could do nothing to deter. He stood at the entrance and spoke in a low voice. Esteemed predecessors, you are all distinguished figures. Let us adhere to some decorum. It is not yet the appointed hour of work. At precisely 9 o'clock, Li Hao will undoubtedly arrive. You may wait in the adjacent conference venue. Why linger here unnecessarily? Among the crowd was an elderly man with graying hair who urged, it is not a matter of disregarding the rules, but the night watchman's working hours are rather tardy. As martial artists, we ought to rise early. Who among us arrives at 9 o'clock? These martial artists had indeed come early, with some even remaining outside, anticipating Li Hao's arrival. To their dismay, as 8 o'clock passed, there was still no sign of him. Was this truly the demeanor of a martial artist? The policy of the night watchman was a revelation to everyone. It was surprisingly lenient. Some martial artists, who ran martial arts schools, would already be engaged in vigorous training by 5 or 6 in the morning. What a privilege to possess such innate abilities. They seemed to require no rigorous training at all. The seasoned martial artist felt a mixture of envy, jealousy, and a hint of disdain. What could such extraordinary talents truly achieve in terms of combat prowess? Alas, all they could do was envy. The extraordinary had become the norm, and the martial artists of today were but shadows of their former selves. Rising before dawn proved futile. While they practiced diligently throughout the year, their efforts paled in comparison to those who could effortlessly absorb mysterious energies and progress swiftly. As the crowd continued to murmur, a vehicle came to a halt. Li Hao emerged first, followed by Hao Lianchuan. Upon noticing the large gathering, Li Hao hurriedly addressed them. Esteemed predecessors, I apologize for the delay. I had intended to arrive early, but I lost my way and ultimately had to accompany Uncle Hao. I sincerely appreciate your patience. After exchanging pleasantries, he added, please proceed to the conference venue next door. I shall join you shortly. Seeing Li Hao in person and hearing his courteous words, the crowd chose to disperse. Their previous anxiety over Li Hao's absence dissipated upon his arrival. In no time, the martial artists vanished, some appearing merely to be at the 10th slashing realm, leaving one to wonder how the night watchman managed such arrangements. As Hao Lianchuan stepped out of the car and glanced at the time, he chuckled to himself. Such eagerness. A sidelong glance revealed a familiar face. A smile crept across his lips, indicating that not only the martial artists were anxious, but others shared their impatience. Let us tidy up and head over shortly, Hao Lianchuan remarked to Li Hao, adding, rest assured, we are merely next door to the night watchman. Nothing significant will occur. Just refrain from speaking out of turn. Understood. Li Hao nodded and followed him inside. Many night watchmen were curious. They were aware of today's events and anticipated some announcements, hoping for early access to information. However, they were not particularly familiar with Li Hao. There were, however, some acquaintances among them. Those who had explored the ruins alongside him approached, with Huang Yun among them, expressing curiosity. Li Hao, does the blood god truly have a significant impact on martial artists? Li Hao nodded. Old Huang, would I deceive you? You shall see shortly. He smiled and inquired, are you planning to witness it? Indeed, I would like to see, came the reply. Then let us proceed. Li Hao smiled and said, it's not a great secret. It will be made public anyway, so there's nothing to worry about. Huang Yun nodded in agreement, eager to join in the excitement and hear the gossip. Just then, a receptionist swiftly spoke up. Li Inspector, Minister Hao requests your presence on the 4th floor, in Secretary Yu's office. Thank you. Li Hao expressed his gratitude, feeling a surge of excitement within. Would the blood god seed of Shuguang be bestowed upon him? On the 4th floor, many individuals were bustling about, secretaries, drivers, and others, creating a relatively tranquil atmosphere as everyone attended to their respective duties in service of various ministers. Secretary Yu had a spacious single office, larger even than that of Hao Lianchuan. He knocked on the door, and a cool voice beckoned him to enter. Li Hao stepped in, saluting with respect. Good day, Secretary Yu. He straightened his posture. Across the desk, Secretary Yu glanced at him and nodded slightly. Without further ado, she retrieved a box from her drawer and opened it, revealing 10 crimson pills. These are the blood god seeds left behind by the slain red-haired adversary. Due to your insufficient strength, the minister has divided the energy into 10 portions. Shuguang signifies the essence of Zhuyang, where the initial phase of sunlight represents 1 yang, and the peak of sunlight approaches 3 yangs. The 3 yang realm serves as a foundation, while Zhuyang represents the pinnacle. Even though this Shuguang tier blood god seed has been divided into 10 parts, each portion's efficacy surpasses that of the energy found in those of the sunlight tier. She spoke directly and succinctly. As you have only just reached the perfect 100, the energy of a single blood god seed exceeds the totality of your internal strength. Therefore, I advise you to consume them after entering the Doqian stage. Each pill will suffice for approximately a month of digestion. Over the course of a year, consuming them all will be enough to double your internal strength. Li Hao listened intently, though a hint of confusion clouded his brow. Secretary Yu, does that mean the efficacy of 1 pill is only slightly superior to that of the sunlight tier? How unfortunate. Why were they divided? If that is the case, the Shuguang tier would only be slightly stronger than 10 sunlight tier seeds. I am well aware of the effects of the sunlight tier. They are merely average. My anticipation for the Shuguang tier has been utterly diminished. This realization left Li Hao feeling quite disappointed. He understood that if they had not been divided, the effects would have been significantly more potent. Sometimes, the strength and unity of energy matter as much as its quantity. Consuming 10 sunlight tier seeds simultaneously cannot compare to the singular essence of the Shuguang tier. This is indisputable. 1 Shuguang tier seed is an integrated whole. The value is entirely different. A 10-pound watermelon undoubtedly offers a superior taste compared to 10 1-pound watermelons, as the latter are not yet ripe. Secretary Yu regarded him with a smile. If you believe that dividing them diminishes their effectiveness, then feel free to consume several at once. Rest assured, these are intricately cut from a single source. If you are unafraid, taking all 10 together would yield the Shuguang effect. However, I do not recommend this course of action. The minister's division was made with your safety in mind, fearing you might overwhelm yourself. That sounds promising. Li Hao beamed. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Secretary Yu. No need for thanks. The steward Yu was rather indifferent, casually remarking, moreover, this is the sword you exchanged for. The minister asked me to inquire whether you possess the means to unseal it. Even if it is not the Li family's weapon, it wouldn't be overly simple. Thus, regardless of conjecture, Hou Xiaocheng remained unfazed. That sword could very well be a sealed source divine weapon, which rendered it worthy of interest. Li Hao shook his head. The steward Yu, unconcerned, responded that it mattered little whether he could or could not. At the forthcoming press conference, remember one thing. Emphasize the effects of the blood god child, and for everything else, feel free to elaborate as you wish. Understood. Li Hao saluted with utmost seriousness. Go ahead. Very well. Li Hao took the box and tucked it into his pocket, brimming with excitement. It was not until Li Hao exited the office that the steward Yu furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at the entrance for a moment before shaking her head gently. Saying nothing, Li Hao was likely to engage in a fierce struggle. This was evident from the minister's reaction that day. Yet, this was of little significance. She had witnessed fierce battles before. Her curiosity lay in whether Li Hao's approach to combat mirrored that of Yuan Shua. It should not be the case. Furthermore, he had not consolidated the five beasts' momentum. It appeared he merely wielded sword momentum. It was curious that this fellow, instead of following the path of the five beasts, chose the sword path, while Yuan Shua seemed unconcerned. This was the crux of the matter. Why pursue a path that was not already laid out, opting instead for sword momentum? Not one of the seven swords could rival Yuan Shua's prowess in the past. Just how formidable was the heavenly sword? And yet, what was the outcome? Did Yuan Shua truly believe that his disciple's path in swordsmanship would yield greater achievements than that of the five beasts? These thoughts left her somewhat perplexed. However, what did it matter? No matter how formidable Yuan Shua was, she did not regard him with much esteem. Even at his peak, he could hardly compare to the minister. His former dominance was merely due to the minister's indifference towards him. A faint smile graced the steward Yu's face, but it soon faded. The recent chaos in Baiwest City was inconsequential. With the minister's emergence, all issues would naturally be resolved. Should the turmoil persist, perhaps she would need to take action herself. If the Night Watchman's Tower was an antiquated relic, then the press conference venue was decidedly modern. A vast hall adorned with brilliant lights, comfortable seating, and an array of refreshments. The ground floor accommodated standard seating, while the second floor featured several private rooms, reminiscent of an auction hall, exuding an air of mystery. Representatives of major powers and formidable individuals, including members of several significant institutions, had arrived, though they proceeded directly to the second-floor suites, garnering some attention without inciting any comments. Li Hao had settled into the central position of the podium well in advance. On either side of him were others standing guard. Minister Zhou occupied the left side, a pinnacle of the sun-dazzling realm, who seemed to have undergone a transformation since their recent venture into the ruins, possibly progressing towards the three suns. To Li Hao's right sat Wang Ming, which struck Li Hao as peculiar. How had this fellow managed to secure a seat? Had he sought connections last night? It was just the three of them. Hao Lianchuan was absent, and the steward Yu had not attended either. It appeared that the occasion was not regarded with particular gravity. In the grand hall, many martial artists had arrived. He Young was qualified to ascend to the upper floor, yet he chose to remain seated in the front row, visibly excited as he intently observed Li Hao. Meanwhile, Li Hao scanned the crowd, which consisted predominantly of martial artists, though a few non-martial artists were present. Their presence a mystery. On the second floor, the private rooms were largely occupied by luminous orbs, evidently most of them belonging to superpowered individuals, while those devoid of light might be the renowned martial masters. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar orb belonging to Hong Yitong, the master of the sword sect. Who would have thought he would attend? The second floor was indeed a haven for hidden talents. There appeared to be 5 or 6 from the Sanyang group. And was that Su Guang? Li Hao took a silent glance at the second floor, astonished by the number of formidable figures gathered. Furthermore, what was Hao Lianchuan doing lurking on the second floor? Among the familiar orbs, he also recognized Hu Dingfeng, and perhaps others, including that elusive senior sister he had yet to meet. It seemed the military had sent representatives, indicating that the administrative office might have also dispatched personnel. After a brief wait, Minister Zhou cleared his throat and spoke directly. Now that everyone is here, I will be brief. Li Hao arrived just yesterday and is unfamiliar with many of you, so there is no need for introductions. Shortly, Li Hao will call upon individuals. Those selected may pose their questions, and he will answer what he can. For inquiries beyond his reach, please do not press him. It is in everyone's interest to forge new paths in martial arts, and I trust that Li Hao will not deliberately withhold or mislead. Having said this, Minister Zhou turned to Li Hao. If you can provide answers, kindly accommodate the inquiries of the assembly. Furthermore, some martial artists from the central region have also come. They may have deeper questions they wish to discuss. If you prefer not to respond on the spot, you may arrange to converse with them later. Upon hearing this, many present exchanged glances, intrigued by the prospect of formidable martial artists from the central region. Li Hao smiled and replied, "There is no need for private discussions. My master has taught me that, aside from our core techniques, which must remain confidential, I am open to share all that I know. As martial artists, none of us wish to witness the decline of our discipline. As long as you refrain from inquiring about the 5 animals breathing technique, I shall answer all questions candidly." This declaration was met with enthusiastic applause. Well said. In the realm of martial arts, apart from core techniques, open dialogue is essential for mutual growth. We are not novices. Anyone who dares to question core techniques is merely seeking trouble. In the martial world, such behavior is unacceptable. Those who covet others' techniques are the true villains, and they deserve to be dealt with accordingly. This statement garnered widespread agreement among the martial artists, while many yearned for the 5 animals breathing technique. As Li Hao pointed out, any deliberate inquiry into it would be seen as a provocation, justifying any ensuing conflict. On the second floor, in the private room, Hu Dingfang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before glancing at the enchanting figure beside him. He whispered, "Is the core technique truly that significant?" He is a martial artist, yet to claim complete understanding of these principles would be an overstatement. He serves as a martial instructor for the military, which initially gathered numerous core techniques for the purpose of sharing. He recognizes the significance of the 5 animal breathing technique. However, when he learned it, the martial world was nearing its decline. He is aware of the rules governing martial artists, but has not experienced them firsthand. Today, however, he perceives a rather different sentiment. A collective resonance arose among the martial artists when Li Hao proclaimed that the core techniques must not be divulged, as if anyone daring to mention it would be met with the wrath of a community united in vengeance. The enchanting presence beside him said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Hu Dingfang also refrained from further comment. Below, Li Hao continued, "The 5 animal technique was once published by my master and circulated widely. Many are familiar with it. This is inconsequential, as the 5 animal technique promotes health and well-being, and if others gain insight from it, that is commendable. It serves to elevate the reputation of our 5 animal sect. However, there is one point I wish to emphasize. Many individuals practice the 5 animal technique, some even innovating their own breathing methods to adapt to it, which is perfectly acceptable. Nonetheless, whether in combat or competition, the 5 animal technique must not be utilized in formal settings. Even if it is employed, one must leave their unique mark. Otherwise, outsiders might misconstrue my master as a reckless killer, believing the 5 animal sect to be embroiled in unfounded feuds. As of now, only my master and I represent the 5 animal sect. The disciples collected by my master in the past have gradually dispersed, and the absence of the 5 animal secret techniques is a testament to my master's magnanimity. However, these individuals must never exploit the name of the 5 animal sect to engage in nefarious deeds. Li Hao declared solemnly, "Both my master and I, as martial artists, accept the consequences of our actions. Should you encounter anyone employing the 5 animal technique for murder, and they are not my master or me, it is entirely unrelated to the 5 animal sect. Whether you kill or eradicate, do not involve the 5 animal sect in your actions." Down below, the assembly of martial artists exhibited little reaction. However, in some private rooms above, murmurs surfaced. It seemed as though this statement bore a hint of targeting. Hu Dingfang remained silent while the lady beside him sighed softly, glancing at him, and whispered, "Did you use the 5 animal technique in front of him?" Hu Dingfang nodded. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuhua finally remarked, "Next time, try to refrain from using it. You have stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. While the 5 animal technique remains potent, those with extraordinary abilities possess their own techniques. It is unnecessary to rely on it, unless truly warranted." Hu Dingfang said nothing, clearly aware that Li Hao's words may have been directed at him. In the hall, Li Hao did not continue along that line of thought, but instead addressed an elder from the Southern Fist Elder. "You are a venerable figure in the Silver Moon martial world. You may pose a question." Southern Fist laughed heartily, unreservedly asking, "Is the essence cultivation technique related to the 5 internal organs?" Upon hearing this, the martial artists widened their eyes, captivated by the inquiry, which pierced directly to the core of the matter. Li Hao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, at least my master's essence cultivation technique is connected to the 5 internal organs. I cannot speak for others, but nurturing the 5 organs is a precursor to nurturing the spirit. The strength of the 5 organs forms the foundation for cultivating the spirit." Nan Quan wished to inquire further, and Li Hao gestured towards another individual, a martial artist who was brimming with excitement. He eagerly asked, "How can one strengthen the internal organs?" Li Hao replied with a smile, "There are 2 methods. The first involves cultivating the internal energy to nourish the organs, which may take 10, 20 years, or even a lifetime. The second method is to consume the blood god pill. 1 pill from the sunlight realm can save you 5 years. 2 pills can save you 10. Upon hearing these words, The entire hall erupted in commotion. Some were impatient, eager to voice their inquiries, but Li Hao preempted them, commanding, "Everyone, please remain calm. I'm sure you have all heard of the blood god pill. Is there anyone among you who has brought one?" At this, a hush fell over the crowd. Regardless of whether anyone possessed the pill, it would be inappropriate to produce it in such a public setting, especially with the possibility of the red moon being present. Just then, Nan Quan laughed heartily and declared, "I have one, a sunlight-level pill. Do you possess a special method for us to consume it? I have absorbed one before, and the effects were remarkable. Yet I did not reach the level you described. That is due to the difference in breathing techniques," Li Hao replied with a smile. "Since you have one, that is splendid." He continued, "Everything hinges on the results. Mere words are of no use. Elder, may I have the blood god pill?" Yong, unhesitant, tossed a blood pill towards Li Hao. After inspecting it, Li Hao concluded it was potent, at least crafted by a mid-level sunlight realm red shadow, likely produced by the royal family. It seemed the royalty had made preparations as well. Li Hao remarked, "Elder, as a master of thousands of martial arts, I shall not experiment on you. Are you willing to allow me to use this blood god pill for my experiment?" "Of course, feel free," Yong replied, eager to witness the results firsthand. Li Hao scanned the crowd and soon pointed to a young man, approximately 20 years old. Observing his physique, gait, and overall condition, he surmised he might be a peak martial artist at the 10th level, though he could not be certain. "You, young disciple, please step forward." The young man, slightly bewildered yet exhilarated, quickly approached. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Who is this? I don't recognize him." "I do. He is the youngest disciple of the Iron Sand Palm." "Oh, so he is that disciple." Quickly, someone identified the young man's lineage. Li Hao listened attentively, then remarked, "You haven't broken 100 yet, have you?" "No. Once you consume this blood god pill, surpassing 100 will be but a moment's work. Moreover, it will also fortify your internal organs. Soon, you shall step into the mid-stage and even the late stage of breaking 100, but achieving completeness will depend on your own comprehension of the force." The young man was taken aback, his excitement palpable. "Is that true?" "Only a trial will reveal the truth," Li Hao declared, taking the sunlight-level blood god pill and adding, "For you, this pill contains excessive energy, so if it's just for you, it is best not to consume it alone. However, as I have also reached completeness in breaking 100, I will assist you in digestion with the 5-animal breathing technique." In the next moment, Li Hao placed the blood god pill into the young man's mouth. In the fleeting moment of an energy explosion, he struck with a palm, not allowing his opponent a moment to regain composure, as the 5-animal breathing technique commenced its flow. Yet, it was not merely this. In truth, he also wielded a trace of sword energy. Regardless, this fellow was oblivious to it, perceiving only the extraordinary nature of the 5-animal breathing technique. In an instant, a surge of crimson energy unfurled. In the blink of an eye, his opponent's internal force surged, his face flushing red. Before long, he let out a roar, unleashing a palm strike, his internal energy erupting outward. At that moment, all eyes in the hall widened in astonishment. Did he break the 100? How could that be possible? Li Hao directly inquired if there were any early-stage warriors willing to engage him in battle. He was still digesting energy. Yet both his internal organs and physical body had been strengthened, making him more formidable than the average warrior who had surpassed the 100 mark. "I shall," a voice called out from the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, 2 warriors who had surpassed the 100 mark engaged in combat. The young man who had consumed the blood shadow was also in urgent need of release, fueled by excitement, his iron fists raining down relentlessly. However, due to his relative inexperience, he was struck by several kicks from his opponent, and all present observed with peculiar expressions. It seemed his internal organs had indeed grown significantly stronger. Such relentless kicks merely inflicted minor injuries on him. His internal organs appeared largely unscathed. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervor. As they continued to fight, someone eagerly inquired, "Can only the 5-animal breathing technique facilitate digestion?" "Not at all. Nearly any breathing technique can suffice, though it may be less efficient. The 5-animal breathing technique absorbs more energy from the blood god child." Li Hao interjected without waiting for further questions. For those who have surpassed the 100 mark, absorbing energy from the blood god child is actually quite wasteful. If one were to engage in the 1,000 struggle, one could directly infuse a significant amount of energy into the internal organs, thereby strengthening them, which would greatly assist everyone in transcending into the essence gathering stage. His eyes flickered with curiosity. once the internal organs are strengthened. How does one transition into the essence gathering stage? Li Hao replied with a smile. The specifics elude me. Yet I am aware that once the internal organs are adequately nurtured, if one possesses sufficient strength, one might attempt to channel their energy into the internal organs. However, there lies a challenge. It is easy to cause an imbalance in the internal organs, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. He furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before admitting, "Indeed, I have attempted it myself. But once I channeled energy into my internal organs, I immediately felt the sensation of an explosion." He had tried, or rather, many had indeed attempted. When the Heartfire ape emerged, none were foolish enough not to deduce certain truths. However, it was not permissible. Li Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, "I recall my teacher mentioning a crucial element in this process, though he did not elaborate. It is said that only this key can enable one to transcend into the essence gathering stage. That is the locking force, the super energy lock. This detail remained unknown to all, and none dared to experiment recklessly. Warriors at the 1,000 struggle level sought to break into the super energy realm, which was not inherently difficult, yet since they had not yet achieved it, they naturally refrained from attempting the super energy lock. Without the super energy lock, successfully locking the force was impossible. This fact led these warriors, even if aware of the relationship between the internal organs and energy, to be unable to lock the force for nurturing. At that moment, a voice from the second floor inquired, "Must there be 5 distinct forces to correspond to the 5 internal organs? If that is the case, it would hold little significance." Li Hao shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "It is not necessarily the case. If there is only one force, as I mentioned before, my understanding of my teacher's research is rather limited. However, I do know a little. Even if I grasp the essence of the sword force, my teacher has not commented on it, which suggests that representing a singular force is indeed feasible. The 5 internal organs can embody a force as well, yet the specific path requires elucidation from my teacher." A voice from the second floor interjected, "Is there no alternative besides the blood god child? That is exclusive to the Crimson Moon. If so, we can only wage war against it, and we must employ the source divine weapons." Such news was far from favorable. Li Hao continued, "I cannot say for certain, but my teacher is attempting to modify the 5 animals breathing technique. Should he succeed, it may allow for the direct nurturing of the 5 internal organs. Even if the progress is slow, there remains a glimmer of hope. However, my teacher has departed, and I am unable to provide clarity to everyone." Upon hearing this, many exchanged glances. Modifying the 5 animals breathing technique. If it proves successful, will it be disseminated? Another voice from the second floor inquired, Li Xianxiao, before Professor Yuan left. Did he not specifically mention any precautions? Indeed, Li Hao answered candidly. My teacher once stated that the 5 organs correspond to the 5 elements, and one should not recklessly merge forces, water force with the kidneys, fire force with the heart. However, the 5 organs are fragile for them to meet the nurturing conditions. It is crucial that they possess strength sufficient to withstand the force without shattering or bleeding. This is a fundamental requirement. Should such a situation arise, one must cease merging forces immediately. At this, even He Yong furrowed his brow and remarked solemnly, "It is difficult to strengthen the 5 organs. Even if I consume numerous treasures, merging forces with the organs will lead to instant bleeding. Can the divine energy stones enhance the 5 organs? They can," Li Hao replied, "but their efficacy pales in comparison to that of the blood god child, which is more suited for martial artists. Divine energy stones also require varied attributes to be effective." Li Hao recounted, "Previously, after being wounded, Minister Hao provided me with a wood energy stone, which I used to mend my internal organs. The results were satisfactory. Although not as effective as the blood god child, it surpassed the mysterious energies by a considerable margin." He Yong exhaled in frustration, lamenting the fact that even divine energy stones were inferior to the blood god child. Questions continued to pour in, and Li Hao answered each one truthfully. However, as the inquiries persisted, a sense of embarrassment settled over the crowd. Further questions would inevitably lead to the 5 animals breathing technique. By this point, Li Hao felt parched and took a sip of water. At that moment, Wang Ming whispered beside him, "Li Hao, is it truly impossible to share the 5 animals breathing technique?" Li Hao shot him a glare and lowered his voice to a mere whisper, "Of course not. Unless you were to kill me and seize the secret text from my possession, do not even entertain such thoughts. Furthermore, refrain from harboring any untoward intentions." This technique is concealed for a reason, and reckless practice could be fatal. The 5 animals breathing technique is only partially documented. The remaining portion resides solely in my mind. So do not even think about it. Wang Ming, feeling abashed, replied, "How could that be? But why carry it with you? It's far too dangerous. Is it not obvious? Would I hide it at home?" Li Hao retorted, "Rest assured, only a portion is at stake. If lost, it will not all be disclosed. Since you are a recognized disciple of our teacher, if you perform well, I may consider sharing it with you." "Very well." The two spoke in hushed tones, so quietly that even Minister Zhou nearby could not discern their conversation, nor did he pay it any mind. At this moment, on the second floor, a few formidable warriors of the Sanyang sect felt a slight tremor in their ears. In a private room, Hu Dingfang's expression shifted subtly. "This fool." He glanced at Chen Yuhua and transmitted a thought. "Is there a secret manuscript for the 5 beast breathing technique?" Chen Yuhua looked at him, also communicating silently. "There used to be, but I don't know now." "Why do you ask? Can you not manage without a secret manuscript?" "No." "Does your junior brother truly believe that no one can hear what he says? He carries the manuscript with him." Chen Yuhua paused, wondering what the manuscript was for. The 5 beast breathing technique consists of few words, primarily actions and breathing methods. Once learned, it should simply be destroyed. What purpose does carrying it serve? In the next moment, her expression slightly changed. "Did you hear that?" "Yes." Hu Dingfang frowned, saying, "It was spoken softly, but what is Sanyang's strength?" With careful listening, one should be able to catch some of it. After saying this, both of them frowned deeply. This is not a good sign. The more Li Hao showcased the effects of the 5 beast breathing technique, the more enticing it became. Even the superhumans were intrigued. If this continued, he would encounter significant trouble. Just then, his ears twitched slightly, and he caught more snippets of conversation. "Li Hao, share with me one of the Su Guang-level blood divine sons you have. The department divided it into 10 pieces. Giving me one would not cause much loss. I'll pay for it." "Quiet down. Keep your voice down. The outside world doesn't know about this. You big mouth, don't blurt things out. Stop talking. It seems there are strong warriors on the second floor. Don't let anyone overhear. Your mouth is truly too big." We're speaking softly. Don't treat them as gods. What could they possibly hear? Besides, with the department as protection, who would dare to harm you? I'd shoot them dead. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore." Their conversation came to an abrupt end. Hu Dingfang's face darkened, and after a moment, he transmitted again. "He carries another Su Guang blood divine son." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhua's expression changed as well. The combination of the 5 beast breathing technique and the Su Guang blood divine son is a perfect match. If it were her, she would also be tempted. If Li Hao were eliminated, they would prosper. As for the incomplete secret techniques, some seasoned martial artists, even with only half of the techniques, could potentially deduce the remaining part. One should not underestimate those old martial masters. At this moment, Chen Yuhua felt a headache coming on. Her junior brother was too foolish. The critical issue was that she was unaware of how many people had overheard. Hu Dingfang, being at the late stage of Sanyang, had heard. What about the others? Pay attention to the reactions of the other private rooms. Just as she was speaking, Hu Dingfang frowned slightly. There's no reaction. It's quite silent. Perhaps no one heard. We've been focused on Li Hao, so we were concerned about it, but others may not have noticed. Though he said this, he still frowned. This matter must be brought to Li Hao's attention, as well as the patrollers. Do they truly believe that with Hou Xiaocheng present, no one would dare to take risks? The young man has quite a loose tongue. He speaks of everything. And that Wang Ming, now he knows. The grandson of the deputy commander of the White Dragon Army. When inquiring about this person previously, it was clear he was quite the blabbermouth. His tongue is not an ordinary one. He spills everything. At this moment, Wang Ming appeared as if nothing had transpired. His mind, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of whom Li Hao might ensnare this time. If someone were to meet their demise, would he gain any credit? It seemed his infamous reputation as a blabbermouth was irrevocably tarnished. Yet, he was indifferent to such trivialities. He cast a fleeting glance at the second floor and then surveyed the others in the hall, uncertain of Li Hao's target or how many would fall for his ploy. This fellow, arriving in Silver Moon City on his very first day, was already scheming, truly despicable. Meanwhile, Li Hao diligently and sincerely elucidated matters for the assembly, predominantly discussing the blood god child and the 5 animals breathing technique, attributing success to these 2 elements. The more one listened, the more it became apparent that acquiring them was imperative for entering the realm of spiritual cultivation. Naturally, if one possessed confidence, the 5 animals breathing technique was unnecessary. A greater focus on the blood god child would yield similar results. As the event neared its conclusion, the infamous Wang Ming lowered his voice once more. Li Hao, is it true that Hu Dingfang has practiced the 5 animals breathing technique? I heard from director how that he pilfered your family's secret technique and advanced to the late stages of the 3 yang in just a year or two, which is why his superpower is so potent, right? Silence. Do not spread such unfounded rumors. Li Hao reprimanded softly, his irritation palpable. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not expect to associate with me in the future. Your presence is rather exasperating. All right, I shall remain silent. On the 2nd floor, Hu Dingfang felt a mix of embarrassment, helplessness, and anger. Wang Ming was truly insufferable. Moreover, those 2 foolish boys were digging their own graves. It wouldn't merely stir the martial artists, but also attract the attention of superpowers. With a sigh, Hu Dingfang lamented that he should have interrupted their chatter at the very first sentence. In another private room, Hao Lianchuan stifled a yawn, revealing a hint of amusement. This fellow seemed unperturbed by the prospect of attracting significant attention. He was indeed fishing with his life on the line. If that were the case, he might as well fish diligently. He silently slipped out, confident that news would soon reach the ears of the interested parties. Chapter 108. Li Hao is truly honest in the hall. Li Hao earnestly addressed every question posed to him, articulating his thoughts fully except when confronted with inquiries he could not answer. Until the very last moment, someone in the hall hesitated but finally spoke up. Young friendly Hao, is it truly impossible to disseminate the 5 animals breathing technique? At this juncture, there were still those curious enough to inquire, eager to test the waters. Could it be shared, especially during these waning times for martial arts? Li Hao found himself in a quandary, pondering before he replied, it cannot be shared. At least not at this time. Unless my master consents, I cannot make that decision. And even then, my master might not be entirely opposed. After some reflection, he added, my master is known to many, perhaps even more so than I. He is quite stubborn, yet also values reciprocity. A small favor is met with a great return. I must be candid. My master's absence signifies a desire to remain hidden and avoid danger. If esteemed uncles and relatives, upon your return, encounter or witness my master in peril, and are willing to lend a hand with the 5 animals breathing technique, why should it not be shared? Li Hao spoke candidly. When life hangs in the balance, why concern oneself with such matters? Should anyone rescue my master, even if he is reluctant to impart the 5 animals breathing technique, I would insist upon sharing it, even if it enrages him. Upon his declaration, a ripple of agitation coursed through the crowd. To save Yuan Shua? Indeed, while Yuan Shua is formidable, he is yet to reach the level of matching Xu Guang. If Yuan Shua were to venture into the central region seeking vengeance against the Red Moon, there might indeed arise a moment for salvation, if circumstances permit. An oath from a martial artist holds great value. At that juncture, not only the 5 animals breathing technique, but perhaps even greater treasures could be attained. Understanding dawned. The martial artist who had posed the question displayed a smile. Should we truly find ourselves in the central region and encounter Master Yuan in danger as martial artists, we would never stand idly by? Li Hao clasped his fists in gratitude. I thank you all. He concluded. I have addressed all inquiries to the best of my ability. If further clarification is needed, I am at a loss. Lastly, although I harbor enmity towards the Red Moon, allow me to caution everyone. The blood god is elusive and insidious. Apart from the source divine weapon, there are no other means to counter him. Let us not take reckless risks for the blood god. The optimal strategy is not to hunt the strong of the Red Moon, but to unite and compel them to divulge the method of cultivating the blood god. Li Hao smiled. This is the essence. If we can cultivate the blood god, we martial artists will find our path to prominence. Today, representing my master, I would like to convey one final message. If the Red Moon is willing to share the cultivation method, and it is indeed genuine and suitable for the masses, I, from the 5 animals sect, am prepared to share the 5 animals breathing technique to further the advancement of martial arts. As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the hall and the 2nd floor. Upon mentioning the blood god, some began to ponder. If the Red Moon were to share their method, would that not be somewhat dubious? Why not allow Yuan Shua to share the 5 animals breathing technique? To everyone's surprise, Li Hao added that he could also share. This revelation caused a stir among the audience, with some eagerly inquiring, "Can you truly pledge on behalf of your master? If we all join forces, it may not be an impossible task. The Red Moon is evidently ensnared in trouble and crisis. It cannot persist indefinitely. Should we unite and press them to reveal their plan, success remains within reach." If the 5 animals breathing technique were to emerge at that moment, it would be a perfect match. Li Hao nodded, solemnly stating, "As long as we ensure the method is authentic and can genuinely cultivate the blood god, I can represent my master in making such a decision. Should there be skepticism, I can vouch for it with the Night Watchman. If the Red Moon dares to share, would we of the 5 animals sect hesitate to impart a secret technique? However, without a plan, should the 5 animals breathing technique be disseminated, it would ultimately benefit only the Red Moon. We are not so foolish as to allow the Red Moon to gain from our efforts." Upon reflection, the crowd agreed. If the 5 animals breathing technique were to spread without others knowing how to cultivate the blood god, would the Red Moon not grow significantly stronger? Li Xiao, a paragon of righteousness. Indeed, the method of nurturing the blood god child, since it proves advantageous for martial artists, merits a trial. The illustrious Hongwei, who once walked the path of a martial master, has witnessed the extraordinary actions of the 5 animals sect. Why should Hongwei not follow suit? If even the notoriously difficult Yuan Laoma finds favor in this, then why should Hongwei falter? In an instant, all pressure shifted towards Hongwei. Instead of coveting the 5 animals breathing technique, it would be wiser to seek the nurturing method first. In doing so, the 5 animals breathing technique would be willingly offered, achieving a dual benefit for all involved. Gratitude is owed to King Yuan for his righteousness. Indeed, the 5 animals sect stands as a paragon in our martial world. In that moment, the martial artists became notably courteous. The sacrifice they demand is but a lesser secret technique, while Hongwei must relinquish a treasured inheritance. Surely, the disparity is clear to all. What of overwhelming strength? If they refuse, these martial artists are not to be trifled with. Hongwei understands, that while they may govern the central region, can they truly suppress the entire realm? Should they dare to withhold, they risk annihilation of all who stand outside their dominion, as covert operations could swiftly eliminate their elite, rendering them powerless. The conference concluded, yet the atmosphere remained charged with excitement among the martial artists, many of whom contemplated whether to unite and exert pressure. Of course, a direct assault on Hongwei would be foolish and unwise. How to compel? Through elimination. In various provinces, the hunt for those affiliated with Hongwei commenced, forcing them to publicly disclose their secret methods. This is the righteous path. The consensus among the martial artists was clear. Negotiations were unreliable. The best course of action lay in rendering Hongwei incapable of enduring their combined might. On the 2nd floor, within a private room, Hong Yitong exhaled softly, murmuring, "Hongwei is bound to encounter considerable troubles unless they disclose their secret methods in advance." Beside him, his wife communicated quietly, if Hongwei were to unveil their secrets directly, would that not leave the 5 animals sect in a precarious position? Would they choose to disseminate or withhold such knowledge? Why would they find themselves in such a bind? Moreover, how could Hongwei, as one of the 3 great organizations, easily yield to the demands of a multitude of martial artists? Though Hongwei may recognize that submission could create difficulties for Yuan Shuo, the invincible reputation they have meticulously built over the years would be shattered in an instant. All within Hongwei would ponder whether today's disclosure might lead to tomorrow's sacrifice of their lives. In the realm of significant powers, even enduring to the bitter end is preferable to capitulation. Otherwise, they would face incessant coercion. Just as the authorities, regardless of the threats posed by the 3 great organizations, would not waver in the face of genuine peril, should the city-destroying missile be unleashed, even if it meant the obliteration of an entire city, they would not compromise. Why such resoluteness? To eliminate any possibility of a second occurrence. As the Lord of the Sword Sect, Hong Yitong sees the situation clearly. If it were merely the martial artists, or if Hongwei stood alone, there might have been hope for compliance under pressure. Yet, they are the sovereign of significant power. Submission is simply not an option. Unless one truly finds it unbearable, only then is there hope. Until the Red Moon suffers significant losses, he will never yield. His wife seemed to comprehend this, nodding slightly before conveying through thought, "Did you hear what Li Hao and the others discussed just now?" A faint frown creased Hong Yitong's brow as he quickly responded through thought, "Do not concern yourself. It would be prudent to remind them to steer clear." In this era dominated by Hou Xiaocheng, who would dare to take risks unless they are prepared to confront him directly. Of course, there will always be those unafraid. Such individuals deserve their fate. As for Li Hao's potential troubles, Hong Yitong pondered. It was not certain he would encounter any peril. Li Hao might not be as simple as he appeared. While he seemed kind and gentle, he had ventured into the ancient city alongside Li Hao. With so many perishing, was it truly so effortless for Li Hao and his companions to emerge unscathed? Countless superhumans had met their end that day. Yet Li Hao and Lu Long returned without a scratch. This alone was remarkable. Strangely, those who exited together did not regard Li Hao as particularly extraordinary. The more Hong Yitong contemplated this latest emergence, the more he sensed something amiss. A martial artist of seemingly modest caliber, lacking any special abilities, had navigated the perilous environment of the ancient city unscathed. Although it appeared he had gained little, could this truly be so simple? His wife remained silent. And after a moment of reflection, Hong Yitong communicated, "We are, after all, surviving in the silver moon. Others may waver, but we cannot afford such indecision. At this juncture, only the two of us from the sword sect remain outside the grasp of control, and decisions must be made, whether to ally with Hou Xiaocheng, draw closer to the three major organizations, or consider relocating to another province in search of new opportunities." His visit to White Moon City was indeed fueled by such thoughts. The choice weighed heavily upon him, yet indecision was no longer an option. The three major organizations and the Night Watchers now stood at odds, and the narrow space in which the sword sect had previously survived had vanished, necessitating a swift resolution. Must we engage in this? He pondered. The sword sect is a creation of my own making, forged through immense effort. Resignedly, Hong Yitong observed the departing figures of Li Hao and his companions. Transmitting, even a formidable figure like Yuan Shua sees his disciples seeking refuge with the Night Watchers. Yuan Shua's departure alone signifies his desire for freedom. In today's martial world, how many martial artists remain unbound? At the very least, I, Hong Yitong, cannot. We must either align with the three major organizations or the Night Watchers. Yet, he harbored a concern. Joining the Night Watchers could lead to becoming mere cannon fodder. The likelihood of aligning with the three major organizations seemed greater. Again, he glanced at Li Hao's retreating silhouette, his eyes flickering as he conveyed, "We await Yuan Shua's return." What? His wife did not quite grasp this, but Hong Yitong smiled, transmitting, "We await Yuan Shua's return to Silver Moon. I will initially use him to placate the Night Watchers. Should Yuan Shua return and express willingness to join them, the sword sect will undoubtedly follow his lead. That individual possesses an extraordinary ability to adapt and a remarkably keen sense of awareness. Despite the demise of so many, he continues to thrive openly and unabashedly, and his martial prowess has reached divine levels. As a fellow martial artist of his era, accompanying him may not necessarily lead to misfortune." His spouse remains perplexed. Communicating, "Is it permissible to say this?" "Indeed," came the reassuring reply. "Rest assured, Hou Xiaocheng is certainly awaiting Yuan Shua's return, hence there is no cause for concern. Yuan Shua will undoubtedly return. Although he is somewhat headstrong, he does possess a redeeming quality. He will remember where his roots lie and where his disciples are. He will return in due time." Li Hao, on the other hand, was unaware of the decisions made by the sword sect, nor did he harbor any interest in such matters. At this moment, he commenced his journey toward the headquarters of the Night Watchers, a short distance away, and he felt no trepidation regarding potential dangers. Even if threats were to arise, they would be matters to contend with upon his return home. After dealing with this group, another awaited him, the Night Watchers dispatched from headquarters. Previously, Hao Lianchuan had issued a heads-up, as anticipated, upon his arrival at the entrance. A youth with green hair obstructed his path, wearing a somewhat insincere smile, accompanied by Hao Lianchuan. Li Hao. Hao Lianchuan greeted him with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing him over. Li Hao promptly ran forward. "Allow me to introduce you," Hao Lianchuan continued. "This is a special envoy from headquarters, Envoy Yu. Do not be deceived by his youth. His prowess is of the highest caliber, a formidable warrior at the mid-level of the Three Suns." Yu Xiao smiled, feigning modesty. "I am overpraised. Mid-level Three Suns is of little significance in the central region." "Greetings, sir," Li Hao exclaimed, saluting with admiration, his eyes reflecting envy and respect, which significantly uplifted Yu Xiao's spirits. After all, what significance did being a disciple of Yuan Shua and a descendant of the 8 great families hold? At present, he was merely a martial artist who had barely crossed the century mark, existing at the moonshade level. The disparity between them was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. With Hou Xiao being at the third level of the sun's radiance and the initial phase of the three suns, such a gap rendered any jealousy towards Li Hao utterly unwarranted. You are Li Hao, correct? Li Hao nodded eagerly, displaying an obedient demeanor. Yes, sir, I am Li Hao, a native of Silver City, a member of the Five Animal Sect and a Night Watcher. I have only recently joined the Night Watchers, and I request your guidance. Not a problem. Hou Xiao responded with a beaming smile. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Is that convenient? Absolutely, sir. Please feel free to ask, Li Hao replied promptly. Then let us find a more comfortable place to converse, Hou Xiao suggested, expressing his discomfort with the current atmosphere. Li Hao cautiously glanced at Hao Lianchuan, who slightly furrowed his brow but ultimately acquiesced, saying, Very well. Li Hao, you may accompany Envoy Yu to the adjacent tea house. Remember, do not speak indiscreetly. Li Hao nodded vigorously. Hou Xiao, indifferent to the circumstances, remarked, Then let us proceed, Li Hao. Follow me. Yes, sir. Li Hao responded eagerly, following closely behind as Hou Xiao strode forth, his impatience evident. Had he not been waiting for Li Hao, he would not linger here. A short while later, within the tea house's private room, Li Hao hurriedly poured tea for Hou Xiao, who smiled approvingly, noting his deftness. You seem quite adept at this. Do you often perform such tasks? Li Hao smiled innocently, recalling the days when he served tea to his teachers. We martial artists have always followed this tradition, gradually growing through such tasks in order to gain knowledge from our mentors. Hou Xiao scoffed dismissively. This is precisely why martial artists are in decline. Masters tend to hold back their skills, keeping everything shrouded in secrecy. Unlike the super abilities, where no flattery is required. Li Hao felt a twinge of envy mixed with resignation. Unfortunately, I cannot become a super being. I have tried. Hou Xiao was not surprised and replied with a wry smile. It's normal. Once you break the 100 threshold and your physical strength becomes formidable, it becomes difficult to shatter the shackles and ascend to super abilities. However, it is merely due to the enhanced internal energy. If you find the right opportunity, success is still within reach. Li Hao, filled with anticipation, nodded but found himself at a loss for words. Hou Xiao laughed and gestured for him to sit down, prompting Li Hao to comply eagerly. Hou Xiao cut straight to the point. You are the heir of the Li family, one of the 8 great families, correct? Li Hao nodded, then shook his head. I am unsure. That is what everyone says. I don't have much knowledge about the 8 great families. However, since Hong Yue has sought you out, it must be for a good reason after years of research. The sword from the Li family has been handed over to the organization. Li Hao quickly replied, I am uncertain if it is with Minister Hao or Minister Ho. Hou Xiao appeared contemplative and nodded. After sipping his tea, he continued. At the press conference, you mentioned that the 5-animal breathing technique combined with the blood goddess child can rapidly enhance a martial artist's strength, correct? Li Hao nodded once more. The 5-animal breathing technique cannot be handed over to the night watchman. You will reap many benefits if you keep it. Li Hao looked troubled and helpless. Without my teacher's permission, I cannot do that. Otherwise, I would be expelled from the school. This is a grave taboo in the martial world. And though the world of martial arts has diminished, my teacher remains. Seeing Li Hao's pitiful expression, Hou Xiao chuckled. It's fine. I merely inquired, not to force you to surrender your secret techniques. Of course, if you have such thoughts. The Silver Moon Night Watchman might not be able to bear the consequences. But do not forget, the headquarters is in Tianqing City, a place where a mere martial artist cannot act recklessly. He laughed heartily. Li Hao felt embarrassed and did not dare to speak. As Hou Xiao took another sip of tea, Li Hao hurriedly stood up to refill his cup. Hou Xiao leaned back in his chair, observing him with a grin. After a while, he said, Li Hao, your bloodline might possess some unique qualities. We need a sample of your blood for research. Do you have any objections? None. Li Hao quickly shook his head, earnestly stating, if the headquarters requires it, then it is essential. Sir, shall I draw blood now? How obedient. Hou Xiao had expected him to resist, but it seemed he truly viewed the night watchman as his salvation. While Yuan Shuo was said to be cunning, his disciple appeared genuinely honest and straightforward. Hou Xiao chuckled, regarding your blood, Li Hao, the headquarters will not treat you unfairly. However, what I need is not just any blood, but essence blood. At this, Li Hao appeared troubled and hesitant. Sir, a single drop of essence blood could severely deplete my vitality. I sustained significant injuries in the ancient ruins. Hou Xiao frowned. Are you unwilling? No. Li Hao hastily shook his head, exclaiming, How could I possibly refuse? My essence blood is not irrecoverable. I assure you, I will provide a drop of it. However, might I request a day or two of patience? Hou Xiao chuckled. Why is that? Li Hao scratched his head and replied, well, the minister rewarded me with some treasures. After consuming them, I will be able to gather some essence blood, which would mitigate my losses. The blood god? Hou Xiao inquired. Indeed. Li Hao nodded earnestly. Hou Xiao, not overly concerned, instinctively remarked, he is quite good to you. Li Hao grinned sheepishly. It's acceptable, I suppose. The main reason is that I achieved merit this time in the ruins. At this juncture, Li Hao abruptly fell silent, casting a furtive glance at Hou Xiao, as if he had spoken out of turn, and quickly lowered his head, saying, yes, the minister values me. It was then that Hou Xiao recalled that this individual had indeed ventured into the ruins. Previously, he had assumed that Minister Hou had merely taken a liking to Li Hao to win over Yuan Shua. But could there be deeper implications? They had inquired about the ruins from several sources, yet now Li Hao indicated that he had accomplished something significant. Hou Xiao's interest was piqued. The ruins were a topic of great fascination for everyone. Realizing there might be underlying issues, he casually asked, Li Hao, were there truly many treasures within the ruins? Li Hao nodded vigorously. Indeed, countless treasures, divine energy, stones everywhere. Did you see any of them yourself? Hou Xiao probed. Yes, Li Hao replied. But it was evident he was reluctant to elaborate further. Hou Xiao, observing his hesitance, smiled and said, by the way, Li Hao, the ruins will be opening again next month. Will you be entering? Yes. Li Hao began to respond but quickly shut his mouth, shaking his head. No. I am too weak. Hou Xiao suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Li Hao intended to enter again. Rumor had it that the ruins were connected to the 8 great families. Was there something he was unaware of? Yet, as far as he knew, there was nothing significant. Li Hao had even attempted to use essence blood to open the city gates within the ruins, but had failed. What, then, was the nature of his so-called accomplishment? Hou Xiao felt a growing curiosity, coupled with discomfort. Noticing Li Hao's timidity, he adopted a more authoritative tone and cleared his throat. Li Hao, you must understand. I have been sent from headquarters. Our objective is to ensure that the 3 major organizations derive no advantage. Concealing vital information from superiors as a night watchman is perilous and could even lead to accusations of treachery. Li Hao's complexion paled, and he dared not meet Hou Xiao's gaze, muttering, I truly did not. Li Hao. Hou Xiao's voice cut through the air, compelling Li Hao to look up. His face ashen. I didn't. He insisted. Are you still being obstinate? Hou Xiao frowned, his expression stern. Do you think the higher-ups are completely uninformed? Li Hao's face turned ghostly white. After a long pause, he stammered. I did not conceal anything. I have already reported it to the minister and the others. Then let me ask you, does the Silver Moon still fall under the dynasty's jurisdiction? If it does, as your superior, I now inquire, do you intend to continue your silence? Li Hao, utterly dejected, murmured, but the minister instructed me not to divulge anything. I am afraid. Do not fear. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Do you not trust your superiors? Li Hao wore a pained expression, struggling for a moment before finally nodding and whispering. Actually, it's nothing significant, just 2 minor matters. First, I didn't enter the city at that time. I remained outside, waiting for several esteemed individuals to emerge. Coincidentally, I witnessed a weapon resembling a small snake that astonishingly took flight. I thought I was imagining things. The serpentine weapon flew towards a certain location, just as an incident occurred within the city. I dared not speak of it at the time. But later I confided in Minister Hou, who instructed me to keep it to myself. Source divine weapon. Shadow serpent sword. Upon hearing these words, Hou Xiao's eyes brightened instantaneously, and Li Hao's revelation ignited a realization within him. You saw the sword take flight. It wasn't TA's sword. It appeared more like a snake. You fool. Do you not comprehend? That is indeed a sword. Hou Xiao understood that Li Hao likely had never seen a source divine weapon. If he had, it would have only been the Fire Phoenix spear, which Minister Hou had wielded on a previous occasion. His mind began to race, and he urgently inquired, where did it land? On the eaves of an ancient house. Since I lacked the ability to fly, I didn't dare investigate further. I assumed it was an ancient beast from within the city, thus refraining from interfering. A source divine weapon. What a delightful surprise. Hou Xiao's expression grew increasingly animated. The source divine weapon was beyond his reach. Zhang Ting could possess it solely due to her weighty responsibilities. Otherwise, how could a mere mid-stage Sanyang practitioner carry such a weapon? The realization struck him that Zhang Ting must indeed be dead. No wonder they urged Li Hao to venture inside again. Anyone privy to the whereabouts of a source divine weapon would certainly be regarded with great importance. Can you describe the location of that ancient house in detail? Li Hao hesitated. It's difficult, but if I were to enter again, I might be able to discern more, or I could return and sketch a map for the esteemed ones. However, it may not be entirely accurate, though it should be close. Have you already sketched a map for Minister Hou? Not yet. Minister Hou has yet to emerge from his seclusion. Last time, I merely mentioned it in passing, and he forbade me to disclose it to others. I intended to inform him on this visit, but since he hasn't appeared, I dare not speak of it to anyone else. Thus, even Minister Hou himself was unaware of the precise location. Yu Xiao's eyes gleamed with hope. If that were the case, surely Minister Hou would eventually emerge, and upon questioning Li Hao, this timid soul would not dare to conceal the truth. Nevertheless, it mattered little. By that time, he could perhaps seize the shadow serpent sword ahead of the rest. He proclaimed authoritatively, "Very well, when you return, provide me with a rough sketch. Remember, it must not be shared with anyone." "Certainly." Li Hao nodded earnestly. Yet, Yu Xiao pondered further. What if Li Hao were to perish before Minister Hou emerged? Would that mean no one would ever discover the whereabouts of the shadow serpent sword? Yet, this could only transpire once Li Hao delivered the information to him. You mentioned two matters. That is the first. What about the second? Li Hao hesitated once more before truthfully confessing. The second matter pertains to my blood. Yu Xiao queried, puzzled. How does that relate? Is your blood particularly special? Is there truly an issue with the bloodlines of the 8 great families? Li Hao pondered for a moment before whispering. Minister Hou is indeed injured, and it is an old wound that severely damages his internal organs. However, I possess the ability to heal his injuries, and once restored, Minister Hou's strength will increase significantly. Yu Xiao nearly laughed in disbelief. You can heal him? Who are you trying to deceive? Truly, Li Hao explained earnestly. My blood has always had such remarkable effects, though I initially paid little heed to it. That day, when Minister Hou was wounded after defeating the red-haired adversary, I couldn't bear to see him suffer, so I gave him a drop of my blood. After consuming it, the minister declared that my blood was a treasure, which prompted him to summon me to Baiwest City. He has been in seclusion these past few days, likely preparing for this matter. Ridiculous. How could that be possible? Li Hao appeared somewhat discontented. Noticing Yu Zhao's skepticism, he gritted his teeth and boldly suggested, "My lord, if you do not believe me, you could create a small wound on yourself, and I will provide you with a drop of my blood for you to sample." Yu Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a flicker of intrigue. Could it truly be? He pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Very well, let us try. With that, he swiftly inflicted a small cut on his fingertip, and blood began to seep forth. Without further ado, Li Hao bit into his own arm, creating a wound from which a drop of blood quickly emerged. He encased the blood in his inner energy and presented it to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao gazed at the droplet with a slight frown, feeling a sense of distaste. Yet, what if it were true? Suppressing his revulsion, he consumed the drop of blood. In an instant, a profound tremor coursed through his being. What was happening? He felt an extraordinary difference. Not only did the wounds on his hand heal instantaneously, but he sensed that this blood was enhancing his physique. Several injuries vanished in the blink of an eye. Incredible. How could this be possible? He turned to Li Hao, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. This was unfathomable. If this were indeed true, Li Hao was nothing short of a miraculous elixir in human form. Moreover, this fool had been boasting about it everywhere. What madness! At that moment, he seriously suspected that Hou Xiaocheng might wish to consume this fellow or nurture him as a living treasure. Was Hou Xiaocheng truly injured? Perhaps he was. Regardless of the truth, once Yu Xiao realized the unique properties of Li Hao's blood, who could resist such temptation? In that instant, Yu Xiao harbored a singular thought. He wanted to eliminate Li Hao on the spot and transform him into a grand elixir. No, that could not be. Hou Xiaocheng must be aware. Moreover, if he took Li Hao away, it would be utterly disastrous. Should Hou Xiaocheng go mad, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on him. And if he couldn't kill Yu Xiao, he would surely expose everything. At that moment, it would no longer belong to him. An elixir. This was more precious than some legendary treasures. With just a drop of blood, he felt rejuvenated. What about the blood coursing through his veins? Should he plunge into the dawn light, or even ascend to a higher realm? In that moment, Yu Xiao felt a surge of madness. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by Li Hao's ignorance and folly. He had never considered the possibility that someone might harbor intentions to kill him. Good heavens! Did the Red Moon organization know? Were they also driven by this motive? Was it true that the blood of the 8 great families possessed such power? No wonder the Red Moon had relentlessly hunted members of the 8 families. If this were the case, it would indeed explain their formidable strength. Was there to be another Red Moon? Whoever acquired Li Hao would inevitably become the next Li Hao. In that fleeting moment, Yu Zhao's mind raced with countless thoughts. He contemplated murder, silencing witnesses, extracting blood, even flesh. Blood and flesh were treasures beyond measure. He could not allow Hou Xiaocheng to benefit from this, absolutely not. The consequences would be dire if Hou Xiaocheng were to sustain injuries and recover by consuming Li Hao's blood. Even if he were uninjured, Li Hao's blood was still a priceless asset. A single drop could rival a divine energy stone. After all, it was merely a drop of ordinary blood. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret for the few drops of heart's blood Li Hao had previously extracted, which had gone unnoticed at the time. Damn it, what a waste. He yearned to extract blood, but then recalled how Hu Qingfeng had urged him to do so for research. If Hu Qingfeng discovered something, it would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, he spoke seriously. Isn't your heart's blood even more potent? Li Hao nodded, replying, certainly, and it proves effective when held in hand. Then wait a few days before gathering your heart's blood. There is no rush. It was imperative that this could not be taken back. That foolish Li Hao, should he request it, would certainly exhibit some abnormalities, making it easy to detect. Yu Xiao took a deep breath and solemnly warned, this matter is of great importance. Do not recklessly divulge it to others, as it could jeopardize your safety. Li Hao, how could you speak so freely? Li Hao, with his naive demeanor, replied, I told only Minister Hou. He was injured and still came to my aid. I could not bear to see him spitting blood. As for the esteemed one, Li Hao chuckled innocently. The esteemed one is a genius from the headquarters. It is said that there are countless geniuses in the central region, and there are probably many like me there. Besides, when the esteemed one inquired, I could not deceive him. We are all-night watchmen, representing justice. So I am not afraid. Fool. Yu Xiao silently cursed, thinking that if they were in the wild, he would eliminate him in an instant. At this moment, he had no intention of informing Hu Qingfeng. In truth, Li Hao was confident that he would remain silent. How could he possibly speak? If he did, Li Hao would be able to call him grandfather. Of course, even if he did speak, it would not matter. If Hu Qingfeng truly had such intentions, he would undoubtedly come to test it. Li Hao would not mind providing a drop of normal blood for him to sample. Yu Xiao might find himself reprimanded by the headquarters for spreading false information. In that moment, Li Hao understood that this fellow was intrigued. If it were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly be equally captivated. The source divine weapon, the blood of treasures. If one could resist such temptations, they would be a sage. I misjudged you. If you do not come to kill me, I shall not seek trouble with you. You are truly a paragon of extraordinary abilities. Now that interest has been piqued, once Minister Hou exits his seclusion, he will have no further business with me. At this moment, regardless of whether Li Hao should kill or can kill, it appears that he must do so. The arrival of Minister Hou is the greatest pressure on Yu Xiao. Indeed, Yu Xiao suddenly inquired, do you know when Minister Hou will emerge? Li Hao shook his head, but replied, it should be soon. Secretary, you mentioned it would be within 3 days at most. There were many matters to attend to. Minister Hou could not possibly remain in seclusion. With a smile, Li Hao continued, once Minister Hou emerges, I will be able to treat his injuries, and our night patrol will become even stronger. With a few esteemed individuals present, we might even be able to eradicate the 3 major organizations in one fell swoop. Naive. Yu Xiao silently cursed, feeling a sense of urgency. 3 days. The time was exceedingly tight. Perhaps they would not even need that long before the opponent emerged. Contemplating this, he spoke, in that case, return today and sketch the blueprint. Keep it on you. If I find the time, I will come to you, and you can hand it over to me. Furthermore, do not divulge anything I have shared with you today to anyone. Li Hao nodded, I will not. After a moment of thought, Yu Xiao suddenly produced an item, a divine energy stone. He felt a pang of reluctance, but quickly handed it over to Li Hao. This is for you, a divine energy stone. You should be somewhat familiar with it. Consider it a reward. Li Hao was overjoyed, his face alight with disbelief. He then cautiously asked, is it truly for me, my lord? Of course. Yu Xiao replied, thank you, my lord. Li Hao, filled with ecstasy, added with a hint of envy, my lord, how did you acquire this? It seems Minister Hao also retrieves items in a similar manner. Yu Xiao chuckled at this and casually remarked, some ancient ruins contain storage rings, and our department is currently developing them. A batch has recently been produced, and some space-type superpowers are in the process of manufacturing them. They are quite pricey, but for us, they are manageable. Li Hao's eyes glimmered with envy. Yu Xiao smiled and said, if you perform well again next time, it is not impossible for me to gift you one as well. Li Hao, taken aback by the favor, quickly responded, thank you, my lord, for your kind consideration. Merely a trifle, Yu Xiao replied, chuckling heartily. After sipping his tea to quell his excitement, he continued, are you currently residing with Hao Lianchuan? Yes, I live across the hall, Li Hao affirmed. Yu Xiao nodded, then asked, do you commute together? Li Hao shook his head. We traveled to work together today, but I returned alone. Minister Hao has to work overtime. As the minister, he has a busy schedule. Besides, it is not far, and I can manage the walk back to familiarize myself with Baiwa City. I am new here and know little. Oh, that is quite good, Yu Xiao remarked with a smile. Young people should strive for independence. Li Hao beamed, nodding in agreement. You are right, my lord. Thus, I shall become more independent. In Silver City, I was always cared for by my teacher. Everything was dictated by him, and I never considered the notion of independence. So, he was still a pampered child. No wonder. At that moment, Yu Xiao understood why this lad was so innocent. Yuan Shuo, oh Yuan Shuo, you have raised this disciple to be ineffectual. A giant infant. This is what they call a mama's boy, or perhaps a teacher's pet. Is your teacher very kind to you? Li Hao nodded eagerly. Excellent. My teacher treats me as his own son. The teacher is capable of entering the realm of spiritual essence. At this point, Li Hao hesitated for a moment and continued in a hushed tone. It relates to me as well. The teacher has repeatedly emphasized that such matters must never be disclosed. Adults must keep it to themselves. Otherwise, if the teacher finds out, he would certainly be furious. Yu Zhao's eyes flickered with understanding. I see now. I was puzzled as to why Yuan Shuo, despite his severe injuries back then, could make a comeback. The root of it lies here. Alas, your disciple has become too lax under your care and has revealed this information. Li Hao, reminiscing about the past, felt a pang of sadness. When the teacher was around, he treated me exceptionally well. Beyond martial training, he indulged my every whim. Reading, practicing martial arts. Over the course of 3 years, he cared for me even more than my biological parents. I blame that wretched Red Moon Hope for this injury. I vow to eradicate them. Li Hao clenched his teeth in anger. Yu Xiao seemed to recall something. By the way, given how well your teacher treated you, how did he permit you to join the inspection division? Li Hao replied innocently. The teacher said that joining the inspection division would be safer, as there would be more people to look after me. So, your teacher was the one who discovered the murders committed by the Red Moon? Yes, Li Hao nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. The teacher said that in order for the inspection division to value me more, he urged me to report it. I feel a bit shy mentioning it, but it doesn't matter now that the teacher is not here. At that moment, Yu Xiao smiled. After pondering for a while, his expression softened. All right, I understand everything now. Li Hao, you must strive diligently. If you perform well, I will take you to the central region. Once there, you will truly comprehend the vastness of the world. By the way, you have reached the peak of the 100 realms, correct? Li Hao nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. Yes, I killed Sun Maxian. That was when I advanced. Sir, my combat strength is formidable. Director Hao mentioned that I could even rival some early-stage superhumans. In Silver Moon, my strength has already reached its zenith. There aren't many at the early stage of the sun's radiance. Yu Xiao chuckled. Indeed, quite impressive. Achieving the early stage of sun's radiance is remarkable. This fellow is quite forthcoming, answering every question without hesitation. I am nearly growing fond of you. Alas, sometimes possessing something precious brings trouble. Your blood is far too valuable. That will be all for today. Remember this. Apart from me, do not disclose anything to anyone else, including others from headquarters. I am looking out for your safety. Not everyone is like me, understand? Li Hao nodded. Understood. Then you may return. After work tonight, make sure to rest early. Young man, do not overexert yourself. Thank you for your concern, sir. Li Hao beamed, excitement radiating from his face. Go on. Sir, I shall take my leave. Li Hao cheerfully departed. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao sat in the private room, sipping his tea, a smile suddenly gracing his face. Source of divine weapon, Li Hao. He mused, lost in thought. Perhaps, if I drink all his blood, I could break the 5th superpower lock. It is highly plausible. Xu Guang? In addition to acquiring a divine weapon, his eyes flickered momentarily. This, perhaps, was his greatest opportunity to surpass Hou Xiaocheng. What was Hou Xiaocheng compared to the prodigies of the central region? They were the true targets he sought to chase after. He must accomplish this before Hou Xiaocheng emerged from seclusion. As for the secrets of the 8 great families and the schemes of the Red Moon, what concern were they of his? Perhaps this could even serve as a guise to masquerade as a member of the Red Moon. He had no justification to confront Li Hao, but the Red Moon certainly had its reasons. Who would believe that it was he who had slain Li Hao? Impossible. Only the Red Moon would deliberately take away Li Hao's corpse, for everyone knew the sacrifices the Red Moon had made for the matters of the 8 great families, even going so far as to retrieve the body. A perfect target. He chuckled. After committing murder, the Red Moon would indeed serve as the optimal scapegoat. No one would suspect him. At that moment, Li Hao stepped out of the tea house and returned to the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Hao Lianchuan cast a glance at him, and Li Hao nodded with a smile. Hao Lianchuan was somewhat surprised and communicated telepathically. Will he take action? Li Hao nodded once more. He will. Is there any doubt? Rest assured, not only will he come, but perhaps even more swiftly than you anticipate. He might even impersonate a member of the Red Moon. This way, no one would find it amiss when he strikes. He lowered his voice. Director Hao, you must strike decisively. A single shot to the heart. Otherwise, I shall withdraw my involvement next time. Hao Lianchuan nodded, perplexed. Was he truly that confident? He felt that the individuals at headquarters still possessed sufficient composure. They would not easily turn against Li Hao, especially since relations had yet to sour. He was merely testing the waters, and Li Hao's unwavering confidence intrigued him. What had this fellow said to convince a mid-stage Sanyang from the central region that a kill was imperative? He pondered further, communicating telepathically. Is this not likely to draw others into the fray? I hope Xu Guang does not come. Li Hao shook his head. How could that be? Treasures cannot be casually divulged to others. Hao Lianchuan was increasingly astonished, scrutinizing Li Hao closely. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe your words. Tomorrow night, Li Hao added. I shall return home to draft the plans tonight and meet with you tomorrow morning. Only tomorrow night presents the right opportunity, and the other party cannot wait too long. Minister Hou's emergence from seclusion will serve as a compelling reason for swift action. Hao Lianchuan appeared dazed. You are providing a timeline. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? All right, Director Hao, I must be on my way. What could you possibly be busy with? He wished to inquire further, but Li Hao seemed disinclined to engage. Hao Lianchuan felt a restless itch within him, yet at that moment, he could only endure. Cursing inwardly, he thought, I shall await the outcome. I truly wish to see if Yu Xiao will appear tomorrow night to kill you. I find it hard to believe. If it were true, he could only conclude that this lad was extraordinary. He racked his brain, struggling to comprehend how he could lure that individual into the trap. Was it through the 5 animals breathing technique, or something else? Yet, the other party was a superhuman and might not be swayed, even if tempted. It did not necessarily mean they would resort to murder. At this moment, Hao Lianchuan began to contemplate and strategize, but after a considerable time, he conceded defeat. Darn it, he thought. What does it take to attract attention? Otherwise, he would have attempted it himself. Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable abilities. I have underestimated him greatly. Chapter 109. The heart of a fierce tiger by Yu City remained as bustling as ever. Meanwhile, Li Hao returned to the headquarters of the Night Watchman, oblivious to the world outside, immersing himself in Hao Lianchuan's office. Currently, Hou Xiaocheng had not emerged from his seclusion, leaving Li Hao without any assigned tasks. He had been summoned by Hou Xiaocheng, and others felt reluctant to allocate duties to him. In the office, Hao Lianchuan was preoccupied with various matters. Leaving Li Hao to his own devices, he retrieved the 10 blood divine seeds. Each one was slightly more potent than those of the sunlight level. For Li Hao at this stage, while they provided some assistance, their impact was not substantial. His internal organs had been fortified to such an extent that he was on the verge of entering the realm of spirit cultivation. Therefore, the blood divine seeds of the sunlight level were of no use to him. At this moment, Li Hao pondered whether to consume 5 seeds or all 10 at once. 10 was the quantity suitable for a rising sun, and he worried about his ability to digest them. Yet, after some consideration, he felt it was not impossible. Sword energy also aids in digestion. Without the assistance of sword energy, he would not have been able to swiftly absorb vast quantities of mysterious energy. Thus, he decided to consume 5 seeds first, and if he felt fine, he would quickly follow with the others. Countless individuals eyed him with envy. Today, Li Hao realized that even if spirit cultivation felt unreliable and he was not as formidable as his mentor, he could still strive to reach the pinnacle of physical prowess akin to a martial master. If he could not elevate his presence, he would enhance other aspects. Blood regeneration. This too was a viable path. He had discussed this with Hiyong, who had followed this very method. Li Hao understood that spirit cultivation might be the key to ascending to the next tier, yet fortifying the body and enhancing vitality was also a form of advancement. Although it lacked the sensation of a breakthrough in realms, the increase in strength was undeniable. The combat prowess of a fighter at the 1000 level merely equated to that of the sunlight level, yet Hiyong, a fighter at the 1000 level, could contend with those of the 3 suns. Unlike Yuan Shua, who had fused 5 forces to ascend to the 1000 level, Li Hao had inquired about the essence of blood regeneration, and Hiyong had not concealed much. There was no need to. It was quite simple. One must continuously strengthen the body and internal energy. When the body becomes incredibly resilient and the internal organs robust, it can keep pace and fortify the blood vitality. This was a path many martial masters chose when they reached the 1000 level and found themselves at a dead end. At this moment, Li Hao harbored similar thoughts. Nurturing spirit and cultivating vitality, he found himself possessing only one earth sword presence. Further nurturing and cultivation would yield limited results unless he achieved a deeper understanding of the earth sword presence. Otherwise, significant enhancement would be elusive. Contemplating these matters, Li Hao swallowed 5 blood divine seeds in one go. A powerful surge of blood shadow energy erupted within him, causing his blood to boil. Had he been in Silver City, he would most likely have seen the Bagua diagram at this moment. Unfortunately, he was in Bayou City. Li Hao gazed skyward, but saw nothing of note. Evidently, the Bagua diagram exists solely within Silver City and does not extend to White Moon City. Hong Yu has long sought to resolve matters concerning Li Hao and Silver City, which is evidently related to this Bagua diagram. It is highly likely that Hong Yu is aware of the existence of the diagram. A potent surge of blood energy surged into Li Hao's body, causing his blood to boil rapidly. A typical martial artist would find it unbearable at this moment. The most probable scenario resembles Li Hao's initial absorption of the red shadow's energy, wherein energy accumulates within the body. Nevertheless, the sword energy remains effective. As the 5 animals breathing technique activated, the sword energy surged forth, prompting Li Hao to commence the destruction of the divine energy stone to provide ample sword energy for his small sword. The divine energy stone has now become a resource that Li Hao urgently needs. The piece of divine energy stone just given to him by Yu Xiao was shattered immediately, releasing a wave of energy that was swiftly absorbed and converted by the small sword. The conversion rate was low, yet Li Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A little waste was inconsequential, as long as the results were favorable. Within him, blood surged and boiled. Li Hao's robust organs felt neither burning nor pain. His internal organs were remarkably resilient. The 5 blood god seeds he possessed were comparable to energy at the level of the 3 suns, and at this juncture, Li Hao could still endure. Not sensing overwhelming pressure, Li Hao swiftly swallowed the 6th, 7th, and finally the 8th seed, at which point he felt considerable strain. His blood boiled violently, and there were faint signs of transformation, akin to a mighty river rushing through his internal organs. At this moment, Li Hao sensed the presence of the super energy locks. 1, 2, 3, 5 super energy locks manifested within his organs. But that was not all. Gradually, 4 super energy locks emerged in his limbs, and in the blink of an eye, 9 formidable super energy locks had materialized. According to Wang Ming, the number of sensed super energy locks reflects one's super energy talent. However, for Li Hao, this held no significance. The powerful blood energy surged into the super energy locks, rendering them even more formidable. Li Hao believed in his teacher's assertion that the strength of the super energy locks represented the depth of one's foundation. The stronger the locks, the more substantial the foundation they encapsulated. One day, when martial arts break through the super energy locks, it may lead to an unimaginable leap. Thus, even as he observed the increasing strength of these locks, Li Hao showed no signs of halting his absorption of blood energy. The stronger, the better. The more powerful he became, the less likely it would be for him to disrupt the super energy locks during future fusions of energy or divine essence, ultimately allowing him to enter the realm of super energy. At present, Li Hao harbored no desire for super energy. Therefore, The strength of the super energy locks bore no impact on his abilities, merely instilling him with a sense of confidence. As he witnessed the super energy locks beginning to absorb blood energy, Li Hao became unreserved and swallowed the remaining 2 blood god seeds in one go, thus consuming all 10 seeds. A torrent of red shadow energy at the level of dawn light erupted within him. With a crackling sound, his bones began to tremble, seemingly struggling to withstand the force, while his flesh churned, accompanied by a slight burning sensation of pain. Li Hao opened his mouth, and a divine energy stone materialized. This time, he was not merely augmenting his swordsmanship. Rather, he had come upon a divine energy stone imbued with the essence of lightning. Li Hao was well aware that the energy of thunder could refine one's very bones, yet he seldom encountered such electric power. At this moment, the value of the divine energy stone was of no concern to him. He promptly commenced the absorption of the thunder energy within the stone, extracting it with his sword energy. The extracted lightning essence was far more pure than any mystical energy he had previously harnessed, and it swiftly permeated his being, penetrating his bones. The sound of thunder reverberated. Li Hao felt his skeletal structure adorned with traces of purple, a manifestation of the bone-refining process through thunder. The bones crackled ominously. He quickly rose from his seated position, abandoning meditation to practice his punches, specifically the 5 animal fist technique and the tiger combat technique. Striking with sound is effortless, yet executing a silent punch proves to be a challenge. To mitigate the noise and avoid drawing excessive attention, Li Hao endeavored to practice the silent punch, a skill his teacher had mastered far better than he. His instructor's punches were executed with such tranquility, reminiscent of a form practiced in retirement. Despite his immense restraint, Li Hao still generated some commotion, albeit not excessively loud, particularly since he was in Hao Lianchuan's office, where no one dared to disturb him. His punches were as swift as thunder. However, speed inherently contradicts silence. Unless he could manage to retract his force immediately after each strike, condensing it within. A faint rumble echoed, yet Li Hao paid it no heed, continuing to practice to aid in his digestion of the energy. Whether the individual below, a master of the Dawn Radiance realm, could sense this disturbance was of little consequence to him. The strength he exhibited was not particularly formidable. Even 100 martial artists could generate such a racket. It could only be said that he practiced regardless of setting, and if someone witnessed him, it mattered not. Within him, the power of the blood shadow continued to erupt, the intensity of an individual from the Dawn Radiance realm being unfathomable. The super energy locks manifested incessantly, growing ever more powerful. The sound of chains dragging echoed through the room as super energy locks began to materialize around Li Hao, binding him firmly. Not only that, but he could also sense some super energy locks forming above his head. 9. Far more than that. The potential of the human body is limitless. Super energy locks existed not only in the organs and limbs, but throughout other regions as well. At this moment, Li Hao even perceived a super energy lock emerging along the spine of the great dragon that resided within him. His spirits soared as he absorbed the lightning essence to refine his bones, while the blood shadow power fortified his inner strength, vitality, and corporeal form. Alongside the super energy locks, Li Hao felt his vitality swell and grow ever more formidable. Downstairs, the steward glanced up, seemingly penetrating through the floor. Catching a glimpse of Li Hao, he could vaguely see Li Hao practicing the 5 animal fist technique. The shadow of his punches was few, and their speed moderate. Nevertheless, you furrowed his brow slightly. Had he consumed the blood goddess essence? How much had he ingested? Li Hao did not exhibit any overt power nor release his internal might. He was merely engaged in the practice of punches. In truth, it is often difficult for martial artists to gauge each other's strength without direct confrontation, as their abilities remain elusive to discern. Yet, as a formidable figure, you still sense some nuances, his brow slightly raised in intrigue. Could it be that he was in the realm of the 1,000 fighters? Li Haoqian possessed a modicum of understanding, yet the depth of her knowledge remained elusive. There existed various tiers within the realm of Douqian. The weakest, exemplified by Lu Long, entered Douqian with unrefined organs and insufficient vitality. Some possessed a modicum of strength, having undergone transformations in vitality, enhanced bones, and cultivated their organs. Then there were those of greater prowess, like Hiyong, who, upon entering Douqian, had undergone multiple blood exchanges, fortifying both body and bones, with their organs having received some refinement as well. An even more formidable state was that of Yuan Shuo, who had seamlessly fused 5 forces, exhibiting unparalleled strength. What level did Li Hao occupy? It was difficult to ascertain. She was uncertain whether he had consumed 3 or 5 blood divine seeds. It was improbable that he had ingested all 10, for such an act would overwhelm him. That was a power on par with the Shuguang tier, which even the average Sanyang would find challenging to bear. Unless, perhaps, Li Hao's physical resilience had ascended to the level of Sanyang. Was that conceivable? Chief Steward Yu fell into contemplation, quietly attuning himself. Aside from the bloodline heirs of the 8 great families, Li Hao did not attract much attention. What captivated interest were his lineage and his status as Yuan Shua's disciple. As for Li Hao's personal strength, even though he had slain Sun Maxian, to the ordinary observer he appeared formidable, yet among the strong, he was merely a martial artist not yet at the Douqian level. Such a martial artist, no matter how powerful, could only barely reach the Rieo tier. Yet, the current Baiwei city was a convergence of numerous strong individuals. Was Rieo truly impressive? Perhaps he surpassed expectations. Chief Steward Yu pondered silently as time slipped away. Li Hao persevered in his training, continuously striking, and the energy of a Shuguang was not so easily depleted. Furthermore, Li Hao was drawing upon the energy of the divine energy stones, this time not absorbing the energies of the 5 elements, but primarily channeling lightning and wind energies. Lightning tempered the bones, while wind enhanced agility. Without speed, even the strongest was merely a target. Previously, Li Hao had prioritized the strength of his physical form, not that he disregarded speed, but due to the scarcity of wind energy. Now, however, he found several wind-attributed divine energy stones within the divine energy stones, and he absorbed them without concern for depletion. There remained only 12 divine energy stones in total, and with a contribution from Yu Xiao, his reserves were dwindling. Moreover, the small sword was continuously consuming energy. After a period of cultivation, Li Hao had exhausted the energies of the lightning and wind divine energy stones, leaving him with just 7 stones. 5 were of the 5 elements, while 2 remained, 1 pitch black and 1 frigidly cold. Li Hao hesitated to absorb them recklessly, suspecting they might pertain to the dark and ice elements. He preferred not to absorb them without understanding their effects. The energy within the divine energy stones was ample. Yet he would first seek to absorb some mystic energy before delving into the divine energy stones. The 5 element stones he intended for the small sword. For sword energy was fundamental. Hao Lianchuan had been occupied all morning. It was only around noon that he found a moment of respite, intending to return to his office for a brief rest. Just as he approached his office, he furrowed his brow slightly, noticing some commotion within. Li Hao. Perhaps it was him. This fellow, in fact, is unperturbed. Once he completes his morning duties, he can either return home or venture out to explore the White Moon City. Yet, Li Hao remains. This individual is a workaholic, unwilling to leave until the day's end. However, the headquarters is rather cramped, and there is no designated office space for Li Hao, nor does he have any official matters to attend to. Is he perhaps cultivating within my office? Hao Lianchuan pondered, as he opened the door to his office. As the door swung open, Li Hao swiftly retracted the brilliance from his eyes. His punches began to lose their vigor. Nevertheless, Hao Lianchuan, being a figure of the 3rd sun level, felt an icy sensation as he drew closer to Li Hao in that instant. Casting a glance at Li Hao, who was still immersed in his practice, he smiled and said, "Minister, may I borrow your office for a bit of cultivation? I have nowhere else to go. I hope you don't mind." Hao Lianchuan shrugged indifferently, placed his briefcase down, and settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea to sip leisurely. Observing Li Hao, he noted that the latter had not halted his movements, continuing to practice his punches. The bones emitted faint sounds, reminiscent of the resonance of a 10th-tier strength. However, Hao Lianchuan paid little heed. Instead, he focused on sensing the subtle energies lingering in the office. Though faint, there was a persistent feeling of piercing pain as he drew nearer. He chose not to disturb Li Hao, merely watching in silence. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained oblivious, continuing to practice and digesting the remaining 1/3 of the morning energy. Throughout the morning, he had managed to assimilate 2/3 of it. Yet, as the energy diminished, his digestion accelerated. His internal organs felt significantly more robust than before. This was just a part of his transformation. Most notably, he sensed a considerable increase in the strength of his bones. The blood coursing through him surged like roaring waves, igniting within him an impulse to strike at Hao Lianchuan. testing whether he could contend with this third sun master even without using his full strength. Of course, he restrained himself. Endurance is the precursor to greater eruption. In this environment, trust is scarce. The one he trusts the most remains his teacher, and perhaps the captain of the demon hunting squad is a close second. The comrades of the squad are more trustworthy than anyone else here. Lu Yin is also on patrol, yet Li Hao has not sought her out, nor has she come to see him. It is merely a matter of maintaining distance. This is the White Moon City. Countless eyes are upon Li Hao. Should Lu Yin approach him now, it would only draw attention, invite scrutiny, and potentially lead to danger. Her absence also signifies her wisdom. The man before him, Hao Lianchuan, may be a good person, but who can truly ascertain the depths of his thoughts? A good person? Would a good person contemplate eliminating a superior of the third sun level? Casting his gaze around, Li Hao contemplated how few in this entire city were worthy of his trust. Thus, he is left to rely solely on himself, on his own fists, and the sword in his hand. If the sword is not sharp enough, how can one survive in such a place? What he thinks in his heart is reflected in his fists. At this moment, while Li Hao's punches may still seem feeble, there lies an undercurrent of murderous intent boiling beneath. He yearns to carve out a new world for himself, like the Demon King scene in that illusion, with a single blade, silencing the world and bringing an end to conflict. The Red Moon and the Night Watchers are far too intricate. Li Hao did not wish to delve deeper into their complexities. It was unnecessary. He merely wanted to convey that even if he bore the bloodline legacy of the 8 great families, they should not seek him out. He was but an ordinary student. So why entangle him in their affairs? Hao Lianchuan's expression grew grave, and he ceased to stir the teacup in his hand. Li Hao's fists became increasingly forceful and rapid. What was this fellow contemplating at this moment? Had he crossed into the realm of Douqian? This fist intent was not merely a force. Yet there lingered an inclination towards a transformative momentum. Could it be that Li Hao was on the verge of comprehending a second form of momentum? Frowning, Hao Lianchuan acknowledged his limited understanding of martial masters. However, he sensed that Li Hao's fist intent appeared to surpass the momentum understood by many martial masters. Why was it not classified as momentum? There was only one possibility. He had indeed entered Douqian. For having crossed into Douqian, the comprehension of momentum became more arduous. And since Li Hao possessed a form of momentum, the transition to a second form would not be so straightforward. Had Li Hao still been below 100, he might have directly transformed this fist intent into momentum. A formidable youth, many regarded him as merely special due to his identity, overlooking his innate talent. Momentum is not something that everyone can comprehend. All were underestimating Li Hao. He paid no heed to Hao Lianchuan, completely immersed in his training. Tiger Fist. Among the 5 animal techniques, the tiger fighting technique possesses the most lethal offensive capability, primarily focused on killing. Li Hao had encountered a tiger, albeit only a caged one. Much like himself, trapped within a prison, no matter how boundless that prison may be, he remained confined. He wore a facade of false smiles, uttering insincere words. Everyone yearns to live authentically, but can he? He cannot. To shatter the prison is to reveal the true self. Yet, can he truly break free from this confinement? Li Hao's heart harbored a sense of unwillingness, which could only simmer within him. Hou Xiaocheng had rescued him, and he felt compelled to demonstrate his worth to Hou Xiaocheng. Thus, he revealed the Earth Sword momentum. Although Hou Xiaocheng had summoned him to Baiwei City, and despite his longing to remain in Yincheng, he still came to Baiwei City because he had no choice. The teacher had departed, as the Red Moon sought to kill him. And all of this stemmed from the teacher's earlier slaughter of numerous Red Moon elites, a consequence that was, in fact, linked to Li Hao. Humanity often finds itself ensnared by circumstances beyond its control. In this moment, Li Hao contemplated much. The tiger fighting technique reached a pinnacle within him. Not the exhilarating abandon of a fierce tiger, but a yearning to break free from confinement, pushed to the utmost limits of frustration. I yearn to shatter this prison. Yet, I cannot. Such intricate emotions melded into the 5 animal secret techniques, with each punch thrown and retracted. Hao Lianchuan observed for a while, suddenly overwhelmed by discomfort. That sensation of unfulfilled strikes, that feeling of frustration, the impulse to retract a punch halfway, stirred within him a desire to vomit blood. What sort of fist was this? The tiger fighting technique? He had witnessed the tiger fighting technique before, and seen Yuan Shua execute such strikes. Powerful, exhilarating, and ferocious. Exuding a murderous intent like a tiger descending the mountain, intimidating the forests. However, Li Hao's tiger fighting technique evoked an entirely different sensation. Cough, cough, cough. He was compelled to cough uncontrollably, not out of intent, but due to the discomfort he experienced, which left him somewhat breathless. Meanwhile, Li Hao, who was engrossed in his punches, abruptly halted. He glanced at Minister Hao Lianchuan, a subtle frown creasing his brow. He was in the midst of an enthusiastic display, and Minister Hao ought not to have interrupted him. Hao Lianchuan exhaled deeply, panting as he said, "I apologize, but I truly find it unbearable, Li Hao. Is this your tiger fighting technique?" Li Hao nodded slightly. After catching his breath, Hao Lianchuan hesitated before asking, "Why does it differ from your teachers? And did you not retract your punches halfway?" Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired further. A smile graced Li Hao's face as he replied, "The secret arts of a martial artist, even if they belong to a single category, can vary greatly from person to person. The technique manifested may not be identical. As for retracting my punches prematurely, that is not the case. I simply had yet to identify a target or direction for my strikes." Hao Lianchuan appeared to grasp part of this, exhaling once more as he remarked, "Your punches lack a certain ferocity, yet they possess an overwhelming sense of suffocation." Li Hao nodded, his mind still preoccupied with his recent punches. The five-animal technique was the first secret art he had encountered and the one he had practiced most extensively. During that recent flurry of punches, he felt a distinct sensation. Had he been more experienced, he might have cultivated a unique form of power, not the tiger's might taught by his teacher, but an entirely different manifestation. Who says a tiger in a cage lacks power? With this thought in mind, Li Hao suddenly inquired, "Minister, is there a zoo nearby?" Hao Lianchuan was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, finally saying, "I believe there is. You might want to ask Wang Ming. He may know." "Great." At that moment, Li Hao felt an urge to observe a tiger. He was not interested in an ordinary captive tiger. He sought one that, despite being confined, yearned to leap free, a ferocious beast. Those who had grown accustomed to their captivity and had ceased to seek escape did not resonate with his punches. "Minister, I shall take my leave now." "Go ahead, but be cautious," Hao Lianchuan added. "Do not wander off too far, lest you attract trouble." He had further intentions of fishing for information. If a group of martial artists were drawn in first, it would not bode well. Li Hao nodded. "I will not stray far." His intention was merely to explore the vicinity. Should he stray too far, he would reconsider. Downstairs, Li Hao waited a while until he was joined by Wang Ming. The fellow, who had not been present at the night watch headquarters earlier, likely out dining, returned with greasy lips, laughing heartily as he saw Li Hao. "I was about to call you to join me for a meal, but when you vanished, I didn't pursue you. Is there a zoo nearby? Or perhaps a place where recently captured tigers, particularly those still wild, can be found?" Wang Ming paused, taken aback by the mention of tigers. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Let me think. There is a zoo, but if you are looking for recently captured ones, I genuinely do not know. I can ask around. The zoo may not have them, but a few of my acquaintances might." Li Hao's expression darkened with suspicion. Wang Ming chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "The rise of superpowers. Some of my friends are also endowed with extraordinary abilities. They enjoy various pursuits, including hunting in the nearby deep mountains and ancient forests. On such excursions, they might capture a tiger or something similar. After all, this era is different. Keeping a tiger is far more impressive than having a dog." Li Hao remained silent. Wang Ming did not elaborate, swiftly activating his communication device. His connections were extensive, and he was well acquainted with many. After making 5 or 6 calls, a look of delight appeared on his face as he terminated the calls with haste, exclaiming, "I've got news. A friend of mine just caught a fierce tiger. A splendid striped beast, brimming with wildness. Unfortunately, it hasn't eaten or drunk anything since it was captured a few days ago. My friend is currently working on taming it. Li Hao, would you like to see it?" He presumed that Li Hao was feeling rather bored and sought some excitement. Naturally, within the 5-animal secret technique, there exists a tiger fighting method. Perhaps it was for the sake of understanding this technique. Regardless, it was merely a tiger. In ancient times, such a creature might have been untouchable, yet today, even an adept at the moon realm or someone with 100 combat skills could easily handle it. Nowadays, unless one encounters a beast that has attained spiritual sentience, no creature poses a true threat to humanity. Is it far? Not at all. As Wang Ming spoke, he suddenly laughed, afraid of danger? "I can have my friend bring it over directly. It won't be a hassle." "There's no need. It's not far. Let us just go take a look," Li Hao replied. Very well, Wang Ming said cheerfully, swiftly leading Li Hao outside. Upon reaching Baiwa City, he was no longer part of the carless populace. In no time, he drove out a striking red sports car, which certainly attracted attention. Sitting in the car, he looked at Li Hao beside the road and cheerfully urged, "Get in. What are you staring at? This is my own vehicle. I have several cars in Baiwa City. Last time I went to Yincheng, I couldn't transport them, so I left them behind." Li Hao said nothing and hopped into the car. With a revving sound, Wang Ming started the engine, accelerating rapidly. Within the city, his extraordinary reflexes as a superpowered individual made him unafraid of accidents. And he swiftly exceeded 100 miles per hour, continuing to accelerate. Li Hao remained silent, although he felt it was rather reckless. The residents of Baiwa City seemed accustomed to it, so he refrained from voicing his concerns. As Wang Ming drove, he shouted over the roar of the engine, "We're almost there. My friend is also a superpowered individual, albeit only at the Moon Realm level. He hasn't joined the Night Watchers or any organization. He is an independent practitioner. His father holds a significant position in the administrative bureau, ranking among the top 10. However, there is no need to concern ourselves with that. We shall not feel intimidated." Li Hao remained unperturbed. His only desire was to see the tiger. In less than 10 minutes, the car halted outside a grand estate. Indeed, it was quite close. Although it was somewhat near the southern suburbs, this small estate was anything but ordinary. At the entrance, a young man, upon seeing the vehicle stop, greeted them with a broad smile. "Old Wang, you arrived rather quickly. Finally back from that desolate place in Yincheng. I thought you had been exiled." "You're the one who has been exiled." Wang Ming laughed heartily, leaping from the car and calling to Li Hao, "Zhou, enough chit-chat. Where's the tiger?" "My brother wishes to see the tiger." The young man glanced at Li Hao, puzzled, and inquired, "May I have an introduction?" "He is my senior brother." Wang Ming chuckled heartily, dismissing further questions with, "Enough chatter. Why ask so much?" The young man, not wishing to probe further, merely observed Li Hao a few more times. Li Hao offered a slight nod, and the young man initially intended to jest, but suddenly felt an uncomfortable tension. There was something unsettling about this person. He could not articulate his feelings, but sensed a peculiar resemblance to the tiger he had captured 2 days prior. In that moment, he was inexplicably reminded of that fierce beast. Usually confined and motionless in its cage, the tiger would spring forth at the slightest approach, seizing any opportunity to inflict harm. Wild and untamed, despite several days of training, his efforts had yielded little result. The tiger, refusing food or water, remained defiant. He contemplated extending the training further. But if there were no improvements, he might have to dispose of it or slaughter it for meat. Zhou was relatively efficient in his tasks. Wang Ming wished to observe, and he did not delay, leading the two of them deeper into the enclosure. They traversed a rocky terrain, and soon Li Hao beheld an enormous cage. Within the metallic confines lay a resplendent tiger, motionless on the ground. Zhou remarked, "Do not be deceived by its stillness. Once approached, it will pounce in an instant. I nearly suffered injuries during my previous encounter. This tiger, though merely a typical wild beast, could prove formidable even for an ordinary star practitioner. Injuries had been sustained in the effort to capture it." Wang Ming expressed his astonishment. "No way. You're all Moon Shadow practitioners and still got hurt." Indeed, as Zhou spoke, Li Hao had already moved closer. Typically, he would not act with such urgency. But at this moment, an inexplicable anxiety gripped him. Inside the cage, the tiger remained immobile. Even as Li Hao approached, it did not stir. Its vibrant fur bore traces of congealed blood, indicating it had been injured. As Li Hao drew nearer, Zhou intended to offer a caution, but at that precise moment, a thunderous roar echoed across the estate. A massive paw shot through the gaps of the metal cage, lunging fiercely towards Li Hao. In the tiger's eyes, he discerned fury, despair, and a profound unwillingness to accept its fate. This beast was not resigned to its condition. The claws, razor-sharp, surged towards Li Hao with astonishing speed. The great body collided violently against the cage, the paw mere inches from Li Hao yet unable to make contact. The tiger roared in a frenzy, shaking the entire enclosure with its wrath. The fierce growls persisted until, eventually, the tiger conceded defeat, once more lying down. Li Hao observed silently, immersing himself in the experience. He inched closer, and in the next moment, the tiger, with a stealthy swiftness, lashed out again, this time even quicker, sharper, and more ferocious. The roars ceased, replaced by pure rage and defiance. A resounding crash reverberated as the cage trembled violently from the impact. Li Hao drew nearer once more, and suddenly, he struck out with a punch. The force of his blow landed squarely on the tiger's paw, and blood erupted forth, yet the tiger remained undeterred, relentlessly clawing at Li Hao, forever just out of reach. It became frenzied, its teeth gnawing at the confinement, struggling again and again, yearning to break free, yet perpetually thwarted in its attempts. This continued for an extensive duration. At this moment, Zhou Qin gazed at Li Hao in surprise and whispered to Wang Ming, "What is your friend doing?" "I have no idea," Wang Ming replied, shaking his head. He too was bewildered by Li Hao's actions, which seemed to border on the tormenting of the tiger, having struck it several times. Li Hao observed in silence. With another punch, he sent the fierce tiger staggering backward, only for it to launch itself at him once more, clawing at the cage. Time and again, it exhibited relentless tenacity, oblivious to fatigue or pain. Gradually, the despair in its eyes intensified. Just as Li Hao believed it had surrendered, a sudden crack resounded as the tiger lunged once more. This time, its teeth clamped down on a previously exposed metallic gap, shattering upon impact, yet it managed to carve out a significant breach in the metal bars. In the next instant, the tiger collided with a resounding crash, astonishingly breaking one of the bars. Zhou Qin gasped, not out of fear for herself, but rather for the safety of Wang Ming's friend. However, Li Hao remained immobile, allowing the tiger to pounce upon him. In the following moment, a massive paw reached for his head. Li Hao raised his hand and struck out again, producing a thunderous sound as the tiger was sent flying. Approaching the injured beast, which continued to struggle, he exhaled, knowing there is no escape, knowing death is certain, and aware of my strength, you still dare to strike. Are you not afraid? The tiger remained silent, yet it continued to writhe. Li Hao lifted his hand as the tiger swiped at him once more. He seized its paw, channeling some energy into it, but the tiger persisted in its struggles. Li Hao firmly grasped its claw and thrust it into the cage. Turning to Zhou Qin, he pondered aloud, "Dear friend, this tiger is untamed. I beseech you, could we allow it to return to the mountains?" Zhou Qin was taken aback. At that moment, Li Hao produced an object from his pocket, a bone infused with 5 facets of fiery energy. Understanding dawned on Zhou Qin, and he hastily replied, "No, I intended to release it anyway. This creature is merely a novelty, and I find it cumbersome. Since you are a friend of old Wang, you are a friend of mine. It is a trivial matter. I shall arrange for its return. Thank you." Li Hao expressed his gratitude without hesitation. He glanced at Wang Ming and smiled. "We've seen enough. Let us head back." "Not going to look anymore?" Wang Ming was somewhat surprised, puzzled by the implication. "Did we come here just to release the tiger? We're leaving. Please extend my thanks to this brother." After Li Hao finished speaking, he waved goodbye to Zhou Qin and strode away. Behind him, the tiger seemed to comprehend, lying down motionless, silently watching Li Hao depart. As Li Hao exited the estate, a smile broke across his face. Even trapped within a cage, it refused to abandon hope. Aware of the peril, it still sought to shatter its prison, fighting for its very existence. The teacher saw the roaring king of the forest, while I, today, witnessed a caged beast still struggling against its fate. 2 distinctly contrasting sensations. 2 entirely different manifestations of tiger might. Yet at this moment, Li Hao found it remarkably fitting for himself. In his youth, his teacher had roamed the world with unbridled authority, while he had descended from the mountains as a fierce tiger. Now, however, ensnared in the White Moon City, surrounded by lurking dangers, he had become a tiger in a cage. A cornered beast still fights. As Li Hao walked, he reflected deeply, and behind him, Wang Ming's expression gradually shifted. At this moment, Li Hao seemed to transform into a ferocious tiger, silently crouching, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. A shiver ran down Wang Ming's spine. What had transpired with Li Hao? Had he attained some profound realization? Though he had studied the 5 animal frolics, he felt nothing akin to what Li Hao was experiencing. In this moment, Li Hao was filled with the essence of a tiger. The nascent form of a tiger emerged within his consciousness, silently lying in wait. What did it matter if he was caged? He would surely find a way to break free. The tigers might manifest it. In the car, Li Hao lay low like a tiger poised to pounce. Though seated, Wang Ming felt as if a tiger lay beside him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Today, Li Hao was undeniably different. Had he reached enlightenment? At this moment, Li Hao closed his eyes in contemplation, experiencing divine intent. For the first time, He clearly sensed the essence of martial truth. Previous insights into sword and terrain had come through coincidence and fortune. His ancestors' eternal life sword had birthed the sword's might. And the terrain's essence arose from the clash between Lu Long's 9 forgings and his teacher's 5 animal frolics, culminating in a moment of clarity. Yet, regarding the 5 animal frolics, this newfound understanding of the tiger's might was not a sudden epiphany. Rather, it was the culmination of his emotions and martial journey reaching a critical point. Today, it erupted forth. He observed the fierce tiger trapped in a cage, resonating with it deeply, embodying the essence of the tiger, which birthed this moment's might. Indeed, the tiger's might had taken form. In the 5 animal frolics, the tiger's essence corresponds to water, linked to the kidneys. Yet, Li Hao paid no heed to this classification. Water? No. Hong Yitong had once illuminated the essence of might for him. It possesses no inherent attributes. Lu Long's 9 forgings may embody water, while his father's essence represented fire. Both utilized the same secret technique, the same method. His tiger's might was distinct from his teacher's. Attributes are merely reflections of one's alignment. A cornered beast still fights, a tiger in a cage. This is not water. Water is gentle. His tiger craved violence, yearned to erupt, unwilling to remain subdued, surging forth like flames, eager to scorch the earth. In his heart, there burned a fire, a fiery essence. Yes, his tiger's might was neither water nor metal. On the contrary, it was a tiger longing to ignite. The fiery essence. Li Hao understood that this tiger symbolized the fire within him, while his teacher's monkey represented the heart's fire. They embodied 2 entirely different styles, akin to Lu Long and his father, one forging the fire's essence, the other the water's. In his heart, the tiger surged within his very core. His heart felt as if it were ablaze. Massive chains sought to bind this caged tiger, inciting even greater rage and madness within it. You wish to restrain me? The essence of a tiger in a cage is its unwillingness to be confined. At this moment, the chains within his heart are binding it, unwilling to relent. Raging and howling in a frenzy, Li Hao's expression remains serene. Just endure a little longer. Today, I imprison you only to unleash you with greater ferocity in the days to come. The Fire Tiger Sword intent is his next objective. The Earth Mountain Sword, weighty as a mountain, exudes an imposing grandeur. Yet, its lethality is still insufficient. Li Hao begins to secure the Fire Tiger with a formidable heart lock. The chains far thicker and stronger than those used to bind the Earth Mountain. A blood-divine child of the Dawn Light realm amplifies his potential, enhancing his extraordinary lock. Roar. At this moment, it seems a ferocious tiger is roaring in Wang Ming's ear, causing his complexion to pale as he turns to Li Hao once again. What is this? A force? Has Li Hao comprehended the tiger's might? Li Hao disregards Wang Ming. The feral tiger remains ensnared by his extraordinary lock, but continues to struggle violently, its heart pounding relentlessly. Excellent. This is precisely the vigor I seek. If it were to remain still like the Earth Mountain Sword, it would no longer be a tiger in a cage. This force may not be inherently stronger than the Earth Mountain Sword, perhaps even weaker. Yet, that drive, that indomitable spirit, that unwillingness to remain dormant, mirrors Li Hao himself. This is a realization born of deep personal experience. Were Yuan Shuo present, he would likely be astounded. He would affirm to Li Hao that only today does he truly step into the realm of martial combat. Indeed, this represents Li Hao's enlightenment in martial arts, his achievement in the discipline, a heart filled with intent. This signifies the third form of might Li Hao has grasped, which can also be viewed as the second. As he integrates the sword intent into a comprehensive principle, he is reluctant to separate it into a mere golden might, opting instead to encompass all grand forces. The inception of sword intent is exceedingly high. This sword intent, carrying profound significance, is shaped by the will of an unparalleled master. Forcibly merging it into golden might would only dilute its essence. Within him, residual blood shadow energy is mending the wounds recently sustained. Soon, his injuries heal. Li Hao merges into the second form of might, evolving into the heart's might, thus nurturing both his heart and spleen with a singular force. When the ferocious tiger transforms into the Fire Tiger Sword, upon merging with the sword intent, it will undoubtedly grow stronger. At this moment, Li Hao must unleash his sword against others. He must vent the fire that burns within him. Though he closes his eyes, oblivious to his surroundings, he can vaguely sense the gaze of others upon him. Some are still tracking him. His sudden departure has caught them off guard, preventing them from taking action. This is precisely the outcome Li Hao desires. At the East City Hotel, Hu Qingfeng swiftly receives the intelligence, expressing astonishment. What is Li Hao doing out there? Visiting a tiger? Beside him, Yu Xiao curses quietly. Why run? Shouldn't he be diligently returning to his drawings instead of visiting a tiger? Is he too idle? He speculates that Wang Ming may have instigated this. Yu Xiao wishes to divert Hu Qingfeng's attention away from Li Hao, quickly changing the subject. Li Hao told me today that Hou Xiaocheng will definitely emerge within 3 days. Humph. Hu Qingfeng let out a cold snort. Remarking that the so-called retreat was merely a facade, perhaps he had already emerged. Yu Xiao remained silent. That may not be the case. Hou Xiaocheng could indeed be injured. Otherwise, he would have long since dealt with Li Hao. His current recuperation might be aimed at better devouring Li Hao later. Hu Qingfeng refrained from further comment. Absorbed in thought. Soon, he inquired, will Li Hao willingly part with his blood? Indeed. Yu Xiao chuckled. How could he possibly refuse? Moreover, that fellow is utterly naive. When I mentioned I came from headquarters, his expression was more enthusiastic than if he had seen his long-lost father. Hou Xiaocheng's intentions are likely beyond his comprehension. Hu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. True enough. In the eyes of the Night Watchers, the strength of the headquarters commands respect. Among the Silver Moon Night Watchers, only a handful of high-ranking officials have a vague understanding of Hou Xiaocheng's thoughts. He chose not to elaborate further, and Yu Xiao added that Li Hao would need a day or two to provide his vital blood, as he had not requested ordinary blood. Hu Qingfeng found no fault in this. Acquiring the vital blood would indeed be the best outcome. In Baiyu City, in a modest courtyard in the southern district, He Yong stroked his bushy beard, observing a man before him, and frowned. Are you going to see the tiger? Or are you trying to grasp the essence of the captured beast? However, I find it rather unlikely. Li Hao lacks the domineering presence of his mentor, and he certainly does not possess Yuan Shua's reckless ambition. It seems improbable that he could comprehend the tiger's might. His initial thought was to grasp the essence, but he deemed it nearly impossible. Essence is contingent upon the individual. Li Hao had encountered it before. Even with some inklings, he differed significantly from Yuan Shua. This lad is far too young and has always been sheltered and suppressed. Attempting to comprehend the ferocity of a mighty tiger is nearly unattainable, especially when it is a captive tiger. He Yong chuckled softly and shook his head. Children are so naive, thinking that merely observing a tiger or a giant bear will grant them insight into the essence. The 5-animal technique is not that simple. He said no more, waving his hand. Go ahead, but remember, merely observe. Do not rashly intervene. Hou Xiaocheng is still within the city. He is not dead. Do not be foolish like others. Acting now, even if successful, will lead to dire consequences once Hou Xiaocheng emerges. As for the matters concerning Li Hao, I have some understanding. Whether it's the 5-animal breathing technique or the blood of the sunlight-level blood god, I hold little interest. While something better exists, I lack nothing in this regard. At this moment, anyone who targets Li Hao is gambling with their life. I, He Yong, have no desire to risk my life for trivial matters, as a royal instructor. I am not in dire need of such treasures. What I truly lack is guidance on insight and the path ahead. Across various locations, discussions regarding Li Hao's affairs were rampant. The mere act of visiting a tiger had sparked considerable speculation. Many believed he might be attempting to comprehend the essence of the fierce tiger, yet few held much optimism. Anyone familiar with Yuan Shua knew the nature of his tiger essence. It epitomized the true king of the mountains and forests. The concept of the tiger's might was something Yuan Shua comprehended only after his sweeping victory over the Silver Moon. It was through engaging with numerous renowned martial artists that he truly grasped the essence of this formidable aura. Li Hao, however, was still far from reaching that level. He was merely a fledgling in comparison. As Li Hao stepped through the grand entrance once more, a smile graced his features. At that moment, his fiery temper was subdued, having melded entirely into the tiger's might, rendering him softer in appearance. All his emotions appeared to have been consumed by that fierce tiger. When Hao Lianchuan beheld Li Hao again, he was taken aback, surprised by the purity emanating from him, reminiscent of a genuine student. The previous version of Li Hao had exuded an air of pretense, but now, his laughter seemed to spring truly from the depths of his heart. Hao Lianchuan found himself unable to decipher Li Hao's current state. He furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, and stating, Hu Dingfang has contacted me again, instructing me to ensure your safety. He overheard what you said today and advised you to be cautious, particularly around Wang Ming, who is nothing short of a pitfall. Li Hao chuckled and contemplated before responding. Please extend my gratitude to the minister, but there is no need for General Hou to concern himself with my affairs. He paused and added, General Hou's efforts on my behalf are unnecessary. As long as my teacher finds no issue, then there is none. It is not an ideal choice to influence my teacher through me, no matter how much he assists. I prefer not to affect my teacher's perspective. Hao Lianchuan laughed. What's wrong? Is that not a good thing? It is not that it is bad, merely that it is unnecessary, Li Hao replied. After a brief moment, he continued. Minister, in a couple of days, I wish to visit the sea. Would you care to accompany me? The sea? Hao Lianchuan paused momentarily before nodding. That is acceptable. But the waters of Baiyue are merely inland seas and do not truly represent the boundless ocean. To witness the real sea, one must venture further south, where the waters are far more expansive. Let us discuss it when the opportunity arises, Li Hao suggested, surveying his surroundings. Minister, could you arrange for me to have an office? I enjoy clocking in at work, and it's rather inconvenient to linger in your office. Have you become addicted to work? Or do you think you're poised to become the deputy minister? Only the deputy minister has a private office here, along with some financial personnel. Hao Lianchuan found the notion amusing. After some contemplation, he continued, the 5th floor is full, but there is an empty office on the 4th floor, albeit close to Secretary Yu. Do you want it? Really? Li Hao was somewhat surprised. You can actually allocate one to me? It's just an office. Hao Lianchuan was not overly concerned and chuckled. Moreover, others are reluctant to have that individual as a neighbor. If you don't mind, you can tidy it up and move right in. Although Secretary Yu is fairly reliable, he tends to be cold towards everyone except Hou Xiaocheng. Therefore, others among the night watch prefer to stay on different floors rather than be neighbors with him. Li Hao was indifferent. That sounds quite good. On my second day in Baiyue City, I already have an office at headquarters, which I quite like. I was even contemplating whether to bring back that banner from Silver City, but perhaps that can wait. I shall return to Silver City eventually. The banner hangs in Silver City. This afternoon, Li Hao engaged in little else. He diligently tidied his office, preparing earnestly for his new position. Some secretaries and drivers on the 4th floor were taken aback. Was there truly someone bold enough to move in? Many cast furtive glances at Manager Yu, who remained indifferent to their curiosity, prompting some to abandon their gossiping inclinations. It seemed Li Hao, the newcomer, possessed an extraordinary audacity. As the workday drew to a close, Li Hao surveyed his new office with satisfaction. Approximately 40 square meters, it was not overly small. The desk was well equipped, accompanied by a coffee table and a sofa for guests. Although it paled in comparison to the facilities at Silver City, the worth of real estate here was undeniable. To have a personal office was indeed a testament to having influential connections. Minister Hao had effortlessly secured him this space with just a word. After admiring his laborious accomplishments, Li Hao left the office, locking it behind him and taking the key. In the corridor, Manager Yu happened to exit at the same moment, observing Li Hao securing the door with raised brows. This fellow was quite intriguing. Had he truly claimed this territory as his own? Was he genuinely prepared to come to work? Glancing at the clock, it was 6 o'clock, precisely the end of the workday. Manager Yu could hardly articulate her feelings about the notion of clocking in and out. Li Hao, she called. Manager Yu. He responded enthusiastically, joining the collective. Are you off for the day? Manager Yu had never known the sensation of leaving work. She seldom departed from the building. Taken aback by his inquiry, she hesitated before nodding slowly. I'm done for the day. Shall we go together? No need. After studying him for a moment, Manager Yu opted for silence and walked away. Together? What a joke. She wasn't he leaving, so how could they go together? Goodbye, manager. I'm heading home. Li Hao grinned, his spirits high, for today was indeed a day of celebration. He descended the stairs, opting not to drive or bike, but to stroll towards the residential building. At that moment, the patrolling guards had vanished, and the lights flickered back to life. Yet, Li Hao remained oblivious. These individuals were unworthy of his attention. Besides, they dared not act recklessly. They needed to ascertain whether anyone was following Li Hao, safeguarding him, until they understood the arrangements concerning the patrolling guards, who would dare to act. Meanwhile, Li Hao appeared blissfully unaware. Along the way, he purchased several buns and ordered a portion of beef noodles. He preferred not to trouble others. Although the inspection service would deliver meals, he was reluctant to impose on them. Self-sufficiency sufficed. It was not overly expensive, and being in a high-income bracket, why would he fret over such trivial expenses? Is this lad truly without supervision? At that moment, some observers were puzzled. Was it because his residence was nearby that the patrolling guards deemed it unnecessary to watch over him? Or did they believe that Hou Xiaocheng was within the city, rendering Li Hao untouchable? They cautiously surveyed the scene, confirming that indeed, no one was in sight. The movements of the night watchers are largely confined. Aside from Hou Xiaocheng, who is in seclusion, and Hao Lianchuan, who is occupied within the building. The other members at the pinnacle of the Sunlight Realm are all engaged in their own tasks. The night watchers of the Sunlight Realm are nearly all preoccupied. The only one seemingly idle is Wang Ming. However, this fellow had already departed in his luxury car after dropping off Li Hao in the afternoon. And he has been observed. It appears he has truly wandered off, completely absent from the southern city. Ascending to his abode, Li Hao opened the door with a beaming smile, as though nothing had transpired, yet within, he was somewhat astonished to find another presence of the red moon. To his surprise, there was a crimson figure in his home. Seizing the opportunity with Hao Lianchuan absent, it seemed a practitioner from the red moon had approached. Perhaps believing the risk of exposure was minimal. At that moment, the crimson figure stood before Li Hao. Had this been earlier, he would have trembled in fear, but he had grown accustomed to it. After a brief assessment, he discerned the figure to be of early Sunlight Realm caliber, judging by its stature. He had encountered many such beings before, and now, upon seeing this crimson figure, it only evoked a hunger within him, as if he were gazing upon a delectable treat. The audacity of the Red Moon's people is indeed remarkable. Was it yet another powerful individual arriving, or had the injuries of the Purple Moon recovered? The concern of the Red Moon for Li Hao surpassed that of anyone else. They were fearful of his demise, anxious that his whereabouts might elude their control. It must be said that Li Hao often pondered that, in Beibing City, the entity genuinely invested in his well-being is likely the Red Moon. In solitude, a tinge of melancholy was unavoidable. The Red Moon was truly commendable. At this moment, Li Hao busied himself with eating steamed buns, seated at his desk, while the crimson figure silently observed him, reminiscent of a parent overseeing a child's studies. Li Hao commenced sketching a map of the relics. Having promised Hou Xiao, he intended to fulfill his commitment to draw a map for him. As for the source divine weapon, it was no longer in existence. Without it, Li Hao contemplated for a moment and marked a point on the city gate tower, inscribing two characters that held greater value than any source divine weapon. This was indeed a genuine treasure map. Li Hao was not deceiving anyone. As for the shadow of the Red Moon observing, let them watch. They might find a surprise upon visiting the city gate tower to scrutinize the two characters. And the thought of encountering that maniacal killer upon returning from the past was exhilarating. Having completed the map, the crimson figure still lingered. It appeared that Hao Lianchuan's whereabouts were under constant scrutiny by many, aware that he had yet to return. These individuals displayed ever-increasing boldness. Li Hao paid no mind to the crimson figure and resumed his practice of martial arts. He unleashed a punch, generating significant force, specifically directed at the crimson figure. While the figure was impervious to physical assaults, the vitality of a martial artist could indeed inflict harm, not to mention the divine intent. After a series of punches, noticing the crimson figure had not retreated, he picked up the earth-overturning sword and began practicing his swordsmanship. In the family quarters of the inspection office, within one of the buildings, an unremarkable middle-aged man was engaged in a communication, frowning as he remarked, "He has done nothing, merely returned to eat," then sketched a map, and commenced his martial training, focusing primarily on punches and swordplay. His sword intent is quite formidable. I am truly impressed by Li Hao. Work, return home, eat, and practice martial arts. Is he really still a young man? Does he possess no hobbies? There is nothing unusual at all. On the other end of the communication, outside Beibing City, as Zhou gazed longingly at the city, a companion beside her wore an expression of amusement, also observing the interior. He had overheard the conversation and chuckled softly, remarking, "The air of the Li family is quite dull." Zhou nodded, severing the communication. She cast a glance at the city and said solemnly, "For now, we need not concern ourselves with him. The Red Moon is currently under scrutiny due to the Blood Gods incident. With Hou Xiaocheng having slain the red-haired one, what do you think our next course of action should be?" The man replied cheerfully, "Let them kill as they wish. Hou Xiaocheng has taken one life. Does he dare to take a second?" The red-haired one was far too careless and feeble to have been slain so easily, bringing disgrace to the Red Moon. He continued, "I have two tasks assigned by the leader. First, to bring back Li Hao or his remains. Second, to retrieve Yuan Shua or his remains. As for Hou Xiaocheng, the leader has few demands regarding him." He looked at Zhou, adding, "Thus, the one who has brought you such humiliation, Hou Xiaocheng, is not our primary target. The true focus lies with Li Hao. Unlike others, Li Hao holds greater significance for us than Hou Xiaocheng. Ziyue, do not mistake our objective." Ziyue furrowed her brow. "But capturing a living person is nearly impossible. That leaves us with the option to kill Li Hao. If we do so, will it still serve a purpose?" "I do not know," Lan Yu replied indifferently. "I shall follow orders. Perhaps the leader has other methods. Ideally, we could capture Li Hao alive." Waiting for the next rainy season to arrive. It is approaching swiftly. By December, the next rainy season will commence. The Red Moon has been slaying the heirs of the 8 families with increasingly short intervals. Now, the upcoming rainy season, in December, is less than 6 months away. Ziyue still felt a sense of reluctance. What about the ancient city of Zhantian? If we can enter, we shall. If not, it matters little. Lan Yu calmly replied, "Ziyue, some treasures you covet may be deemed inconsequential by the leader. Items like the Source Divine Weapon or Divine Energy Stone may not hold the importance you attribute to them. The Red Moon has left behind much power in the Silver Moon, not for these trifles. From the very beginning, our goal has always been the 8 families of Silver City, a pursuit that has remained unchanged for over a decade." Ziyue frowned. "Then why not have imprisoned Li Hao sooner? At that time, he was merely an ordinary person, not yet a disciple of Yuan Shua. Why complicate matters? Allowing him to roam free, leading to today's predicament? Otherwise, Li Hao would have been apprehended long ago." Lan Yu shook his head. "You do not comprehend. It is not so simple. We only became aware of Li Hao's existence after he turned 18. We did not discover him initially. It was only after he reached 18 that we confirmed he was the core heir of the Li family. Before this, even if we identified him as a member of the Li family, it held little significance. By the age of 18, he had already taken on a mentor. At this point, he added, prior to this, the leader had indeed acted against the Li family. His parents' deaths were a result of earlier actions. However, it was unforeseen that his father was not the core heir of the Li lineage, which is the truly regrettable aspect." Having spoken, she softly added, "Moreover, at that time, the circumstances were not particularly favorable. Taking Li Hao away would not have been beneficial. Doing so would hasten the decline of his bloodline, and his father's loss of ancestral heritage might well stem from the very location where we had acted, outside the city." Ziyue listened for a while, offering no comment. As she had not been involved in these matters, Han Yue had only recently become aware of the dealings with the 8 great families. Until now, she had been an outsider, having only recently inherited Ziyue's identity. Presently, it seemed the leader had abandoned the idea of capturing Li Hao alive, even issuing orders to bring back his corpse. She was unaware of any changes that may have led to this decision. What do the 8 great families and Lan Yue truly represent? Do not inquire. Lan Yue replied nonchalantly. Even I am not entirely sure, but I shall refrain from asking. Probing too deeply is unwise, and possessing excessive knowledge can be burdensome. Our task is quite simple, to bring back Li Hao. So when shall we act? Ziyue replied solemnly. Hou Xiaocheng is formidable. Even you may not stand a chance against him. During the chaos, Ziyue fell into deep contemplation. When would chaos ensue? Soon. Lan Yue smiled. Reinforcements have arrived from the Night Patrol headquarters. Some inexperienced youngsters, overly eager to achieve merit, fixated on quelling the rebellion and subduing Hou Xiaocheng. They will serve as our allies. Hu Qingfeng. Ziyue frowned slightly. Though he is also a member of Shuguang, he is even less competent than Hongfa. What gives him the audacity to provoke Hou Xiaocheng? Has he lost his mind? He has not lost his mind. On the contrary, he is quite lucid. Lan Yue chuckled. He may not be able to defeat Hou Xiaocheng, but isn't there someone willing to assist him? Such as me, or the equal king, or Banshan. Lan Yue beamed. Hou Xiaocheng is a thorn, and thus, I have acquiesced. Of course, this is not paramount. I merely require him to take action. Once he disrupts Hou Xiaocheng, I shall seize Li Hao. Perhaps you would be more suited for that task. I wouldn't mind testing my strength against Hou Xiaocheng. If 4 members of Shuguang are insufficient, we can summon more. Lan Yue laughed. Many in the central region are eager to witness the limits of Hou Xiaocheng's power. Even if we fail to subdue him this time, we can gather 5 or 6 until everyone has intervened. If we still cannot prevail, we shall await the arrival of even stronger beings. Ziyue inhaled deeply. These individuals were indeed intent on joining forces. This was something she had not previously considered, as she believed that collaboration might not yield favorable outcomes. Lan Yue, tell me honestly, Is it only you who has come? Ziyue inquired. Lanwei turned to her, slightly furrowing her brow. Ziyue, knowing too much, as I have said, is not a good thing. Ziyue felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but refrained from pressing further. Yet, she pondered whether others from the Elder Council or the 7th month might also be arriving. Knowing how formidable Hou Xiaocheng is, it would be unthinkable to come without preparation. Lanwei, while powerful, does not seem capable of matching Hou Xiaocheng. She still vividly remembers the ruthlessness with which he effortlessly dispatched Hongfa. Within the room, the figure of Hong Ying had been thoroughly exhausted by Li Hao's relentless playfulness. It was only when Hao Lianchuan returned that Hong Ying vanished, and Li Hao chose not to greet Hao Lianchuan, having grown weary of the spectacle. As the crimson shadow departed, Li Hao began to compress the fierce tiger residing within his heart. The tiger head sword. He pondered whether he could condense this beast into the fire tiger's sword before the morrow's eve. That night, Li Hao remained awake, persistently attempting the compression. However, the tiger proved to be quite obstinate. Even as it neared deformation, it resisted transforming into a sword, which left Li Hao quite vexed. The amalgamation of sword, tiger, and mountain was proving counterproductive. Although it suggested versatility, such versatility often led to mediocrity. Yuan Shuo, despite being exceptionally capable, lacked significant offensive advantage when compared to his teacher, who was anything but ordinary. Throughout the night, Li Hao labored diligently. The tiger had indeed been compressed considerably, yet it had not yet taken the form of a sword, merely shrinking into a smaller, ferocious tiger. In the blink of an eye, September 6th arrived. In the morning, Li Hao arrived at work punctually, accompanied by Hao Lianchuan, and the journey was notably devoid of malevolent creatures. This marked Li Hao's 3rd day in White Moon City. In the vehicle, Hao Lianchuan glanced at the dozing Li Hao and increasingly felt that this young man was quite different from the previous days. Li Hao, he prompted, be cautious this evening. Understood, Li Hao nodded. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Minister, how long do you anticipate it will take? At most 30 seconds, if all goes swiftly, perhaps 10. He replied gravely, you must ensure that you have at least 30 seconds for self-preservation. Otherwise, I shall abandon this notion. Whether or not to take a life is inconsequential. It is merely a matter of venting frustration, and there is no necessity to see it through. That is not particularly swift, Li Hao mused. A true powerhouse could conclude a battle in 10 seconds or less. Hao Lianchuan, now at the early stage of the 3rd yang, seemed to have progressed to the mid-stage. His speed, while improved with the Fire Phoenix spear, still felt somewhat prolonged. That will not suffice, Li Hao chuckled. Everything is already arranged. Should we not proceed? I fear I shall find myself entangled in trouble. You better think carefully, or if something were to happen to you, your master would not spare me. Hao Lianchuan suddenly felt a pang of regret. Though he recognized the boldness and intellect of this youth, the thought of his master, Yuan Shuo, sent a chill down his spine. Should Li Hao encounter peril, while Hou Xiaocheng might overlook it, Yuan Shuo would undoubtedly pursue accountability. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have engaged in such matters. Yet, Li Hao remained remarkably composed. He gazed out of the car window, exhaling softly, fervently hoping to unleash his sword today. Even a single strike would suffice. The tiger-head sword yearned for action. Perhaps, if it could manifest even once, it would willingly transform into a sword. Chapter 111. The Fierce Battle. Subscription requested. In the southern city, the headquarters of the Night Watchman, a tranquil day commenced once more. White Moon City had been unusually serene in recent days. Aside from minor issues, significant events had been absent, and even disputes surrounding the Radiant Days had not transpired. Hou Xiaocheng had yet to make an appearance, and various factions seemed unhurried, patiently awaiting his return. There were no reports of urgent actions taken due to his injuries. Wang Ming arrived early in the morning, but this fellow merely clocked in, checked on Li Hao, and had no intention of lingering. Upon entering Li Hao's office and surveying the surroundings, Wang Ming found himself somewhat astonished and envious. Old Hao treats you exceptionally well. You've even been allocated an office. Unfortunately, it was adjacent to Manager Yu's office, prompting Wang Ming to lower his voice. Otherwise, he would have liked to experience the ambience of working in this office. As having an office at the Night Watch headquarters often symbolizes one's status, Li Hao smiled silently as he meticulously polished his long sword. The earth-shattering sword remained remarkably effective in his hands. Having heard some words from Wang Ming a couple of days prior, he was aware that something might transpire soon. Observing Li Hao's actions, Wang Ming seemed to grasp the implications, exchanging knowing glances, clearly intrigued. Li Hao glanced at him and chuckled. After a moment's contemplation, he conveyed through thought, "We finish work at 6. I should be home by around 6:30. During this interval, I'd like your assistance with something." Wang Ming, already anticipating Li Hao's telepathic message, was not surprised. Now visibly excited, he eagerly nodded, wishing to participate. From the Night Watch headquarters to the Inspectorate's family quarters, there are 7 surveillance cameras along the way. I need those cameras to cease operation for half an hour without anyone noticing. Can you accomplish this? Wang Ming's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow. He pondered for a moment and softly replied, "That falls under the purview of the Inspectorate. It's not something I can manage easily." He looked troubled. After a moment's reflection, he added, "Moreover, maintaining that for half an hour presents considerable difficulty. However, I understand your intention. Once action is taken, it will likely be confined to a specific area and only last for a short while. So, if I hear or sense any commotion, I can swiftly enter the control room, incapacitate the guard, and remove and destroy everything. How does that sound? No one will care afterward. Do you know where it is?" Li Hao inquired. Wang Ming grinned widely, baring his teeth as he nodded vigorously. "Of course. I recall our reckless driving escapades. We were warned about it, and eventually, I learned where it is." This seemed a trivial matter to him, and his excitement surged as he asked, "Is there anything else?" Seeing his exuberance, Li Hao contemplated briefly before nodding. "Please prepare dinner for me. I'll eat when I return." Wang Ming stared at him for a long moment, speechless, his expression darkening as he fell silent. "Is that even a reasonable request?" Li Hao chuckled, disregarding his reaction. The day wore on, and the sunlight seemed scarce. Although Wang Ming was no weakling, those now aiming to confront him were no mere shadows of the past. Time passed gradually, and everyone maintained a facade of normalcy. Li Hao continued with his daily routine, practicing martial arts, honing his fists, and refining his sword techniques. Manager Yu, sensing the commotion next door, could only shake her head in silence. This was the first time she had encountered someone as profoundly silent and utterly bored as Li Hao. Such individuals were not uncommon among the Night Watch, but they were typically older. This young man, perhaps new to this place, either struggled to adapt or had always been this way. It was said he behaved similarly in Silver City. Such individuals are, in essence, rather mundane. Although Hou Xiaocheng seldom engages in conversation, to Yu Gongwan, it exudes an air of dignity. However, Li Hao's utter lack of intrigue renders him genuinely tiresome. In the East City, at a hotel, the 5 extraordinary beings who had arrived earlier were not all present within the confines of the establishment. Hou Qingfeng had ventured to the administrative office, while others had made their way to the Silver Moon Army. In the expansive suite, only 2 remained, Yu Xiao and a golden-haired man in his 30s. At this moment, the 2 were indulging in libations and engaging in light-hearted banter. Yu Xiao glanced at the wall clock. It was 5:50 p.m., leaving a mere 10 minutes until Li Hao's workday concluded. That fellow was the epitome of a diligent employee. At 6 o'clock, he would undoubtedly depart without lingering. "Old Huang," remarked Yu Xiao, "this wine lacks flavor. Yesterday, when I stepped out, I caught a whiff of a delightful aroma from a certain wine shop. I must procure some to enhance our drinking experience. This wretched place is unbearably dull. Without a drink, sleep will elude me tonight." The golden-haired man, referred to as Old Huang, chuckled. "Why not send someone else to fetch it? Is it necessary for you to go yourself? It's hardly a significant matter. I shall go. I can't quite recall the name of the place, but I remember its location, and it's not far. Wait for me. I shall return shortly." Yu Xiao replied as he prepared to depart. Old Huang interjected with a grin. "Shall I accompany you? After all, there's not much else to do." "Absolutely not." Yu Xiao was unwilling to have this formidable companion join him. Old Huang was indeed stronger, a peak 3-yang existence. Among the group of 5, Hou Qingfeng was the strongest, with 2 others also at peak 3-yang, and a woman at late 3-yang, leaving Yu Xiao as the weakest among them. If Old Huang were to accompany him, would he not have his own affairs to attend to? No need. Yu Xiao waved dismissively. "You stay here. Hu and the others might return soon, and if they find us missing, they will surely be displeased." "Very well." Old Huang conceded without further insistence, though he cautioned, "Just procure the wine. Do not get into any trouble." "How could I?" Yu Xiao laughed heartily, but Old Huang added with sincerity, "I am serious. You have certain proclivities that are not unknown to others. If you wish to indulge in such activities, a little expenditure could easily bring women to your doorstep. Do not create chaos midway. This is not a lawless region, and there is a powerful entity within the city. Hou Xiao indeed possessed some questionable inclinations, such as clandestinely entering the homes of respectable women. While he had engaged in such escapades before, the night watchmen were not entirely unprincipled. He simply refrained from acting brazenly in public. Certain chaotic areas were rife with turmoil, and he had ventured into such places on a few occasions, of which old Huang was well aware. Nevertheless, Hou Xiao was not without strength, and their relationship was amicable enough for old Huang to turn a blind eye. Understanding the unpredictable nature of chaotic districts where today may not guarantee a tomorrow. Old Huang, how could you think that of me? Do you consider me a fool? This is Silver Moon, not a disordered zone. Well, as long as you are aware, old Huang responded, choosing not to elaborate further. Hou Xiao smiled, said nothing more, and departed. Once Hou Xiao had left, old Huang furrowed his brow slightly. This fellow was in quite a hurry. Having glanced at the clock on the wall more than once, clearly pressed for time. This was White Moon City, the capital of Silver Moon. Could it be that he has truly lost his mind? A sense of unease and a headache began to plague him. Such matters can be trivial or serious. However, once exposed, the night watchmen, who uphold justice and order, would inevitably take action against him if his deeds came to light. Not to mention, those few perverts at headquarters would not hesitate to dispose of him or even castrate him. Surely, he cannot be that foolish? Old Huang pondered, gazing out of the window. Lost in thought, time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the clock struck 6. The workday had come to an end. In the adjacent office, manager Yu heard the commotion, followed by the sound of a door closing and locking. She did not venture out, but silently listened, somewhat speechless. How punctual, more precise than an alarm clock. Not a minute early, nor a minute late. Li Hao lived like a puppet. With the workday concluded, he greeted his colleagues outside, a smile gracing his face. Another day had passed. Another day of idleness, his salary in hand, and his spirits high. As he reached the stairwell, he encountered Hao Lianchuan descending. Upon seeing Li Hao, he gave a slight nod, which Li Hao returned before proceeding down. Stepping out of the night watchman headquarters, Li Hao exhaled, a smile illuminating his face. What a delightful day it had been. Across from the night watchman headquarters, there had been a lingering presence, not in secretive observation but openly waiting for Hou Xiaocheng's release, ready to notify all parties involved. Observing Li Hao, some tea drinkers chuckled, remarking, "This fellow, a disciple of Yuan Shuo, I've been watching for 2 days, and he has been punctual both days, arriving and departing exactly on time. Not a minute more, not a minute less, more precise than a clock. Seeing him leave, I know it's 6 o'clock." The others sipping tea joined in the laughter. Perhaps this is the discipline of a martial artist? Ha ha ha, quite possibly. It's rather amusing, I assent it. Indeed, the night watchman's side is rather dull. As they chatted, they watched Li Hao depart, shaking their heads in amusement. What a peculiar character. At the entrance, Li Hao paid no mind to those across the street. They were mere small fry, faint glimmers, almost invisible. The night watchmen were aware of the superhumans across the way, but did not concern themselves with them. They were merely agents sent to keep watch, and no one made an effort to drive them away. Li Hao continued along the street, heading forward. The proximity to the night watchman ensured there was little danger. He would need to walk for about 10 minutes to potentially encounter any threats. In recent days, he had been observant. Approaching the inspection department's residential building, he noted 3 locations where danger might arise. However, considering Hou Xiaocheng's formidable presence, the first location was too close, making it unlikely. The second and third places were more probable. The second location was a narrow alley, typically deserted, about 100 meters long, flanked by tall buildings that obscured the light, making it suitable for an ambush. The other location was approximately 500 meters in front of the residential building, a parking lot that was usually not crowded, as car ownership was still relatively scarce. Indeed, the situation remains the same everywhere. For Li Hao, as long as one possesses extraordinary abilities, he cannot be mistaken in perceiving such a luminous orb with his own eyes. After walking for a while and passing by a bun shop, he refrained from purchasing any buns this evening, fearing they would go to waste. He continued onward until he was over 3,000 meters away from the headquarters of the night patrol, at which point he noticed several luminous orbs encircling him, one underground and another above ground. These entities, persistent as shadows, had been watching him for several days. Though their intentions remained a mystery, Li Hao chose to ignore them and pressed on. Approximately another kilometer ahead lay a narrow alley. From such a distance, Ordinary luminous orbs were indistinguishable unless they were particularly large. As he proceeded, a smile emerged on his face. Hou Xiao certainly had an eye for ambush spots, indicating he was not so arrogant as to act recklessly. Indeed, at that moment, he discerned one of the luminous orbs belonged to Hou Xiao. Each individual's orb possesses unique characteristics. Some are powerful, others weaker, with varying attributes and forms. With careful observation, one could often identify the owner. However, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He recognized Hou Xiao as being at the mid-level of the three suns. Yet, within approximately 500 meters to the side, there was another orb, considerably larger than Hou Xiao's, causing Li Hao to frown in concern. Another one? Whose could it be? He analyzed the orb, noting it was slightly stronger than Sun Yifei's, likely at the peak of the three suns, while lacking the might of the violet moon or the rotating king. It surpassed the late three suns. To his astonishment, there was another peak three suns in the vicinity today. Of course, it was not situated in the alley itself. Li Hao's frown deepened. The proximity was too close, merely 500 meters. For a strong individual, such a distance could be traversed in mere seconds. He felt puzzled and somewhat inconvenienced. Why were there two three suns? Perhaps his earlier words had attracted the attention of some formidable beings. Li Hao found himself in a predicament. Indeed, plans often falter in the face of unexpected developments. Initially, he had anticipated confronting only one adversary, and he himself was eager to test his strength against a mid-level three suns. Now, however, the presence of a peak three suns complicated matters. At that moment, within the alley, an ancient, withered tree trunk had mysteriously appeared amidst the eerie silence, a clever concealment by Hou Xiao. As a practitioner of wood-based abilities, techniques such as wood escape and wood concealment were fundamental skills. He calculated the time. Li Hao was nearing. That young man surely carried the blueprint, as he had inferred from yesterday's observations. Yet, to avoid drawing too much attention, Hou Xiao refrained from directly asking Li Hao for it today, as persistent inquiries would be too conspicuous. When the time came, he resolved to strike lightly, ensuring he did not annihilate the individual in one blow, for that would complicate matters. The blueprint was essential, and so was a complete corpse. Neither could be neglected. However, he furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the presence of an active earth element below. Was it the daylight? He felt a surge of irritation. These earth rats were bothersome. Were they tracking Li Hao or merely passing by? Or perhaps they were there to protect him. Regardless of their identity, Hou Xiao believed that after he dealt with Li Hao, he would have to eliminate them as well, should they still be present. At this moment, Hou Xiao wore a sinister mask, a ghastly visage. While he was preoccupied with the underground presence, it seemed that more individuals had arrived in the alley, approaching Li Hao. From the narrow passage, faint voices drifted. Are you certain he will pass through here? Of course, I have observed him for 2 days. That fellow is remarkably punctual. He will arrive in 2 minutes without fail. Are you confident? We must act swiftly. That man is a consummate master and a disciple of Yuan Shua. Do not underestimate him simply because of his youth. Nonsense. We are also consummate masters and have considerable experience. As long as we strike quickly, he won't have a chance to react. Hou Xiao was taken aback. More people? 2 martial artists? And both at the consummate level? Were these 2 also targeting Li Hao? The fellow was indeed quite popular. He mused that he would need to exert some additional effort, with these 2 arriving. They should not be allowed to leave unscathed. Lost in thought, he felt a slight tremor in his ears, and his expression changed subtly. At that moment, he sensed a formidable presence. Having encountered martial artists before, he was quite familiar with the essence of combat. Narrowing his eyes, he concealed himself among the withered trees, scanning his surroundings. Soon, he felt something unusual and glanced upward. Though he saw no one, it appeared there was something lurking above the alley walls. A consummate master. Hou Xiao furrowed his brow in dismay. What day was it today? So many were gathering here. In this small alley, with an earth element below. 2 consummate martial artists above, and a consummate master lurking above. Who could it possibly be? Yet, he was not afraid. Unless it was a martial artist of Yuan Shua's caliber or a renowned elder from decades past, even a consummate master was merely a practitioner of the daylight level. He found it peculiar that they had all chosen today of all days to converge. The most troublesome of them was undoubtedly the consummate master above. He would have to deal with him first to avoid any delays that could jeopardize his plans. Hou Xiao cursed under his breath, regretting his choice of location. Of course, if he hadn't chosen this place, and Li Hao was eliminated, he would lament the loss of opportunity. He realized he had to first neutralize the threat posed by the consummate master, lest he risk compromising his plans. At the mouth of the alley, just before entering, Li Hao had not sensed any martial presence. However, the moment he stepped into the alley, he became aware that he was being targeted by a consummate master. As for the other two martial artists, he dismissed them as inconsequential weaklings. A consummate master? It seemed there were indeed martial artists with designs on him. This individual certainly had audacity. Two accomplished martial artists, feigning the role of passers-by, were making their way into the narrow alley from the opposite end, seemingly intent on confronting Li Hao. Although the alley was sparsely populated, encountering two individuals was not particularly unusual. However, with Li Hao's keen perception, he instantly recognized that these two were martial artists who had grasped the essence of combat, albeit faintly, likely at the pinnacle of the 100 realms. As for Hou Xiao, the wretched figure ahead, he appeared almost ethereal. Li Hao, not lacking in insight, discerned this clearly. Furthermore, beneath the ground lurked a practitioner of earth magic. At the late stage of the Sun Radiance realm, not to be underestimated. In addition to these individuals, Li Hao also detected a presence that even Hou Xiao had overlooked, a luminous orb hovering 100 meters above the alley, likely a wind elementalist observing from the skies. Hou Xiao dared not release his mysterious energy to sense the surroundings, possibly failing to perceive that entity's existence. Li Hao cast a brief glance upward. Estimating the brightness of the orb, it seemed to belong to someone at the late to peak stage of the Sun Radiance realm. After all, practitioners of the three suns were not commonplace, and Sun Radiance was already quite commendable. Were they treating me as a treasure, rather than feeling anger? Li Hao found joy in the concern of so many. It was a reason for happiness, being escorted by so many. Who else enjoyed such treatment? He continued onward. The alley was not lengthy, and as he walked, he could discern the faces of the two ahead. They conversed casually, resembling friends merely passing by. Neither Hou Xiao nor Zhou Qian made a move, seemingly waiting for the two to strike first. Yet, Li Hao could not contain himself any longer. He quickened his pace, as if hurrying back for a meal, closing the distance between him and the two figures. At 30 meters, then 20 meters, when they were merely 10 meters apart, both Zhou Qian above and Hou Xiao below began to stir. At that very moment, the sword at Li Hao's waist quivered slightly. In an instant, without a trace, without a sound, the shadowless sword. At this moment, Li Hao did not wait for the proverbial clam and fisherman to fight. There was no need. The earth-subduing sword vanished and reappeared in a flash, slicing through the air. In the dimming light of Baiwei City, the evening glow still lingered. Yet the alley felt somewhat shrouded in darkness, with towering buildings blocking the radiance. The two practitioners, having reached the pinnacle of the 100 realms, continued their approach, contemplating how to swiftly subdue Li Hao. Suddenly, they felt a tickle in their throats, an urge to cough. As they advanced to within 5 meters of Li Hao, they decided to strike. A shared glance revealed an anomaly. Both were perplexed by the crimson line adorning each other's throats. Strange, where did this bloodline come from? As they turned to examine one another, they felt a disorienting weight, as if their heads were about to plummet. Terror flickered in their eyes. There was no pain. The moment was too swift, so rapid that the bloodline expanded instantaneously, not allowing even a droplet of blood to splatter. And with a decisive strike, Li Hao sealed their throats without casting another glance. There was no need for further observation. In the next instant, Li Hao leaped into the air, soaring like a comet. And with a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the heavens. At a height of 100 meters, a wind elemental adept, still caught off guard, suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. As his powers surged and he prepared to flee, a sword pierced through him from below, delivering a blow that severed the very sky. That stroke was so swift that even the adept Zhou Qian, who attempted to intercept, could only watch helplessly as Li Hao vaulted over him and vanished in an instant. On the edge of the alley, the masked Zhou Qian martial artist was momentarily dazed. Raising his gaze to the sky, he witnessed Li Hao's sword strike the heavens. In a flash, the sword's aura transcended the earth and sky. Yet, it was but a fleeting glimpse, blending into the twilight, scarcely drawing attention. Just as he pondered this, his expression shifted dramatically. With a roar that seemed to summon a dragon, a colossal beast materialized around him, and he charged at Li Hao with a long spear in hand. At that very moment, as Li Hao descended, he unleashed a fierce roar that echoed through the mountains and forests. This bellow was imbued with an intensity and fury unmatched by before. In his grasp, the earth-shattering sword shimmered, manifesting the might of a mountain. The earth trembled under the weight of his intent. This strike left the Zhou Qian martial artist aghast. Was it the essence of the earth? The clash of spear and sword erupted with a thunderous roar. The dragon-esque cry was severed in two by Li Hao's sword, which effortlessly sliced through the spear. With a decisive stroke, Li Hao wielded his sword in his right hand and delivered a punch with his left. The impact resounded like a thunderclap, shattering the martial artist's arm and fracturing his resolve. As he was still reeling from the blow, a punch came crashing down upon him like a roaring tiger. The sound echoed as if a watermelon had burst. Without a glance back, Li Hao struck the ground with a foot, causing the earth to tremble as if it were alive. This all transpired with such speed that even the earth elemental below could not react. With that stomp, the ground quaked, and Li Hao thrust his sword into the earth, creating a rift. A formidable sword intent surged below, targeting the earth elemental adept. Only then did the earth elemental sense the impending doom, preparing to escape, yet felt an overwhelming pressure closing in from all directions, as if the very ground conspired against him. In the next moment, a flash of sword light pierced his mind like a mountain. The earth erupted, scattering his body into pieces. In an instant, two adept martial artists, one Zhou Qian warrior, the wind elemental in the sky, and the earth elemental below, all five powerful beings, were annihilated by Li Hao and his earth-shattering sword. As the remnants of the battle faded, a visage adorned with a ghostly mask emerged from the debris. Yu Xiao was left gasping in shock. Li Hao? Is this truly Li Hao? He was astounded. Moments before, he had been poised to strike, intending to deal with the Zhou Qian warrior first before confronting Li Hao. Yet, before he could act, Li Hao had already made his move. In that moment, he felt utterly bewildered, even struggling to comprehend the reality before him. And just as his astonishment peaked, the battle concluded, leaving no survivors. A mangled corpse plummeted from the sky, a testament to the rapidity of the slaughter. It was all too swift. Everything erupted with astonishing swiftness, so rapid that he could scarcely regain his composure. In the instant his figure emerged, Li Hao uttered not a single word. At that moment, a flash of fire manifested upon the earth-shattering sword. The next instant, Li Hao seemed to transform into a ferocious tiger, its roar reverberating throughout the surroundings. A cornered beast still fights. Even a trapped beast can shatter the heavens. With a single stroke, the fiery glow illuminated the alley instantaneously. His spleen and heart erupted with resplendent brilliance. At this moment, Li Hao harbored but one desire: to kill, with no other thoughts to occupy his mind. Mid-stage of the three suns? What of it? There was no time for conversation, no time for inquiries, no time to ponder why Li Hao was so formidable. In that instant, Yu Xiao let out a fierce roar, brandishing a green wooden sword, charging towards Li Hao with lethal intent. He had no choice but to respond. At this moment, he felt as if he were enveloped by towering mountains, surrounded by the very earth itself. He wished to flee, yet such an endeavor was not easily accomplished. A surge of formidable power erupted instantaneously. The wooden energy, possessing remarkable resilience, still proved insufficient against Li Hao's strike. The sword cleaved forth, shattering the wooden energy. The defenses of the mid-stage three suns appeared less formidable in this moment. Visions of that fateful day, when his sword was severed, and memories of yesterday's fierce struggle between the tiger and the trapped beast flooded his mind. A flicker of madness and fury flared upon Li Hao's countenance. Within my heart dwells a fierce tiger, and my sword shall not withdraw. You all deserve to perish. In the battles against the martial artists and in his confrontation with Sun Maxian, Li Hao felt only admiration, reluctance, and a fervent desire for victory, devoid of murderous intent. Those were contests of martial prowess, life and death struggles. Yet now, these individuals were unworthy of his regard, unworthy of his respect. What were they truly? Sever my ties. The tiger's roar echoed with madness and determination as he unleashed a strike. A tremendous crash resounded as his sword shattered the wooden sword. Li Hao stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet. In that moment, Yu Xiao beheld a battle-scarred tiger. The next instant, the earth-shattering sword erupted, splintering into countless shards. Each fragment was a deadly strike. With a whoosh, innumerable fragments sliced through Yu Xiao's face and body, blood gushing forth as the wooden energy rapidly restored itself. The earth-shattering sword lay in ruins. At that moment, it had indeed shattered. Yet Li Hao paid it no mind. Hong Yitong had proclaimed the earth-shattering sword to be powerful. Yet to Li Hao's eyes, it was merely average. Even a divine strike could not ensure the sword's integrity. Its shattering was to be expected. Today, the sword's intent reigned supreme, as did the might of the tiger. Li Hao wielded his hand as a sword, delivering a punch that struck with the ferocity of a tiger, akin to a tiger's head transformed into a blade. The essence of the sword and the ferocity of the tiger intertwined. Perhaps Li Hao did not consciously distinguish between the two. He advanced in an instant, closing the distance, unleashing punch after punch, driving Hou Xiao to unleash his superpower in a desperate attempt. Wave upon wave of strikes continued unabated, yet remained insurmountable. In Hou Xiao's eyes, only terror and despair remained. How could this be? Is this truly a martial artist? Apart from Yuan Shuo, does such a formidable martial artist still exist in this world? In the midst of the third stage of the Yang realm, with the adversary closing in, there was scarcely any opportunity for retaliation. Li Hao's combat style bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yuan Shuo, a similarity so profound that it epitomized the essence of seizing the advantage and maintaining the offensive, a prelude to battle as well as its conclusion. In such a confrontation, one would either vanquish the foe or succumb to defeat. With a thunderous barrage, he unleashed 100 punches, each more formidable than the last. In the climactic moment, the ninth strike erupted with the intensity of the 9 refinements, and Hou Xiao felt the chilling specter of death looming. With a primal roar, he forsook his concerns about revealing his identity, channeling all his wood energy into his chest. He was desperate to survive. A genius at the third stage of the Yang realm, he sensed the terrifying potency of that final blow. Moreover, he perceived a formidable presence approaching not far off. It was Lao Huang. He had come. Did Lao Huang track me? Yet, in that moment, such thoughts were trivial. All he yearned for was to live, even if it meant exposing all his secrets. His gaze darted behind Li Hao for Lao Huang. At the pinnacle of the third stage was his last hope. At that moment, Lao Huang, who had been tailing him, appeared as a glimmer of salvation. As he stepped into the alley, disbelief flickered in his eyes. He had arrived swiftly, reacting instantly the moment Li Hao's sword energy erupted. It was a matter of mere seconds, perhaps 5 or 6, between his arrival and the astonishment that gripped him. Indeed, it was a brief interlude. He was somewhat apprehensive, sensing that Hou Xiao was poised to act, and wondered if it was appropriate for him to intervene. However, that hesitation was fleeting. At this juncture, he beheld a fist, reminiscent of a tiger's claw, akin to a sword, and somewhat resembling a crashing wave. He could not discern the nature of this martial technique, but he witnessed that singular punch shatter Hou Xiao's mask, obliterating the wooden defense before him, and with a force that pierced through Hou Xiao entirely. Hou Xiao's mouth moved as if in desperate appeal. Stop! At that moment, Lao Huang's voice resonated, his expression ashen, a blend of fear and fury. Was this individual Li Hao? Had he just slain Hou Xiao? Indeed, as Hou Xiao was pierced through, his heart laid bare in that instant of destruction. It became painfully clear that survival was impossible, even for one of the wood element. Only death awaited him. Hou Xiao, at the third stage of the Yang realm, had been slain before his very eyes. Rage coursed through Lao Huang, mingled with disbelief and shock. Was this a disguise of Yuan Shuo? The figure before him was not Li Hao, but rather Yuan Shuo. Yet, even if it were Yuan Shuo, he felt no fear. Yuan Shuo's peak accomplishments included the defeat of Sun Yifei in the later stages, while he himself was a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the third stage. With a resounding crash, a lifeless body suddenly plummeted from the sky. Li Hao turned to regard the golden-haired man, the one he had just encountered. His arrival was slower than anticipated. The body that fell was that of the recently slain wind element user, who now descended to the ground. At this moment, Li Hao's fists were drenched in blood, his own and that of Hou Xiao's. Drops of blood fell from his hands. Lao Huang cast a glance at Li Hao, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and a piercing glare, coldly stating, "Dare you kill a night watchman?" Buzz. The sound of the air being sliced open echoed as Li Hao leaped off the ground, charging directly at him. The peak of the 3 suns? Quite formidable indeed. Yet, the fire within him seemed far from extinguished. Having arrived, he had no intention of retreating. In an instant, a sword materialized in Li Hao's hand, a small blade. Lacking the luster of the earth-shattering sword, somewhat dim, the starry sky sword. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao's blood surged, his vitality merging with the starry sky sword. He was acutely aware that, in a normal state, even if he were to overpower Hou Xiao, he would still not stand a chance against this man. At this moment, he was at best comparable to the strength of Yuan Shuo, a second-tier deity. On that fateful day, his mentor had slain Sun Yifei, barely managing to do so as a second-tier deity while sustaining grievous injuries. The man before him was undoubtedly no weaker than Sun Yifei. Thus, employing the Bloodblade technique seemed futile against such an opponent. But what did it matter? As the Bloodblade technique erupted, Li Hao transformed into a ferocious tiger, enshrouded in crimson, flames burning fiercely. Heartfire ape? This was Lao Huang's first thought. Yuan Shuo's defeat of Sun Yifei was most renowned for this. Yet why did this individual resemble a fierce tiger? The second thought, was this the Bloodblade technique once wielded by Yuan Shuo? This was indeed documented among the night watchmen. Who exactly was this man? In the fleeting moment these thoughts emerged, Li Hao had already reached him. Lao Huang scoffed coldly. Do you think I am Hou Xiao? In an instant, a long spear manifested, golden and resplendent. With a thrust, the sharp power of gold erupted, instantly creating countless craters on the adjacent walls. Obliterated by this piercing force, Li Hao felt his inner strength surge into the starry sky sword. His defenses significantly weakened. In the blink of an eye, he was wounded by numerous golden shards. His inspection uniform stained a deep crimson. Yet, Li Hao remained unfazed. As a martial artist, his sole focus was on killing. With a swing of his sword, the image of a struggling beast, an enraged tiger, once again filled his mind. You offer me no mercy. Thus, I shall offer you none. Buzz. The sword energy soared into the heavens, only to vanish in an instant, retracting with remarkable swiftness. Li Hao expelled a surge of sword energy, simultaneously slashing forth with the starry sky sword. With a resounding crash, the golden spear shattered into fragments. Under the influence of the Bloodblade technique, combined with the indomitable small sword, this strike may not have matched the opponent's strength, yet its destructive capability reached its zenith. A flash of sword light instantaneously shattered all, piercing through Lao Huang's shoulder with a squelching sound. Lao Huang had never encountered such a fearsome individual. It was not merely the power that struck terror, but the overwhelming aura of killing intent, dense and palpable. There were no greetings, no deliberations, no pauses, nothing. The moment he appeared, all that filled his gaze was the intent to kill, as if to convey that upon meeting, one of them must perish, either him or Li Hao. He managed to evade slightly, thus only suffering a shoulder wound. Had he not dodged, the strike would have pierced his throat. Every move was lethal. The expression on Lao Huang's face shifted dramatically. Though he harbored no fear of this individual, a gnawing apprehension took hold of him. If things continued as they were, he risked injury, severe harm, or even death. What in the world had that scoundrel Hou Xiao done? Before him stood either Li Hao or Yuan Shuo. He could not afford to ponder it any longer. He resolved to leave. Hou Xiao had perished here, and he would merely inform Hu Qingfeng of the news. He desperately wished to escape this cursed place and felt a twinge of regret for having followed Hou Xiao. What would it matter if he emerged victorious? He began to retreat, but would Li Hao permit his departure? As he touched the ground, a foot stomped down, and the alleyway erupted with fissures, walls crumbling in the aftermath. In that moment, Li Hao unleashed a blade strike with unparalleled swiftness. Are you mad? Lao Huang raged, sensing that his intent to withdraw was evident to the other man. Are you seeking death? I am aware of the Bloodblade technique. The longer it is employed, the greater the chance of demise. We bear no grudge, yet you are insane. Killing Hou Xiao is not enough, and you refuse to let me go? At that instant, he sensed a surge of extraordinary energy. It seemed the battle had attracted considerable attention. Lao Huang did not wish to engage further with this lunatic. He swiftly conjured a suit of golden armor, enveloping himself in the power of the gold element, and shouted in fury, "Have you lost your mind? You cannot kill me, nor do I wish to slay you." Boom! A sword came crashing down, the formidable starry sky, sword cleaving through the golden armor with ease. Blood splattered as Lao Huang let out a muffled groan, his resolve to shout dissipating into thin air. That strike nearly severed his arm. He stared in horror at the sword in Li Hao's grasp. What was this? A divine weapon? It didn't quite resemble one, yet its sharpness was beyond belief. His peak Shenyang defenses had been shattered by a single blow. He realized his grave error. He should not have been on the defensive. This man's sword was indomitable. He needed to attack instead. In an instant, clarity struck him. He launched a fist toward Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes gleamed. The next moment, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The force of their blows reverberated, causing Li Hao's arm to burst and Lao Huang's fist to shatter. Blood spraying in all directions. Lao Huang muttered curses under his breath. Madman. No longer daring to defend himself, he opted to strike again, throwing another punch at Li Hao, who had sheathed his starry sky sword. In close combat, the sword became a hindrance, wasting precious time. Fist against fist. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided countless times. Li Hao was forced back a few steps, shattering numerous bricks beneath him, his arm drenched in blood, his right hand hanging limply. The bones within shattered. Meanwhile, Lao Huang gasped for breath, blood cascading from his right hand. Though his opponent was not as formidable, Li Hao's reckless abandon made their exchanges grueling. Lao Huang's arm felt as if it were on the verge of collapse. Just as he caught his breath, Li Hao lunged forward once more. This time, rather than striking with his fists, Li Hao leaped into the air, his boots already in tatters. Now, the sound of crashing waves emanated from his foot. This was the nine-tempering force. Boom, boom, boom. One kick after another. Snap. As Li Hao's feet echoed with the sound of fracturing bones, a faint smile graced his lips. Opposite him, Lao Huang's arms bore cracks, blood gushing forth, his complexion paling. Coldly, Lao Huang regarded Li Hao, and in the next instant, a golden spear materialized before him. For a superpowered being, a damaged body is inconsequential, as long as the mysterious energy remains intact. But you, a martial artist, with one hand crippled and both feet rendered useless, what can you do? No matter how fierce you are, your strength is still inferior to mine. The spear soared through the air, unassisted, heading straight for Li Hao's head. At that moment, Li Hao once again smiled, launching forward in an instant, a silent roar like that of a tiger, accompanied only by a reverberating sound wave. The spear trembled slightly. With his unscathed left hand, he wielded the starry sky sword, an influx of sword energy flooding into him. He swung the sword, cutting through the darkness. A beam of light piercing the air, cleaving the golden spear in two. In the next moment, akin to Wang Ming's heavenly flower dispersal, countless golden energies erupted, enveloping Li Hao instantly. Lao Huang could perform this move too. At the peak of the three yang, he was no charlatan. Unlike the bewildered Yu Xiao, his combat power remained formidable. With a thunderous roar, Li Hao was sent flying like a rag doll, blood splattered across him. Lao Huang's face turned pale, a cold snort escaping his lips. Could this fellow truly survive again? Yet at that instant, Li Hao, who had fallen to the ground, sprang up, coughing blood, a smile breaking through. In a flash, a fiery red tiger-headed sword materialized. This sword radiated blazing fury. With a roar, he struck again, slicing through the heavens. Executing the bird flight technique, Li Hao launched himself forward, akin to a silver warrior cleaving toward the sky, vowing to shatter all adversaries before him. No exception. Lao Huang's expression shifted, retreating rapidly. He truly did not wish to engage this madman any longer. Just then, a flicker of fire erupted behind him, causing Lao Huang's expression to change dramatically, while Li Hao's countenance also shifted, a mix of irritation and pent-up rage surging within him. Kill. His speed surged once more, increasing by a third, imbued with madness, as he unleashed a sword strike. Behind Lao Huang, Hao Lianchuan's expression altered slightly, yet he pressed on, thrusting a spear toward Lao Huang's back. At that moment, he could hardly articulate the shock within him, but there was no time to ponder. Lao Huang's expression shifted wildly, weighing his options in an instant, choosing to confront Li Hao head-on. The danger emanating from behind felt more threatening than the half-damaged Li Hao in front of him. Hence he opted for a direct confrontation. Once again, a spear materialized, instantly multiplying into 10, then 100. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy glow flickered. As Li Hao surged through the barrage of spears, blood holes puncturing his body, yet he still delivered a ferocious strike. With a piercing sound, the sword emerged, and Lao Huang's expression shifted once more. Yet, the overwhelming pressure from behind prevented him from retreating any further. He roared in anger, attempting to swing his fist again. But it was too late. The short sword had already pierced through his skull. His fist, however, still managed to strike out, carrying the last remnants of his strength, sending Li Hao flying. Li Hao was thrown backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, silent and seemingly lifeless. Behind him, a long spear pierced through Lao Huang, while Hao Lianchuan, as if discarding a rag, flung Lao Huang aside and cast a glance at the battlefield, his eyes filled with an indelible shock. He had arrived in a timely manner. Approximately 20 seconds after the event had commenced, adhering to their agreement of arriving within a minimum of 10 seconds and a maximum of 30 seconds. He had hastened with urgency to be the first on the scene. Yet, in this moment, he found himself momentarily dazed and astounded. Hou Xiao was dead. Scattered on the ground were several mangled corpses, and among them lay the individual he recognized, the one from the group of 5, known as Huang Jie, a peak Sanyang practitioner and a formidable metal-type warrior, most adept in offense. Even with the Fire Phoenix spear in hand, it would not be an easy feat to subdue his opponent. The reason he was able to team up effortlessly with Li Hao to force the other to his demise was that, at the time of his arrival, Huang Jie had been left with no more than 50% of his strength, absolutely not exceeding that limit. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Hao Lianchuan, wielding the Fire Phoenix spear, to be a match for him, and it was none other than Li Hao who had compelled Huang Jie to this desperate state. A warrior who had already slain a mid-stage Sanyang martial artist. Hao Lianchuan comprehended that all these deaths were at the hands of Li Hao, for upon every corpse lay either the trace of sword energy or the unmistakable aura of a tiger. This was the means of a martial artist. It was as if he was encountering Li Hao for the first time. At this moment, he could hardly bear to glance at Li Hao. He was uncertain whether Li Hao was still alive, as if he had fallen into utter silence, struggling to conceal the shock within his heart. This truly was Li Hao, not Yuan Shuo. He had no doubts that Yuan Shuo could achieve such a feat, but could Li Hao? In the distance, bursts of brilliance erupted. Superhumans were swiftly approaching. At this juncture, it was imperative that this scene remain unseen, for otherwise, the matter concerning Li Hao would be irreparably exposed. The evident sword intent and tiger aura were perceptible even to the most oblivious. He instantly soared into the air, no longer sparing a glance at Li Hao. The Fire Phoenix spear manifested, and in that instant, those approaching superhumans halted abruptly, for they recognized the Fire Phoenix spear. Hao Lianchuan bellowed, "Stand guard. Prepare for battle. Hongwei, have you lost your minds? To dare attack Li Hao within the city, this is tantamount to death." The night watchmen, mobilize immediately, seal off the entire city, and exterminate the formidable foes. Summon Minister Hou to action. The roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Hao Lianchuan's voice thundered as the Fire Phoenix soared through the air, and in that moment, the entire city stirred into motion, the countenance of each powerful figure shifting. Hongwei, have they gone mad? At this moment, to brazenly assault Li Hao, were they courting death? In the next instant, from the headquarters of the Night Watchman, a formidable aura surged forth, a flash of light darted past, enveloping the southern city with its powerful presence. A mighty warrior was en route. Was it Hou Xiaocheng? Aside from him, it seemed there were no others, and the powerful figures approaching the battlefield changed their expressions, none daring to advance further. Trouble was imminent. Hongwei had truly lost their sanity. Some privy to the situation gasped in shock, for the plan had not been intended to unfold this way. In the distance, Hu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Was Blue Moon a fool? They had agreed to first deal with Hou Xiaocheng. Why strike prematurely? Damn bastards. In the vast expanse above, Hao Lianchuan's expression fluctuated as he gazed downward, finally spotting a figure gradually rising. Only then did he exhale in relief, though his eyes still betrayed his astonishment. Li Hao, just how formidable are you? With a painful back that had kept him awake, he planned to visit the hospital at dawn. If the prognosis was not serious, he would update in the afternoon. After barely achieving first place in the monthly votes, he was determined not to halt his updates as long as circumstances allowed. However, this persistent back pain had become a source of frustration, perhaps more severe than before, causing his legs to tingle incessantly. In the dead of night, he frightened himself, fearing something might be amiss, wishing for some words of comfort from knowledgeable peers. Chapter 112. The shifting clouds from all directions, extraordinary powers surged. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers, a brilliant light flickered, piercing through the void and heading straight for this location. In midair, Hao Lianchuan remained alarmed. It was not the strength of the surrounding warriors that frightened him, but the haunting memory of a prior scene, Li Hao's final, merciless sword strike. Even when he realized Hao was approaching, the intensity of his gaze remained unyielding. In that last moment, he fought with all his might, delivering a fatal blow to Huang Jie. The ferocity in his eyes was beyond description. Was it the gaze of a caged beast, seeking revenge, or merely the instinct for slaughter? He looked down once more and saw that figure struggling to rise again. In a narrow alley, Li Hao fought to stand, feeling the sword energy coursing through him, rapidly healing some of his injuries. Remaining traces of blood shadow power, combined with the sword energy, produced commendable effects. The tiger returned to its lair. The tiger head sword emanated fiery energy, obediently embedding itself in his heart, yet it seemed to choose its moments to strike, no longer resisting but lying in wait, concealed within the mountains, biding its time for the next opportunity. At that moment, outside the city, in the Baiwa mountain, a toothless and vibrant tiger glanced cautiously at Zhou Qin, probing step by step before gradually vanishing into the forest, its eyes filled with fierce intent as it departed. Zhou Qin frowned slightly, while a friend beside him shifted uncomfortably and whispered, "That tiger looked quite intimidating as it left. Are we really just letting it go?" Zhou Qin remained silent for a moment before nodding, saying nothing further. Wang Ming's friend, acknowledging the situation, dismissed the tiger as merely an animal. Zhou Qin, however, did not delve deeper into his friend's background, having surmised enough. Li Hao from Silver City, a martial artist. The memory of Li Hao's gaze when they first met bore a striking resemblance to that of the tiger. Zhou Qin was no fool. He sensed that the tiger might seek revenge, yet his greater fear lay with that martial artist. He felt a certain apprehension, though he could not articulate it clearly. Yuan Shuo, the old demon. He inquired about his disciple, Li Hao, and learned that he was regarded as a decent lad. However, Zhou Qin suspected this was merely a facade, for beneath it lay a ruthless nature. Could the disciple of an old demon truly be a good person? The tiger, although lacking in strength, understood the virtue of restraint. Now that it had been released back into the mountains, it might one day return with newfound power, seeking retribution against him. What if Li Hao were to possess formidable strength? It could potentially lead to significant turmoil. It is not merely his cleverness. Rather, it is the unique glimmer in his eyes and his distinctive demeanor that set him apart from others. He is not as honest and diligent as the rumors suggest, and one wonders how such tales came to be. In the alley, at this moment, Li Hao had no inclination to concern himself with the tiger. He struggled to rise, a faint smile suddenly gracing his face as he lifted his gaze to the sky. The fire phoenix soared, and beside it, Hao Lianchuan was also looking down. This time, he beheld the smile of Li Hao, a smile so innocent and genuine. A chill crept into Hao Lianchuan's heart. He had known this young man was no saint. Yet now, after having taken so many lives and being gravely wounded himself, he was smiling with such purity. Was this genuine or a facade? In a moment of solitude, with all around him vanquished, did he truly have any need for such a display? Thus, it seemed that Li Hao was indeed smiling. Did he feel comfortable and exhilarated? Did he believe he had done well, feeling deep down that these lives were meant to be extinguished? At this moment, Hao Lianchuan found himself in a tumult of thoughts, his emotions perplexing and complex. Meanwhile, on the ground, Li Hao let out a chuckle, stumbling towards the lifeless body of old Huang. He rummaged through the remains, retrieving a ring, while ignoring everything else. Next, he approached Yu Xiao, searching him as well, and took another ring. Soon, he arrived at the fallen figure of the martial artist known as Do Qian. The head was missing, and the corpse was in disarray. Li Hao felt around and found a booklet, though it appeared some pages had been torn out. This was not uncommon. Some individuals were known to engage in such acts. This gun-wielding Do Qian carried secret techniques on his person, yet it was likely that his breath technique was missing. Some individuals would forego carrying their technique booklets entirely. Such occurrences were quite frequent. 2 storage rings and 1 technique booklet. These were the only items Li Hao claimed. After a brief moment, he picked up the shattered gun barrel of the Do Qian and thrust it into old Huang's skull. He then proceeded to stab the bodies of Yu Xiao and the others, each strike landing precisely upon their previous wounds. Unable to conceal the evidence, Li Hao chose to obliterate it entirely, erasing all traces of the sword marks. Having completed this simple task, a beam of light flickered above. Li Hao knew without looking that it was not Hou Xiaocheng, but rather the steward, Yu. It seemed that Hou Xiaocheng was not within the city, his whereabouts unknown in recent days. In the blink of an eye, the light descended, landing before Li Hao. The steward's gaze swept over the scene, quickly settling on the corpses. He then turned to Li Hao, noticing the traces upon him. His eyes flickered momentarily, and after a long pause, he spoke slowly. "Did Hao Lianchuan send you to fish?" "Indeed," Li Hao replied with a smile. "Are you aware of the trouble you have stirred?" Li Hao nodded, still smiling. "I have some understanding. However, I believe the Hou department can manage it. It is merely a minor inconvenience." The Hou department needs to witness my worth. I am here to showcase it. If the minister believes I am of sufficient value, then it is not a matter of concern. On the contrary, if I perceive that the minister lacks the capacity to protect me, I must contemplate whether to remain. The chief steward's countenance was icy. Protecting you is, of course, not an issue. However, it does not imply that you may continuously provoke trouble for the minister. Incorrect. Li Hao, shaking his head in dissent, replied, the minister should be aware that I am a martial artist, a disciple of the old demon Yuan. As a martial artist, the very condition of his protection is to resolve these troubles for me. True martial artists are never nurtured in a greenhouse. My master was so, and I am as well. Li Hao turned to the chief steward and added, you must have once been a martial artist. I have sensed a faint aura of power emanating from you. Since you have experienced this power as a martial artist, I believe you understand better than minister how that individuals like us are inherently inclined to create disturbances. The chief stewardess' eyes flickered once more. What a remarkable individual Li Hao is. He has managed to perceive an essence within her, an essence she had nearly forgotten, for she too was once a martial artist. After surveying the surroundings, she spoke coldly. This shall not be repeated. You may return for now. I will handle the troubles here. However, I must caution you. What can be concealed for a moment cannot be hidden for a lifetime. Li Hao smiled. That is sufficient. It will not take long. Once I achieve mastery of my inner energy, should the chief steward wish to witness, I would gladly demonstrate to the minister and you what a true martial artist of refined energy is. My master has only just begun to harness his inner energy. The full manifestation of the 5 spirits is still distant, but perhaps I shall attain it more swiftly. By that time, I believe today's minor troubles will be trivial. The full manifestation of the 5 spirits. At that moment, the chief steward's heart trembled slightly. Yuan Shuo, she recalled certain circumstances from that day, when 2 spirits had emerged during the slaying of Sun Yifei and Li Hao. Although Huang Jie was not a martial artist, his peak strength at the 3-yang level was formidable, and in truth, he might be only slightly inferior to Sun Yifei. While she had not discerned the specifics, she could surmise a great deal. Li Hao, though he may not possess the strength to kill Huang Jie, had certainly engaged in fierce combat with him. This individual's power may indeed be only marginally less than that of his master, yet he surpassed countless martial artists, the second strongest in the Silver Moon martial world. In that instant, the chief steward was at a loss for her own emotions, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. After a moment, she spoke. You may return now. Thank you. Li Hao clasped his fists and turned to leave. After walking for a while, he suddenly turned back and asked, does the chief steward possess a storage ring? The chief steward frowned slightly. If so, do you have a uniform for the night patrol? Li Hao pointed at his tattered clothing with a smile. It is too worn. The signs of battle are too evident. May I change into a new outfit? The chief steward nearly forgot about this detail. With a soft exhale, she waved her hand, and a pristine uniform materialized, which she tossed to Li Hao. Unlike ordinary uniforms, this new attire was clearly of exceptional quality. Li Hao had seen such garments before. Hou Xiaocheng wore this kind. Li Hao smiled, unashamed, swiftly shedding his tattered garments and donning the new attire, along with a pair of fresh leather boots. With a subtle surge of inner energy, the blood that had stained him fell away. The attire of Hou Xiaocheng fit him reasonably well, albeit slightly snug. The individual who stood a few centimeters shorter did not appear overly conspicuous. Casting aside the tattered garments, Li Hao chuckled. Chief Steward, are you capable of starting a fire? If not, perhaps you could enlist the assistance of Chief Hao. I will manage it. The chief steward regarded him briefly, offering no further comment. Nodding, Li Hao took his leave. As for the enigmatic powers of the 2 from the Sanyang, he neither claimed nor mentioned them. At this juncture, Chief Steward, you still required the bodies to address various parties, and the gruesome state of affairs would not reflect well on the night watchers. It would seem petty to kill and then immediately strip the victims of their mysterious abilities. Li Hao would never stoop to such actions. As for the storage rings, they were of little concern. When one takes a life, it is only fitting to seize some treasures, lest the act be deemed futile. It was not until Li Hao vanished at the end of the dilapidated alley that Chief Steward furrowed his brow slightly. Meanwhile, in the air, Hao Lianchuan descended and gazed towards the alley's terminus, then glanced at Chief Steward his eyes flickering. Though he had previously surmised her strength, he found himself somewhat mistaken. Had Chief Hou not arrived? Chief Steward remained reticent, surveying the surroundings before stating, incinerate everything, save for that damaged red moon mask. Leave nothing behind. Complete annihilation. Not a remnant to remain. As for Li Hao and Hao Lianchuan's intentions to frame the Red Moon, that was of no consequence. Chief Steward Yu is adept in handling such matters. Even if they were to lay blame, upon witnessing the bodies, Hou Qingfeng would undoubtedly be enraged, perhaps even frantic, and would seek trouble. Thus, it was unnecessary to complicate matters. Everything must be destroyed, leaving behind only half a mask, with no trace of the deceased, their numbers, or the manner of their demise for others to ponder. Hao Lianchuan's eyes flickered, yet he chose not to elaborate. In an instant, flames spread through the entire alley. The fire surged, engulfing the ground and incinerating the earthen corpse entirely, releasing waves of mysterious energy, a chaotic blend of wind, earth, wood, and metal. Chief Steward Yu sensed the tumult, and with a wave of his hand, unleashed a surge of thunderous power, causing the surrounding walls to collapse and erasing any remnants of sword marks. Thunder. Hao Lianchuan felt a stir within. The thunder element was a formidable force, indicating that Chief Yu's prowess was not to be underestimated. Having obliterated everything before him, Chief Steward Yu turned to glance at him, coolly inquiring, "How much effort did you expend in killing that Huangjia?" After a moment of silence, Hao Lianchuan replied, 3 parts. Chief Steward Yu comprehended the implications. Once more, he gazed in the direction where Li Hao had departed, inhaling deeply. The presence of this individual in Baiwei City could be either a boon or a bane. It would be prudent for you to limit your dealings with him and refrain from engaging in audacious enterprises you do not comprehend. True martial artists possess a courage far beyond your imagination. In days past, Yuan Shuo roamed freely through Yinyu, unafraid to undertake any deed or eliminate any foe. In my view, this individual's murderous intent may even surpass that of Yuan Shuo. Alone and unencumbered, save for a slight concern for Yuan Shuo, he had no other ties to bind him. Hao Lianchuan harbored no desire to be dragged down by him. It would be wise to maintain a considerable distance. Hao Lianchuan felt a sense of embarrassment. This was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Had someone warned him earlier to steer clear of Li Hao, cautioning him about the peril of being dragged down by the latter, a notorious killer, he would have dismissed it as a joke. After all, how could Li Hao ensnare him? However, at this moment, he found himself reconsidering. Perhaps the Steward Yu was indeed correct. He had merely exchanged a few words with Li Hao, intending to intimidate Yu Xiao, yet ended up witnessing Huang Jia's demise. Had it not been for Li Hao's insufficient strength, he suspected that today Li Hao would have unleashed a massacre that would leave even him, Hao Lianchuan, trembling in fear. Steward Yu regarded him with a fleeting glance and coolly remarked, "The troubles you have stirred, you must resolve on your own. The lives lost were at your hands. You may weave whatever narrative you choose, whether others believe it or not is of no consequence. One thing is certain, if these individuals knew their true identities, the moment the Fire Phoenix gun is drawn, they would all be slain. It's as simple as that." Hao Lianchuan grimaced. Sooner or later, Hou Qingfeng would uncover the truth, and he anticipated significant trouble ahead. Initially, he had hoped that if Minister Hou were present, things might have been easier, but with Minister Hou absent, it seemed the esteemed Steward Yu was not inclined to assist him with these predicaments. "Very well then, I shall take my leave," he stated. Steward Yu seemed disinterested in extending the conversation. With a surge of energy, he swiftly grasped the Fire Phoenix gun, and in an instant, a blaze streaked across the sky, vanishing from sight as it fell into the headquarters of the night watchman. Quick to arrive, quick to depart. This left Hao Lianchuan in a state of perplexity. "You leave, yet you take the Fire Phoenix gun with you. Do you not fear for my life?" He inwardly cursed, simultaneously sensing a mysterious energy stirring. Clearly, those who witnessed the light's disappearance understood that the matter was no longer his concern. They likely believed it was Hou Xiaocheng who had departed. At that moment, sensing a shift, individuals began to approach. Aside from the 3 major organizations that dared not make their presence known, others were unafraid to step forward, showing no apprehension towards Hao Lianchuan. The first to arrive was not Hou Qingfeng, but rather a gust of energy surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, 2 figures swiftly materialized, none other than Hu Dingfeng and Chen Yuhua. Hu Dingfeng's expression was grim as he surveyed the surroundings, only to be greeted by a scene engulfed in flames. He frowned and asked, "Hao Lianchuan, where is Li Hao?" A sudden jolt of fear gripped his heart. Could he have perished? Beside him, Chen Yuhua wore a similarly distressed expression. Had their young junior not even made an appearance before vanishing? Hao Lianchuan cast a glance at the two, his tone composed as he replied, "He is fine. He sustained only minor injuries and has already been sent back." There was no need for someone of his caliber, a mere 100 martial artist, to become entangled in this. Upon hearing this, both men sighed in relief. Just then, a series of figures descended. Hou Xiaocheng was the first to arrive, his demeanor calm, though a flicker of irritation lurked in the depths of his gaze. Following him was a robust man clad in the inspector's uniform, distinguished from the others by the multitude of stars shimmering upon his attire. He landed with a thunderous thud, exuding an air of authority. Hao Lianchuan paid no heed to Hou Xiaocheng, but hastily greeted the newcomer, director, the individual in question. Not only his nominal superior, but also that of Hou Xiaocheng, is the director of the Silver Moon Division within the entire Inspection Bureau system. Judging by his speed, he is undoubtedly a formidable force. The burly man nodded slightly, casting a glance around before speaking in a tone that, while not authoritative, was decidedly calm. "Should we eliminate all those who have trespassed with malevolent intent?" "All have been eliminated," came the swift response. "Is there evidence to suggest that it was the Red Moon that attacked?" Hao Lianchuan quickly replied, "No, only a few among them wore the Red Moon's ghostly masks. Furthermore, their assault was solely to capture Li Hao, not to kill him. If it were truly an attack on someone of his caliber, it would not have been overly challenging. Two individuals of the 3 Yang level targeting Li Hao, aside from the Red Moon. I cannot conceive of any organization that would act in such a manner." At this juncture, Hou Xiaocheng interjected, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. "Were there no survivors left behind? Once the Fire Phoenix gun is unleashed, how could there be any survivors?" replied Hao Lianchuan, maintaining an air of composure. "Lord Hou, you may not be aware that the Fire Phoenix gun has been nurtured by the Hou Department for many years. It inherently carries the will of the Hou Department, even if it is not under the direct control of the Hou Department. Wielding the Fire Phoenix gun makes it not overly difficult to eliminate 2 of the 3 Yang." At that moment, several more individuals arrived from outside the alley, including Hong Yitong and Hiyong, who quickly made their way over. These newcomers did not greet Hou Xiaocheng and his companions. Hiyong surveyed the surroundings, his gaze flickering momentarily as he furrowed his brow. As a top-tier martial artist, he sensed something amiss. Perhaps the essence of a sword or the intent of a gun, somewhat akin to such sensations. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong stood expressionless, yet internally, he was profoundly shaken by the sword's intent. Not only the sword's intent, but he also vaguely perceived a sense of familiarity. Without displaying any outward signs, he took a few steps further into the alley, subtly reaching out to grasp a minuscule shard, a tiny metallic fragment that fell into his hand. At that moment, his shock was immeasurable. The earth-shattering sword. He was intimately familiar with his own earth-shattering sword. Even if others noticed this tiny fragment, they would likely dismiss it due to its size, slightly larger than a grain of rice. Who would pay it any heed? But he did. He understood that the earth-shattering sword had been with Li Hao, and that Li Hao had been attacked. Even if the earth-shattering sword lay here, he would not have found it out of place. Yet now, the earth-shattering sword lay shattered, utterly fragmented. This was not merely a consequence of the enemy's strength. It was evident that it had not been broken by an external force, but rather had crumbled from within, destroyed not by an extraordinary force, but by the sword's own momentum. Countless thoughts surged within him, reconstructing fragments of the event. A top-tier swordsman under assault, the sword's intent erupting, leading to the instantaneous shattering of the earth-shattering sword. Its remnants scattering in all directions with an intensity that surpassed the levels of combat. This individual was also a swordsman. He faintly sensed the murderous intent, the rage, the sheer madness imbued within that sword intent, which seemed oddly familiar. Yet, he dared not believe it, nor did he wish to contemplate it. In that moment, he recalled a scene from the ancient city. On that day when he bestowed the earth-shattering sword to Li Hao, he had sensed some differences, but at that time, he did not delve deeply into it. Today, he was compelled to ponder. The battleground lay engulfed in flames, utterly devastated. With only half of a deliberately left Red Moon mask remaining, everything else had been obliterated. Hao Lianchuan wielded the Fire Phoenix spear to take lives. Why resort to such brutality? What was he attempting to conceal? Hong Yitong's gaze shifted, for it was indeed a cover-up. These individuals had not fallen to his hand, but rather to that of a remarkably formidable swordsman. In the current martial world, how many possess the prowess to achieve such feats? Yuan Shua? Yuan Shua was not a swordsman. While he might have been capable, he was certainly not the one. If his sword intent were so potent, he would have long ascended to the rank of a top-tier swordsman rather than remaining a mere beast king. Li Hao? That name surfaced with great difficulty in Hong Yitang's mind, nearly destabilizing his composure. Li Hao was an incredibly formidable swordsman. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the air, earth-shattering sword. What are you gazing at? He Yong approached with a boisterous demeanor, chuckling heartily. Are you frightened out of your wits? Turning to face He Yong, Hong Yitang noticed him fixated on his hands, cheerfully inquiring, found some money? With his hands clasped behind his back, the fragments of the earth-shattering sword gradually melted into his palm. He turned to He Yong and smiled. Not as fortunate as you, my friend. I haven't found any money. Merely reflecting on the state of the three sons. Previously, there were scarcely a handful in the Silver Moon, and now, with the recent spate of deaths, I'm genuinely apprehensive. As a mere member of the three sons, I once managed to navigate through, but now I feel the weight of misfortune. My fate seems precarious, uncertain from one moment to the next. He Yong laughed heartily. Aren't you born under the sign of the rat? Why fear this? He jested, then continued with a chuckle. Besides, it's not you who has perished, so what are you worried about? Did you have a hand in this? Brother He, you jest. He Yong chuckled, seemingly unfazed, but soon transmitted a message. Hong, do you not sense something amiss? What do you mean? Hong Yitang queried through thought. I can't shake the feeling that our Silver Moon may have acquired another formidable martial artist. Or perhaps, that old Yuan Mo has not departed. Impossible, right? Hong Yitang responded. Surprised. Why do you say that? Forget it. Discussing this with a mere faux martial artist is futile. Hong Yitang managed a wry smile, but refrained from further comment. While He Yong soon turned his attention elsewhere and departed. Once He Yong was gone, Hong Yitang exhaled softly. Perhaps He Yong had sensed something. But he could never fathom that the formidable martial artist he spoke of was, in fact, Li Hao. At that moment, Hong Yitang observed a group approaching. Officials from the Administrative Bureau, along with military personnel, excluding Hu Dingfang, and representatives from the four major institutions of Baiwei City. Noting the scene, Hong Yitang chose not to linger. He swiftly decided to take his leave. This was a matter beyond his involvement. At that juncture, Hong Yitang found no interest in the proceedings. He did not concern himself with the identities of the deceased, as long as they were not his own. Whether they belonged to the Red Moon or not was of little consequence. The Red Moon boasted many powerful figures, yet a significant number had perished previously, with several members of the three sons lost. At this stage, could there truly be two remaining members of the three sons? Among them, it seemed there was even one at the pinnacle of the three sons. Had the Purple Moon been slain? That is indeed a jest. Ziyue would never undertake such a perilous gamble. The disappearance of the two Sanyang is perplexing, and it remains uncertain who is truly responsible, yet inevitably, news will circulate. At this moment, Hong Yitang's primary concern revolves around whether he should take action should Li Hao be the one responsible for the killings. Initially, he contemplated that Yuan Shuo would eventually return. Given the rapport between Yuan Shuo and Hou Xiaocheng, he might align himself with Yuan Shuo and gradually draw closer to the Night Watchers. However, at present, he finds himself pondering Yuan Shuo's mysterious absence and the uncertainty of his return. And what of Li Hao? This lad conceals his depths remarkably well. Yet today, having made his move, it may soon become impossible to keep it hidden. The truth cannot be contained forever. Hao Lianchuan has incinerated everything. And while it is difficult for others to suspect Li Hao, should Li Hao exhibit any further unusual behavior, it will inevitably be exposed. I even entrusted him with a subterranean sword, yet it appears that the sword has vanished as well. As Hong Yitang mused, the individual had already departed. After his exit, He Yong's figure re-emerged, his brow slightly furrowed. Has Hong Yitang discovered something? Previously, he had clearly seen this fellow retrieve something, yet the man quietly concealed it. There must be something amiss. He cast a glance at the dilapidated alley. Apart from the flames, there was naught else. Was the scene destroyed? Is the perpetrator formidable? Or is there an underlying reason? With these thoughts, He Yong decided not to linger any longer and swiftly departed. Baiwei City is increasingly perilous, with all manner of malevolent entities emerging. In the alley, Hao Lianchuan reported the situation to the chief of the Inspection Bureau, concluding with, just now, Deputy Hou visited. Aware that the enemy has been entirely eradicated, he did not tarry, for his injuries have yet to fully heal. This matter shall be handled solely by me. Hao Lianchuan declared solemnly, the Red Moon is audacious indeed. daring to assault key figures of the Night Watchers within the city. My intention is to launch a crackdown on the Red Moon. With Deputy Hou in seclusion and unable to assist, and the Night Watchers lacking sufficient strength, we are earnestly seeking support from headquarters. He turned to Hou Xiaocheng and said gravely, Lord Hou, the Red Moon disregards the Night Watchers. Fortunately, several special envoys are currently in the city. The duty of the Night Watchers is to eradicate all forms of malevolent supernatural forces. Whether for the sake of the Night Watchers' reputation or the pursuit of justice, the Red Moon's transgressions are utterly unforgivable, beyond redemption. I hope Lord Hou can provide some support. Hou Xiaocheng inwardly cursed. Yet, at this moment, he could not refuse. As a special envoy of the Night Watchers, should he decline, the prestige of the Night Watchers would be tarnished. Regardless of his personal sentiments, he must exercise caution, for the headquarters comprises not only their faction. The situation at headquarters is intricate. He merely represents a portion of the whole, not the entirety. Should he falter in his duties and sully the Night Watcher's reputation, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Hou Xiaocheng stated solemnly, Rest assured, I shall not stand idly by in the face of such audacity from malevolent supernatural forces. I will dispatch individuals to seek the whereabouts of the Red Moon, and should they be discovered, they are to be eliminated without exception. Yet, he merely spoke these words without any intention of taking action. Hao Lianchuan remained indifferent, merely nodding before assertively stating, the actions of the Red Moon faction grow increasingly outrageous. While their previous assault on Silver City was already intolerable, they now dare to invade White Moon City. They have even infiltrated 2 formidable Sanying-level experts. From today onward, I propose that White Moon City be placed under military control. The Inspection Bureau and the Night Patrol must jointly oversee the city until the remnants of the Red Moon are completely eradicated. Silence enveloped the room. Some glanced toward the Administrative Directorate, noting the absence of Director Zhou, who was replaced by his deputy, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, exuding a refined demeanor. The elder remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly, As you wish. We shall manage the aftermath. I will dispatch personnel to assess the damages and ascertain whether any innocent civilians have been harmed or suffered losses. Is it truly impossible to avert collateral damage in a battle of superpowers? After his sigh, he turned to Hao Lianchuan, saying, Deputy Minister Hao, Silver Moon has enjoyed stability for many years, with its citizens living in peace. The Night Patrol must exercise extra caution should further superhuman attacks occur. We hope to contain them and avoid densely populated areas. He then directed his gaze towards Hou Xiaocheng, Commissioner Hou. The strength of the representatives from Starry Sky City is remarkable. Your diligence in eradicating the Red Moon organization will be greatly appreciated, and the Administrative Directorate will commend your efforts. Hou Xiaocheng offered a slight smile and nodded. Rest assured, Deputy Director Zhou. The elder had nothing more to say and soon departed. With their expertise no longer required, the Administrative Directorate withdrew from the situation. At that moment, someone recalled something. A member of the Inspection Bureau whispered to a burly man, who nodded in understanding, and soon, an individual hurried away. Surveillance. There existed a camera at the Alley S entrance, which had been destroyed. However, if it could be examined, it might unveil crucial information or confirm the identities of the assailants. To this point, none knew the number of casualties, only that 2 Sanying-level beings had perished. As for Hao Lianchuan, his response was fueled by anger. The Fire Phoenix gun had been unleashed, demonstrating devastating power, and by the time others arrived, the attackers had already been vanquished. Apart from ensuring Li Hao's safety, the rest had been reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving him unaware of their numbers or identities. With little evidence remaining at the scene, the crowd dispersed. Hou Xiaocheng did not linger, his anger and confusion still palpable. Had the Red Moon truly lost their senses? Or was someone masquerading as them? The deaths of the Sanying-level experts could not be fabricated. The chaotic and potent energies were unmistakable. He deduced that among the 2 Sanyang, one wielded wood attributes while the other possessed metal attributes, likely formidable in their own right, perhaps comparable to Huangjie. The wood attribute user might even be on par with Yu Xiao. Why, despite having reached a tacit understanding, would the Red Moon act in such a manner? While the bloodlines of the 8 great families held significance, capturing Hou Xiaocheng would not be beyond their capacity. His confusion lingered as he swiftly returned to the hotel. Inside, the other 2 powerful figures had not departed but remained in waiting. Hu Qingfeng was in a rather dismal mood. He cast a glance and frowned, asking, "Where are Huang Jie and Yu Xiao? Those two rascals, how dare they wander off during such a significant crisis?" Just then, a thought struck him, and he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, given the gravity of the situation, those two were meant to remain at the hotel. They would not simply run off. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped him, and his expression darkened as he turned to the two remaining individuals, a man and a woman, who appeared equally troubled. "Did you see Huang Jie and Yu Xiao when you returned?" "No," the woman replied first. Hou Qingfeng's face shifted again, taking on a pallid hue. He coldly inquired, "Have you attempted to contact them?" "Not yet." Quickly, Hou Qingfeng barked, startling the two, who now felt a growing sense of unease. What was happening? Meanwhile, Hou Qingfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim. Surely not. Huang Jie and Yu Xiao were no fools. They would not engage in reckless pursuits amidst such turmoil. Did the bloodlines of the 8 great families hold any significant sway over them? Not at all. Thus, aside from Hongwei, there truly was no one else who would seek to provoke Li Hao. Everyone else was still trying to comprehend the situation. However, 3 individuals had perished, one at the pinnacle of the gold element and another at the mid-level of the wood element. The coincidence was too striking. Those two could not possibly be oblivious to the events unfolding in the city, yet they had not appeared. Where could they be? The more Hou Qingfeng pondered, the more anxious, furious, and solemn he became. What if Huang Jie and Yu Xiao were the ones who had died? That would lead to significant trouble. He could not even articulate that these two might be dead. Otherwise, given their previous presence, labeling this incident as an attack by dark energy would be problematic. Should he utter that Huang Jie and Yu Xiao had perished, it would spell disaster. Damn Hao Lianchuan. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze turned cold. Hao Lianchuan had previously evaded responsibility, claiming ignorance of the assailants' identities, while being aware that they were most likely from Hongwei. In mere exchanges, he had defined this assault as an incursion of dark energy, even compelling Hou Qingfeng to lend his support. At this juncture, how could he suggest that the missing individuals might be Yu Xiao and Huang Jie? Not only could he not do so, but he also had to conceal the fact of their disappearance. Damn it, they deserved to be eliminated. At this moment, if he could not ascertain who had perished, he would be a complete fool. In an instant, his expression turned ashen, instilling fear in those around him. He had been led astray by Hao Lianchuan. Hao Lianchuan undoubtedly knew who had died. This was intentional. Before him, the woman quickly murmured, "I couldn't get through." Hou Qingfeng fell silent. It was certain. The two had already perished, consumed by flames. Where could he reach them? After a pause, he gravely stated, "They are dead. Let us speak no further on the matter. To the outside world, we shall declare that these two were assigned to official duties and departed Bayou City early this morning." My lord, the two turned pale. Are they truly dead? Was the earlier combat instigated by Yu Xiao and the others? Are they not in danger? Hou Qingfeng took a deep breath. For now, everyone was only engaging in covert skirmishes. Hou Xiaocheng and his associates did not dare confront them openly. However, Bayou City was no longer safe. Yet, they could not leave immediately. Otherwise, they would plunge into greater peril. At this moment, he began to feel a sense of unease. Speaking in a low voice, "We cannot leave immediately. In the coming days, we must make frequent appearances, and if there is no pressing matter, we should refrain from going out. Even if we must, we should remain in the administrative headquarters as much as possible." The more he pondered, the more restless he became. At this juncture, the figure of the rotund Hao Lianchuan was firmly etched in his mind. What a scoundrel! Indeed, the Silver Moon Night Watchmen are a band of rebels. Hao Lianchuan, fully aware of the identities of the two, still executed them without hesitation. How despicable! How loathsome! Meanwhile, in the administrative headquarters, within a modest office, the recently departed Deputy Director Zhou turned to Director Zhao and spoke slowly. "The deceased are Yu Xiao and Huang Jie. That Hou Qingfeng fellow remains oblivious. He is likely just beginning to realize that something is amiss." He shook his head, adding, "Although Hou Qingfeng is powerful, his intellect leaves much to be desired. I would wager that at least half of those present have deduced the identities of the deceased. The director and He Yong from the royal side have likely figured it out, yet he remains in a daze, easily misled by Hao Lianchuan's few words. Could this be the handiwork of Hou Xiaocheng?" Director Zhao murmured, then quickly shook his head. "It doesn't appear so. If it were truly Hou Xiaocheng's doings, Hou Qingfeng wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Thus, it seems this is purely Hao Lianchuan's own initiative. That little chubster certainly possesses audacity. However, Deputy Director Zhou shook his head. It doesn't quite seem right. It might align with his thoughts, yet it could also be beyond his expectations. He obliterated the crime scene. If he was indeed responsible, he likely would not have destroyed the evidence that could confirm the identities involved, especially if it tied back to the Red Moon. Establishing such facts would serve his purpose far better than leaving no trace behind, which only results in the deaths being unaccounted for. What have you uncovered? Director Zhao inquired, knowing his longtime friend to be meticulous and likely to have discovered something. Deputy Director Zhou exhaled softly, stating, the perpetrator may not be Hao Lianchuan, but rather someone else. Their identity must not be easily revealed. This individual possesses formidable strength, having slain two with Sanyang status while managing to conceal their identity. It could only be either the Jade Laura or Li Hao. Director Zhao was momentarily taken aback, dismissing the notion of the Jade Laura and raising an eyebrow. Li Hao. Precisely. Deputy Director Zhou reflected, a being surpassing 100, untouched amidst the assault of two with Sanyang status. If it were indeed the work of the Red Moon, that would be a distinct possibility. However, if it were not the Red Moon, but rather Yu Xiao and his companion, they must have uncovered something significant. Was it necessary to capture Li Hao? Could they even take him away? Were they not concerned about Hou Xiaocheng's impending return? Would they be able to escape? Therefore, if they acted, it was with the intent to kill Li Hao, not to capture him. Hao Lianchuan arrived swiftly, in under 30 seconds. Yet, for two with Sanyang status to assault someone surpassing 100. Such a duration should have sufficed to kill him, unless they were embroiled in infighting. But if they were not lacking in intelligence, why would they be quarreling at this moment? Thus, he contemplated further and suggested, could it be that Yuan Shua has not departed? At this juncture, Director Zhao Tu furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. Yuan Shua has indeed left. He has truly departed. Reliable news from the neighboring Lingjiang province indicates that Yuan Shua has allied with the Baiguang sword. They accomplished something significant last night, jointly dismantling a Red Moon stronghold and slaying a formidable adversary with Sanyang status. Yuan Shua even boasted, leaving behind a harsh message, declaring that he would not return until he had vanquished the Red Moon in the central region. Deputy Director Zhou inhaled deeply. Does that imply Li Hao has other supporters behind him? Should this not occur, it would indeed be a most terrifying predicament. At this moment, Li Hao's name had thoroughly entered their consciousness. Director Zhao fell into a brief silence before suddenly breaking into a smile. Never mind that for now. We shall await Hou Xiaocheng's return. Where has he gone? Inquired Director Zhou. It seemed both men were certain that Hou Xiaocheng was not within the city, showing little concern for the individual who had previously appeared, as if they were already aware of Chief Steward Yu's identity and capabilities. Director Zhao glanced out the window, contemplating. I cannot be certain. Not only is he absent from the city, but the military figure is undoubtedly also away. The two must have departed together to confront a formidable adversary. Ordinary foes do not warrant such cooperation. Hu Qingfeng's presence here serves merely as a cover for them. He can attest to their waiting within the city. News will arrive soon, and should any of the Shuguang perish, or if a prominent figure were to fall, we might ascertain their whereabouts. Director Zhou remained silent. Is Yu Shuai also absent? What kind of individual would compel two to join forces against them? He harbored a vague suspicion, yet dared not voice it. Even in the isolation of their company, he refrained from speaking, should that be the case. The northern region might descend into chaos for a time. Silver Moon might experience a fleeting tranquility, no longer drawing excessive attention. Both Yuan Shua and Hou Xiaocheng revealed their prowess for intimidation. While their disruptive actions served to divert attention, these individuals were undeniably formidable. Their abrupt strikes and sudden escalations were not without reason. The martial world, the night watchman, and the military had reached a consensus. It appeared that the situation in Silver Moon was even more complex than anticipated. At this moment, the administrative office fell silent. Meanwhile, in Li Hao's chamber, he was savoring a meal, relishing every bite. Beside him, Wang Ming was lost in thought. After Li Hao had taken several mouthfuls, he hurriedly offered a drink. Stuttering, Senior Brotherly, have a sip to soothe your throat. Li Hao took a drink and looked up at him. Wang Ming gulped, stammering, Senior Brother, our 5-animal sect is truly formidable. Li Hao smiled. Observing this, Wang Ming quickly added, I saw nothing at all. By the way, I've destroyed everything. There are absolutely no remnants, no backups whatsoever. Li Hao nodded in response, remaining silent. Wang Ming seemed to regain his focus. gazing at Li Hao with an unusual expression, and after a pause, asked, "Do you think I still have a chance to learn martial arts?" "I do not know." "Oh no, senior brother, please grant me an opportunity." Wang Ming's face was filled with anticipation. "I truly wish to learn martial arts, to become a powerful martial artist. We'll see, perhaps the teacher has a way, though I do not." "All right then." Wang Ming's spirit sank, yet he could not shake the memory of that moment. A sword piercing the heavens, a fleeting sword energy manifested, and a radiant figure was slain in an instant, followed by the vanishing of the sword energy. That was all there was. However, he knew that 2 of the Sanyang had perished. By the time Hao Lianchuan arrived, the battle seemed nearly concluded. This seemingly unremarkable senior brother before him was truly terrifying. So terrifying that he felt Minister Hao was probably not a match for him, right? It was not merely a lack of the Fire Phoenix spear. Perhaps he was destined to be defeated in a single strike. Alas, are these martial artists truly that formidable? Wang Ming diligently attended to him, yet his thoughts had already wandered far away, still unable to come to terms with the sheer frightfulness of it all. When Li Hao had slain Zhang Ting before, he had been powerful, but certainly not as formidable as he was now. His progress was alarmingly swift, to the point of instilling fear within him. What should his senior brother do next? Would he be exposed? Wang Ming felt a tremor of trepidation. The one he had killed was no ordinary individual. Li Hao, while consuming his meal, did not lift his gaze and calmly replied, "What is there to do? There is no alternative. The path of the teacher lies ahead, and I shall seek him out." "What are you worried about? Seek the teacher?" Wang Ming inhaled sharply. If this individual also went, it would be even more terrifying to have several harbingers of death congregating together. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. No, it was fear. Wang Ming fell silent. At that moment, his heart was consumed with the desire to become a martial artist, a powerful one at that. The 5-animal school had firmly imprinted itself in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Hao cast a glance out the window. Surely, some would begin to speculate about certain matters. Therefore, he must strive to grow stronger swiftly. Even if he concealed his progress, it would be impossible to hide it from everyone. He had no intention of completely deceiving them. As long as he advanced rapidly, allowing them to remain entranced by the fact that he had slain the 3 sons. What would it matter when he could vanquish the radiant dawn? A smile crept across Li Hao's face. Hou Xiaocheng, steward you, Minister Hao, Hu Qingfeng. Each name resonated in his mind. Li Hao believed he could attempt to step forth, wielding overwhelming power, to become one of the many sovereigns rather than passively enduring whatever came his way. After a while of eating, Li Hao remarked, "The dishes are delightful, exceptionally fragrant. Old Wang, do buy more next time." "Absolutely," Wang Ming replied eagerly, his face alight with excitement. Li Hao shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. This fellow could be rather amusing at times. "I'm not a monster. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Have you forgotten that you are also one of the participants?" Chapter 113. A thunderclap from the ground, subscription request. Having eaten his fill, Li Hao felt quite satisfied. However, a sense of confusion began to gather in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Wang Ming and inquired, "Does Minister Hou often travel far?" "I have no idea. Why do you ask?" Wang Ming genuinely did not know, as he was not well acquainted with that individual. Li Hao nodded and refrained from pressing further. Having killed so many today was no trivial matter. Yet, the one who came to handle it was merely steward you, and he was shrouded in mystery, with his identity undisclosed. It was evident that there were intentions of impersonation at play. If Hou Xiaocheng had truly secluded himself, there would be no need for impersonation. That would mean Hou Xiaocheng was genuinely absent from the city. Where could he have gone? This individual had just slain a top-tier powerhouse. And now all eyes were on Baiyu City. Indeed, one could say that the gaze of half the dynasty was fixated here. Was he not afraid of encountering issues by fleeing? What could possibly warrant his disappearance at this moment? As Li Hao pondered this, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the door resonated. Wang Ming was taken aback, glancing at Li Hao, who nodded slightly and whispered, "Go open the door." After saying this, he waved his hand, sweeping the remnants of their recent meal into the trash can and closing its lid. Li Hao's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he approached the door. Although Wang Ming was unsure of who had arrived, a sense of trepidation washed over him, nonetheless. He quickly opened the door. Upon opening it, he exhaled in relief. "Uncle Hu." Hu Dingfang regarded him with a fleeting glance, now recognizing the young man, and gave a slight nod, though his expression was less than amiable. In his view, Li Hao's recent ambush was somehow linked to the prior conversation with these two individuals. Wang Ming certainly had a loose tongue. General Hu. Li Hao seemed somewhat astonished, casting a look at Hu Dingfang, his brow furrowed in confusion. What brings you here? Are you unhurt? Hu Dingfang scanned Li Hao briefly, relieved to find that he had sustained no serious injuries, save for a somewhat pallid complexion. Li Hao managed a faint smile. I'm fine. Minister Hao arrived promptly. They weren't here to kill me, merely to capture me, so I sustained only minor injuries. Noticing Wang Ming's presence and realizing he had no intention of leaving, Hu Dingfang sighed inwardly at the young man's lack of discernment. He refrained from saying much more, stating solemnly, if you have any matters to discuss, you can reach out to me. Additionally, the night watch is perilous. If you find yourself without a place to go, you may seek me out at the Tiger Wing Army. Some matters are not as Minister Hao portrayed. There are coincidences and misunderstandings from years past. He believed that Hao Lianchuan had likely embellished the situation. Li Hao was surely aware of his own proficiency in the 5-animal secret technique. Yet, from Hu Dingfang's perspective, had it not been for Hao Lianchuan's meddling, perhaps Li Hao would have chosen to join the Tiger Wing Army. That rotund figure was certainly not a well-intentioned individual. Li Hao nodded quickly, looking somewhat troubled. I understand, but I cannot make any decisions at present. I must wait for my master's return before I can make further arrangements. Hu Dingfang felt exasperated, but chose not to press the matter further. After a moment's reflection, he added, if you have the time, you should come to my home for a meal. Moreover, I will try to procure some blood god seeds for you. Your power is rather insufficient. Although breaking the 100 mark is commendable, in these turbulent times, chaos will only escalate. Silver Moon was relatively secure. Yet the surrounding provinces were already embroiled in turmoil. The rebellion in the northern 3 provinces had caused unrest throughout the north. Although Commander Yu had quelled the insurrection, sporadic skirmishes continued to flare up. Reaching this point, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further and continued, if your martial arts do not progress, you might consider delving into the realm of superpowers. Mystical abilities can be more readily acquired. Although your master has forged a new path in martial arts, he is not an ordinary individual, and not everyone can tread the same path. Li Hao nodded earnestly. Hu Dingfang ceased his discourse, and it seemed Li Hao had no intention of extending hospitality. Observing this, Hu Dingfang turned to leave. Safe travels, General Hu. Hu Dingfang waved his hand without responding further. Once Hu Dingfang had departed, Li Hao moved to the window and peered down, discovering a woman waiting below. Wang Ming leaned over to catch a glimpse, astonished. Is that old Hu's wife? She rarely makes an appearance. It's surprising to see her out this time. Are you related to old Hu? The woman below seemed to sense something at that moment, lifting her gaze upwards. However, the 12th floor is quite high. It is uncertain whether she saw anything. Li Hao observed for a while, then glanced at Wang Ming with a smile, saying, even now, you still do not comprehend? What? Wang Ming replied, sighing and shaking his head. This fellow can be quite foolish at times. Hu Dingfang is proficient in the 5-animal frolics, and quite adept, I might add. Do you not feel anything? Clearly, it is related to the 5-animal sect. A normal person would have formed some judgment by now. Why is your mind so inactive? Considering that woman down there, you should also refer to her as senior sister. Oh, Wang Ming nodded initially, then froze in realization, muttering, I understand. A former student of teacher Yuan? I have not heard of this. Now he grasped the concept. After contemplating Hu Dingfang for a while, he inhaled deeply and said, I see, Hu Dingfang is skilled in the 5-animal frolics, and it seems he is even more formidable than I, a named disciple who knows the breathing techniques. Does he also possess such abilities? Li Hao chuckled, not entirely foolish yet. The next moment, however, Wang Ming's thoughts darted to Li Hao's side. Wang Ming inhaled repeatedly. So, this Hu Dingfang and I are from the same generation? I am a named disciple of the teacher, while he does not even qualify as one. In the 5-animal sect, my status is somewhat superior to his as a senior brother. Do you think if I were to seek him out and introduce myself as his senior brother, he would strike me? Scram. Li Hao responded with a laugh. Watching as Hu Dingfang departed with the woman below, he added slowly, do not dwell too much on entanglements. The teacher is likely very disappointed. After saying this, Li Hao shook his head and suddenly sighed. Such excellent talent. What? Wang Ming asked, still perplexed. Li Hao lifted his chin slightly. Observe your senior sister's stride. Wang Ming leaned forward to take a look, and after a moment, he remarked, senior sister walks quite gracefully. Li Hao nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. Graceful indeed. That is a characteristic of the deer technique, an instinctual response that comes from mastering it. When she walks, she is also vigilant of her surroundings, attuned to the slightest rustle of grass or wind. Without a doubt, our senior sister is a master of the Douqian level, having ventured into it for quite some time. Wow, Wang Ming gasped, so formidable, even stronger than the teacher? Li Hao shook his head. You, my friend, still wish to practice martial arts? You should read more books and ask more questions. The teacher has merged the 5 forces. This is not merely breaking 100 or even reaching the Douqian level in a typical sense. At this point, Li Hao continued, in today's martial world, disregarding the outside, within the Silver Moon martial arts, anyone who entered the Douqian level before the teacher is, in essence, worthless. Huh. Wang Ming was taken aback. What do you mean? Is reaching Douqian actually a sign of worthlessness? Li Hao elaborated. Those who have not entered Douqian, or those who only did so after leaving, may indeed be the true strong ones. Wang Ming was bewildered, truly not understanding. Li Hao clarified. In the Silver Moon martial arts, the older generation of prodigies has been suppressed by the teacher. He swept through an entire era of martial arts. Before he entered Douqian, the spirit and essence of those individuals were continually subdued by him. It sounds mystical, yet it is not at all. This is a form of divine intent and pressure. Thus, the likes of Di Fu Jianhong and Qi Meigun's son, Yi Fei, have failed to enter the realm of Douqian. In today's context, what significance does Douqian hold? Moreover, He Yong has also ventured forth to attain Douqian. At this moment, Li Hao can be regarded as a master of martial arts, possessing greater understanding and composure. He continued, to articulate it more simply, those who were defeated by their mentors in the past, despite their formidable talents, are indeed remarkable individuals for having survived such encounters. However, remaining in Yin precludes any breakthrough to Douqian unless one steps outside. Yet, even then, a breakthrough is not guaranteed. Wang Ming scratched his head, genuinely perplexed. Is this related to stepping outside? Furthermore, weren't we discussing senior sister just now? Observing Wang Ming's confusion, Li Hao grew disinterested in further explanation. Returning to the main topic, senior sister is a disciple of the master, and logically, she should not advance to Douqian before the master. It is not a matter of capability. Rather, the master has not yet advanced. Her promotion only indicates her weakness, perhaps so feeble that she is not even restrained by the master. In simpler terms, only the strong merit the master's suppression, while the weak do not. The team leader should surpass her to some extent, as he advanced under the master's guidance, albeit hastily, lacking profound insight into his potential. Nevertheless, he should still be more formidable than the average Douqian. Wang Ming nodded, although he still found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. He grasped the general notion that those who advanced to Douqian before Yuan Shua and Yin were rather weak. Is that what you mean, Li Hao? Despite his lingering confusion regarding the reasons, he understood that it stemmed from the master's suppression. That sounds rather alarming. Brother, do you mean to say that our senior sister, despite being a Douqian, is essentially quite weak? Not exceedingly weak, rather at a normal Douqian level, Li Hao replied with a smile. If we were to categorize the Douqian within the martial realm into 3 tiers, the master occupies the highest tier, followed by He Yong and others who, after facing setbacks, have soared to Douqian and still have room for progress. The 3rd tier encompasses individuals like Lu Laoda, who represent the standard Douqian level. And you? Wang Ming couldn't resist asking. Li Hao chuckled. I am likely on par with He Yong, though I have a slight advantage in potential. As a disciple of the 5 animal sect, I stand above them, yet below the master. I see. Wang Ming nodded, pondering if Li Hao could be considered the 2nd strongest in the martial world. Not at all. Li Hao laughed. This is not humility, it is merely the truth. One can only say this in the context of the current martial landscape of Yin. However, the vastness of other regions remains unknown. Who can tell how their martial prowess has evolved over the years, how many Douqian exist, or if any have ascended to a higher tier? Wang Ming nodded again, and as their conversation flowed, the shadows of Hu Dingfang and his spouse gradually faded away. Wang Ming expressed a hint of regret. You seem rather indifferent towards them. Otherwise, we could have leveraged their influence somewhat. Hu Dingfang is quite formidable and holds a significant position, commanding the Tiger Wing Army. I prefer not to interfere in his matters with the master. We shall discuss it upon the master's return, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. He then expressed a tinge of regret. It is unfortunate that so many were slain today. Yet not a trace of their mysterious energy was harvested. Such a loss. At that moment, it was impractical to collect it, leading to the decision to forego it entirely. Though he had pushed his internal organs to a temporary limit, the mysterious energy was abundant, with 2 yang and 2 sun energies at his disposal. He possessed approximately 3,000 units of this enigmatic force, which felt like a tremendous waste. Wang Ming lamented the loss, aware that another practitioner of the gold element was likely to arrive soon. What a pity. After a brief conversation, Wang Ming took his leave, understanding the importance of discretion. Li Hao had just engaged in a fierce battle. Even flattery could wear thin. He was in no rush to inventory his spoils. First, he indulged in a refreshing bath, cleansing himself thoroughly before entering his chamber, where he retrieved 2 storage rings. These artifacts were unfamiliar to Li Hao, yet he had gleaned some knowledge about their usage from ancient texts he had studied. It was quite straightforward. His spiritual energy, which he now understood as divine intent or force, could activate these storage rings. As for how to unlock them with supernatural abilities, he was uncertain. Perhaps it involved a blood oath of sorts. Who could say? Upon unleashing his divine intent, he indeed sensed something within one of the storage rings, akin to a barrier. Channeling his divine intent into a blade, he pierced through the obstruction with a resounding crack. In an instant, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a diminutive space, a darkened chamber, scarcely larger than a coffin, sufficient to accommodate a person. With his divine intent illuminating the surroundings, he discerned the treasures within. 5 divine energy stones. What a fortune! Li Hao chuckled, pleased with his find. It made sense, as Hou Xiao had previously gifted him one, likely believing he could reclaim it later. However, 5 divine energy stones were certainly a commendable haul. In addition to the stones, he discovered a familiar item, an energy storage ring, distinct from a storage ring. This energy storage ring was designed to hold mysterious energy. With a swift motion of his divine intent, a ring materialized before him. Upon inspection, it appeared similar to the one he wore, featuring 5 compartments, each presumably capable of holding 200 units of mysterious energy. Remarkably, 4 of these compartments were filled with wood energy. Hou Xiao's. Li Hao deduced that these formidable individuals had come prepared, possessing a substantial 800 units of wood energy. Perhaps they had originally carried more, but had utilized some. This was indeed an unexpected boon. It marked the first time Li Hao had acquired mysterious energy beyond his own after slaying an opponent. The wealth of the central figures was evidently vast, far exceeding that of local supernatural practitioners, who often lacked such abundant supplies. The 5 divine energy stones could replenish energy for his small sword, while the 800 units of wood energy would be instrumental in nurturing the wood force. Despite the absence of the wood sword's manifestation thus far, Li Hao turned his attention to the other storage ring, a smile gracing his lips. Since Hou Xiao, a mid-level practitioner of the 3 yang, had carried such treasures, it was reasonable to expect that the other peak practitioner of the gold element would possess an equally impressive collection. Aside from the aforementioned items in Hou Xiao's storage ring, Li Hao also stumbled upon an assortment of miscellaneous objects, including what appeared to be a woman's undergarment, suggesting it had been used. Li Hao could only conclude that this individual had a penchant for cross-dressing. As for other matters, he was too apathetic to ponder further. There were also a few garments belonging to Hou Xiao, along with a token. This token, which Li Hao possessed as well, was not particularly valuable. It merely served as identification, a symbol of his status as a night watchman. Essentially, it was a mere emblem, lacking in practical utility. Without hesitation, Li Hao promptly began to open the second storage ring. This time, the difficulty was slightly greater, yet still manageable. Upon opening it, he discovered a similar configuration, a few more divine energy stones, totaling 8. Regarding the energy storage ring, there was one as well, but the amount of gold energy contained within was rather scant, only exceeding 600 units, which left Li Hao quite disheartened. Clearly, this individual at the pinnacle of the 3 yang had consumed more energy, perhaps due to daily cultivation. What a waste. In summary, Li Hao had acquired 2 storage rings, over 1,400 units of mysterious energy, and 13 divine energy stones, which provided some much-needed replenishment to his already dwindling supply of divine energy stones. After sustaining significant injuries, the energy within his small sword was nearly depleted. Presently, he possessed only 7 divine energy stones, and had it not been for this recent acquisition, those 7 would not have lasted long. Now, with the addition of 13, he was assured of a short-term supply. The offerings from the 2-3 young individuals consisted solely of mysterious energy or divine energy stones, with little else of note. As for the martial artist, Dou Qian, Li Hao briefly glanced at the secret manual he had obtained. Upon a cursory inspection, he was momentarily taken aback by a familiar name, 100 Battles Spear. This spear technique, Li Hao had heard of, was one of the legendary Silver Moon 3 spears, a secret art of the copper spear Zhang Jinan. With the copper spear deceased, could it be that the assailant was a descendant or successor? Li Hao furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it. Whether the opponent was killed or not mattered little. Their identity was somewhat akin to that of his own captain, perhaps a martial arts second generation. And it was no small feat to ascend to Dou Qian. However, they should never have coveted the blood goddess essence that resided within him. The Silver Moon 3 spears were renowned martial artists of their time. The 5 animals breathing technique was not something they would overlook, even if they were formidable. The opponent's family secret arts were likely not inferior either. Reflecting on the moment when the opponent had unleashed their spear, swift and fierce, akin to a dragon, Li Hao sensed a hint of that indomitable spirit of 100 battles. Yet, perhaps due to their lack of experience in the brutal era of conflict, their aura did not seem as intense as that of his captain, who had fought numerous battles in Silver City. Had he extinguished the lineage of the copper spear by slaying its successor? Contemplating this, Li Hao leafed through the manual, which detailed various considerations regarding spear techniques and fundamental elements of the art. Upon reaching the final page, he discovered, indeed, no accompanying breathing technique. This revelation suggested that if the copper spear had no other successors, its lineage would be completely severed. For Li Hao did not possess knowledge of the breathing technique. Without its essence, the 100 Battle Spear would merely be an empty shell. He perused the manual for a while. The techniques were intricate, and for those who wielded a spear, they could still derive some insights even in the absence of a breathing technique, which was commendable. Regrettably, Li Hao was not skilled in spear techniques, rendering the manual of little allure. Indeed, the martial artist had little of value to covet. Li Hao shook his head. Under the circumstances, he had no desire to slay martial artists. It held no significance. Unless his opponent was equally matched, or even more formidable, then it might be somewhat intriguing. At that point, it would not be about killing for the sake of killing, but rather for the pursuit of martial arts. Slaying the weak was utterly meaningless. The secret techniques were exceedingly difficult to acquire in their entirety. Killing them would yield no advantages, nor any ethereal energy. What purpose would that serve? The teacher, in his time, managed to obtain the complete breathing technique for the shadowless sword, likely due to the sword's overconfidence, believing itself invincible and immortal. Otherwise, it would not have preserved such a complete legacy. After a brief assessment, it was clear that these trinkets were of little worth. Engaging in murder for treasure was, in fact, quite unprofitable. Typically, those strong enough to defeat Hou Xiao would not regard such items with any interest, yet for Li Hao, they were still somewhat acceptable. He cast aside 2 storage rings, merely glancing at them without much curiosity or affection. Bringing them along would, however, prove more convenient. At this moment, he was far more preoccupied with his Fire Tiger sword's momentum. As divine intent fused with his heart, Li Hao perceived a stark transformation in his current tiger momentum, distinctly different from before. Within his heart, thick chains ensnared a sword, a fiery red tiger-headed blade. The blade appeared to be imprinted with the image of a fierce tiger, albeit somewhat ethereal and indistinct, as if the tiger lay in wait. The fire sword and earth sword were manifesting, and soon he hoped to see the remaining 3 swords of the 5 elements, wood, metal, and water. The 2 swords had yet to merge, but Li Hao felt no urgency. Once all 5 swords materialized, the teacher's insights would prove invaluable. For the integration of the 5 elements and their respective forces bore remarkable similarities. At that juncture, Yuan Shua's experience would be exceedingly beneficial, allowing Li Hao to save countless hours and take a shortcut towards merging the 5 swords under the command of sword momentum. In that moment, he would achieve instantaneous fusion, even unleashing the 5 swords with overwhelming might. With limited insights into the metal and wood sword momentum, the immediate concern lay in fusing the water sword momentum. He contemplated whether a visit to the sea might yield some enlightenment. Perhaps it would, perhaps it would not. Nevertheless, he yearned to explore, as his 9 forging strength had only reached the 7th layer thus far, and the 9th layer would likely demand additional time. With the rising light being formidable, Li Hao assessed that should he manifest the momentum of 3 swords, he would likely contend with the peak of the three-yang realm. While presenting four-sword momentum might not rival the rising light, he would undoubtedly be invincible at the level of the three-yang. The complete manifestation of all five-sword momentum would, he believed, allow him to truly stand against the level of the rising light. However, manifestation was not the same as fusion. Once fused, Li Hao surmised he might even be capable of slaying the rising light. This was merely his theoretical deduction, and the actual outcome would depend on the circumstances. Currently, the martial artist within the realm had yet to reach this pinnacle, at least. He had not heard of anyone capable of contending with the rising light. Even the teacher, who previously displayed power, was only comparable to the peak of the three-yang. In that era, the teacher had achieved the duality of spirits. Yet the teacher was unique. He had fused the five forces, and his duality of spirits differed from Li Hao's present understanding. It is likely that I will reach the third realm and become comparable to my teacher's second realm. Ultimately, through the fusion of my five forces, I may even surpass my teacher's mastery of the five forces. This is because his sword intent is somewhat stronger than any single aspect of the five animal styles. Currently, I cannot match my teacher, primarily due to experience, combat reflexes, and the lack of integration of my forces. Otherwise, with my teacher's experience and strength, during this encounter, when Li Hao unleashed his second sword strike, my teacher would likely have been capable of vanquishing Huang Jie. In contrast, Li Hao merely benefited from the unexpected appearance of Hao Lianchuan, which startled Huang Jie, allowing Li Hao to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Li Hao took a moment to reflect. After each battle, it is essential to contemplate, to experience, and to summarize, identifying strengths and weaknesses in order to enhance oneself effectively. After much thought, Li Hao found himself missing the old man Yuan. Had he still been present, he would undoubtedly have helped me identify my shortcomings and share his experiences, providing me with even greater insights. On the outskirts of the Jiangxing province, darkness had fallen. A campfire flickered on the desolate plain. Yuan Shua had somehow caught a rabbit and was now roasting it. As he tended to the fire, he cheerfully remarked, "Bai Guang, cease your relentless training. One must balance work and rest. Over the years, I have gained new insights through this balance. Your single-minded training may not yield greater benefits than what one gains from actual combat." Wu Hongshan opened his eyes to regard him, but said nothing. With nothing else to occupy him, Yuan Shua inquired, "Have you not taken on any disciples over the years?" "Why take on disciples?" Wu Hongshan replied nonchalantly. "You have taken a few under your wing. What of it?" Yuan Shua countered with a smile. "They're doing well now. What's the matter?" Leaving aside the past, my little disciple had already reached the pinnacle of the 100 realms before I departed. Just a few days after I left, he ventured into a relic, and with his fortune and enlightenment, he might have already stepped into the 1,000 realms. Yuan Shua laughed heartily. "Do you know how long he has been training?" Wu Hongshan raised an eyebrow. 10 years? Ha ha ha, you have no idea. 3 years, no. 1 year, no. 2 months. Wu Hongshan stared at him as if he were a fool. "Really?" Yuan Shua laughed uproariously. "Did you not recall that I was injured? 3 years ago, I took him in, intending to pass on some of my knowledge. However, I only taught him the 5 animal techniques. I did not impart anything else, including the 5 animal breathing techniques. Yet, this lad proved himself. In July, when the Red Moon faction sought to kill him, he resolved to save himself and dedicated himself to martial arts, absorbing mysterious energy. Remarkably, it wasn't long before he achieved the 10th realm." Wu Hongshan replied coolly. "Such a 10th realm is quite superficial." "Of course, I know that." Yuan Shua chuckled. "That is why I said nothing. However, to be honest, even if he swiftly entered the late stage of the 100 realms, I wouldn't find that particularly impressive. Times have changed, and with sufficient mysterious energy, one can easily reach the late stage of the 100 realms without transcending to superhuman abilities. But do you know? He actually grasped the essence swiftly." Yuan Shua sighed in admiration. "In that moment, I truly believed this fellow to be a genius, a prodigy in martial arts. The son of the Silver Spear. Do you know him?" On that day, I was assisting him in grasping the essence of combat, while my disciple observed closely. To my astonishment, he too began to comprehend this essence, leaving me utterly flabbergasted. Yuan Shua beamed with delight, exclaiming, in the blink of an eye, "He has understood the forces of the earth." But that is not all. Just recently, after a fierce battle with Sun Yifei's disciple, he has also grasped the essence of the sword. Bai Guang, tell me, is he not a genius? If it were merely about achieving 100% mastery, Wu Hongshan wouldn't be overly concerned. At this moment, upon hearing Yuan Shua's words, she nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, that qualifies as genius. Yet, to be honest, the sword essence and earth essence do not quite harmonize. His understanding appears rather scattered. It would be wiser to proceed methodically and develop your 5-animal technique. Otherwise, after entering the realm of Douqian, one must adhere to a singular essence. The sword essence is commendable, yet you lack proficiency in it, and he may not have many opportunities ahead. You, woman, if you are envious, just admit it instead of feigning indifference. Yuan Shua chuckled. How long has it been? Besides, who says one cannot integrate essences? When the two essences merge, perhaps they may not surpass mine, yet they could still exceed yours. Being eclectic does not equate to a lack of mastery. Hou Xiaocheng responded with an air of indifference. What of the fusion of essences? Does it truly surpass the singular sword essence? Being diverse yet lacking in refinement merely squanders talent. Indulge in your envy and jealousy. Yuan Shua sighed, lamenting, what a pity. That lad is beset with troubles, and the martial world has waned since its heyday. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be traveling to visit old friends and challenging some prodigies to gain practical experience. Is that not akin to your own experiences from years past? What is wrong with that? Becoming the public enemy of the martial world? Yuan Shua scoffed. What do you mean by public enemy? I triumphed over you through sheer strength, not through lineage or status. I won through genuine skill. So what is this talk of public enemies? You are merely envious, attempting to tarnish my name. Such talk of public enemies is something I cannot be bothered to address, but in defense of my contemporaries, I must say, it is your lack of skill that leads to self-deception, calling me a public enemy. How shameful. Hou Xiaocheng, not wishing to dwell on the matter, contemplated and remarked, I have heard whispers that you have taken on several other disciples, all of considerable strength and talent. Why do you not mention them? Nothing worth discussing. Yuan Shua replied succinctly, resembling a father who dotes on his favored child, smiling broadly. My little disciple is not only obedient, but also intelligent and kind-hearted, and quite handsome as well. It is a pity you do not have a disciple. Otherwise, I would certainly introduce them. Yuan Shua expressed with deep emotion, by the way. He is no mere brute. He is also a scholar, just like me, exceptionally talented. Hou Xiaocheng maintained her silence. Yuan Shua, typically sparing with praise, even towards his own disciples, was now lavishly extolling the virtues of his apprentice. Should this information circulate, many would likely be astonished to learn that the notorious Yuan Laoma is capable of such commendation. At this juncture, Yuan Shua suddenly sighed. Damn it, that scoundrel Hou Xiaocheng. Who knows how he might mistreat my disciple? Hou Xiaocheng? Hou Xiaocheng pondered for a moment before asking. Is he affiliated with the martial guard? Who knows? What does it matter? Yuan Shua showed little concern, dismissively stating, does it even matter? Regardless, it has little to do with me. Though everyone clamors for their downfall, most of those who fall are the unscrupulous martial artists. I adhere to the principles of martial arts. I do not kill indiscriminately, harm the innocent, bully the weak, abduct women, or rebel against officials. So tell me, what connection do the martial guards have with me? Hou Xiaocheng suddenly chuckled. Do not forget, you have been wanted. Yuan Shua laughed heartily. That is unrelated to other matters. I was wanted for forcibly entering a military camp to duel Huang Yu, which was deemed a taboo. It served merely as a warning to the martial world, and in the end, it was all swept under the rug. He would have preferred not to mention it. But upon doing so, Hou Xiaocheng became intrigued. For martial artists, the outcome of that duel was of great interest. Who emerged victorious between you and Huang Yu? That confrontation was shrouded in mystery. No one knew the victor. All that was clear was that both the wing commander and Yuan Shua emerged unscathed. Yuan Shua fell into contemplation, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts, and after a long pause, he shook his head. It's hard to say. If I were to claim victory, perhaps I did. Yet, I also faced defeat. What does that mean? That old man may have already crossed into the realm of Douqian. Yuan Shua spoke solemnly. If we were both at 100, he would undoubtedly not be my match. I am invincible at that level, unmatched among peers. However, during our engagement, he was also at that level, and I had a slight advantage. Yet when I struck hard, he suddenly leaped away and conceded. With a sigh, Yuan Shua continued, So? That man is very likely in the Douqian realm, and he may have advanced many years ago. Tell me, can I truly claim victory? Hou Xiaocheng was not surprised by the existence of Douqian in the previous generation. It was quite normal. Yuan Shua had merely subdued his contemporaries. And the presence of Dou Qian in the previous generation was a common occurrence, albeit rarely witnessed back then. Yuan Shuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is highly probable. Thus, I reflected and chose not to pursue the fight further. It held little significance. At this point, Yuan Shuo smiled. The three commanders of the martial guards were almost all gathered in Silver Moon at that time. Do you think that old man could be one of them? Wu Hongshan was taken aback. She had considered Hou Xiaocheng, but had never thought of Huang Yu. After all, he was a military leader. Man-eater, haha, strange. Ghost of the sickbed, Yuan Shuo chuckled. All three of them are quite enigmatic. Almost no one has seen them, yet their existence is well known. Each time they strike, it is lethal, their strength formidable. Back then, and even now, what they accomplished was unparalleled. Information, intelligence, strategies, aftermath, and martial prowess were all top-notch. If Huang Yu were among them, would that not be quite reasonable? The military's intelligence system has always been exceptional. Wu Hongshan furrowed her brow. If what you say is true, it is not impossible for him to be in the Dou Qian realm. But who is he, man-eater or someone else? The wing commander's reputation is impeccable, and he is remembered as immensely dignified. The term man-eater does not carry a good connotation. Of course, it's not to suggest he literally consumes people, but rather that he strikes with such ruthless ferocity. Each time he kills, the aftermath is gruesome. Almost no martial artist slain by him is left intact. The martial world mocks him, likening his killings to cannibalism. So brutal are his methods. Who knows? Yuan Shuo casually remarked. If Hou Xiaocheng and Huang Yu are both among the three great leaders, could the third be someone from Silver Moon as well? Only a Silver Moon martial artist could contend with the Silver Moon martial realm. External martial artists lacked such capabilities. If all three were alive, who do you think might be the third leader of Silver Moon? Wu Hongshan pondered deeply for a moment and then glanced at Yuan Shuo. Yuan Shuo, taken aback, asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Wu Hongshan sighed softly. If anyone resembles the third person, it is you. How many martial artists have you slain? The entire Silver Moon martial realm is in chaos and weakened because of you. What you have done is far more formidable than the three great leaders. They could never suppress the entire martial realm at the same level as you have. Thus, you must be one of them, and the likelihood is quite substantial. Yuan Shuo was momentarily stunned, reflecting on her words, and nodded slowly. Indeed, it seemed plausible. If someone were to claim that Yuan Shuo was one of the three great leaders, upon careful consideration, one might find considerable credence in that assertion, especially since this individual had consistently remained in the limelight. Yuan Shuo himself chuckled, albeit with a hint of resignation. To be honest, if I weren't aware of my true self, I might also believe I am one of them. If I were indeed one of the three, I would be the haha monster, laughing after taking a life. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Hongshan remained silent. Who could truly ascertain? Of course, no one would pursue such matters any further now. The haha monster could very well be this fellow. The man-eater Huang Yu, the haha monster Yuan Shuo, and the ailing specter Hou Xiaocheng. Could there be such a possibility? Wu Hongshan chose not to dwell on it. It was all in the past. If these three truly were such figures, it was of little consequence. That night, Baiwest City was anything but peaceful. The battle from the evening had left many feeling unsettled, even fearful. Meanwhile, the discussions in the wilderness of Linjiang province remained unknown to all. The four major institutions, Administrative Office, Inspection Bureau, Garrison, and Night Watch, were all brightly lit that night, rigorously inspecting the city for malevolent supernatural forces and scrutinizing potential threats from the Red Moon. Director Zhou, aging, found himself dozing off. Conversely, Hu Qingfeng remained steadfast, not leaving, seemingly dedicated to the investigation, even enlisting the assistance of two others from the Sanyang to help maintain order at the administrative office, under the pretense of fearing a Red Moon attack. In truth, they were merely concerned about potential crises at the hotel. As midnight approached, seeing that Director Zhou had not yet returned to rest, Hu Qingfeng smiled. Director Zhou, it's getting late. Perhaps you should retire for the night. I can keep watch here. The administrative office, in collaboration with several institutions, was occupied with calming the populace. At times, these mundane tasks proved more troublesome than pursuing the culprit. Director Zhou yawned again, offering a faint smile. It's fine. Though I may be older and my health not what it once was, I can still manage a night without issue. The dynasty is valued, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. Just then, a loud ringing emanated from a large communication device on the table. Hu Qingfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Not far away, Deputy Director Zhou, who had been working diligently at his desk, suddenly looked up at the urgent communication device on the director's desk. This communication was of significant import, utilizing a costly and specialized system that connected the entire dynasty, a direct line to the provincial governors, reaching even the celestial ears. Director Zhou instantaneously opened his eyes, a glimmer of light illuminating his gaze as he glanced at Hou Xiaocheng. Without uttering a word, Hou Xiaocheng rose and departed with two others, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Zhou also prepared to leave, but Director Zhou gestured for him to remain. Once Hou Xiaocheng had exited and a moment had passed, Director Zhou connected the communication line. A brief report echoed from the other end, and soon the conversation concluded. Deputy Director Zhou's eyes flickered as he turned to Director Zhou, a look of astonishment dawning upon his face. Director Zhou exhaled softly, almost inaudibly murmuring, "The heavens of the north have begun to crumble. Turmoil is imminent. Silver Moon lies in the north. A significant figure has perished, a figure of great importance." How significant? During the rebellion of the three provinces. It was also the northern provinces, not far from Silver Moon. Even after the chaos subsided, unrest continued. An esteemed individual from the dynasty, with the royal family's backing, came to quell the rebellion, establishing control over the vital regions of the three provinces. He commanded the military affairs of the provinces, suppressing the rebellion for many years, resulting in countless deaths. His iron fist silenced any dissent, and even now, with the rise of superpowers, he remains a towering figure in the three provinces. A crucial force for the royal family. The night has claimed this individual. Director Zhou raised his gaze to the window, his expression mirrored by Deputy Director Zhou, who was equally astounded. Although suspicions had lingered, the reality was still hard to fathom. The northern provinces are on the brink of chaos. That man, who had taken so many lives and suppressed the provinces for years, had accumulated an insurmountable amount of resentment. Yet, his strength and the power he wielded rendered the dissatisfaction of countless individuals inconsequential. But now he is dead. Director Zhou rubbed his cheeks, revealing a blend of helplessness and bitterness as he stepped out of the office. Outside, Hou Xiaocheng had not eavesdropped. Such confidential matters, if overheard, could easily lead to discovery and subsequent trouble. What could be troubling Director Zhou? Hou Xiaocheng observed the elder, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, and wondered if he had received some dreadful news. "Will you be dismissed? If so, that would be a blessing. The old man spends all day dodging serious matters. It would be best if he departed sooner rather than later." Director Zhou hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Who?" The special envoy Hou Xiaocheng regarded him expectantly, urging him to continue. "The general of the northern defense has died." Upon hearing this, Hou Xiaocheng was momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. The title of general is typically conferred by the royal family, and such honors are seldom bestowed by the current 9 ministries. Thus, he was momentarily at a loss. Beside him, Deputy Director Zhou, observing the situation, added with difficulty, "He is General Ko, the governor of the 3 provinces." In that instant, Hou Xiaocheng's body trembled. A look of utter disbelief crossed his features, a mixture of shock and incredulity flooding his senses. How could this be? How could this be possible? General Ko, that is the emblematic figure of the royal family in the north. In truth, the inspectorate remains indifferent to his fate. Yet, he is a formidable force at the pinnacle of the rising sun. How could this be? Moreover, he is safeguarded by countless powerful allies. How could such a thing happen? At this moment, Hou Xiaocheng was utterly bewildered. After his shock subsided, one thought consumed him. If this individual were truly deceased, would the 3 northern provinces he had subdued descend into chaos? The northern provinces, adjacent to Silver Moon, could potentially erupt in turmoil, which would undoubtedly impact Silver Moon. He was not afraid of the chaos itself. Rather, he dreaded the possibility of not being able to summon nearby strong individuals for support. At this moment, a chill coursed through Hou Xiaocheng's veins. General Ko is dead. Who could have done such a thing? If I were to be dispatched to assist, that would be the real peril. On that night, the ordinary citizens remained unscathed. The average superhumans were also untouched. However, on this night, all high-ranking officials and elite powers found themselves unable to sleep. Not just Silver Moon, but the wave of insomnia swiftly spread, reaching even the distant Tianqing city, thousands of miles away. A sudden upheaval. In comparison, the deaths of 2 from the 3 sons in Silver Moon seemed trivial. Chapter 114. Blinded Eyes. Subscription requested. The next day, bright and early, Li Hao reported to work as usual. However, this morning, and even the previous night, Hao Lianchuan had not returned, perhaps preoccupied with dealing with the aftermath of the three sons' demise. Thus, Li Hao found himself alone at the office. The superhumans who had been keeping watch were conspicuously absent. Not a single one remained. Around 8 o'clock, Li Hao entered the headquarters of the night watchmen. The bustling night watchmen were all engaged in their duties, and upon seeing Li Hao, a few expressed their concern. Though Li Hao appeared unharmed after the previous day's ambush, their expressions conveyed genuine care. The pursuit of the Red Moon's whereabouts had become the night watchman's paramount objective. Everyone was industriously occupied. The night watchman now harbored no trepidation towards the Red Moon. After several confrontations, the Red Moon had suffered significant losses, and even those at the level of the rising sun were easily dispatched by the minister. Consequently, the morale among the night watchmen was exceptionally high. Rumors circulated that the Red Moon had once again targeted Li Hao, and within the organization, fervent calls to eradicate the Red Moon echoed, with everyone eagerly preparing for action. Before he could fully enter, Li Hao paused momentarily. He glanced towards the 6th floor. Previously, there had been little to discern, yet today, an inexplicable feeling of unapproachability emanated from that floor, a sensation he had experienced before when confronting Hou Xiaocheng, at times rendering his eyes pained. In recent days, he had not felt such a sensation. Thus, Li Hao surmised that Hou Xiaocheng had not been at headquarters. But today, this sensation had returned. Had Hou Xiaocheng come back? Lost in these thoughts, Li Hao proceeded into the hall and made his way to the 4th floor. Just as he reached the entrance to his office, the steward Yu emerged from her office. Casting a glance at Li Hao, she remained as aloof as ever. Li Hao, the minister has concluded his seclusion. He mentioned that you should meet with him upon his return. Seclusion? Was Hou Xiaocheng not present here while he was in retreat? Li Hao felt disoriented by the situation. At this moment, was Hou Xiaocheng seeking him out regarding the events of the previous day? Contemplating this, he maintained a composed expression, nodded, and replied with a smile. Understood. Steward. As I prepared to head upstairs, I noticed Chief Steward Yu gazing at me. With a sense of resignation, Li Hao followed her closely as they ascended the staircase. Not only Li Hao, but on reaching the 5th floor, Hao Lianchuan, whose eyes appeared somewhat reddened, also emerged from his office, making his way upwards. Upon seeing Li Hao, he nodded slightly, managing a strained smile. Li Hao assumed that Hao Lianchuan was still troubled by yesterday's events and refrained from commenting. The trio continued their ascent to the 6th floor. There stood but a single office, vast and expansive. Chief Steward Yu knocked on the door, which was promptly opened. Li Hao cast a glance inside and spotted Hou Xiaocheng, who sat lost in thought. At this moment, Hou Xiaocheng seemed even more frail than when Li Hao last encountered him. Intermittent coughs echoed through the room. Upon noticing the visitors, he offered a slight nod but remained silent. He coughed again, producing a handkerchief to dab at his lips, where a fleeting hint of red was barely visible. Chief Steward Yu quickly rose and urged, "Minister, please take a seat." Hou Xiaocheng smiled gently, his warmth still evident. Li Hao refrained from wandering his gaze, merely catching a glimpse of the office. The room was not overly cluttered. Yet 2 items stood out prominently, a colossal screen and a gigantic map that nearly engulfed an entire wall. At the back of the office, another door likely led to Hou Xiaocheng's living quarters. With a soft exhale, Hou Xiaocheng leaned back in his chair, appearing somewhat weary. He glanced at Li Hao and said with a smile, "You performed admirably yesterday. As a martial artist, one should strike when the moment calls for it, neither bullying the weak nor fearing the strong." Li Hao rose, apologizing for the trouble caused to the minister. It was merely a trivial matter. Hou Xiaocheng replied with a chuckle. "When the Red Moon attacked you, it was an affront to my authority. If they dared to kill 2 of the Sanyang, then they must possess the capability to eliminate 2 of the Shuguang as well. So what?" Li Hao was taken aback, thinking to himself that he certainly lacked such prowess. Hou Xiaocheng then turned his attention to Hao Lianchuan, clearing his throat and furrowing his brow slightly. "Your reaction speed is astonishingly slow. Armed with the Fire Phoenix gun, you arrived at the battlefield thousands of miles away, and yet it took you over 20 seconds. If you were dispatched to war, would you not cause daily delays in our operations?" Hao Lianchuan, feeling somewhat helpless, quickly stood. "Minister, enough?" Hou Xiaocheng interrupted him, coughing once more. "You have entered the mid-stage of Sanyang, which is commendable, yet still too slow." Slow? Hao Lianchuan thought to himself that he had been rather quick. especially compared to the minister. Hou Xiaocheng appeared unfazed by the occurrences of the previous day. He glanced at the others and spoke softly. What transpired yesterday is now behind us. We shall intensify our pursuit of the Red Moon. He chose not to dwell on that topic further and shifted to another matter. The four factions are set to meet. Old Hao attended once before, though the discussions did not yield much. Now that I have returned, the other three factions wish to reconvene. Li Hao, you shall accompany us. Me? Li Hao was taken aback. Was it truly appropriate for him to be involved? Though merely accompanying them, such matters were typically reserved for the vice ministers. After all, he had only joined a few days prior. Come along. Hou Xiaocheng smiled, remarking that it was essential to broaden one's horizons, to encounter a greater multitude of individuals, and to witness more formidable warriors. A martial artist must not confine themselves to a limited perspective. The sky of Silver Moon may not be excessively high, yet for you at this moment, you have yet to touch the limits of this realm. Had it not been for yesterday's battle, the necessity of this journey would have been diminished. However, since it has transpired, let us embark together. Li Hao, taken aback yet not inclined to refuse, promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for valuing me, Minister. It is the least I can do." Hou Xiaocheng replied with a hint of jest. After all, as you mentioned, you have demonstrated your worth, and I ought to provide you with further opportunities, should I not? Li Hao could only respond with a sheepish grin. The steward Yu truly shares an unspoken bond with this individual. Rising, Hou Xiaocheng declared, "Let us be on our way. Today's conference will be held at the administrative headquarters, which is the governing body of Silver Moon." As he walked, he added, "In Silver Moon, the Night Watch is merely a subordinate agency of the Inspection Bureau. Li Hao, remember, in this domain, the Night Watch does not equate to the heavens." Li Hao nodded earnestly, though he was not particularly concerned about such matters. After all, with Hou Xiaocheng's formidable prowess, who would pay heed to these details? The group of four exited the building under the reverential and adoring gazes of onlookers. At the entrance, a black car awaited. The driver, taciturn and reserved, caught Li Hao's attention. He presumed the driver to be a martial artist rather than a superpowered individual, for no aura of light was present. As for the driver's rank among martial artists, Li Hao sensed no significant force, likely indicating he was below the 100th level of perfection, which did not particularly trouble him. Upon entering the vehicle, the rotund Hao Lianchuan hastened to the front passenger seat. Li Hao felt a pang of discomfort. He had not been as swift as this hefty fellow. With the car not equipped for 3 rows, he was left to squeeze into the back seat alongside Hou Xiaocheng and the steward Yu. Cursing inwardly, he lamented, "That fatso is no good. I wish to sit in the front." Despite his fierce demeanor during yesterday's confrontation, Li Hao was acutely aware of his limitations. He was certainly no match for the current Hou Xiaocheng and would easily succumb to a single bullet. Being in the presence of such an individual was undeniably stressful. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to settle beside Hou Xiaocheng. Hou Xiaocheng occupied the center seat, with Li Hao to his left and the steward Yu to his right. After a few coughs, Hou Xiaocheng's condition became somewhat clearer to Li Hao, who caught a glimpse of a faint crimson hue, stirring a sense of unease within him. Was he merely feigning? At this juncture, with no one else present, was it necessary to simulate coughing up blood? As a subordinate, concern was warranted, prompting Li Hao to inquire urgently, "Minister, is your injury still not healed?" "It's an old wound, nothing serious, just not entirely resolved," Hou Xiaocheng replied with a smile, diverting the topic. He continued, "Tell me, young Li, what do you know about the Celestial Star Dynasty?" "The dynasty comprises 9 offices, the royal family, and 99 provinces," Li Hao quickly summarized. Hou Xiaocheng chuckled, "Is that all? I see. You have yet to venture beyond Silver City, and many things are not recorded in books. Your exposure has been limited." It seemed Hou Xiaocheng was reproaching him slightly, perhaps even offering a critique. Yuan Shuo, that fellow, only concerns himself with martial arts and tomb raiding, showing little interest in other matters. Although you have studied under him for several years, your experiences remain too scant. He cleared his throat and said, "Shall you please provide a brief introduction to the situation of the dynasty for Li Hao?" With that, he closed his eyes to rest, no longer concerning himself with Li Hao. The steward, Yu, spoke calmly. The Tianqing dynasty was established in 1531, marking its 199th year this year, with the grand celebration of its 200th anniversary approaching next year. For the first 120 years, the royal family governed the realm directly. It was not until 80 years ago, in 1650, that the 9 ministries jointly petitioned for the royal family to govern in a more passive manner, at which point the 9 ministries began to take charge. The 9 ministries consist of the Administrative Ministry, the Military Law Ministry, the Inspection Ministry, the Commerce Ministry, the Finance Ministry, the Criminal Law Ministry, the Internal Affairs Ministry, the Rights and Foreign Affairs Ministry, and the Examination Ministry, which determines the promotion system for officials. Li Hao listened attentively. He had heard of the 9 ministries before, but had never paid much attention to them. Some institutions were non-existent in Yinhua or, if they did exist, lacked prominence. The realm comprises 99 provinces, broadly divided into 5 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. The central region, being vast and populous, is commercially advanced and wealthy, typically encompassing the 22 provinces classified as central. The northern region includes Yinhua, one of its 19 provinces, forming the northern borders of the dynasty. Throughout the journey, the steward diligently imparted this foundational knowledge to Li Hao, information that many would be unaware of if inquired about. The world is vast. To many, a province represents their entire existence, who would concern themselves with matters beyond their province. Yet, as you narrated, Li Hao gradually began to grasp the enormity of the dynasty, a scale beyond imagination. The 9 ministries, the royal family, and the provinces. Yinhua was merely one of the 99 provinces situated in the borderlands, seemingly unremarkable apart from its once thriving martial culture. As their vehicle approached the administrative headquarters, Hou Xiaocheng opened his eyes and cleared his throat, stating, "The 19 provinces of the north are relatively autonomous. However, 3 provinces are particularly unique, located near the central region. These 3 provinces have been under military governance for many years due to specific circumstances. They are the Mist Province, perpetually shrouded in clouds, resembling a city in the heavens. The River Source Province, abundant in rivers, plagued by water bandits and severe flooding. And the North Sea Province, which contains vast maritime territories, serving as the boundary between the central and northern regions. Crossing this natural divide into the central area begins at the North Sea." Li Hao recalled the map of the dynasty he had studied and understood the general locations of these 3 provinces. Although they were somewhat distant from Yinhua, they appeared closer on the grand map, requiring only a passage through the neighboring Linjiang province to reach the river source. The river source, Mist, and North Sea provinces formed a triangular configuration, with the North Sea at the apex, while the river source and Mist provinces aligned in a relative line from Yinhua. Departing from Yinhua, traversing Linjiang, and continuing to the junction of river source and Mist would lead one straight for several thousand miles to the North Sea province. Only after crossing the North Sea would one truly enter the central region. Li Hao felt a vague comprehension, pondering why Hou Xiaocheng took the time to introduce the 3 distinctive provinces to him. In the northern provinces, there are 19 in total, of which Hou Xiaocheng highlighted 3. Are they particularly noteworthy? Military governance? At this moment, Hou Xiaocheng continued. The 3 major provinces form an arrow, capable of advancing southward into the central region or northward to encompass the entire north. The area that restrains the north while gazing south has always been a focal point of the dynasty's attention. Each of these 3 provinces is under the control of a single individual who oversees the 9 departments within them. This person commands an exceptionally elite military force and possesses formidable combat capabilities, being the northern general bestowed by the royal family and the specially appointed governor of the 3 provinces. He stands alone as the singular general presiding over this triad of regions. Li Hao faintly recalled having seen this in a book. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Minister, is this general truly powerful? Did he also become extraordinary after the rise of superpowers?" "Indeed." "Oh." Li Hao found it challenging to muster much interest. It felt distant, akin to reading a history book. Although he understood these individuals were once living, breathing people, he couldn't help but wonder what relevance they had to him. Was Hou Xiaocheng preparing for a rebellion, with this general's encirclement being the first obstacle to confront? There was a possibility. Thus, was he signaling for caution in advance? Just as they were conversing, the vehicle came to a halt. At the entrance, someone awaited them. An elderly gentleman with graying hair, refined in demeanor, smiled upon seeing Hou Xiaocheng. "Minister Hou has arrived." "Director Zhou, it is rather embarrassing to have troubled you to wait," commented Hou with humility. Beside him, Hao Lianchuan discreetly introduced Zhou Xingdao, Deputy Director of the Administrative Office, also the foremost Deputy Director. He has been a long-time collaborator with Director Zhao, having worked together for nearly 40 years since their humble beginnings, and they are the golden duo of Silver Moon. Nearly 40 years of collaboration indeed speaks to a lengthy passage of time. Moreover, the significance lies in their ascent to prominence within Silver Moon. Strictly speaking, they are the number 1 and 2 figures of the realm. However, with the decline of the administrative office and the rise of superpowers, the administrative system has suffered a severe blow. Li Hao remained silent, feeling he held no right to speak in this context. However, after greeting Minister Hou, Director Zhou turned to salutation with Chief Steward Yu and Hao Lianchuan, and unexpectedly, the elderly gentleman glanced at Li Hao, smilingly nodding. You are Li Hao, correct? A young talent, disciple of Yuan Shuo. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. Yuan Shuo was quite renowned in Silver Moon, and now, his disciples have also achieved success. A joy for Silver Moon. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Your Excellency, you flatter me. A fine young man. Director Zhou chuckled lightly, saying no more, and proceeded forward, ushering the group inside. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, but chose not to comment further. It seemed his name had spread, though he was uncertain whether this was a fortune or misfortune. Beside him, Hao Lianchuan whispered again, This old man is much more courteous to you than he is to me. Did your master have an encounter with him in the past? Li Hao was speechless. My teacher only engages martial artists. This gentleman is a scholar. What would he strike? Regarding whether the other party is a formidable opponent, Li Hao cast a glance but saw no orb of light, indicating they were not a superhuman and had not concealed their strength. Judging by their slack skin, they did not appear to be a martial artist either. Why would my teacher engage them? Ignoring Hao Lianchuan, Li Hao proceeded into the administrative headquarters, which was quite spacious, with only a moderate number of people present in the hall. Upon encountering the crowd, they instinctively parted to create a passageway. There were indeed some superhumans present. Li Hao seemed quite intrigued, looking around and noticing several orbs of light, though they were not particularly powerful. On the second floor, it appeared that 2 or 3 individuals of the daylight level were present, which was acceptable. However, after having faced the 3 suns, Li Hao was not overly concerned. If the vast administrative headquarters only had a few daylight beings stationed there, it would undoubtedly lose its authoritative voice. On the third floor, there seemed to be several larger orbs of light, and there were even presences at the level of dawnlight. Li Hao did not assume these were personnel from the headquarters. They might belong to other organizations, perhaps even the elusive Hou Xiaocheng, as it was certain that representatives would attend this 4-party conference. With his keen insight, it was difficult for these individuals to evade Li Hao's scrutiny. In that moment, Li Hao couldn't help but recall an incident. While in the confidential office, he had seen some records indicating that someone had spotted a red shadow, only to be swiftly taken away or met with an untimely demise. He had originally thought that upon becoming a night watcher, he would encounter such individuals. Yet, to this day, he had not come across them. Did these people possess the same ability to see these orbs of light? If so, the notion of powerful beings concealing their strength would indeed become a farce, whose hidden prowess could be unveiled simply by a glance from these onlookers. Where had they all gone? Li Hao was somewhat curious. He had long desired to inquire about this, yet he had not found the opportunity or the appropriate excuse to do so. That fellow Wang Ming was evidently unaware of the situation. Casting a glance at Hao Lianchuan, perhaps he possessed some knowledge. They ascended the stairs on foot, opting not to take the elevator. The third floor was not high, and Li Hao had noticed that powerful individuals often preferred stairs, perhaps out of concern for being ambushed in confined spaces. On the third floor, upon ascending the staircase, they entered a small hall where some staff members were waiting. In front of the small hall stood a large door, leading to the conference room for this meeting. A quick scan of the staff at the door revealed they were all superhumans, including 1 at the daylight level and 5 at the moonshadow level, clearly indicating the administrative headquarters held this matter in high regard. Minister Hou has arrived, Director Zhou announced as the grand door swung open. At that moment, when the door opened, Li Hao felt as though he had gone blind. Out of curiosity, he glanced inside as the door swung ajar, only to feel as if his very vision had been robbed. Tears began to flow slowly down his cheeks. Instantly, he lowered his head to wipe away the tears. He wanted to cry. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. My goodness! While he cried, he was stunned, left dumbfounded, and even momentarily bewildered. As he gazed at the individuals beyond the grand door, it was as if he were witnessing the emergence of ethereal orbs. 1, 2, 3. Brilliant lights he had not perceived before, now dazzling his senses. Among the crowd, the luminous figure he had previously noticed appeared rather inconspicuous. Li Hao questioned his own sanity. Where am I? Who am I? Have I stumbled into a realm where I do not belong? At that moment, the conference room was occupied by 4 factions. Apart from the Night Watchers, 3 significant organizations were present, alongside Hou Xiaocheng and his 2 companions. At the head of the room sat an elderly gentleman, Director Zhou. To his left was another elder, adorned in a distinctive military uniform, a formidable presence known as Commander Yu in the whispers of many. Hu Dingfang and another elder were seated behind him, clearly indicating that this man held a higher status than the 2 others. To the right sat the chief of the inspection department, a robust figure flanked by several associates. Hou Xiaocheng and his companions were situated near the inspection department, as the Night Watchers were, in name, still under its jurisdiction. As Li Hao's eyes scanned the assembly, they were momentarily blinded. He was unaware of whose radiance had overwhelmed him, yet he understood that this place was no sanctuary for the ordinary. What madness is this? At this moment, he was utterly astonished, trembling with disbelief. Incredible. It seemed he had laid eyes upon Hou Xiaocheng, not just one, but several. Li Hao. To his side, Hao Lianchuan nudged him, perplexed. What are you doing? Move in. This fellow stood still, seemingly attempting to draw attention to himself. Li Hao, head bowed, spoke cautiously, as if he were a novice. I'm nervous, department head. I've never encountered such grandeur. Please go ahead of me to shield me. I am frightened. Cursing under his breath, Hao Lianchuan thought. This rascal is putting on an act at such a moment. What gall! When you vanquished the 3 Yangs yesterday, I did not see you quaking in fear. He found himself at a loss for words, yet said nothing further, proceeding ahead of Li Hao, who followed like a timid child, careful not to stir, trailing behind Hao Lianchuan like a bashful maiden. As they entered, the grand door swung shut. Director Zhou took his place opposite, while Hou Xiaocheng settled directly before Director Zhou. There were ample seats available. With only 4 from their group, no one was left standing. Li Hao and his companions seated themselves behind Hou Xiaocheng. Li Hao, ever cautious, subtly adjusted his chair, seeking to evade the gaze of others, nearly displacing Hao Lianchuan in the process. Hao Lianchuan, bemused, wondered what was amiss with him today. Was he fearful that Hou Xiaocheng had uncovered the events of yesterday? With Commander Hou present, what was there to dread? He nudged Li Hao with his foot. At that moment, several prominent figures seemed to be exchanging greetings, yet Li Hao had no inclination to listen. Hao Lianchuan's voice broke through his thoughts. The one before Director Zhou is Director Zhou, the Silver Moon's foremost. However, this old fox is no ally. He is obstinate and consistently opposes us Night Watchers. If the opportunity arises and no one is watching, you might just give him a good thrashing. Li Hao kept his head lowered, refraining from response. He pondered a question. If Hao Lianchuan were stronger, would he be able to hear his transmission? Transmission is merely the application of energy, a unique oscillation and vibration. The weak, naturally, lack the qualifications to analyze, discern, or listen. But what of the strong? Li Hao was uncertain. At that moment, curiosity welled within him, prompting him to raise his gaze towards the elderly man across from him. The elder wore a smile, seemingly observing Hou Xiaocheng, yet also casting a glance towards Li Hao. His eyes lacked brilliance and bore a hint of fatigue. Upon meeting Li Hao's gaze, the elder subtly nodded, though the gesture was not overt. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. He then turned his attention to Hao Lianchuan, who was still transmitting messages. Despite the elderly man's kind demeanor, Li Hao believed him to be far from benevolent, often withholding their resources and expenses. Just as he contemplated this, he sensed someone watching him. He looked up to find Director Zhou seemingly observing him. Hao Lianchuan flashed a radiant smile, but continued to transmit to Li Hao. Did you see that? This old fox is courteous to everyone, but his heart is quite malicious. Li Hao remained silent, understanding the implication. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Director Zhou could hear them, too. Hao Lianchuan, you truly are impressive. Not only Director Zhou. Li Hao suspected that there might be more than just 1 or 2 individuals present who could hear. At that moment, Hao Lianchuan nudged Li Hao again. Look to the left. The 3 individuals over there are military commanders. The one in the middle, with white hair, is the commander of the Silver Moon Army, Yu Shuai. This old man is formidable. He has fought in wars and quelled a rebellion. However, he has an aloof demeanor. And I've encountered him twice. Both times he appeared rather frigid, preferring not to engage. Li Hao glanced to the left and noticed 3 individuals, including Hu Dingfang. who was looking at him and even nodded in acknowledgement. Beside Hu Dingfang was a striking presence. At that moment, the elder also turned to their direction, seemingly observing Li Hao as well as Hao Lianchuan, his expression unreadable and serious. Hao Lianchuan transmitted once more. Look to the right. Do you see that massive figure? He asked the director of the inspection division, our nominal leader, named Kong Jia, which amusingly resembles a woman's name. Don't underestimate his size, despite his bulk. He is quite powerful, a peak existence at the daybreak level, and it's said he is on the verge of advancing even further, surpassing me by a slight margin. To the right, the hefty director also glanced over, seemingly conversing with Hou Xiaocheng in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Xiaocheng, next time you hold a meeting, refrain from bringing just anyone. It's chaotic. Hao Lianchuan transmitted again. He is talking about you. This fellow doesn't realize your prowess. Otherwise, Li Hao kicked him lightly, inwardly lamenting. Dear Hao Lian, please refrain from speaking. Keep quiet. I am not formidable. I am utterly insignificant. I am nothing but a failure. Moreover, he wasn't referring to me. He meant you. You're in trouble. It was indeed remarkable that Hao Lianchuan had survived until this day. Yes, that man, whom Li Hao previously found dazzling, was also among them. My goodness, what on earth is happening with Silver Moon? One by one, they dazzled my eyes to such an extent that I could hardly bear to gaze upon them. To describe them as mere orbs of light would be an understatement, and to label them as mere forces would also fail to capture their essence. These individuals instilled in Li Hao a sense of dread, yet, to classify them simply as martial artists or superhumans would not suffice. He felt as if his vision had been obscured, rendering him somewhat foolish. Hao Lianchuan, convinced that his telepathic communication was unbreakable, was indeed correct. Ordinarily, Su Guang would not have been able to hear anything. In this moment, he transmitted, that golden-haired one is Hu Qingfeng, and he is the strongest among those sent from above, second only to Minister Hou. Just be cautious around him. Li Hao turned his gaze toward Hu Qingfeng, and this time, his vision was clear. Observing Hu Qingfeng, he noted the impressive magnitude of his light, formidable in its presence. Yet, that was all there was to it. Hu Qingfeng wore an expression of indifference, as if the entire world owed him something. Li Hao, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at Hu Qingfeng, then at the others, sighing inwardly at the realization that this individual had ventured to Silver Moon. Only today did Li Hao begin to grasp the situation here, a veritable hell. In this place, the Tri-Sun light shone like phosphorescence. Even Hu Dingfang, at the late stage of Tri-Sun, appeared rather unremarkable. As for Director Zhou, whom he had previously failed to discern, Li Hao now questioned his own eyesight. Was it possible he had simply not seen clearly? Spending even a minute in this place felt like an ordeal. On his side, with 4 individuals present, if Hao Lianchuan, who had just entered the mid-stage of Tri-Sun, were not wielding the Fire Phoenix spear, Li Hao felt that this fellow had no right to be seated here. As for himself, Li Hao believed he at least had a modicum of qualification. Well, at the very least, I am youthful. Everyone had arrived. At this moment, Director Zhou spoke up, his voice resonant yet tinged with fatigue, as though he had not slept sufficiently. This time, we must establish a protocol. After speaking, he glanced at Hu Qingfeng. Commissioner Hu, we shall discuss Minister Hou's matters shortly. But let us first address the situation in the 3 northern provinces. Do you have any objections? Hu Qingfeng replied in a deep voice, no objections. Last night, news arrived that the governor of the 3 northern provinces, General Hou Xiaocheng, the commander of the northern defense, had been assassinated in his residence. Director Zhou coughed slightly, visibly pained, and continued, General Hou played a monumental role in suppressing the rebellion in the 3 provinces, ensuring stability and peace in the northern territories. His assassination is unfathomable, shocking the entire realm. Today's meeting also serves a commemorative purpose. With General Hou gone, turmoil is bound to persist, possibly even spreading. We must discuss strategies to address the unrest in the 3 provinces. Although Silver Moon is not adjacent to these provinces, it is not too distant from Heyuan. Should Linjiang be threatened, the unrest will swiftly encroach upon Silver Moon. At this point, Li Hao was utterly stunned. Just moments ago, Minister Hou had mentioned this very individual. Now, upon his arrival, he was confronted with the news of the man's death, assassinated. Moreover, Minister Hou had only just returned. Li Hao's heart raced with a tumultuous surge of emotions. Good heavens, what kind of place have I stumbled into? Meanwhile, Hao Lianchuan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as well, his complexion paling slightly. He had heard it too. Thus, the fall of this great general is related to the minister of the Obu? Not far away, the stern commander you stated. There is no need for further discussion. The three major organizations must be held accountable for this. I shall request orders from the 9 departments to dispatch troops to encircle and annihilate the 3 organizations, restoring peace to the northern territories. Meanwhile, the director of the inspection department remained remarkably calm. Director, there is no need for concern. Starting today, the entire inspection department will be mobilized to eradicate the remnants of the 3 major organizations. We shall ensure the safety of Silver Moon. The Night Watchers, with Xianchen present, can also exert some deterrence. This time, we will capture all the sinister superhumans of the 3 organizations in one fell swoop. With Commissioner Hou here, and the presence of Su Guang, we shall undoubtedly defeat the enemy and eradicate the banditry plaguing Silver Moon. As these 2 prominent figures spoke, Hu Qingfeng hesitated, struggling to find his voice. It was swiftly determined. What was initially a matter concerning the fall of a great general had instantaneously transformed into a pursuit of the members of the 3 major organizations and the eradication of their nefarious superhumans. Director Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment, nodded. That is acceptable. But we must exercise caution and ensure we do not disrupt the public order of Silver Moon. Remember, the 3 organizations here are merely a subdivision. Even if we eradicate them, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. It is fortunate that Commissioner Hu has arrived, otherwise, without Su Guang's presence. Although Minister Hou is formidable, his injuries may hinder his ability to perform to his full potential. At that moment, Li Hao's mouth fell agape, and he remained silent. He simply felt that these individuals were all dark-hearted. All of them, without exception. He glanced at Hu Qingfeng and suddenly felt a pang of pity for this prominent figure of Su Guang. An inexplicable sympathy. The 3 factions, no. The entire Silver Moon seemed to wish for him to remain, hoping he would not depart, wishing for him to contribute to Silver Moon. Li Hao swallowed hard and bowed his head once more. I did not hear. I did not see. I am blind and deaf. The Minister of Hou stated that one should venture out to broaden their horizons. Li Hao felt that he had indeed gained insight today. Is this Silver Moon? A barren land of superhumans? A weak province where the Sanyang can run rampant? It is said that in the central region, Su Guang is also a dominant figure, commanding respect among the strong. However, why does it feel so desolate with him here? Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs erupted, and in the next moment, a chorus of coughing could be heard. Hou Xiaocheng coughed, and besides the fierce Kong Jie, several others, including the commander Yu, began to cough as well. After a bout of coughing, Hou Xiaocheng spoke. The Night Watchers must cooperate with Commissioner Hu to encircle the 3 organizations. He then added apologetically, however, due to my injuries, I cannot travel far. If a distant journey is required, I will need Commissioner Hu to exert a bit more effort. I will have Deputy Minister Hao Lianchuan coordinate the operation. Cough, cough, cough. Another round of coughing filled the conference room, which suddenly felt like a hospital ward. Meanwhile, Li Hao felt a tickle in his throat, wishing to cough as well. Hao Lianchuan looked somewhat distressed, wondering why he was being brought into this. The others seemed to agree wholeheartedly. Li Hao seriously suspected that these individuals were merely retaliating. Indeed, it is an act of vengeance to indiscriminately spread rumors and speak recklessly. You are the one. Chapter 115, Formulating Strategies. In the expansive conference room, the sound of coughs echoed incessantly. Either you coughed or I did, causing some disquiet among Hu Qingfeng and others. The upper echelons of Silver Moon were all ailing. It was either your illness or mine. At that moment, Deputy Director Zhou suddenly interjected, interrupting the chorus of coughs, and spoke softly. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take a moment to interject? In addition to the topics on the agenda today, we must add another item, reinforcements. Director Zhou's voice, though not loud, carried a grave tone. The 3 northern provinces are facing turmoil. General Ko has fallen, and chaos is inevitable. There is no alternative. Among the 3 provinces, 3 major organizations are active, along with numerous ambitious individuals. Moreover, the Northern Sea Navy, which has been persistently elusive, is also active in the waters, occasionally launching attacks on the central regions of the Northern Sea province. The distance is considerable, and troop movements are slow. Now, with the emergence of superpowers, there are many formidable figures among the bandits, who have gathered a multitude of idle superpowered individuals. Silver Moon, under the leadership of Commander Yu in the past, eradicated the bandits, but they have harbored resentment for not being completely annihilated. Sooner or later, they will seek revenge. Therefore, even in the absence of orders from the central command, we must be prepared for support. Both the military and the superpowered must be ready. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The solemn commander Yu, at this moment, exuded an air of authority and spoke gravely. Without orders from Tianqing City, I cannot act independently. However, Commander Hui can certainly lead an army of 50,000 to the 3 northern provinces for support. The Tiger Wing Army is inherently mobile. As long as we do not cross the Northern Sea, there should be no issue. Beside him, Hu Dingfeng quickly affirmed, with Commander U.S. orders, we shall exert every effort. The elder remained silent. The northern provinces were poised to become the epicenter of chaos at this moment. Heading to the northern provinces was indeed a favorable opportunity. While the situation there was tumultuous, it also presented prospects. The chaos would be contained within the northern provinces, which would become the main battleground for the northern region. Subsequently, many strong individuals would rise from that area. The abundance of strong figures in the central region was attributable to various factors, significantly influenced by the state of war, as tumultuous times breed formidable individuals. The chaos in the 3 northern provinces would undoubtedly attract powerful figures from all directions, not only from the 19 northern provinces, but also from other regions. Those unable to thrive in the central region, as well as individuals from the other 3 sides who dared not engage in the central turmoil, would converge in the north. As for my side, once the 3 major organizations are eradicated, I shall send Hao Lianchuan to provide support. Hao Lianchuan grimaced, questioning why it was always him. However, Hou Xiaocheng appeared unfazed, stating, of course, it is you. This is an opportunity. Do not take it for granted. After a pause, he added, if possible, the Silver Moon Martial Guard could also be deployed to the northern battlefield. At this, Hu Qingfeng seemed to have grasped something significant and hastily inquired, the Silver Moon Martial Guard? Minister Ho, what kind of army is this? Why is it not listed on the roster? He was somewhat exhilarated. After several days of inquiry, he had finally uncovered some evidence, which was a revelation from Hou Xiaocheng himself. At this moment, he was reluctant to sever ties with Hou Xiaocheng, and it seemed that Hou Xiaocheng had no intention of turning against him either. What he needed was to align with Hou Xiaocheng's words and delve deeper into the matter, extracting more revelations. The situation in the 3 northern provinces had become tumultuous, and he yearned to return to the central region immediately. However, doing so would bring him significant trouble. With Yu Xiao and Huang Jie deceased, he required some merit to justify his return. Hou Xiaocheng maintained a serene demeanor and, after a brief cough, stated, who says they are not on the roster? The Silver Moon Guard is composed of remnants of the former Celestial Star Guard that was disbanded. This army does not belong to the inspection department system, hence the Night Watchmen have not registered them. Nevertheless, this force falls under the royal banner and has always been documented. You can verify this upon your return. Although the royal family no longer allocates resources, the designation remains. Hu Qingfeng appeared momentarily taken aback. Under the royal banner? The royal family had become quite reclusive. He cast a doubtful glance at Hou Xiaocheng, while Yu Shui calmly remarked, this is indeed the case. The royal family has maintained the registration, and the designation is still valid. The number of troops in the guard is not substantial, merely around 1,000. Hu Qingfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Is that so? While this revelation posed a minor complication for Hou Xiaocheng, given the royal family's strained relations with the 9 departments, his establishment of a guard under royal auspices might provoke discontent among certain factions. However, it was a trivial matter, hardly sufficient to topple Hou Xiaocheng. Coughing softly once more, Hou Xiaocheng interrupted Hu Qingfeng's train of thought and said, additionally, Commissioner Hu, once you have completed your tasks here, it would be prudent to prepare for a trip to the 3 northern provinces. The Night Watchmen have just received news, and they may not have the time to dispatch personnel. Hu Qingfeng frowned in silence. He had no desire to venture there. His true fear lay in the possibility that the formidable adversaries who had slain General Ko were still present. The danger was palpable. He refrained from responding directly and instead shifted the conversation. Minister Ho, this matter is not urgent. My current concern is whether Silver Moon will have sufficient strength to engage with the 3 major organizations if a conflict arises. Furthermore, the ruins of Battle City are fraught with peril. Is it truly wise to confront the 3 major organizations at this juncture? Originally, we had agreed to explore together and share the risks, but if we turn against them now, all the risks will fall on Silver Moon. That is a valid point. Hou Xiaocheng acknowledged. Had it not been for the collaboration between the three major organizations and the Night Watchman during our previous exploration, we might not have even gained entry into the inner city, resulting in severe losses. Thus, even in opposition, if we explore the ruins together now, we share the risks. Hou Xiaocheng smiled. Can we not survive without the three major organizations? This matter is not urgent. The ruins are not going anywhere. My strategy is to strike first, making it clear to the three major organizations whose territory this is. Once they realize their mistake, we can negotiate slowly, at which point we will hold some leverage. However, as far as he knew, Lan Yu, Ban Shan, and the Equality King were all within the realm of Shuguang. Currently, there were 3 individuals of Shuguang status among the 3 major organizations. Minister Hou mentioned your injuries and reluctance to engage in battle, although I too am of Shuguang. I fear I may be more willing than able. He sensed that these individuals intended to use him as a pawn. However, this was certainly not the outcome he desired. If he proceeded in this manner, he would be in peril, with the likes of Su Guangjing and Ziyu, as well as Luan Zhuan Wang, each a pinnacle of the Three Yang realm, and equipped with source divine weapons. How could Hu Qingfeng dare to confront them? Cough, no matter. Hou Xiaocheng chuckled. Minister Hao has my Fire Phoenix gun. While it may not rival Su Guang, it can still provide some support. Moreover, Silver Moon is not devoid of formidable warriors. There are some Do Qian within the Martial Guard army, although they may not be exceedingly powerful. When the Martial Guard forms an army formation, they possess the strength to fight. Regardless, you must take action. Hu Qingfeng remained silent, inwardly cursing. What was he thinking? There was no way he would comply, even if they had come to an agreement. At worst, he would simply storm off and return to the central region. Returning would mean facing some punishment, but he sensed an unsettling atmosphere in Silver Moon that was difficult to resolve. Before coming, he had envisioned a far more favorable scenario. Hou Xiaocheng's shot had disrupted many plans. Otherwise, the situation would not be as it was now. They were embroiled in debate. Meanwhile, Li Hao gradually regained his composure, no longer paying heed to their discussions, but instead cautiously surveying his surroundings. On the military side, the 3 commanders included Hu Dingfeng, who was in the late stages of the Three Yang realm, a fact he was aware of. The other commander of the White Dragon Army appeared to be around 50, slightly younger than Yu Shuai but older than Hu Dingfeng, and was also a superpower user, emanating an aura suggestive of a peak Three Yang strength. Thus, Hu Dingfeng was, surprisingly, the weakest, albeit the youngest. The inspection division had few attendees, among them a burly man named Kong Jia, radiating a blinding light. Li Hao did not scrutinize him, but instead focused on the few individuals he had brought along, whom Hao Lianchuan had scarcely introduced. These individuals were not particularly well known. Apart from Kong Jia, there were only 3 others, 2 men and a woman. One of the men, with a dark complexion, seemed to sense Li Hao's gaze and offered a friendly smile. Li Hao found it odd. Who was this person? He did not recognize him. Beside him, Hao Lianchuan, who had been cursing, noticed this interaction and communicated telepathically. You don't recognize that black fellow. Li Hao was speechless, but thought that the man likely did not notice. So it was of little consequence. You should know him. Hao Lianchuan continued telepathically. He is the former chief of the inspection division from Silver City, later reassigned to White Moon City, where he now serves as the chief of the inspection division. However, it is of little significance here, as the headquarters holds authority. Being the chief in a provincial capital like White Moon City is rather inconsequential. It would be better to be at ease in Silver City. A life of misfortune, a county magistrate in the suburbs. A life of wrongdoing, a magistrate in the provincial city. Serving as an official in a provincial capital. Positions like the chief of White Moon City are tragic. Thus, the Night Watchers have avoided establishing branches in White Moon City, opting for a single headquarters to sidestep numerous troubles, which is also related to the scarcity of superpowers. Once Hao Lianchuan mentioned this, Li Hao instantly recognized who the individual was. The former chief had quite a reputation. Lu Long had once introduced him to Li Hao, noting that the previous chief was a martial artist who practiced the iron cloth divine skill, rendering him impervious to blades and spears. In the legendary Silver Moon martial world of yesteryears, there existed a highly esteemed practitioner of the iron cloth technique, whose renown rivaled that of figures like Qi Meigan. However, his fate took a dire turn when Yuan Shua shattered his physical form. With the destruction of his corporeal body, the iron cloth was rendered obsolete, and thus, he met his demise. Yet, the esoteric arts of the iron cloth are not exclusive as many adept individuals possess the knowledge, making it a widely inherited martial secret within the realm. Wang Hengong. Li Hao's memory rekindled at the mention of this name, recalling that the image of this individual resided in the Silver City Inspection Division. Yet, he appeared far less shadowed in the past. Upon arriving in White Moon City, he had darkened considerably. Previously, some speculated that he had ascended to a superhuman level, leading Li Hao to mistakenly believe he had joined the Night Watchers, only to discover he had aligned himself with the Inspection Division. Nevertheless, his prowess is not to be underestimated. Late stage of the Three Suns. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao reached a conclusion. Indeed, he had attained late stage 3 suns, a considerable strength. When had he undergone this ascension? Reflecting back, he noted that Mu's son had only recently joined the Inspection Division, perhaps a little over 3 years ago. Thus, this individual had achieved superhuman status in just over 3 years. If he had broken through 100 during that time, it would indicate a radiant sun. To ascend to late stage 3 suns in such a short span is nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, he remained inconspicuous in White Moon City. Few were likely aware of his existence, while in Silver City, the current head of the Inspection Division, akin to Mu's son, still lingered in the memories of some. In addition to Wang Hengong, there were another man and woman, both also of the Three Suns realm, their abilities hovering between late stage and peak. To Li Hao's astonishment, the Inspection Division possessed several Three Suns practitioners, outnumbering even the Night Watchers. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, upon consideration of their leader, Kong Jie, he felt no dismay. It is worth noting that the Night Watchers possess a slight edge, for while the Three Suns may be comparable, at least Chief Yu is of the Radiant Light realm, one capable of matching 3. In contrast, Hao Lianchuan, as the first deputy, appeared somewhat lacking, with only Director Zhou, who lacked any notable aura, being weaker in attendance. The individuals present, namely Yu Shuai, Director Zhao, Kong Jie, and Hou Xiaocheng, radiated brilliance, all being of the Radiant Light realm, alongside Chief Yu and Hu Qingfeng. Furthermore, Hu Qingfeng's contingent included both a peak 3 suns and another in the late stage. Excluding Director Zhou, the weakest among them were Hao Lianchuan and Li Hao himself. Li Hao believed he could manage Hao Lianchuan, who was mid-stage in the Three Suns realm. He cast another glance at Hao, confirming his status as the weakest. Fortunately, he had progressed to mid-stage. Had he remained in the early stage, Li Hao felt he would have been too embarrassed to face others. While lost in these thoughts, he suddenly heard his name. Li Hao was taken aback. In such a grand assembly, could they truly be discussing him? He quickly regained composure, adopting a posture of attentive respect. The one mentioning him was not Hou Xiaocheng, but rather Kong Jie. The head of the Inspection Division spoke with a commanding voice, noting that Yuan Shua had recently arrived in the region and was likely now within the northern 3 provinces, where, judging by his nature, he would probably linger for some time. Yuan Shua's technique of nurturing the spirit diverges from certain enhancement plans for martial artists in the central region, resembling more closely the next echelon of martial prowess. In the central region, there exist formidable martial artists, such as Hiyong, who has undergone the blood exchange 3 times, comparable to the 3 Yangs. Yet, in comparison to Yuan Shua's method of spirit cultivation, I sense a certain inadequacy. Presently, many eyes are fixated upon Yuan Shua, and as Li Hao, his devoted disciple, I ponder whether I should venture to the northeastern provinces. Perhaps I could encounter Yuan Shua and discuss the specific intricacies of the spirit cultivation technique. In the past, the Silver Moon martial arts sect roamed the world with impunity, and even now, some seasoned martial artists still linger within its domain. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the Silver Moon Martial Guard possesses individuals capable of comprehending the spirit cultivation technique, potentially revealing its details to enhance the martial artist's combat effectiveness. At this moment, Li Hao finds himself under the scrutiny of numerous observers. A flicker of anxiety crosses his face, though internally he feels somewhat bemused. Must it come to this? Even if my teacher were present, he would scarcely prevail against you all. Such malice resides in these individuals. Nevertheless, Li Hao promptly declares, "Is my teacher in the northeastern provinces? Should the need arise, I stand ready to heed orders and arrangements." I am certain my teacher would not withhold his insights on the spirit cultivation technique. The prospect of traveling to the northeastern provinces does not seem entirely unfavorable. In the event of an encounter with my teacher, would it be prudent to suggest an escape together? The world is vast, and survival is still within reach. However, the conditions in Silver Moon, which once seemed manageable, now reveal themselves to be exceedingly treacherous. These individuals are increasingly elusive, and under such circumstances, I cannot believe they harbor no intentions of insurrection. Perhaps a hasty retreat would be wise. At this juncture, Hou Xiaocheng interjects with a smile. There is no rush concerning this matter. Yuan Shua has yet to fully traverse this path. It is merely the beginning. Let us wait and observe. Furthermore, individuals like Yuan Shua, once liberated from their shackles, can progress further and act without restraint. Should he remain confined, he may find himself limited. Kong Jia contemplates this and nods, refraining from further comment. At this moment, Director Zhou speaks up. As for Yuan Shua, there is no immediate urgency. Minister Hou, let us turn our attention to your affairs. Your absence previously left Minister Hao unable to articulate anything of substance. Upon hearing this, Hao Lianchuan grows increasingly vexed. This old man is truly bothersome. Hou Xiaocheng chuckles. Director, please proceed. Director Zhou states gravely, from the central region, there have been multiple requests for your assignment, yet you have consistently declined, citing your injuries as an excuse. Now, having dispatched Red Hair, a being of the Shuguang tier, Minister Hou, we seek your explanation and your intentions. The atmosphere in the room suddenly becomes tense. Meanwhile, Hu Qingfeng feels a twinge of anxiety. Why is the old man so direct? Indeed, the purpose of this meeting was fundamentally to address this matter, though it was not intended to be so bluntly articulated. Hou Xiaocheng sighs, feeling somewhat helpless. I genuinely bear injuries. This is no mere fabrication. Moreover, the previous turmoil among the three major organizations in Silver Moon has rendered the situation chaotic. Apart from myself, the night watchmen lack the strength to quell the unrest. While the central region may dispatch formidable individuals, I worry they may not grasp the complexities of this area. Director Zhao responds calmly. So, you believe this justifies your refusal of the summons? Not at all. Hou Xiaocheng spoke softly. I have mentioned the difficulties. There are those among the Night Watch who agree. Of course, if Tianqing City truly requires my presence, I am willing to accept the transfer to the central region. Upon hearing this, Hu Qingfeng was taken aback. You are willing to go? Hou Xiaocheng continued. However, before I depart, there is a task I must accomplish. What task? Hu Qingfeng inquired. I need to obtain the source divine weapon within Zhantian City to provide an additional layer of protection for Baiwei City, Hou Xiaocheng stated earnestly. Next time I enter the ruins, I shall do so personally. Should I succeed, I will proceed to the central region afterward. If I fail and perish in Zhantian City, there will be no need for further discussion. Unable to contain himself, Hu Qingfeng asked, Minister Hou, you intend to enter the ruins? Is there any reason not to? Hou Xiaocheng regarded him with calm composure. Baiwei City is the heart of Yinmun. Once I depart, certain nefarious individuals may harbor ulterior motives. For years, I have been concerned about this. If I can acquire the source divine weapon that protects the entire city, I would have no objections to being reassigned anywhere. Hu Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, but given the gravity of the matter, he pressed on. May I inquire, Minister Hou, what stage have you reached? Please do not misunderstand. I am simply curious. Merely a hesitant step into the dawn light, Hou Xiaocheng replied. The strike against the Red Hair was only possible due to his lack of defenses and the formidable power of the Fire Phoenix gun. It was not as exaggerated as many might think. Director Zhao gently tapped the table, interrupting Hu Qingfeng's further remarks. So, after acquiring the source divine weapon, you would comply with the transfer order, correct? Indeed. And how long will this take? Let us see next month. If the ruins open and we can enter, and if the troubles of the three major organizations are resolved, we shall proceed. It would only take about 3 days. In other words, if everything goes smoothly, Hou Xiaocheng would be willing to depart in approximately a month. Director Zhao nodded and turned to Hu Qingfeng. What do you think, Special Envoy Hu? Hu Qingfeng cursed inwardly. Why are you asking me? How would I know? The sudden willingness of Hou Xiaocheng to accept orders posed some complications. Since he was compliant and willing to head to the central region, there was no reason for the central authorities to act against him. Previously, it was only because Hou Xiaocheng had entrenched himself, reluctant to leave. Once in the central region, he would have to abide by the rules. After some contemplation, Hu Qingfeng thought perhaps this was not a bad outcome. It could also be seen as a contribution. Yet, whether they could procure the source divine weapon from the ruins remained uncertain. Moreover, would he need to enter alongside them? After all, Zhang Ting had perished within, and if he were to be killed by this individual inside, it would be quite troublesome. He needed to inform the higher-ups. Unless another person joined, he would not enter. With a plan forming in his mind, he nodded when Director Zhou looked his way. I have no objections. This matter is entirely up to Minister Hou. If Minister Hou truly goes to the central region, he may one day be my superior. Congratulations. He offered a smile. Hou Xiaocheng did not meet his gaze and lapsed back into silence. Is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss? Director Zhou surveyed the room once more. No one spoke further. Hou Xiaocheng was compliant, rendering other issues trivial. Then let us adjourn the meeting. Director Zhou, appearing somewhat fatigued, remarked, we must resolve the troubles posed by the three nefarious organizations as swiftly as possible. If circumstances prove insurmountable, we shall bide our time and, when necessary, request support from above. After voicing this, he turned his gaze towards Li Hao and continued, Li Hao, you are one of the esteemed bloodlines of the 8 noble families of Silver City. Our understanding of these families remains limited, yet the Red Moon holds great interest in you, and we shall persist in our investigation. Moreover, upon perusing ancient texts from Silver Moon, we have gleaned some sporadic insights. At this moment, Li Hao felt a surge of anticipation. The sudden mention of himself by Director Zhou suggested that what he was about to reveal bore significant weight. Naturally, he pondered why such matters were discussed in the presence of others. Observing Li Hao's eager expression, Director Zhou smiled slightly and elaborated. There is much I do not comprehend, but I have instructed old Zhou to examine numerous ancient manuscripts. One particular text contains the following passage. When the 8 guardians converge and the sealed door is opened, it shall be the time for another expedition. This excerpt may pertain to the 8 noble families, who perhaps guard something sacred or oversee a long-sealed gateway to an unknown realm. The details of whom they once battled have vanished without a trace. Given the passage of time, it may simply be regarded as a legend. After sharing this, Director Zhou took a brief breath and added, Yue might possess some knowledge regarding this. The Red Moon has risen swiftly among the 3 organizations. If the opportunity arises, consider engaging in dialogue with Yue. What would we discuss? Wouldn't that lead to our downfall? Li Hao refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead committing this information to memory. 8 guardians? The sealed door? Was it the stone gate, or perhaps the Bagua diagram? Lost in contemplation, he found himself at a loss for clarity. As for the expedition, he had a vague understanding. In ancient times, there was a human king who led numerous powerful beings into battle at some distant location. The Zhantian army remained as a garrison. Yet, it seemed that none returned from that expedition, and even Zhantian city lay abandoned. Where had they gone? To the central regions? Or into the boundless cosmos? Previously, the cosmos had not been a consideration for Li Hao, but with the emergence of superhuman abilities and beings soaring through the skies, he began to wonder if other life forms existed upon this earth. He had witnessed a formidable warrior slaying enemies amidst the cosmic expanse, vanquishing a being known as the Celestial Emperor. Was that Celestial Emperor an adversary? Yet, he was already deceased. Thus, perhaps the human king's expedition was aimed at confronting an entity even more formidable than the Celestial Emperor. Did all of them perish? Who could say? Li Hao chose not to dwell on these matters any longer and solemnly expressed, Thank you for your guidance, Director. Do not mention it. Let us conclude this meeting, replied Zhou, rising to his feet and unsteadily making his way toward a passage at the back, which offered an exit. Hou Xiaocheng also stood, his demeanor calm as he turned to leave. Li Hao and the others hurriedly followed suit. Minister, exclaimed Hao Lianchuan, his tone tinged with anxiety. Are you truly departing? As he walked, Hou Xiaocheng responded, If I do not leave now, having just slain a member of the Shuguang, I shall surely be branded a traitor in the central regions. At the moment I made my move, I was already prepared to depart. Hao Lianchuan, with a pained expression, remarked, But if you leave, what shall we do? If you go, Silver Moon will be in trouble. A new minister will undoubtedly instigate a purge. I'm not leaving immediately. Hou Xiaocheng chuckled, swiftly getting into the car. This time, Li Hao had learned his lesson and promptly took the passenger seat. Hao Lianchuan rolled his eyes at the rascal. As he had matters to discuss with Hou Xiaocheng, he said nothing further and joined him in the back seat. Frowning as he advised, Minister, let's stick to the old excuse. Claim that your injuries have flared up and you are unable to travel. Rather than hoping for my stay, it would be wiser for you to strengthen yourself sooner. Hou Xiaocheng glanced at him and replied coolly, You have been in the 3 Yang for some time now, and your luck seems to have improved recently, having entered the mid-level of 3 Yang. At this pace, when will you reach the level of Shuguang? Hao Lianchuan sighed in resignation. I lack talent. I have only discovered 4 super energy locks and have yet to find the 5th. Thus, even if I reach the peak of 3 yang, I hold no hope of advancing to Shuguang. Progress in super energy is swift, provided there is sufficient mysterious energy. But the prerequisite is the discovery of super energy locks. Even if one cannot unlock them all at once, like me, if I were to discover the 5th lock now, I could gradually unlock it, gaining substantial mysterious energy with each increment, thereby fortifying myself. Ascending to the peak of 3 yang would be swift. Unfortunately, I lack that capability. Having unlocked 4 super energy locks, I have entered the 3 yang realm, yet I find myself directionless, compelled to absorb mysterious energy bit by bit for enhancement. This resembles the path of a martial artist, slowly grinding away without a clear route until the 5th super energy lock emerges. Hou Xiaocheng frowned slightly. The number of super energy locks visible does not necessarily reflect one's super energy talent. Moreover, whether as a martial artist or in super energy, breaking super energy locks is not inherently a good thing. Yet, without breaking them, one cannot advance. Hao Lianchuan offered a wry smile. The primary issue lies in my inability to discover the 5th super energy lock. Otherwise, I believe I could also reach Shuguang. For now, I shall simply focus on attaining the peak of 3 yang. Hou Xiaocheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. There are ways to locate super energy locks that you cannot currently discover. Hao Lianchuan paused in surprise. How? Hou Xiaocheng fell into thought once more. And after a brief silence, he suggested, Ask Li Hao. In the front seat, Li Hao wore a bewildered expression. Ask me? How would I know? He mused that Hou Xiaocheng was deliberately creating trouble for himself. Meanwhile, Hao Lianchuan was equally astonished. Ask him? How could he possibly know? Each person's super energy lock may not be situated in the same place. Even if it were, if I haven't found it at that location, how can I break it? Super energy locks, even if in the same position, are known to exist in all limbs. However, how does one discern them? Can you see them? Can you locate where they are? If you cannot discover them, how can you even discuss breaking them? Hou Xiaocheng remained unfazed. His ability to harness and lock the potential energy implied he could also locate the source of the super energy lock. A sudden realization struck Li Hao. He recognized the term lock potential. This was a secret regarding his own ability that he had not divulged. Yet the minister was evidently aware of it. Hou Xiaocheng appeared completely indifferent to Li Hao's thoughts and continued. I do not know the method he employed to enhance the internal organs swiftly, nor how he manifested the super energy lock that ensnared the void's potential. However, if he can achieve this, so can his mentor, which indicates that he possesses the capacity to rapidly augment an individual's super energy lock. Perhaps yours is too feeble, to the point where you cannot perceive it. The potential is quite ethereal. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be confined within the internal organs. His ability to do so suggests a novel application and advancement of the super energy lock. Inquire with him. If he is unable to assist, then I am equally at a loss. Hao Lianchuan gazed at Li Hao with surprise. Li Hao, without turning his head, pondered for a moment before replying. My mentor and I can indeed accomplish this. It likely pertains to our status as martial artists. As for others, I cannot ascertain. The minister, lacking martial prowess, would require a means to strengthen his super energy lock, perhaps through the consumption of blood god fruits to remedy this issue. Blood god fruits? Hao Lianchuan exclaimed. I have tried them, but the effect was minimal. Then the blood god fruits must not be potent enough. Li Hao reflected and added. Perhaps consuming the sunlight essence could yield results, allowing the minister's 5th super energy lock to manifest. This indeed seemed a promising approach. Yet, its efficacy could only be determined through trial. While he and his mentor could enhance their abilities swiftly, the latter was inherently powerful. And Li Hao relied on his sword energy and the elemental essence he extracted, details he deemed unnecessary to disclose entirely. If all else failed, he would consider alternative solutions. At that moment, Hao Lianchuan appeared to have found a direction, his gaze flickering with intent. Red Moon. Previously, his thoughts regarding Red Moon were solely focused on annihilation, devoid of any significant objective. However, if what Li Hao suggested held merit, he would need to pay closer attention. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaocheng, undeterred by these contemplations, addressed Li Hao once more. You are a martial artist surrounded by a group of super beings. Your enhancement will not be substantial. Tomorrow, let Xiao Yu accompany you to the Martial Guard Army. It is time for the Martial Guard Army to step into the spotlight. After a few days of acclimatization, You shall venture beyond the city to confront the three major organizations. Either subdue them or compel them to summon more formidable allies to aid in the exploration of the ruins. Otherwise, our current numbers will be insufficient. Why is that? Li Hao grasped some of the implications. Perhaps Hou Xiaocheng believed that their current forces would be inadequate to survive the ruins. In confronting the three major organizations, it seemed the minister's intentions transcended mere displays of power. He appeared to desire more strong allies to assist in the exploration of the ruins, a rather sinister motive. As for the martial guard army, Li Hao felt little intrigue. Even if they were formidable, they could not be excessively powerful. Nonetheless, today had broadened his horizons, prompting him to refrain from underestimating them. Simultaneously, outside Baiwei City, within an opulently adorned mansion surrounded by numerous villas, a gathering of affluent residents had transformed the area into a sanctuary for leisure. At this moment, several powerful individuals convened. Lan Yu wore a displeased expression. It is evident to any discerning observer that this is a baseless accusation. Even if we intended to apprehend Li Hao, we would not choose this moment, nor would we enlist Xin Yang to do so, especially so close to Hou Xiaocheng. That would be tantamount to courting death. This is merely an excuse they concocted to deal with us. At this point, Lan Yu spoke coldly. Hou Xiaocheng clearly aims to eliminate us entirely. Since he has made the first move, we shall not hold back. He turned his gaze towards the cloaked figure opposite him. Ban Shan. What are your thoughts regarding Fei Tian? Ban Shan, shrouded in his cloak, responded with a chilling tone. As long as Han Yue is willing to offer a blood god seed of the Shuguang level, I shall consider it. Lan Yu regarded him with cold disdain. Yet Ban Shan remained unmoved. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu spoke somberly. It is not impossible, provided we can slay Hou Xiaocheng. If successful, then naturally, it shall be no issue. This was merely a grandiose promise. Killing Hou Xiaocheng would indeed render a blood god seed trivial. Failing to do so would mean no payment was necessary. After some contemplation, Ban Shan chuckled. Very well. Lan Yu was somewhat taken aback, having assumed this individual would refuse. Yet, he had acquiesced. This was indeed a curious development. Lan Yu then turned his attention to the nearby King of Equality, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Ping Deng?" The King of Equality frowned. "Let us observe. Moreover, the governor of the three provinces has been slain, not far from Yinyu. Could this pose a disturbance to us?" Upon hearing this, several individuals furrowed their brows. Who could have possibly slain that figure? To be honest, one capable of such an act must possess extraordinary strength, a truly terrifying presence. Furthermore, the three provinces were in close proximity. Although separated by thousands of miles, any turmoil could inevitably affect this region as well. Lan Yu took a deep breath. I do not know. Regardless, let us first resolve the troubles of Yinyu. As for the rest, they may be set aside for now. None of the others spoke further. Without eliminating Hou Xiaocheng, they could not establish a foothold in Yinyu. However, Yinyu was not a place they could afford to abandon. After all, with so many Sanyang lost, they could simply forsake this location. It was merely a border province. With 99 provinces so vast, would they truly lament this place? Chapter 116, Southern Fist, Subscription and Monthly Vote Requested, Night Patrol Building. In Li Hao's office, he reclined in his chair, gazing skyward, deep in thought, when Wang Ming entered. "Brother, congratulations," Wang Ming exclaimed cheerfully. Li Hao glanced at him, and Wang Ming continued with a beaming smile. "I heard you attended a meeting with the Hou department this morning, accompanied by 4 others. Quite impressive. Brother, are you being promoted?" The 4 individuals who attended had Li Hao as the lowest ranking among them. However, Li Hao was disinterested in discussing such matters. Today had dealt him a significant blow. Yesterday's flamboyance was met with today's profound despondence. He had assumed that after the previous day, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 5, or at least the top 10 in Yinyu. Yet today, he was met with disillusionment. What he had witnessed was only the tip of the iceberg. What lay hidden remained unseen. Yinyu was undoubtedly no ordinary place. Li Hao realized with striking clarity that Yinyu was exceptional. No typical province could harbor so many individuals concealing their true power. These were all formidable beings, and there was no reason for them to hide their strengths. Moreover, it was not merely 1 or 2. The leaders of various esteemed institutions have concealed their true capabilities. Individuals like Hou Xiaocheng remain an enigma to him. Is it an inability to comprehend, or is it that their realm surpasses his own, rendering him unable to discern their depths? Have they indeed transcended the Shuguang level? What are they truly apprehensive about in their concealment? If his inability to grasp their essence indicates they have surpassed Xu Guang, then today's observations suggest that there are at least 4 individuals who have exceeded that tier. Might there be more in the central region? Perhaps so. Those who claim to be at the Xu Guang level, are they genuinely at that level? Take, for instance, a figure like Ying Hongyue, a prominent leader. The emergence of Xu Guang, rumored to have occurred not long ago, leads Li Hao to surmise that these rascals might be operating under a certain circumstance. Only after entering the next realm do they reveal the existence of the preceding one. For instance, upon reaching the Xu Guang level, they might then disclose the existence of that level to the outside world. Undoubtedly, there exists a group that has been perpetually ahead of the curve. Superpowers have been manifest for 2 decades, with previous advancements occurring every few years. It is said that Xu Guang has been publicly acknowledged in the central region for several years, yet over here in Yinyu, many were previously unaware of even the nomenclature of the Xu Guang level. The delay in information has led many in Yinyu to mistakenly believe that the Xu Guang level is a recent development, when in fact it has been established for several years. Contemplating these matters, Li Hao felt a twinge of agitation. However, he quickly relaxed and broke into a smile. This, indeed, adds a layer of intrigue. Old Wang, let us take a stroll and pay a visit to an old friend. Captain Lu? No. Let us hold off on meeting Sister Lu for now and instead visit Senior Nanquan. Wang Ming paused, puzzled as to why they were visiting Nanquan. Yet, Li Hao had his own plans. He had determined that He Yong, the Nanquan master, was currently the strongest martial artist he had encountered, second only to Yuan Shuo, a pure martial artist, unlike those who had transitioned into superpowers. Having undergone 3 blood transformations, he was comparable to the Sanyang. What does this imply? One might enter the realm of Dou Qian, essentially akin to the sun's brilliance, but the other had forcefully elevated himself to a new level. Thus, Li Hao contemplated whether the blood transformation could also be a viable path. The teacher's path is not necessarily erroneous. However, the journey beyond Dou Qian is still uncertain. Perhaps other avenues exist, and he yearned to gain further insights. At this moment, there were still several stances he could not fully grasp. If he were to undergo multiple blood transformations, would he be able to swiftly enhance his combat prowess? The essence of stances can sometimes strike with inspiration, while at other times, one may find themselves stifled for a lifetime. Adding his sword stance, Li Hao had already comprehended 3 stances, and after crossing into Dou Qian, it became increasingly challenging to gain further understanding. Who could say how long it would take to attain such insights? Observing the sea, the 9-forged strength was not yet at the 9 layers. Thus, the benefit of that knowledge was minimal. Therefore, he resolved to seek out Nanquan. Beyond Nanquan, after his visit, he also intended to pay a call to Wang Hengong, the formidable iron-cloth warrior. If there were others at the Dou Qian level within the city, he wished to engage with them as well. Should there be a greater number of Dou Qian at the martial guard army, those who comprehend stances would likely be numerous, and Li Hao was eager to exchange ideas. A vague plan began to take shape in his mind. In the past, the teacher engaged in a solitary duel against the formidable Silver Moon, not merely for the sake of competition, but to glean insights and harmonize diverse strengths, ultimately achieving the synthesis of the 5 forces. Ancient texts recount the invincible path, encouraging one to challenge the world and amass an unparalleled might. This underscores the notion that engaging in combat and exchanging techniques is never in vain. Wang Ming, however, paid no heed to Li Hao's purpose for visiting the Southern Fist. Yet, since Li Hao had made the remark, the night watchmen had little else to occupy their time. The encirclement of the 3 major organizations was, at this juncture, merely theoretical, yet to truly commence, leaving them rather idle. The car roared back to life, swiftly heading towards an affluent district in the southern suburbs. He Yong was wealthy and lacked for nothing. As a martial artist hailing from royal lineage, he had purchased an exquisite estate in the vicinity, replete with antiquated charm and an air of leisure, far superior to the dormitory accommodations of Li Hao and his companions. The villa district in the southern suburbs was indeed impressive, boasting the presence of 2 formidable individuals at the 10th realm and 2 star masters serving as security, instantly elevating its status and ensuring safety. For many, whether the 10th realm or the star masters, they were figures of extraordinary prowess. With them patrolling the community, a sense of security was undoubtedly assured. However, upon presenting their night watchman tokens, the security personnel promptly opened the gates, asking no further questions and granting immediate passage. The authority of the night watchman could perhaps only be truly appreciated in such moments. What a splendid environment. Li Hao sat in the car, admiring the surroundings of the community, nodding in approval. It surpassed even the villa he had in Silver City. The houses here were discreetly nestled among verdant foliage, exuding a hermetic allure. As for mosquitoes, special devices were employed to repel them, and a subtle aura of mystique flowed through the area, eliminating any concerns, evidence of the meticulous care taken in the development of this locale. Wang Ming, seemingly indifferent, remarked casually, "It's not too bad, not overly expensive. A unit goes for merely around 10,000. What? Li Hao gasped in astonishment. So costly? Wang Ming merely rolled his eyes. Come on, 10,000, is that a lot? It is indeed. If relying on a salary is out of the question. The night watchman's remuneration comes in the form of mystic energy. A unit of such energy can fetch 1 million in the market. When calculated thus, is the house still expensive? As for the energy stones, those are valued in billions externally, though none are for sale. In truth, upon becoming super beings, save for the weak, the strong no longer utilize mundane currency as a means of transaction. What value does wealth hold? The star masters and moon shadows still require some monetary means for subsistence. However, once one reaches the radiant day stage, earning money becomes exceedingly simple. Wang Ming, disinterested in Li Hao's incredulity, added, "If you fancy it, I can gift you a unit." "No, thank you. Why not? I don't engage in corruption." Wang Ming was at a loss for words. Who said offering you a gift equates to corruption? As their conversation unfolded, the vehicle came to a halt before a grand edifice. Simultaneously, within the estate, Hiyong was conversing with someone when his gaze abruptly shifted towards the entrance, as a distant rumble of engines reached his ears. The individual he was speaking with also noticed the commotion. Hiyong, with his unkempt beard, unmistakably bore the demeanor of a warrior, yet his eyes sparkled with a keen intelligence. Opposite him sat a woman of exquisite beauty, appearing to be in her 30s, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned in a fashionable gown befitting the affluent of Baiwest City, one that enveloped even her heels. At this moment, she too had noticed the commotion and cast a glance at Hiyong. His gaze flickered, and an epiphany struck him. Wang Ming. What brought him here? And there was another. Li Hao? Yes, it had to be Li Hao. Hiyong was taken aback. Why were these two visiting him? In Silver City, they would rather distance themselves from him. Just as he pondered this, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by Wang Ming's boisterous voice. "Senior Nan, open the door. We have come to see you." The woman turned to Hiyong, smiling. "Is he your friend?" "Friend?" Hiyong chuckled, his mouth stretching into a grin as he rose. "I suppose so. An old acquaintance, albeit rather loud." The woman laughed lightly and rose as well. "Then I shall take my leave." "Very well." Hiyong offered no further words, and they both made their way outside. Exiting the residence, they ambled a few paces. The courtyard was spacious, and Hiyong was in no hurry, moving at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Wang Ming grew impatient at the entrance. "Is Senior Nan not home? I can hear voices. Surely, you wouldn't deny us a warm welcome?" The woman covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "He truly is quite the impatient one." Hiyong, equally bemused, remarked as they walked. "He's rather brazen, having been discreet before. Perhaps he feels emboldened now that he's back in Baiwest City, under someone else's protection." He chuckled at the thought. Indeed, he was a night watcher. Hou Xiaocheng had slain Xu Guang with a single shot. And what did Wang Ming have to fear from Nan Quan? After exchanging a few words, Hiyong finally opened the door. Wang Ming, beaming with laughter, was about to speak when he caught sight of the woman, momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Nan Quan, his expression morphing into one of knowing amusement. Hiyong offered no explanation, merely smiled and nodded slightly at Li Hao. The woman, noticing Wang Ming's reaction and then glancing at the silent Li Hao, smiled gently. "Brother He, I shall not intrude any longer. Do visit me sometime." "Certainly. I shall take my leave now." She nodded gracefully to Wang Ming and Li Hao, departing the courtyard. Outside, a vehicle approached swiftly, and the woman elegantly entered, her long gown trailing behind her as she departed. Wang Ming turned back, chuckling. Hiyong joined in the laughter, yet Li Hao remained pensive, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Ming, admonishing, "Be more composed. Do not flaunt such expressions indiscriminately. You may encounter someone you cannot provoke, and that could lead to trouble." Wang Ming's eyes flickered with curiosity. "What do you mean?" "Do Qian Wu Shi." Li Hao replied calmly. "Senior Nan truly associates with remarkable individuals. living up to his reputation as a formidable martial artist. Just a casual friend of his is a rare sight. A Dou Qian Wusher, Wang Ming exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Indeed, you merely lack discernment. Li Hao chuckled. Not only is she a Dou Qian, but one who has claimed countless lives. Do not let her youthful appearance deceive you. I estimate she is around 50. 20 years ago, that would mean she was at least 30. Li Hao pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. In the past, there were not many renowned female martial artists in the Silver Moon martial world. Among the seven swords, there were the Bai Guang sword and the Guangming sword. While in the realm of blades, one could find the willow leaf blade. The practitioners of boxing included the embroidered spring fist, and the masters of palm techniques practiced the heart-piercing palm. Li Hao turned to He Yong and remarked with a grin. Could that lady we just saw possibly be the heart-piercing mistress from the Stabbing Foot sect? He Yong chuckled. What an astute observation. How did you deduce that? The long dress trailed on the ground, concealing her legs and feet. Li Hao replied with a calm smile. There is nothing particularly distinctive about her other features. Since her feet are covered, she is likely to be the heart-piercing mistress. My master has mentioned several times that this woman possesses a pair of feet that can pierce a person faster than a blade. Many martial artists have met their demise with a pierced heart due to her swift strikes. Judging by her demeanor, she does not appear to be a recent advancement to the Dou Qian rank, which suggests she has not been in Silver Moon for long and may have come from the imperial side. He Yong regarded Li Hao with a look of surprise and intrigue, eventually saying, Young man, you seem to carry a newfound confidence, a certain composure. Have you found your footing in Baiyu City? Li Hao shook his head and smiled. Not really. I've merely come to terms with certain matters. There is no need for you to take offense. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, Senior, would you not invite us in for a while? He Yong laughed heartily. How amusing. Come in and sit. To be honest, your previous demeanor was so overly cautious that I hardly recognized you as Yuan Laoma's disciple. Now, however, you seem to embody a certain charm. In his youth, Yuan Laoma was quite audacious at your age. Have you met my master when he was of that age? Li Hao inquired with a smile. My master is over 70 this year, which is considered quite old. 50 years ago, he probably had just reached the century mark in skill. The senior of Nan Quan must be younger than my master, Li Hao continued. He Yong replied with a grin. I've seen him. I'm not many years younger than your master. When he was 20, he was already a well-known martial artist, though not as famous as he became later. Back then, he traveled far and wide alongside his own master. Li Hao, intrigued, asked my master's master. I've not heard much about him. Yes, he was somewhat renowned in his time, but later, his reputation was overshadowed by Yuan Shua. Yuan Laoma initially did not practice the five-animal technique. It was only after he excavated a grave that he discovered it. He then modified it, leading to the current incarnation of the five-animal sect. The five-animal technique was created by Yuan Shua, or rather, it was a reformation based on ancient texts. This indicates that the five-animal sect only began to have a lineage from Yuan Shua onward. Li Hao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. As He Yong guided him inside, he remarked, It has been many years since anyone referred to the heart-piercing mistress by that name. Now they call her Lady Bai? She is married, and she is not from the imperial side. Although she is not with me, she came to visit as she has old friends in Silver Moon. He Yong chuckled. Speaking of which, perhaps you are acquainted with her husband. Who is he? Wang Ming asked, puzzled. A Dou Qian martial artist? I have not heard much about him. The family name is Bai. It is not simple to marry a Dou Qian martial artist. Are there any experts with the surname Bai in Baiyu City? He Yong laughed. You just mentioned Baiyu City. Wang Ming was taken aback. After a moment of astonishment, he exclaimed, Is it the Bai family from Baiyu City? Indeed. Li Hao responded, somewhat bewildered. Wang Ming hurriedly remarked, Baiyu City. Originally, it was not named Baiyu City. Over time, it gradually became known by that name. However, the true name has long been forgotten, and it is only referred to as Baiyu City by the authorities now. The naming derives from the initials of Yincheng and Yuecheng. Yet many mistakenly believe it is derived from the second character of Baiyu City, which is indeed a misconception. Given the passage of time, few who are not natives are aware of this. Wang Ming, being a native of Baiyu, was quite knowledgeable about it and quickly added, The reason the city was prefixed with Bai is that 80 years ago, the Bai family served as the city lord for 120 years. It was only after the royal family retreated to the background and the Bai family was ousted that the administrative office was established, leading to the end of the Bai family's reign. The title of city lord is indeed an ancient one. However, 80 years ago, The city lord was the paramount authority of the region, with the Bai family holding a hereditary position as the rulers of Bai West City, overseeing the entirety of Yinhua. Today, few remember the Bai family. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Did the senior of the Bai family, Nan Quan, marry into the Bai family? Indeed, He chuckled. The Bai family is currently divided into two factions, one residing in Tianqing City and the other remaining here. You're aware of the Bai Long army, correct? Li Hao looked at Wang Ming with surprise. Wang Ming sheepishly admitted, I forgot to mention that the Bai Long army was originally established during the time of the Bai family, but after their departure, it became one of the garrison forces. So when the senior mentioned it, I immediately thought of the Bai family of Bai West City. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. What about the current commander of the Bai Long army? Wang Ming shook his head. He has no ties to the Bai family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned that there are no more experts from the Bai family. The current commander is Ren Tianchuan, whom you may have met this morning. Li Hao recalled that commander, who appeared to be around 50 years old. Although he had not heard the man speak, his prowess was undeniable, being a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Sanyang level. At this moment, the three entered the room. He remarked, the Bai family in Bai West City is not without its experts. They merely maintain a low profile. I wasn't speaking out of turn when I suggested you might know her husband. Do you know Hu Dingfang? The vice commander of the Tiger Wing Army, Bai Yuanqing? Have you heard of him? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. That white-faced commander? I almost forgot his name. I only know that everyone calls him the white-faced general. Li Hao, however, was completely bewildered. He did not recognize him. How is this related to the Tiger Wing Army? The situation in Yinhua is indeed quite complex. He continued. Yes, that SM. Bai Foreign is married to him. Hu Dingfang, at a young age, has risen to the rank of commander of the Tiger Wing Army, thanks to significant support from the Bai family. The circumstances in Yinhua are still somewhat intricate. The Bai family's backing of Hu Dingfang can be likened to sitting on a tiger, while the Bai family's presence in Tianqing City also has connections with the military law department. Thus, Hu Dingfang can be considered a legitimate representative of the military law department, with the garrison inherently belonging to it. Li Hao was confused. Why doesn't the Bai family support Bai Yuanqing in becoming the commander? Hu Dingfang is no simple figure. He chuckled. Hu Dingfang has other backing as well. He was originally not suited to be a commander, but it is said that his wife is quite capable and has contributed significantly. After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Hao. Li Hao nonchalantly remarked, My senior sister, why must you be so indirect? What great abilities can my senior sister possess? He laughed heartily. Of course she possesses abilities. Your teacher has a good relationship with Huang Yu. The exact nature of their connection is unknown, but they are acquainted and share some camaraderie. It seems your senior sister sought out Huang Yu, who later supported Hu Dingfang's rise to power. The Bai family could only swallow their pride, as Hu Dingfang was, after all, their endorsed candidate. They could not afford to sever ties, especially since many wished to see the Bai family remain suppressed. Consequently, Hu Dingfang ascended with substantial backing from the upper echelons. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. Even a mere woman could entangle him in such affairs. Initially, it seemed unrelated, but now it implicated his senior sister, and then it circled back to Yuan Shuo, ultimately linking to him. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Hao reflected, Indeed, in this world, once you surpass a few individuals, you can connect with anyone. Upon closer examination, he found he indeed had a slight connection to this intriguing figure. He well-versed in the situation regarding Yinyu, noticed Li Hao's growing impatience and said with a smile, Clarifying these matters can be beneficial. At the very least, you can untangle the threads, and you will discover it is quite fascinating. For instance, Hou Xiaocheng and Huang Yu seem like two individuals who could not be more disparate, yet 30 years ago, they dined and drank together, fostering a decent relationship. Fast forward 30 years, and they appear to be strangers. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. He continued, further unraveling this. You will find that the timing of your night watchman's chief steward's appearance coincides remarkably with the disappearance of a certain individual. Li Hao's interest was piqued. Senior, please elaborate. Are you familiar with the Red Moon? Of course. He chuckled. When the Red Moon was established, there was talk of the 7 moons in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The first generation of Purple Moon was actually a female martial artist from Yinyu. She remained stationed at Yinyu. But the first Purple Moon vanished rather swiftly, reportedly assassinated. Shortly thereafter, your night watchman introduced the chief steward. The second Purple Moon merely inherited the title. Yet it seems your minister Hou was not fond of the name and eliminated her with a single shot. By the time the third purple moon appeared, it remains uncertain whether they had learned wisdom from the red moon. Do you know who the third purple moon is, the current one? At this moment, Li Hao was utterly bewildered, responding with confusion. What? The current purple moon is actually the daughter of Orange Moon. Orange Moon is a woman and a close friend of the first purple moon, and the third purple moon has managed to survive until now. Li Hao blinked in astonishment. Wang Ming, equally perplexed, grasped the implications. The first purple moon was indeed the present chief steward. The second purple moon, due to the unpopularity of the title, was swiftly dispatched by Hou Xiaocheng. As for the third purple moon, it appeared that the red moon had grown clever, opting to appoint the daughter of the chief steward's closest friend. What a convoluted tale. Li Hao exhaled deeply. Senior, you must not speak carelessly. How could this be possible? Do you not believe it? He Young chuckled. The illustrious Ziyue, once known as the Jade Luocha, and Hou Xiaocheng is equally arrogant, too lazy to change names. Simply addressing her as Little Jade. If this isn't the Jade Luocha, then I shall eat dung while standing on my head. Li Hao, somewhat dazed, took a moment before responding with a smile. Forget it, senior. Spare me the tales of the martial world. I have no interest in their identities. They concern me not. Yet, internally, he could not help but smile bitterly. The esteemed Ziyue the steward you? What does that even mean? I share a deep-seated enmity with the Crimson Moon. After a moment's contemplation, he posed a query. How many years has steward you been part of the Night Watchers? It was said she had vanished long ago. Approximately 15 years passed. Upon reflection, Li Hao calculated that at that time, the Crimson Moon had likely not yet embarked on the 8 Great Families plan. This thought provided him with a momentary sense of relief. Otherwise, should she have been involved in that plan, he would have felt quite awkward and uncertain regarding the need for vengeance. This old man, Nan Quan, is no saint. Having spent many years within the royal court, he possesses an abundance of secrets. He deliberately brings up matters concerning Hu Dingfang and Steward Yu, both of which bear some connection to Li Hao, seemingly intent on stirring trouble for him. Of course, it could also serve as a cautionary note. Li Hao began to regret his own loquacity, having sought to unmask that heart-stabbing guest's identity, only to be led astray by this old man into a flurry of gossip. Senior, let's put them aside. Li Hao interjected with a smile. I have come to visit you today with a request. Blood exchange? Nan Quan cut to the chase. You wish to inquire about the specific process, the changes involved, or the methods employed? Li Hao was taken aback by the directness. Nan Quan chuckled again. It's simple. Come, strike me. If you knock me down, I shall divulge everything without concealment. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. He Young lounged casually in his chair, exuding arrogance. What is the matter? Are you afraid, or is it that you cannot? Is this the extent of a swordsman's prowess? Yu Xiao and Huang Jie met their ends so swiftly. Yu Xiao first appeared, yet I suppose Huang Jie was slain by Hao Lianchuan. And Yu Xiao choked to death on water? Li Hao frowned slightly. He understood that speculation was inevitable, but he had not anticipated someone would confront him so directly. He Young was indeed, as the rumors suggested. Nan Quan, though seemingly boorish, was audacious and astute. With a grin, He Young regarded Li Hao. Are you interested in a spar? To be honest, I am eager to witness the prowess of a duelist of 1,000 swords. I once sparred with such a duelist in the central region, and the result was utterly one-sided. Of course, he was not a swordsman from Silver Moon. There existed a top-tier swordsman in the central region, the former Tianjian, who had now transitioned into the realm of superpowers, an astonishing force. A top-tier existence at the Su Guang level, truly a figure of great renown. He Young remarked, the Tianjian is formidable. While the earth-shattering sword has now shrunk away like a mouse, I can hardly be bothered with him. The Biguang sword and your master are currently engaged in eliminating the Crimson Moon. Frankly, Silver Moon swordsmen are exceedingly rare to encounter these days. Why not have a little fun with me? Li Hao glanced at He Young, pondering for a while before solemnly stating, does the senior wish to spar? He Young raised an eyebrow. I do indeed have such an inclination, but do not bring your master's teachings into this. Sparring is meant to be lethal. Your master has committed murder, and that individual specifically seeks out opponents of comparable strength. In such circumstances, there exists a 90% probability that death will ensue. As for our conversation, I am uncertain whether I surpass you or you surpass me. However, I believe that engaging in a life-and-death struggle is unnecessary, as the notion of equal strength seems irrelevant. Although I arrived at Silver Moon to witness the might of the spirit cultivators, It is your master I wish to see, not you." Upon hearing this, Li Hao shook his head and remarked, "Then let it be. Why? A swordsman does not engage in sparring when a sword is drawn. It is meant to kill." He Young frowned, pausing for a moment before sighing, "Then let it be." Someone once said this. Tianjin, that fellow, uttered these very words. He has also claimed countless lives in the central region. Whenever he draws his sword, it is with lethal intent. Shaking his head, He Young expressed some regret. "Unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to, and since I have not yet encountered your master, I am disinclined to contest life and death with you at this moment. Even if I were to win, I would be ridiculed for not being able to defeat the old demon Yuan, and it would be shameful to confront his disciple." Nearby, Wang Ming could not help but interject, "The elder may not necessarily be a match for my senior brother." Given that the matter had been brought to light, he saw no harm in flattering a bit. He Young chuckled softly, "Perhaps so." Speaking of which, he turned to Li Hao. "I am aware of your purpose for coming here. As a martial artist, the aspiration for strength is universal. No one desires to remain weak. However, the method of blood transfusion may not suit you. Your physique is not weak, and after such a procedure, you may not experience a swift enhancement in strength." Li Hao furrowed his brow, perhaps reluctant to engage in further conversation, a sentiment that is understandable. After all, this might be a path discovered by the other party, and not everyone is willing to share their insights. He himself had not divulged the essence of spirit cultivation, after all, yet he had hoped to glean some valuable knowledge. "Do not overthink it," He Young chuckled. "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather unnecessary. Of course, there are things I can share with you." He Young pondered for a moment before continuing, "As a swordsman, if you wish to become powerful once more, there exists a method contingent upon your courage." "What is it?" "The Fire Phoenix Spear." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Why was the conversation veering back to the Fire Phoenix Spear? Hou Xiaocheng must have been a top-tier martial artist. Undoubtedly one of the three commanders. Back then, he was likely Du Qian, but as for now, I cannot ascertain whether he remains a martial artist or has transcended to another realm. Nevertheless, I discerned some truths when he felled the red-haired opponent with a single thrust. His spear technique and intent still linger. He Young spoke gravely. "You should seek to borrow the Fire Phoenix Spear from him. Source divine weapons possess a unique quality. After years of nurturing, their souls can awaken. Once the souls of these divine weapons revive, they inherit certain attributes from their masters, such as their might. If you can procure a source divine weapon and acquire the Fire Phoenix Spear, and if you have the means to obtain some divine energy stones to activate it, do not engage in combat with Hou Xiaocheng. That would be futile, as he is far superior to you. However, if you were to spar with the unclaimed Fire Phoenix Spear, you might stumble upon unexpected rewards. By experiencing the might of Hou Xiaocheng, and feeling the ferocity with which the Fire Phoenix Spear struck down the rising sun, when your sword intent collides with the spear intent, as long as you do not fall victim to the divine weapon, immense gains are assured. You might even seize the opportunity to comprehend Hou Xiaocheng's might. He was formidable in his prime, and he remains so even now. Li Hao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Is what you say true? Is that even a question?" He Young laughed. "Would I have any reason to deceive you? Not only Hou Xiaocheng, but also Huang Yu. If you could procure his weapon, you might indeed reap some rewards. In truth, each martial artist's weapon, nurtured over many years, embodies a fragment of their own divine intent. The source divine weapons, in particular, are the finest, for they possess a soul." At this juncture, He Young continued, "Furthermore, there are ancient civilization source divine weapons, long sealed away. If they once had a master, their divine intent may still be intact, allowing you the opportunity to attempt to unseal them, though it carries great peril. Such source divine weapons are fraught with uncertainty. If the original owner was exceedingly powerful, their residual intent could be overwhelmingly potent, potentially leading to your demise. Should the weapon's spirit awaken, a single strike could spell your end. Therefore, it is best to refrain from reckless experimentation. The Fire Phoenix Spear, having been unsealed for many years, at least retains some stability. He Young's knowledge is indeed vast." At this moment, Li Hao absorbed all of this with great eagerness. Soon, he nodded. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Although he could not inquire about the specific blood exchange technique, He Young had certainly provided valuable insights, and Li Hao felt a sense of joy. He also realized that these seasoned martial artists from Silver Moon might possess a certain bias. Their secret techniques would not be carelessly divulged, yet they were willing to share fundamental insights. This was true for Hong Yitong, as well as for He Yong. Even Lu Long, not long ago, had gifted Li Hao with the nine-tempered strength. In some respects, they exhibited great magnanimity. No need for formality. He Yong chuckled, observing Li Hao with a hint of amusement. A powerful martial artist brings me joy. In addition, I shall gauge the true strength of Hou Xiaocheng. If his spear cannot slay you, it indicates that his prowess remains within my acceptable limits. Should you fall to his spear, it would signify that this individual is exceedingly formidable, prompting me to distance myself from Silver Moon. Li Hao laughed, nodding, and did not mind being regarded as a test for the sword. After pondering, he asked, "Esteemed elder, in the central region, are there martial artists capable of rivaling Xu Guang?" Unknown. Unknown. He Yong shrugged. Who knows? Martial artists tend to be quite low-key. After the rise of superpowers, martial artists have become subordinate. Unless they transition into superpowers themselves, they remain exceedingly discreet. I am aware of those who can slay the three suns, but I have yet to witness anyone capable of defeating Xu Guang. However, that does not mean there are none. The path to defeating martial artists beyond 1,000 does not necessarily follow a single route. The nurturing of divine intent may not be the sole method. He contemplated for a moment and remarked, "For instance, I know of one individual who may not be weak. The heavenly sword has transitioned into a superpower, proving formidable among Xu Guang. Yet this individual has not transitioned into a superpower and remains exceedingly strong." Who? The Blade Overlord. He Yong stated solemnly. I encountered the Blade Overlord 7 years ago. That individual, with a single strike, could rend the heavens and crack the earth. I assure you, he is not a superpower, but a martial artist. However, on that day, he fell to 3 suns with a single blow, predating your master. And that was 7 years ago. Who knows his current state? The Blade Overlord. The essence of the Blade Overlord's weapon gives me the impression that he treads an extraordinary path. This individual has not fortified his physical form, undergone blood exchange, or enhanced his internal organs. Instead, he has strengthened his blade intent, transforming himself into the blade. Li Hao fell into contemplation. Esteemed elder, do you imply that the Blade Overlord has transformed himself into a blade, enhancing his divine intent and momentum, yet his own strength remains less formidable? Is that correct? Precisely. He Yong nodded once more, recalling the time when the dominant blade emanated an aura of invincibility. Yet, his physical form was surprisingly frail. In fact, I surmise that without his blade intent, I could have easily defeated him with a single punch. The enhancement of both momentum and spiritual intent had reached an unparalleled height, irrespective of the physical form. Li Hao had also acquired this knowledge, recognizing it as a form of enhancement. Martial artists, in their quest for greater strength, are indeed progressing forward. It is not solely his mentor who is exploring the path of martial arts, but many martial artists within Silver Moon are also on a journey of discovery. He Yong's formidable vitality and dominant spiritual intent, alongside the transcendent abilities of the celestial sword, reflect the essence of his teacher's internal cultivation. Each elder martial artist treads a uniquely distinguished path, even when transformed into transcendent beings. These seasoned warriors do not truly forsake the martial way. Such a notion is impossible. The world of martial arts is indeed fascinating. Li Hao felt a profound sense of regret for not having experienced the martial world of yore, the era of the dominant blade, the celestial sword, the southern fist, and the 3 commanders of the martial guardian army must have been exhilarating. Of course, the present era is not without its merits. The rise of transcendent abilities is imbued with myriad mysteries. Li Hao did not underestimate the transcendent. Although he had vanquished several formidable transcendent beings, it did not grant him the audacity to belittle them, as their powers might surpass imagination. Subsequently, Li Hao engaged in an extensive conversation with the Southern Fist, reminiscing about the intriguing anecdotes of the martial world, with Southern Fist sharing tales while Li Hao listened intently, discussing the might of martial artists from the past and indulging in some gossip. Previously, He Yong would have had no inclination to converse with Li Hao, but now he found himself quite interested in their dialogue. Yet, he could not bring himself to cast a glance at Wang Ming. The reason was simple. Wang Ming lacked the qualifications. Martial artists are, after all, quite pragmatic. Li Hao's ability to engage He Yong in conversation stemmed from his remarkable feat of cleaving the 3 suns, which piqued He Yong's interest, resulting in their current exchange. They conversed for an extended period until the sky began to darken. He Yong exhaled, feeling a sense of contentment, and joyfully remarked, "Today has been delightful, young one. I have truly enjoyed our discourse, despite the absence of your mentor, which is somewhat regrettable. It has been a long time since the martial world has seen outstanding young talents, and as a senior, I shall impart one last piece of advice to you for free." Li Hao perked up, eager to listen. This time, however, the Southern Fist chose to communicate through thought, excluding Wang Ming from the conversation. "Remember, if you wish to grasp more of the momentum, stay in Silver Moon for contemplation. If you aspire to advance further along the path of martial arts, remain in Silver Moon to grow stronger. Silver Moon is a unique place. Long ago, it may have been the center of the world. Here, even the most ordinary tree or blade of grass, if ancient enough, might be a site where invincible beings once sought enlightenment. In this land, martial artists can attain greater strength. Countless individuals covet Silver Moon. Hou Xiaocheng has lingered, and I suspect it is because he is still traversing the path of martial arts, reluctant to depart before reaching his destination. In the past, few were aware of this. But now the knowledge is spreading. Powerful transcendent beings will soon arrive in Silver Moon, for it may conceal treasures capable of resolving their troubles and restoring their strength. Here, it will soon become the focal point of the world. Even if some individuals depart temporarily, they will inevitably return. Your teacher will come back. And even if Hou Xiaocheng leaves this time, he too will return. The powerful figures from the central region will arrive. The likes of Ing Hongyue, Yin Luoang, and Fei Tian will all make their way to Silver Moon. The central region is merely a pathway for them to strengthen themselves. Their ultimate destination lies in Silver Moon. He Young revealed a faint smile and finally conveyed, "Even the royal family will come." The royal family, in fact, has intricate ties with Silver Moon. The relics unearthed by the royal family back in the day remain a mystery, but I have an inkling that they may be located within Silver Moon. Li Hao inhaled quietly, casting a glance at He Young. He Young smiled and spoke, "Return now. The martial artists will inevitably rise. This land belongs to the martial artists, as it always has and always will. Superpowers can also transform into martial artists, but they currently lack certain elements. Some individuals have ventured far into the realm of superpowers, not abandoning the path of martial arts, but rather seeking to advance even further. They are incredibly strong now, and once the troubles associated with transitioning from superpowers are resolved, a wave of veteran martial artists will swiftly return." Li Hao's gaze flickered, and he refrained from further comments, nodding and clasping his fists. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." After saying this, he turned to Wang Ming. "Let us go." Wang Ming was still a bit bewildered, yet he grasped the crucial point that superpowers could indeed transition into martial arts. He was immediately elated, though he wished to inquire further, seeing Li Hao depart. He had no choice but to follow swiftly, bubbling with excitement. Superpowers can transition into martial arts. This is a breakthrough. Li Hao remained silent. Had he forgotten the subsequent phrase? The transition from superpowers to martial arts would entail certain complications, which had yet to be resolved. Was this fellow selectively hearing? Until Li Hao and the others departed, He Young watched them leave and suddenly smiled. Martial artists and the martial world. Now, that is truly interesting. My southern fist shall once again rise upon this ancient land. Await my return. Chapter 117. United Master and Disciple, seeking subscription. On this day, after visiting Southern Fist, Li Hao did not venture out again. He needed to digest the words of Southern Fist. In his office, Li Hao held a pen, scribbling and sketching. Silver Moon. The northern three provinces, the martial world, the central region. During his time in the confidential chamber, Li Hao developed a fondness for examining documents and gathering information. Sometimes, words could speak, offering him much insight. Several hidden powerful figures in Silver Moon have remained concealed. The revelation of Hou Xiaocheng might merely be a part of a larger scheme. Li Hao jotted down a few names. Hou Xiaocheng, Huang Yu, Kong Jie, Zhao Qingguang. The leaders of the four major organizations likely share an unspoken understanding. Li Hao did not believe these individuals were unaware of each other's capabilities. It was said that Director Zhou consistently opposed Hou Xiaocheng. Was this a ruse or a result of unequal sharing of spoils? Or perhaps a matter of differing opinions? The three commanders of the Martial Guard Army were established by the royal family. Do these individuals have ties to the royal family? If Hou Xiaocheng is one of the three commanders, does that now constitute betrayal of the royal family? One thought after another surfaced in Li Hao's mind. Soon, he suppressed them all. It sufficed to have an understanding in his heart. there was no need to pursue the matter to its roots. However, one must exercise prudence and not become a mere pawn in another's game. The Fire Phoenix spear, wielding its own profound intent, is not something one can borrow lightly. This is a source divine weapon, and a highly esteemed one at that. To attempt to procure it without careful consideration poses its own set of challenges. Yet, at present, Hou Xiaocheng seems to value his own interests, which may present an opportunity. Strength is paramount. The ruins of Zhantian City remain, yet to be thoroughly explored. Either by the end of this month or next, another expedition could be on the horizon, and Li Hao is aware of his potential connection to Zhantian City. The 8 great families are likely intertwined with it. Li Hao is also keen on acquiring defensive source divine weapons, although many have their eyes set on them. Even if he cannot obtain a source divine weapon, the divine energy stones within the city are still of great necessity to him, as Little Sword restores its sword energy. Aside from the stone gate and the source divine weapons, the most accessible resource remains these divine energy stones. Therefore, before the next expedition, it is imperative for him to grow stronger. Though time is of the essence, Li Hao is unwilling to concede. At this stage, he knows that Zhantian City's ruins house the greatest abundance of divine energy stones. Other locations may prove even more perilous. After some contemplation, Li Hao shredded the paper, and with a flash of Fire Tiger Sword intent, he incinerated it entirely. Though he lacks superhuman abilities, the manifestation of Fire Tiger Sword intent now allows him to exhibit certain extraordinary techniques. Presently, he possesses 800 units of wood energy and 600 units of gold energy. He cannot let these treasures lie idle, aside from reserving 200 units of gold energy for Wang Ming. He currently does not need to enhance his internal organs, but can exchange for some other attributes of mysterious energy. He is aware of the applications of wind energy and thunder energy. With this thought, Li Hao rose and exited his office. He did not seek out Manager Yu next door, as he currently wished to avoid that interaction. Ascending the stairs, he made his way to the 5th floor. Hao Lianchuan was busy, and upon seeing Li Hao, he quickly inquired for assistance. "Help me out for a moment." Li Hao took the initiative. "Minister, assist me in exchanging some mysterious energy." Hao Lianchuan was momentarily speechless. "Do you not see I am occupied? You come to me for such trivial matters?" It is inconvenient to approach others for what he had procured from elsewhere. "Very well," Hao Lianchuan relented. "How much do you wish to exchange? And for what kind of energy?" 1,200 units, to be exchanged for wind energy and thunder energy. Hao Lianchuan furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Li Hao. What purpose does he have for wind and thunder energy? Previously, Yuan Shuo had exchanged a considerable amount of 5-element energy, leading to speculation regarding its relation to internal organs. Now, the request for wind and thunder energy raises further questions. 1,200 units is not an excessive amount. After a moment's consideration, Hao Lianchuan nodded. "All right, I will check the storeroom shortly. If we have it, I will facilitate the exchange. There are not many superhumans with wind and thunder attributes, so it is not in high demand." After a moment of hesitation, he quickly added, "Could you do me a favor? Didn't you mention that the Blood God Seed could enhance the psychic lock? I've managed to procure one of the Sun Radiance level. Could you possibly give it a try? If it proves useful, I shall find a way to acquire a more potent one. If it turns out to be futile, that would be a waste of effort." It was evident that he too aspired for greater strength. No one desires weakness. The Sun Radiance level was nearly ineffective for him. Yet if it could fortify the psychic lock, even marginally, it would ignite a glimmer of hope. Many psychics find themselves ensnared in this predicament. Elevating one's psychic abilities is straightforward. However, if one cannot perceive the psychic lock or break through it, how can one advance? Li Hao contemplated before responding. "Very well. But I must circulate my internal energy throughout your body to observe closely. Is that acceptable to you, Minister?" He too sought to thoroughly investigate the nuances of psychic abilities. Since the opportunity presented itself, he felt no need for courtesy. According to Southern Fist teachings, psychic energy could potentially revert. Should that be the case, it would be quite alarming. A faction of extraordinarily powerful psychics. If they could revert to martial masters, what sort of martial prowess would those at the dawn level attain? Furthermore, how would divine intent be addressed? Or rather, what if one became a martial master devoid of divine intent? Even without divine intent, they would not be inconsequential. Transforming into martial masters would render their physical forms immensely formidable, and divine intent may not be the sole pathway. A purely corporeal martial master? Pondering such thoughts, Li Hao felt a surge of anticipation. Hao Lianchuan deliberated for a moment. Then, with a determined nod, replied, "Fine, let us test it." To be honest, ever since he stepped into the realm of Sanyang, he had lost much of his motivation. The inability to perceive the next psychic lock signified a dead end, leaving many psychics in a state of lethargy, merely passing each day, resigned to their limits. Li Hao remained silent, much like martial masters who, upon entering the Douqian realm, find themselves without a path forward. Many succumb to a similar stupor. However, true elites will seek ways to glimpse the future. If no path exists, they shall carve one for themselves. A blood god seed materialized. Hao Lianchuan felt a twinge of anxiety, though his temperament was generally steady. The stakes regarding his future made him somewhat unsettled. Li Hao paid no mind to his unease. At that moment, he released his internal energy, placing his hands against Hao Lianchuan's, allowing his energy to flow from his arms. In an instant, he encountered a mysterious fire-based resistance. "Minister, please suppress it a bit." All right. Hao Lianchuan quickly nodded, swiftly suppressing the fire energy within him. Although managing psychic energy is not as simple as controlling internal energy, as an experienced Sanyang, Hao Lianchuan's control was commendable. Li Hao's internal energy navigated through his body with some difficulty. After a thorough exploration, Li Hao frowned slightly. The meridians exhibited considerable strength. The flesh was robust, and the bones exhibited commendable hardness. However, there were numerous hidden injuries. Indeed, hidden injuries. The meridians were riddled with cracks, a testament to the drawbacks of psychic abilities. The rapid progression of mysterious powers is alarming, with most of these forces primarily destructive, save for a few formidable individuals whose abilities possess nurturing qualities. It resembles a wooden barrel capable of holding merely 10 pounds of water. If one recklessly fills it, rather than overflowing, it will inevitably burst under pressure, leading to catastrophic consequences. The realm of superpowers is indeed perilous. Li Hao found himself investigating the corporeal form of a superpowered individual for the first time, his brow furrowed in concern. This situation did not bode well. Should these superhumans surpass their limits, they might explode spontaneously. Is the path of superpowers a dead end? Li Hao pondered deeply. Yet, perhaps it is not entirely so. Previously, in the city of Zhantian, a silver-clad warrior had remarked that the path of superpowers is narrow, suggesting that such abilities existed even in ancient civilizations. During that era, numerous formidable beings thrived, exhibiting terrifying strength. If the realm of superpowers was indeed a dead end upon reaching the third level, or the sunshine stage, then their potential threshold was alarmingly low. The Silver Warrior's awareness of this indicates that superpowers must have held some renown during ancient times. Not quite on par with martial arts, but certainly not insignificant. Li Hao continued his examination. Besides the numerous hidden injuries, he directed his internal energy through the 5 vital organs. He refrained from recklessly probing the fiery heart, but swiftly assessed the other 4 organs. Upon inspection, his frown deepened. All 4 organs bore concealed injuries. As for the heart, given that the individual was a fire-type superpowered being, it was evident that the superpower lock had been activated, placing immense strain on it. Although the heart had been fortified, it still bore some hidden wounds. This was no sign of a true powerhouse. At this moment, Li Hao felt a sense of incredulity. The injuries were severe. Yet, for the time being, everything remained dormant, allowing Hao Lianchuan to still be classified as a third-level powerhouse. However, if these injuries were to manifest, it would spell disaster. Were Hou Bu and his companions martial masters? Li Hao fell into contemplation once more. If Hou Bu and his team had transitioned to superpowers during the Douqian phase and subsequently gained strength before reverting to martial masters, would they not also bear numerous hidden injuries? Thus, their coughing might not be mere pretense. Moreover, within the conference room, a multitude of frail figures coughed. It could not be that everyone was acting. Yet, perhaps it was not mere pretense. Having never previously examined the bodies of superpowered individuals, Li Hao was unaware of the extent of their concealed injuries. However, if Hou Xiaocheng and the others knew how to transition to martial masters and had done so, leaving behind hidden injuries, could this not explain their formidable prowess despite the unresolved issues of those injuries? Since Nanquan had suggested this, it indicated that he might also possess knowledge of the transition process. In the central regions, some may even be experimenting with this. Hou Xiaocheng and his companions might indeed be the pioneers. At this moment, several of Li Hao's confusions seemed to find resolution. The gathering of frail beings might not have been mere theatrics after all. With the 5 organs compromised, particularly the lungs, coughing becomes a natural response. If I were to nurture the strength of the lungs but they remained insufficiently robust, I too might experience such symptoms. The thoughts of the teacher resurfaced, each one echoing in his mind. Li Hao continued his investigation, sensing that the equilibrium of the 5 organs had been disrupted. The heart was excessively powerful. If this persisted, it might either explode or cause the other 4 organs to be crushed. At this moment, Hao Lianchuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Are you all right? This fellow's internal energy coursed through his body, causing him some distress. Regaining his composure, Li Hao advised, take the blood god seed to temper the fiery energy. Its essence is concentrated in the kidneys. What? Hao Lianchuan replied, bewildered. The kidneys belong to water, while the heart belongs to fire. Your fiery temperament is too strong. See if you can suppress it. Although he felt somewhat at a loss, he decided to heed Li Hao's counsel. He swiftly consumed a blood god seed, and a surge of blood shadow energy erupted within him. At this juncture, a wave of fiery energy rapidly manifested, beginning to suppress, expel, and even obliterate the blood shadow energy. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Indeed, the blood shadow energy and the mysterious energy were incompatible, even somewhat adversarial. Moreover, the last time the blood shadow energy had been present at the stone gate, it had provoked a backlash from the 8 great families' combined powers. What exactly was this blood shadow energy? Li Hao refrained from delving deeper, as he currently possessed too little information. Suppress the fiery energy, Hao Lianchuan exclaimed, feeling exasperated. It seems the energy from the blood god seed is at odds with the mysterious energy. As soon as it entered my body, it was expelled. Li Hao frowned and instructed, try to consolidate all the fiery energy into your heart. Reluctantly, Hao Lianchuan complied, for the source of fiery energy lay within the heart. After a brief moment, he managed to barely subdue the fiery energy. Meanwhile, Li Hao's mind stirred as he began to guide the blood shadow energy into Hao Lianchuan's kidneys. The blood shadow energy showed no aversion to merging with the body. In an instant, a surge of blood energy integrated into the kidneys. At that moment, Li Hao sensed nothing specific. However, a thought crossed his mind, and Hao Lianchuan suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Li Hao appeared fearsome. Divine intent. Indeed, while the internal energy did not reveal much, Li Hao directly manifested his divine intent, unleashing a formidable sword intent that quickly retracted. He did not employ the fire tiger intent, but rather the earth sword momentum, which enveloped Hao Lianchuan in an instant. The latter felt his scalp tingle. Several times on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately chose to remain silent, cursing inwardly. This kid is frightfully intimidating. When a martial artist reaches the level of Do Qian, once their momentum is established, it often instills a certain degree of intimidation in superhumans. At this moment, Li Hao's divine intent penetrated Hao Lianchuan's body. Within the heart, the fiery energy was in turmoil, seemingly sensing a threat, causing beads of sweat to form on Hao Lianchuan's brow. Don't act recklessly. I feel my fiery energy about to erupt. Wait a moment. Li Hao said nothing further, as the earth sword momentum swiftly infiltrated his body, penetrating his kidneys in the blink of an eye, causing Hao Lianchuan's lower back to feel as though it might explode, turning his face pale. Yet at this instant, Li Hao perceived something extraordinary. Within the kidneys, the blood energy was being absorbed. Under the scrutiny of his divine intent, he could indeed discern a faint, elusive chain emerging, albeit weak, while the absorption of blood energy was evidently strengthening. Evidently, Hao Lianchuan was unable to perceive the 5th superpower lock due to the feebleness of the superpower locks within his body. Furthermore, the intensity of the fire energy was so formidable that it suppressed the internal organs. However, under Li Hao's divine insight, it was revealed. Li Hao swiftly absorbed the divine energy, retracting his internal force with equal rapidity. At that moment, the fire energy within Hao Lianchuan erupted instantaneously, resulting in a thunderous explosion as flames surged forth, igniting the office. Ignoring the backlash he had suffered, Hao Lianchuan hurriedly commenced extinguishing the flames, extracting the fire energy until the inferno was quelled. He lamented, "Do not act recklessly. Your previous momentum nearly cost me my life." This young man was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Hao fell into contemplation. After observing Hao Lianchuan for a moment, he suddenly inquired, "Director Hao, do you feel that your kidneys are stronger than before?" "I cannot sense it," Hao Lianchuan replied, shaking his head. "The fire energy cannot erupt chaotically within the body, as it may lead to damage to the internal organs. I am not a martial artist. I lack your momentum, and unlike internal force, I cannot freely circulate it throughout my body. Superpowers advance rapidly, yet the mysterious energy lacks the nurturing effect. After a moment of reflection, Li Hao articulated, superpowers may not be suitable for our cultivation. They are not inherently flawed. But I feel that if one were to cultivate superpowers, it would be best if all 5 internal organs were robust, perhaps even energetically quantified. What? Hao Lianchuan was momentarily taken aback as Li Hao continued, frowning. A singular superpower may lead to a scenario where one organ is exceptionally strong while the others remain weak. To rectify this predicament, the optimal solution would be to contain the superpower within, transforming your 5 organs into a cohesive energy entity. At this, he shook his head. But that hardly qualifies as humanity, does it? He refrained from elaborating further and continued. The effect is indeed present, yet the energy from the blood god is rather sparse. It has only slightly fortified the superpower lock within your kidneys, which may not suffice. Is it truly effective? Hao Lianchuan, now animated, questioned, did you see it? Indeed, Li Hao affirmed. It is a superpower lock, undoubtedly existent, albeit with varying strengths. I observe that it can indeed be enhanced. Yet it is not imperative to strengthen the kidneys first. Director Hao, your heart's superpower lock has been breached, along with those of your other 3 limbs. There remains one yet to be discovered, correct? Right? I have yet to locate the superpower lock in my left leg. Li Hao nodded. Then we must fortify the left leg first. The 5 organs should not be prioritized for enhancement. Otherwise, an imbalance may arise, leading to potential damage. With this thought, Li Hao suddenly declared, currently, Xu Guang has shattered 5 superpower locks. Typically, there exists 1 in the heart and 4 in the limbs, making Xu Guang's achievement relatively unchallenging. The true difficulty lies beyond Xu Guang. Beyond Xu Guang, it necessitates breaching the second superpower lock of the 5 internal organs. This realization caused Li Hao to pause momentarily. Hence, beyond Xu Guang, there may indeed be complications, such as coughing. For breaking the second superpower lock of the internal organs could very likely instigate a conflict among them. The energies would clash, with the heart associated with fire and the kidneys with water. In such a scenario, should the second mysterious energy be unleashed amidst the incompatibility of water and fire, the internal organs would inevitably sustain damage. Li Hao found himself momentarily lost in thought. Did Hou Xiaocheng and his companions truly transform into martial masters? Or did they break the second superpower lock of the 5 organs, leading to this situation? Upon considering this, he hastily inquired, is there an existence above the light of dawn in the central region? How would I know? Hao Lianchuan replied, at a loss for words. I barely recognize a few who even possess the light of dawn. Li Hao pondered for a moment and rephrased his question. Are there any renowned strong individuals in the central region who frequently cough? Are you referring to the minister? Hao Lianchuan chuckled. What? Is coughing now a prerequisite for becoming a strong individual? Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. If there were indeed strong individuals above the light of dawn in the central region, coughing could be a possibility, as it might indicate lung damage. Merely a manifestation of deeper issues. If the heart were compromised, one might appear pallid, suffering from insufficient blood supply. Damage to the kidneys could lead to more subtle symptoms, often unnoticed by the average person. Thus, coughing serves as a more apparent indication. Other organ damages may not be as overtly expressed. For instance, Kong Jie rarely coughs, likely because his injuries do not pertain to the lungs, but rather to other areas. Yet, his intensity is comparable to others, suggesting that their powers are not vastly different. If others cough while he does not, it implies that he too has broken the second lock of the 5 organs. Does this mean he is above the light of dawn? At this moment, Li Hao began to comprehend fully. These individuals are either above the light of dawn or have transitioned into martial masters, regardless of which, a disbalance among the 5 organs has emerged. Thus, cultivating the spirit is indeed intricate. No, or rather, if the teacher can truly refine the 5 beasts breathing technique to strengthen the 5 organs simultaneously, Li Hao inhaled sharply. Should such a scenario arise, the realms of superpowers and martial masters would inevitably be engulfed by a terrifying undercurrent. The teacher is in danger. No, the teacher is safe. In this moment, Li Hao recalled something. During a previous press conference, he mentioned that the teacher would attempt to improve the 5 beasts breathing technique, allowing for the simultaneous enhancement of the 5 organs. Some may have overlooked it, but those who have broken the second lock of the 5 organs would undoubtedly take notice. They are certainly keeping a watchful eye on the teacher. Everyone is silently observing Yuan Shuo, hoping he can achieve this. Why aren't others attempting it themselves? Superpowers cannot be altered through trial and error, while martial masters follow different paths. Perhaps some are traversing the teacher's route to strengthen the 5 organs, but undoubtedly, the teacher's approach is the most stable and potent. In that instant, Li Hao suddenly smiled. Hao Lianchuan looked on in confusion, while Li Hao was filled with joy. This implies that as long as the teacher's 5 beasts breathing technique has not been completely transformed, there may be some top-tier strong individuals secretly safeguarding his path. However, should the teacher successfully complete the transformation, he might encounter unfathomable perils. Some strong individuals may choose to forcibly seize it. Whether they can succeed remains uncertain. Relying on Yuan Shuo to disseminate this knowledge is a daunting challenge. Li Hao, are you all right? Hao Lianchuan exhibited a peculiar demeanor, prompting Li Hao to chuckle. It's nothing. I simply gained clarity on certain matters, which is quite fascinating. Indeed, as the senior of Southern Fist wisely stated, when one possesses extensive knowledge and follows the threads of understanding, many revelations emerge as profoundly intriguing. What on earth? He was not inclined to dwell on this. Hastening to inquire, so, does this mean that as long as I consume an adequate amount of blood god seeds, I stand a chance to unlock the 5th superpower lock? Absolutely. Hao Lianchuan exclaimed, suddenly filled with excitement. That's splendid. At that moment, Li Hao recalled Ying Hongyue, the power of the red shadow. What is Ying Hongyue's purpose in creating so many red shadows? A glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. It was either to transform into a super martial artist or to enhance the superpower locks, balancing the strength of the 5 organs. The existence of blood shadows was not merely to forge a cadre of formidable martial artists, but rather to eliminate certain drawbacks. If Ying Hongyue ascended to the level of Dawnlight, she too would encounter imbalances within her 5 organs. It was possible that she had identified this issue long ago and had been preparing in advance. If so, Li Hao inhaled deeply. If there were enough red shadows, perhaps the problem of organ imbalance could be resolved. Had Ying Hongyue already addressed this flaw, even making significant strides in the realm of the 5 organs? The breaking of the superpower lock in one organ, combined with the 4 limbs, would result in 5 superpower locks. Breaking through the 5 would lead to Dawnlight. To ascend beyond Dawnlight, one must break the second superpower lock of the 5 organs. As for the head, Li Hao believed few would dare to attempt that. The safety of the organs was far greater. Thus, unlocking the second superpower lock of the 5 organs typically indicated one was beyond Dawnlight. Those individuals might possess dual superpowers. By chance, while assisting Hao Lianchuan with the superpower locks, Li Hao suddenly realized that he might be privy to some secrets. The secrets of blood shadows. His teacher had mentioned that blood shadows were puppets from an ancient civilization, and once absorbed, they could enhance one's strength. At this moment, Li Hao contemplated that Ying Hongyue likely used blood shadows to fortify her superpower locks, thereby maintaining the equilibrium of her organs. Hao Lianchuan could no longer contain himself, as Li Hao grinned like a cunning fox. What is the matter? Li Hao rose, revealing a smile. It's nothing, truly nothing. He then added, Minister, please arrange for me to exchange some mysterious energy and have it delivered directly to my office. After handing over 2 energy storage rings to Hao Lianchuan, he continued, by the way, Minister, could you do me the favor of looking into the records of all my teacher's students? Hao Lianchuan was taken aback. What is that for? Li Hao replied with a smile, just to gain some insight into how many senior brothers and sisters I have. Why? He pondered that the 5 animals breathing technique might have drawn the attention of countless powerful individuals, yet those beneath Dawnlight seemed to overlook this detail. If I were among those formidable beings in the central region, simply seizing the opportunity might not yield success. What should I do then? The answer lay in acquiring knowledge through Yuan Shuo's disciples. His teacher was rather fierce with ordinary individuals, but exhibited remarkable affection toward his own apprentices, a fact that many martial artists could not evade. Yuan Shuo had no children, and his disciples were few in number. Individuals like Li Hao, at that time, merely claimed to possess the ability to absorb mysterious energies. To his astonishment, Yuan Shuo promptly imparted the art of the 5 animals breathing technique to him. That senior sister, who disseminated the 5 animals breathing technique, had never been mentioned by the teacher, suggesting a tacit approval in the end. Thus, It was well known that Yuan Shua treated his disciples with great kindness. Even if he appeared fierce, he possessed a heart of tenderness beneath a sharp tongue. Should he succeed in refining the 5 animals breathing technique, would he share it with his disciples? The probability was high. Li Hao would undoubtedly receive it, and others, including that senior sister, might also be fortunate. However, it was absolutely inadvisable. At this moment, Li Hao comprehended that once the teacher's improved version of the 5 animals breathing technique fell into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster, allowing certain formidable individuals to ascend above the dawn's light. If someone were to obtain it, the likelihood of them eliminating Yuan Shua to prevent leakage of such a secret was virtually guaranteed. Hao Lianchuan cast an odd glance at Li Hao and finally nodded. Very well, I shall assist you in gathering intelligence. Specific information may take a few days to procure. I have investigated previously, but primarily regarding your teacher. As for his students, there are some records, though they may not be comprehensive. Thank you for your assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Lianchuan inquired. You aren't considering joining them, are you? Of course not. Li Hao chuckled softly. Why would I leave the night watchers? After a brief hesitation, Li Hao continued, additionally, please investigate the Bai family, specifically the Bai clan of Baiwest City. Not only the Bai family, but also all powerful figures associated with Hu Dingfang, particularly those at the Dawn level, including Commander Huang Yu. Hao Lianchuan gasped. What on earth do you intend to do? The Bai family. Huang Yu, what are your plans? Li Hao remained silent. What were his plans? He wished to ascertain whether anyone sought to exploit his senior sister to obtain the refined version of the 5 animals breathing technique. In truth, Yuan Shua had yet to derive it. Nevertheless, both Li Hao and certain top-tier powerhouses were likely to firmly believe that Yuan Shua was capable of such an achievement. This was due to his remarkable talent. Moreover, the 5 animals breathing technique was a secret art he had been continuously improving. Yuan Shua possessed extensive knowledge of ancient texts, and though he claimed to be an archaeological expert, he was, in reality, a grave robber. Indeed, he was adept at excavating tombs. Otherwise, why would a martial artist delve into archaeology? Was he merely idling away his time? Archaeology, after all, was intended for the better excavation of those ancient relics. Yuan Shua had traversed the Silver Moon for many years, unearthing numerous ancient sites, particularly significant ones. A plethora of crucial ancient texts had been destroyed by Yuan Shua. He would glance at them, contemplating whether to ruin them or incinerate them outright. It could be said that Yuan Shua was among the villains responsible for the fracture of ancient civilizations. Though he had unearthed them himself, he had obliterated them, preventing others from gaining knowledge, marking him as a scoundrel in his own right. As Li Hao pondered these matters, he reflected on his senior sister, Hu Dingfang, the Bai family, Huang Yu, and the intricate web of relationships. Should the 5 animals breathing technique truly be refined, the teacher must not disseminate it indiscriminately. Otherwise, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. At this moment, he longed to reach out to his teacher, but alas. It was said that the teacher was over at Linjiang and may have already crossed into the northern provinces, rendering him unable to make contact. In the Mist Province, a shroud of fog enveloped the area, casting a persistent air of heaviness, regardless of whether it was day or night. Within the confines of an upscale hotel, Yuan Shua chose not to camp in the wilderness this time, opting instead for the comfort of a hotel room. He wore a pair of glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Beside him, Bai Guangjian appeared quite uncomfortable, her gaze fixed angrily upon Yuan Shua, clad in a professional skirt suit that she had never worn before. Yuan Shua, ever the gentleman, lit a cigarette and chuckled. Do not be vexed, at present. You are my assistant. I am indeed a professor at Linjiang Academy, a genuine identity that cannot be easily scrutinized. Our purpose in the northern provinces is to investigate the anomalies in marine life. Wu Hongshan retorted with irritation. Why can't you act normally? Normal? Yuan Shua chuckled softly. There is no such luxury. The northern provinces are in disarray, making normalcy unattainable. However, chaos can be advantageous. One can find opportunities in murky waters. He continued. There is no rush. We shall linger for a few days. My second divine transformation is nearing completion, and the water tiger is on the verge of emerging. My previous injuries have not fully healed, but now that we approach Beihai, I sense recovery is imminent. With that, Yuan Shua elaborated, recently, I have had some insights into the 5 animals breathing technique. I must amend it slightly, as the varying strengths of the internal organs create an imbalance. which is the greatest flaw in the cultivation of divine essence. While Li Hao can circumvent this through sword energy, I cannot. Moreover, he was unaware that Li Hao could replenish his sword energy with divine energy stones, and thus did not consider continuing to rely on sword energy to resolve this issue. He must find a solution on his own. Furthermore, for the path of divine essence to gain widespread acceptance among all martial artists, a system that can cultivate the 5 internal organs is essential. Of course, Yuan Shuo did not possess such noble aspirations. Even if he were to share his knowledge, it would only be after he had fully completed his own cultivation and perhaps even after his disciples had achieved similar milestones, allowing him to teach a select few esteemed martial artists. You've revised it again. Wu Hongshan, momentarily forgetting her uncomfortable attire, frowned slightly. If I recall correctly, you have been revising it for many years, producing numerous versions. Indeed, but in martial arts, as one's strength progresses and insights evolve, needs change, necessitating continual improvement. Should one merely rely on past achievements? Yuan Shuo chuckled. The secret techniques left by ancient sages may not necessarily suit our circumstances. We must adapt them to our unique situations. I have recently gained some clarity. Should I succeed, the path of divine essence will no longer be mine alone. Everyone will be able to cultivate it, even without the 5 forces. Maintaining balance among the 5 internal organs is paramount, as it was the equilibrium of the 5 forces that initially facilitated cultivation. Wu Hongshan pondered for a moment. Once you have made your modifications, will you teach them to me? Certainly not. Wu Hongshan was left speechless. This fellow truly lacked substance. Then what are you even saying? You claim you will assist me in entering the realm of divine essence, yet you refuse to teach me. How am I to achieve this? Yuan Shuo chuckled and said, do not rush. Take your time to cultivate properly. If that proves ineffective, we can always change the blood and strengthen the physical body first. As for the internal organs, let it progress gradually. Once I have perfected it, I will impart the old version to you, which is quite effective as well. The mention of the old version struck a chord. He continued with a smile. Once it is perfected, I must inform my student, although he may not necessarily need it. Should he master it, he might have a chance to merge the 5 energies. Wu Hongshan was at a loss for words and inquired, when will you have it ready? Very soon. In a few days, Yuan Shuo replied. Once I have merged the 5 energies, the integration of the 2nd energy is almost complete. And with a little more of the blood essence, the 4th and 5th will be integrated as well. I believe we are nearly there. Wu Hongshan chose not to comment further. The blood essence was indeed promising. Yet, Yuan Shuo fell into contemplation. The blood essence, which merges with the 5 organs, truly yields commendable results. At that moment, he, like Li Hao, entertained some vague thoughts. Was the blood essence perhaps created by the red moon to balance the 5 organs? But does superpower also require the balance of the 5 organs? Is it to break more superpower constraints? In that instant, he realized many things and sensed an impending crisis. The old demon's instinct for danger was still quite sharp. As the 5 energies merged with the spirit, he gradually understood that the realm of superpowers might also desperately need treasures or techniques that balance the 5 organs. Standing by the window, Yuan Shuo gazed into the distance. There was a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, Li Hao was absent. Otherwise, that lad seemed capable of perceiving what others could not. Perhaps he could help discern if anyone was watching him. Moments later, Yuan Shuo revealed a smile. Regardless of whether he would soon learn the truth, he was not overly frightened. He was quite adept at escaping from perilous situations. By Guang, let us embark on a lucrative venture. The 3 Yang is utterly inadequate. The northern provinces were once the stronghold of the 3 major organizations. Perhaps with Su Guang's audacity, I can lead you to great profits. Wu Hongshan's complexion turned pale, but after a moment, he nodded. All right. If you are unafraid, why should I be? Is Su Guang going mad again? Yuan Shuo chuckled heartily. Madness is not the case. Perhaps someone will lend me a hand. As I mentioned, once the 5 energies merge with the spirit, I may have the opportunity to derive the new version of the 5 animals breathing technique. If someone is indeed watching me, they must be anxious. Perhaps I might even acquire Su Guang's blood essence. Chapter 118. The martial guard. In the following days, Li Hao refrained from communicating with anyone. Inside his office, he diligently practiced the 9 refinements technique, aspiring to elevate it to the 9th tier swiftly. He did not worry too much about his teacher. Moreover, his teacher's progress might even surpass his own. Unlike Li Hao, who had to start from scratch, Yuan Shuo had long since integrated the 5 energies. Having mastered the method, what remained for him was simple. Strengthen the internal organs and then merge the energies. Nothing more. Li Hao, on the other hand, had to lay a solid foundation. Yuan Shua's foundation was already robust to the utmost degree. In today's martial world, who possessed more energies than he did, or whose energy surpassed his? Even the so-called domineering bladesmen of yore were inferior to Yuan Shua, and now Li Hao felt they were still lacking. After 9 repetitions, my physical condition is sufficiently robust, yet I find myself lacking in experience and insight. Li Hao repeatedly attempts, the sound of his punches echoing around him. The steward, Yu, is quite exasperated. That Li Hao fellow is at it again. Ever since he moved next door, despite his reclusive nature, his constant presence has become irksome. He remains indoors all day, practicing his martial arts, and it is impossible for him to do so in silence. She has truly had enough of this man. Initially, she intended to take Li Hao to the military guard tomorrow, as per Hou Xiaocheng's arrangement. However, now, the steward simply wishes to send him away immediately. Yes, to the military guard. The headquarters is filled with superhumans, and for Li Hao, it is indeed mundane here. Perhaps he would fare better within the military guard. Thud, thud. Li Hao continues to punch, believing that if no insights come, he might as well keep striking. 3,000 to 5,000 punches, he believes, will surely lead to progress. While others may falter, Li Hao remains unfazed. The energies of wind and thunder will soon arrive. He fears not the toll on his flesh. Currently, he can only manage 7 repetitions, yet he is convinced that after 10,000 punches, he may achieve 9 repetitions. The captain has trained for many years, yet Li Hao doubts he has ever truly exerted himself to that extent. If he had, his arms would have long since been rendered useless. Lacking talent and time, he resolves to compensate through effort. As long as one works diligently, hard work can indeed bridge the gap. Should others discover Li Hao's thoughts, they might find it laughable. Compensate for shortcomings? Is Li Hao foolish? If he were truly dull, he could not have swiftly grasped the essence of 3 techniques. One need not fear those who are more intelligent. The true dread lies in those who are not only smarter, but also more talented and willing to exert greater effort. In such cases, the latter can only lead one to despair. Talent is not to be feared, nor is intelligence, as long as those individuals neglect their diligence. The rest will inevitably catch up. However, when such individuals work tenfold harder than you, the path ahead becomes utterly insurmountable. Li Hao continues to practice. A knock sounds at the door. He has sensed it for some time, yet assumed Yu was heading to the 6th floor. Hou Xiaocheng has emerged from seclusion. Why would she seek him out instead? Come in. Yu enters, observing Li Hao drenched in sweat, her brow slightly furrowing. She is not fond of the sight of a martial artist drenched in perspiration. Director Hou maintains a pristine appearance, always cleaning up quickly after training, exuding a pleasant aroma. Though Li Hao does not stink, his sweaty appearance is rather unappealing. Unbeknownst to him, if he were aware of her sentiments, he might have playfully swatted her away, provided he could win in a contest of strength. Why are you here, steward? Li Hao chuckles, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yu, maintaining her composure, deftly sidesteps the droplets of sweat he flings off. Responding coolly, the director has instructed that you should visit the military guard. If you are interested, you may stay there. I will take you to see it. Now, indeed, it is already dark. Li Hao glances out the window, and then at the clock he purchased himself, noting that there are still 5 minutes until the end of the workday. Yu, somewhat speechless, furrows her brow slightly. Li Hao, you are a martial artist, not merely an office worker. A few times is acceptable, but doing this every day is quite bothersome. Li Hao smiled, all right. But when will my position as the city patrol officer be confirmed? Once I assume the role, I shall undoubtedly work overtime, diligently learning from Minister Hao, even to the break of dawn if necessary. As for working now, is it not the same? The chief steward cast a peculiar glance at him. Li Hao, it seems your courage has grown considerably, or perhaps your true nature has finally revealed itself. Previously, when you saw me, you were exceedingly cautious and polite. It will happen soon, the chief steward replied with a furrowed brow. The position of city patrol officer requires not only the approval of Minister Hao, but also the consent of Director Kong, followed by the endorsement of the administrative office before your promotion can be realized. The dynasty still exists, and the system remains intact. It is not merely a matter of one person's decree. The city patrol officer is regarded as a senior official. If the dynasty were to collapse and Silver Moon were to become independent, then indeed, Minister Hou would have the final say. However, That is not the case now. One must adhere to the established procedures. Very well. Li Hao donned his attire. Then I shall wait a little longer. I believe it will be soon. The inspection office and the administrative office would not dare to disregard Minister Hou's standing. The chief steward was disinclined to say much more. She stepped out of the office, with Li Hao quickly following suit. She preferred silence as they descended the stairs, while Li Hao cheerfully accompanied her, saying, "Chief steward, it is not that I am setting conditions. Rather, I am uncertain of my purpose here. Minister Hou merely summoned me, yet to this day, no tasks have been assigned. I find myself rather idle, and perhaps after my promotion, Minister Hou will regard me with more significance." Nonsense. However, it was true that Minister Hou had not assigned Li Hao any tasks since his arrival in Silver Moon. As for the matter with Hou Xiao, that was a request from Hao Lianchuan for assistance. Soon, the chief steward replied coolly, "The minister summoned you not to leave you idle. There must be significant duties entrusted to you, in addition to ensuring your protection." Ah, that is reassuring. I had conveyed to the minister that I am ready to follow orders. My life is now pledged to the minister. We are all allies. Wouldn't you agree? Chief steward? The chief steward ignored him. Li Hao, undeterred, continued with a grin. "Chief steward, I have heard that the source divine weapons harbor a unique energy that, when absorbed, can enhance one's abilities rapidly and safely. Is that true?" "Somewhat," she replied. "Do we, the Night Watchers, possess but a single source divine weapon?" "Indeed. Might I borrow it for a few days?" The chief steward turned to look at Li Hao, her expression cold. Did he truly believe he could reach such heights? How audacious of him to even ask. The Fire Phoenix Spear is a premier source divine weapon. Although it may not compare to some of the treasures in the central region, it is nonetheless ranked as the foremost source divine weapon in Silver Moon. Li Hao had only been here for a few days, and he dared to request the borrowing of a source divine weapon? Li Hao maintained a serious demeanor. "All of this is for the minister. I wish to grow stronger and become his right-hand man, rather than merely relying on his protection and becoming a burden. I aspire to be a formidable ally like you, chief steward, capable of providing more support to the minister, unlike Minister Hao, who merely hinders progress, relegated to trivial tasks while the minister must handle significant matters personally." The chief steward frowned in silence. Was there anything wrong with that statement? No, indeed. However, it sounds rather distressing. Fortunately, Hao Lianchuan is not present. Otherwise, he would likely be infuriated at this moment. Steward Yu furrowed her brow slightly, stating that the Fire Phoenix Spear is not merely a weapon, but a fundamental element of superpower advancement, of utmost importance, and must not be lost. Li Hao nodded, assuring her, "I understand. Rest assured, unless I perish, I would never misplace it. If I were to die, it would mean someone has infiltrated Baiwest City and seized the Fire Phoenix Spear right under the eyes of the Ministry of Hou, which would be beyond our control. Wouldn't you agree, steward?" Steward Yu initially intended to assert that it could not be lent out. However, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, she replied, "I shall inquire with the Ministry of Hou. Please, the entire Night Watch knows that the Ministry of Hou only listens to the steward." Li Hao said with a radiant smile, "With just one word from you, the ministry will undoubtedly comply. It's merely a trivial matter." Steward Yu was speechless and chose to disregard him, continuing on her way. Li Hao hurriedly followed, saying, "Steward, it's just a temporary borrowing, not an outright theft. Allow me to broaden my horizons. Hasn't the ministry also expressed that I lack experience? At my age, I have yet to encounter a source divine weapon." Steward Yu frowned deeply, responding as she walked, "Wait for news." "Waiting for news means no news," Li Hao exclaimed, unwilling to accept this. He quickly added, "Then forget it. I won't trouble the minister or you any further. I'll take a leave tomorrow to visit the military camp, to see the Silver Moon Army." "What?" "To seek out Commander Yu," Li Hao said with enthusiasm. "My teacher is friends with Commander Yu, who is also a formidable figure and the commander of the 3 armies. Surely, he possesses a source divine weapon that I could borrow for a glimpse." Steward Yu's expression shifted, and she turned to Li Hao, her gaze sharp. "Are you threatening me, or is there another implication?" "What do you mean?" Li Hao bared his teeth in a grin. "I simply believe that a source divine weapon may aid me in comprehending the true essence of martial arts. I need to elevate myself, rather than exist as a mere leech. Naturally, I shall seek out any opportunity to borrow one." "What is wrong with that, steward?" Steward Yu felt somewhat agitated. This fellow, who once seemed so earnest, revealed a different side upon becoming familiar. His earlier remark clearly suggested that if Hou Xiaocheng does not lend it, he would be denied opportunities, constrained and suppressed. If that were the case, he wished to explore opportunities within the military. Was it a threat? Not quite. Nevertheless, Steward Yu was uncomfortable with this sentiment. After a moment, she coldly stated, "Very well, you may borrow it, but for no more than 3 days." "Thank you." Li Hao expressed his gratitude eagerly, his face alight with excitement. Yet, internally, he remained quite composed. Acquiring the weapon would be beneficial, but if not, it mattered little. This was merely a test of the tolerance these people had for him, and a way to ascertain the true nature of the relationships among the military, the Night Watch, and others. It seemed that perhaps there were indeed some underlying conflicts or clashes of interest. Hu Dingfang had invited him several times to join the Tiger Wing Army, yet the Night Watch had consistently denied his release. While it related to Li Hao's own choices, it also reflected the Night Watch's stance. Outside, the carriage of Minister Hou awaited. Li Hao settled into the passenger seat, while Steward Yu occupied the rear. The atmosphere within the car was notably tranquil. The Wu Wei army was evidently not present in this vicinity. Li Hao refrained from inquiring about their exact location. He would discover it upon arrival. His curiosity regarding the Wu Wei army was present, albeit not overwhelming. A battalion composed of martial artists might indeed harbor numerous formidable individuals, including several at the Douqian level. However, unless they were renowned masters of martial arts, Li Hao held little regard for them. It is not to say that more famous martial artists are inherently stronger, but each martial artist is unique. The infrequent engagement in battle hampers their growth. Without establishing a name, how can one contend with peers? And without such encounters, how does one enhance their prowess? If the martial artists trained within the army are mere replicas of one another, such warriors, even upon reaching Douqian, would be insignificant. The 3 renowned leaders of Yu achieved their formidable reputations through their esteemed battles. A lack of combat experience precludes the development of strength. Steward Yu preferred silence, and Li Hao, too, was disinclined to converse. He closed his eyes to rest, not even bothering to observe the road, yet his spirit remained vigilant, creating a palpable discomfort for the driver. Meanwhile, Steward Yu's eyes glimmered slightly. The sword intent. This fellow, Li Hao, had indeed cultivated his sword intent remarkably well. In earlier times, he could have made a name for himself within the Silver Moon martial world. It was surprising that Yuan Shuo had overlooked so many students. In his twilight years, he had managed to unearth such a gem. The vehicle progressed steadily northward. The southern city housed the headquarters of the Night Watchers, while the northern city was home to the inspection department. Was the Wu Wei army stationed to the north? Given such distance, did Hou Xiaocheng not frequent this area? At that moment, Steward Yu spoke. The Wu Wei army comprises a mere few hundred personnel, totaling less than 1,000, specifically 980. There are only 900-man squads, while the remainder has been integrated into the personal guard of the 1,000-man commander. In total, there are 9 captains, all of whom are junior city inspectors. 1,000-man commander serves as a senior city inspector. The majority of the Wu Wei army members are inspectors. Among the 980, fewer than 100 have reached the 10-slashing realm, with the rest breaking the 100 mark. Li Hao's heart jolted. Such strength? However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. In this era, sufficient mystery makes it relatively attainable to break the 100. The real challenge lies in achieving the consummation of that stage. Contemplating this, Li Hao inquired, "Are there many who have achieved the consummation of breaking the 100? "Quite a few, nearly 100, replied Steward Yu. Li Hao's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed, this was a considerable number, indicating that nearly 100 individuals had grasped the intent. This was stronger than he had anticipated. Initially, Li Hao had thought that it would be impressive for the Wu Wei army to possess even a handful of martial artists who had comprehended the intent. He had not expected there to be close to 100. This did not even account for the captains and the 1,000-man commander, who were certainly at the Douqian level. Furthermore, there was also a deputy 1,000-man commander among the Wu Wei army's Douqian martial artists, bringing the total to 11. 9 captains, combined with the 2,000-man commanders, made for 11 Douqian warriors. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao posed the question, "How do they compare to the Southern Fist?" "Not as strong," came the response. "I mean the 1,000-man commander. That is difficult to ascertain." Steward Yu pondered for a moment before responding. If we consider the past, then He Yong had not yet entered Douqian, which is a different matter altogether. However, currently, He Yong has not fought with full effort, making it hard to judge. Martial artists must engage in combat to gauge their true capabilities. Have they faced off against the Sanyang? Both thousand-man commanders have indeed engaged in battle. Li Hao understood. This meant that the two centurions were no ordinary fighters, while the remaining captains were at best at the pinnacle level. They were formidable, yet one could also consider them rather average. The chief steward Yu added, indeed. The military formations exist. Once united, their strength would surpass what we see now. The objective of the martial guard is to form a 1,000-man formation to surround and eliminate the rising sun. Li Hao nodded. Aren't you curious? It's merely a military formation. What is there to be curious about? Li Hao replied with a smile. Such formations have existed since ancient times, documented in the annals of ancient civilizations. Once formed, their strength can potentially double. There are records of a particularly powerful formation that concentrates the power of thousands into one individual, with a centurion acting as the focal point. Not only could they contend with the rising sun, but they could potentially surpass it. It seems the Hou clan has not acquired such a formidable formation. This was indeed the case. The ancient texts spoke of it, and Li Hao was well versed in many of them, albeit through the insistence of his teacher. The chief steward Yu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. She sensed that what seemed valuable to her in Li Hao's hands felt utterly diminished. This sentiment, however, was not exclusive to Li Hao. She could not help but recall a rather insufferable character from her past in the martial world, one who knew everything. No matter how powerful one deemed their secret techniques, he could list countless techniques that surpassed them. Yes, that person was Yuan Shuo, a truly infuriating individual. From a young age, Yuan Shuo was well-read, a fact known throughout the martial community. He consumed an extensive array of texts, and eventually, dissatisfied with contemporary literature, he embarked on a journey into ancient texts, leading to his archaeological pursuits. By that time, his knowledge was even more extensive. Now, Li Hao increasingly resembled Yuan Shuo in his development. Was Yuan the elder demon making a comeback, only to be followed by a young demon in Li? The chief steward Yu lost interest in the conversation and ceased to speak further. You will find out when you arrive. The vehicle traversed the city for nearly half an hour before heading towards the northern suburbs. The northern outskirts featured a sea, albeit merely a tributary of the Northern Sea. Not a true ocean. The Northern Sea traverses the continent, separating the north and central regions. Within the Silver Moon territory, it is but a small branch, commonly referred to as the Moon Sea. From the Moon Sea, one could navigate towards the Northern Sea or even the central regions, though it was fraught with peril, as pirates and water bandits roamed the waters, making it less secure than land routes. The Martial Guard's encampment was situated near the Moon Sea, in a sparsely populated area ideal for martial practitioners to train, given that the commotion created by thousands of martial artists was considerable. As they neared their destination, the chief steward Yu resumed her introduction. Li Hao, now intrigued, asked eagerly, "So, the encampment is by the seaside?" "Indeed," she replied. "So, we can swim whenever we please? There's no fear of drowning?" "Feel free," she responded. Li Hao's mood brightened suddenly. While the Moon Sea was merely a branch, it mattered little to him as he had yet to witness the ocean. He had heard tales of beautiful women basking in the sun on the beach. "Chief Steward, are there any beaches near the encampment?" "Certainly, but there are not many people. That area is a military-restricted zone." At this moment, Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. The penalty area, alas. It wasn't for himself, but rather for his mentor. He had envisioned a day when he could host his teacher and take him to admire the sun-kissed beauties. Yet, it seemed that dream must be relinquished. Near Yuahai, there exists a vast expanse of artificial forest, sprawling over thousands of acres. In the midst of this verdant expanse lies an open area, an anomaly that reveals a structure upon closer inspection. This vacant space encompasses several hundred acres. From an aerial perspective, one can discern a few figures moving about, though they are few in number. Beneath the surface, the sounds of commanding voices resonate. However, this area is a restricted zone, a military stronghold seldom frequented by outsiders. The surrounding artificial forest provides a degree of sound dampening. Thus, even considerable noise typically fails to escape the confines of the woodland. The structure is arranged in a circular formation, encircling a grand plaza that serves as both a training ground and a muster point. The plaza itself is quite extensive, nearing 50 acres, with the capacity to accommodate up to 100,000 soldiers in times of emergency. Yet, at this moment, the number of individuals present is sparse. Though darkness has enveloped the surroundings, lights converge to illuminate the plaza. At its center stand several individuals. Unlike the martial artists clad in uniform attire reminiscent of the patrol officers, these central figures sport a variety of clothing, some in casual wear, others in shorts. Their diversity suggests they are unbound by conventional norms. At this juncture, a portly middle-aged man, his eyes squinting almost shut, broke the silence with a jovial remark. The esteemed supervisor Yu is expected shortly. I hear he is bringing someone, Yuan Shua's disciple. Li Hao. Someone interjected, clearly well-informed. Indeed. The rotund man chuckled. Yuan Shua, the infamous old demon of Ur. Though we never crossed paths, by the time we were training, he had already retreated from the world. Yet, none here are unaware of his reputation. Martial prowess is not conjured from thin air. It is a legacy passed down through generations. However, some present wore grim expressions. One scoffing, my master's uncle was slain by him. I am well aware of his deeds. My grandmaster also fell to his hands. Another exclaimed with indignation. If it weren't for the minister's protection over the years, he would have been dealt with long ago. There was palpable anger in the air. Yuan Shua had taken the lives of many renowned martial artists. Those present had all reached the Du Qian level. Few had practiced for less than 20 years, even accounting for any mysterious shortcuts. The shortest among them had trained for at least a decade, their predecessors having lived during Yuan Shua's era. One individual turned to the portly man, speaking in a somber tone. Mu Lin, I have heard that your brother Mu's son has a good rapport with Yuan Shua. Are you suggesting this to advocate for Li Hao? Mu Lin chuckled heartily. A misunderstanding. How could that be? Besides, what influence do I wield? Li Hao is indeed a consummate martial artist of over 100 accomplishments, not a mere nobody. He has vanquished the chief disciple of the Qimei staff, and is certainly not an inexperienced novice. His martial practice is concise, and his strength is formidable. Mu Lin chuckled lightly, saying, I just wanted to give a heads up on how to arrange for Li Hao's arrival. Within the martial guard, there is a commander and a vice commander, the latter being Mu Lin himself. However, the several combat commanders present do not entirely regard him with respect. This rotund individual tends to be timid during fights, but is the first to seek benefits, which can be exasperating at times. Nonetheless, Mu Lin has earned his position as vice commander, demonstrating he possesses a certain skill set, particularly in instigating matters. Seeing the others silent, Mu Lin cheerfully suggested, how about we appoint him as a 100-man commander? After all, he is a disciple of Yuan Shua, and it would be inappropriate to disregard him. Although his strength may not yet rival that of the combat commanders, the reputation of the five-animal style is considerable, and he might prove capable of defying the combat ranks. Mu Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. What are you really planning? Mu Lin sighed. Such rudeness. After a brief moment of reflection, he quickly responded with a grin. To be honest, I am not really planning anything. I merely wish for the brothers to test his skills. I am considering forming a personal guard, yet as the vice commander, I currently have no one under my command, which is quite distressing. I have faith in this fellow and wish to recruit him as my personal guard captain. What do you all think? The others frowned, pondering his intentions. Mu Lin's rise to the vice commander position certainly had its reasons. At the very least, he was more astute than many others. Though they were reluctant to engage, some expressed a budding eagerness. Yuan Shua's disciple. Some sought vengeance. Others aimed to establish a show of strength, while a few were merely interested in forging connections. Of course, since he was sent by the ministry of the Marquis, they did not possess the audacity to kill him. Yet, it is quite normal for martial artists to spar upon meeting, as their prowess speaks for itself. Those who gain entry to the martial guard through backdoor means it should not expect respect from their peers. At that moment, Mu Lin's voice boomed. Everyone, halt your practice. We have a visitor coming, Yuan Shua's disciple, one of his closed-door students. Please prepare to welcome him. Upon hearing this, a flurry of murmurs erupted around them. The disciple of the old demon Yuan? Does he dare to come here? My master was killed by him. He killed your master? Come now. The old demon only vanquished renowned martial artists. I am well aware that your master, the head of the Iron Fist sect, was formidable, but he did not rank among the elite. Do you really believe the old demon would have wasted his time to kill your master? In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with chatter. Few bore genuine enmity towards Yuan Shua. Indeed, those he had defeated represented strength and status. He would not challenge martial artists of insufficient renown. Some, however, enjoyed boasting about their connections, claiming, my master was killed by him, which served as a testament to their own prowess, as only the strong could fall to Yuan Shua. Thus, apart from a select few truly renowned martial artists, the rest were largely fueled by curiosity. As martial artists themselves, particularly those from Silver Moon, they could not escape the shadow of that name, Yuan Shuo. If this individual were to become utterly incapacitated and retire in Silver City, in a few years, the legends surrounding him would dissipate into oblivion. Yet, he has re-emerged. At this moment, all the martial artists at the station turned their gaze towards the grand entrance ahead, a colossal gateway where all arrivals must pass through. Vehicles navigated into the depths of the jungle. Li Hao opened his eyes and looked ahead. Faintly, he perceived some luminous orbs that martial artists could not see. Evidently, there were also a few superpowered individuals at the station, likely to assist the martial artists. Some of these powers were indeed well suited for collaboration with martial practitioners, such as those of the flying and reconnaissance varieties, essential tools for martial artists. As Li Hao drew closer, his blood surged with fervor. There were many formidable individuals present. A palpable aura of strength enveloped the gathering. Nearly 100 martial artists were congregated, each absorbing the essence of power, creating an overwhelming pressure akin to dark clouds looming overhead. Suddenly, Li Hao straightened his posture and turned to the steward, "You," speaking in a low voice. "Is it permissible to kill?" The driver flinched, and Yu furrowed her brow slightly. Li Hao continued earnestly, "My master's enemies are numerous, and with so many martial artists here, I am his direct disciple. There will surely be provocateurs. If it were merely my own affairs, I would not mind. But I cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of my Five Animals sect. Otherwise, others will claim that the Five Animals sect is insignificant. I have no interest in the weak, but if someone dares to provoke me, and I lose control and inadvertently kill them, there should be no repercussions, correct?" Yu, being a former martial artist herself, understood the implications of his words. She regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before responding, "With your abilities, aside from a few, you would be unable to restrain yourself against the others. Li Hao, while sparring may result in injuries, remember that the Martial Guard Corps, even if not of the same sect, are colleagues. To kill a colleague is not the pursuit of a martial artist." "I am not yet ready," Li Hao retorted, then added, "Very well, as long as they do not insult the Five Animals sect, disrespect my master, or attempt to take my life, I shall refrain from intentional homicide." With this declaration, Yu found herself at a loss for words. As a renowned martial artist of her time, she understood the gravity of the situation. If Li Hao were to act recklessly, he would not stand firm here, and no one would hold him in high regard, regardless of his formidable teacher. In that moment, Li Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. So many martial artists. So much potential. Although it may not rival the grandeur of the Silver Moon martial arts world of yore, the convergence of such powerful practitioners could yield unexpected rewards. Witnessing diverse powers and gaining insights into various martial paths could indeed be beneficial for him. If faced with superpowered individuals, his interest would wane. But among martial artists, should any harbor hostility and dare to provoke him, they should not expect kindness in return. The vehicle gradually came to a halt before an imposing archway. Martial Guard Corps. The three bold characters hung above the entrance, exuding an extraordinary presence. Li Hao cast a cursory glance, likely inscribed by Hou Xiaocheng, but compared to the grand characters of Battle Heaven City, they paled in significance, warranting no further attention. Before he even exited the vehicle, an overwhelming aura surged forth uncontrollably. Behind the gate tower, a dark throng loomed. Hundreds of martial artists had gathered. As Li Hao alighted from the vehicle, he immediately sensed an oppressive atmosphere. Confronting a multitude of martial artists was no trifling matter. At this moment, battalions of 100 were swiftly assembling into formations, intensifying Li Hao's sense of pressure. A chaotic assembly would have been less daunting. In front of each formation stood a martial artist, and at the forefront was a rotund figure who bore a striking resemblance to Mu Sun, albeit with smaller eyes. Li Hao swiftly deduced that this must be Mu Sin's elder brother, the vice-captain of the martial guard. "Welcome, Chief Steward Yu. Welcome, disciples of the Five Animals sect." The rotund man bellowed from afar, his beaming smile evident. Chief Steward Yu, having disembarked, wore a frosty expression and remained silent. At this moment, Li Hao tightened his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Appearing feeble or timid was contingent upon the circumstances. In the presence of martial artists, some of whom were of similar stature, feigning weakness held little significance. It was clear that these individuals intended to assert their dominance. Hou Xiaocheng evidently wished for Li Hao to join the martial guard, Thus, it was only fitting to give them a taste of his prowess. To thrive in this realm, one must seize opportunities to demonstrate strength. Li Hao walked alongside Chief Steward Yu, advancing forward. The closer they drew, the heavier the pressure became. The sense of oppression was palpable. In the distance, the formations emanated an aura of vitality, the martial artists displaying cold expressions, their energies surging. At this juncture, even typical superhumans would likely struggle to contain their inherent powers. Mu Lin, Chief Steward Yu called out, prompting Mu Lin to hastily approach, exclaiming with a smile, "Chief Steward, you have arrived. Forgive us for not welcoming you. Are they still in the midst of training at this hour?" "Yes," the brothers insisted on extra practice. There was no way to dissuade them. Mu Lin replied, then turned to Li Hao with a cheerful demeanor. "You must be Li Hao, the last disciple of the Five Animals sect. My brother often speaks of you. You are indeed a remarkable individual. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you." Li Hao nodded slightly, remaining silent as he observed the martial artists behind him. Each martial artist scrutinized Li Hao, amplifying his sense of pressure. He carefully sensed their energies. It appeared they bore traces of vitality, indicative of previous battles, unlike those who merely engaged in secluded training. This was intriguing. Whom had these martial artists fought against? The involvement of 1,000 martial artists in battle would surely have leaked some information. At that moment, Li Hao ceased to be courteous and turned to face the individuals behind him, allowing a smile to surface. "It seems that esteemed seniors might harbor some grievances towards me, perhaps due to my affiliation with the Five Animals sect." Many gazes flickered. Had they conceded? His master had vanquished numerous foes in the past, perhaps even some of the relatives or friends of those present. However, within the realm of martial arts, fatalities during sparring were commonplace. If one cannot accept such realities, they should withdraw from the martial world without delay. Li Hao's radiant smile illuminated the atmosphere. Since everyone harbors such fervor, why not let it out? I have already arrived and would not mind alleviating your frustrations. Anyone present who feels the need to spar with me, step forward. If you believe you cannot prevail, then let all come forth. I shall accept all challenges. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. In the next moment, the cacophony resumed. How audacious! Opposite him, Mu Lin was momentarily taken aback. This was not the Li Hao his younger brother had described. The audacity of this young man was astonishing. From afar, a martial artist of considerable renown spoke coldly. "Li Hao, think carefully. This is the martial guard, and while everyone may refrain from acting against you out of respect for the minister, your overt provocation changes the dynamics entirely." Li Hao turned to face the man, noting the short axe he wielded, and chuckled. "Ah, a wielder of the axe. Are you perhaps the disciple of the mountain-cleaving axe? The one whom my master dispatched with 3 strikes? My master once said that the mountain-cleaving axe holds its own, but when compared to its reputation, it still falls short. My master simply could not restrain himself." Impertinence. The axe wielder sprang into action, appearing before Li Hao in a heartbeat. His gaze icy. "Li Hao, do not court death." Li Hao sighed. "Spare me the theatrics. We are both martial artists. The moment I stepped in, your hostility was palpable. You would cleave me in two if given the chance, so why should I extend courtesies?" With a smile, Li Hao continued, "Since we are at this juncture, let us be straightforward. We are both martial artists, so let us dispense with the superfluities. If there are grievances, let them be voiced. And let us engage in battle. Let's make it more direct, shall we?" The axe wielder smirked. "Indeed. Li Hao, you possess some wit. I am Chen Jin, disciple of the mountain-cleaving axe. However, I have been in the realm of martial combat for 5 years. I shall not take advantage of the young. Instead, I will allow my disciple to test his mettle against you. I am eager to see what caliber of successor the Five-Animal Fist has produced." "That will not be necessary." At that instant, Li Hao's boots struck the ground, causing the floor to crack. He delivered a seemingly effortless punch toward his adversary, his tone indifferent. "Let it be you who comes forth. I fear your disciple may be too feeble." "Humph." Chen Jin scoffed, unleashing a powerful strike with his axe. He understood that Li Hao's punch was merely a technique from the Five-Animal Fist, not particularly formidable. Yet the punch was deceptively swift. Chen Jin's axe, while substantial, was met with a frown from Li Hao. "What? Do you look down upon me?" In the next moment, Li Hao unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a tiger's cry echoing through the mountains. Chen Jin staggered, blood escaping the corner of his mouth as his internal organs quaked with shock. His expression shifted, and he bellowed, launching his axe with fervor. As the axe descended, A colossal image of the mountain-cleaving axe materialized beside him. Li Hao's roar had signaled the arrival of a worthy opponent. At that moment, Li Hao showed no hesitation, since his adversary was committed to a full frontal assault. He too would not hold back. To do so would be to appear as a bully. This time, his punch was quicker, remarkably so. Though he did not employ the sword's momentum, the essence of a fierce tiger emerged from Li Hao as he summoned the power of the five-animal fist. With a resounding crash, Li Hao's punch, seemingly unhurried, arrived first. Before Chen Jin's axe could strike, Li Hao's fist collided with the axe. In that moment, a tiger escaped its cage, sensing the challenge, and unleashed its claws with fury. The colossal axe, akin to a mountain, was instantaneously shattered by the fierce strike of the tiger. The clash of forces reverberated with a thunderous sound as Li Hao's fist struck the axe, producing a sharp crack. That incredibly resilient axe succumbed to his blow. With a powerful push against the ground, Li Hao unleashed another punch. Boom! A resounding impact echoed as this strike connected squarely with his opponent's chest, resulting in a sickening crack as bones fractured. Chen Jin, the heir of the mountain-opening axe, was sent flying, severely wounded by Li Hao's fist that shattered his stance. Thud! Chen Jin crashed heavily to the ground, coughing blood, gazing at Li Hao in disbelief. In that instant, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. Li Hao withdrew his fist, refraining from further attack, and surveyed his surroundings with a smile. It appears that my five-animal fist prevails. The crowd remained silent, many with expressions of astonishment, while several centurions wore grave looks. With just 2 punches, he had defeated the heir of the mountain-opening axe, who had trained for over a millennium. This individual surpassed all expectations. Mulin, too, stood agape, momentarily speechless, incredulous. Didn't my brother say that Li Hao had only just broken 100? My goodness, such outdated information. Behind Li Hao, Steward Yu's gaze shifted slightly as she regarded him. She was aware of Li Hao's formidable sword intent, but that recent display seemed less like sword intent and more like the might of a tiger. Could it be that Li Hao's divine will was capable of continuous transformation? With 2 punches, a centurion lay heavily injured on the ground, and in that moment, the martial guard brigade was left in stunned silence. Is this truly the essence of the disciples of the five-animal fist? Chapter 119. Joining the martial guard brigade in the square, Li Hao stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance. Naturally, he did not perceive it as such. Regardless of Minister Hou Xiaocheng's reasons for inviting him to join the martial guard brigade, as a martial artist, he was unwilling to bow his head among a gathering of martial practitioners, especially considering that his mentor was the legendary old demon Yuan Shua. With the heir of the mountain-opening axe defeated, Li Hao's blood surged with fervor, and at that moment, the might of the tiger manifested within him. Minister Hou's invitation to join the martial guard brigade did not sit well with Li Hao. His voice resonated powerfully. I believe that you martial artists are incomparable to those of the past. Thus, I see no necessity to join your ranks. I, Li Hao, aspire to contend with the venerable martial artists of yore. Many have ventured to the central regions, while some have ascended to the realm of superpowers. I have encountered Qi Mei Gun from the late stage of the Three Yang. Although no longer a martial artist, he retains the heart of one. To battle alongside such martial artists would surely be a joy. Earlier today, I sought to engage in sparring with the esteemed Southern Fist Master, Hiyong, but he declined, stating that it would be a life-and-death battle. Either I would kill him, or he would kill me, and he wished to contend with my teacher instead. I find it regrettable that a martial artist of his caliber is unwilling to spar with me. It is indeed a personal sorrow. Li Hao scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. I am aware that these venerable martial artists look down upon us, believing that despite our youthful vigor and considerable strength, we pale in comparison to the martial artists of their era. Even if we attain the level of 1,000 battles, they regard us merely as those who have just broken 100. Thus, when I sensed your hostility and fighting spirit, I felt a surge of joy. I, Li Hao, may not be esteemed among the elder martial artists, yet if I were to vanquish the martial guard, and someone were to inquire about my achievements, I would proudly proclaim that I single-handedly swept through the martial guard, the very same guard that once instilled fear in your hearts. Upon uttering these words, an aura of determination arose from all directions. A woman clad in a black training outfit swiftly leaped forth, her expression icy. Li Hao, do you truly believe you can conquer the martial guard? With a smile, Li Hao nodded. I believe I can. Not only that, I wager that none among you can withstand even 10 moves from me. You are incapable. Yujianmin, Xiaolon. I seek your guidance. At her sharp command, she unleashed a sword strike. In that moment, Li Hao had not merely struck a blow to one or two individuals, but had effectively challenged the entire martial guard. Despite the knowledge of Li Hao's formidable strength, the martial artists refused to concede defeat. They would never acknowledge being inferior to Li Hao, even in the face of certain loss. Buzz. The sword sliced through the air, its cold gleam illuminating the surroundings. The martial artists grew tense. Upon his arrival, Li Hao had already defeated Chen Jin, and they fervently hoped for Xiaolon of Yujianmin to triumph. However, Li Hao moved with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, his speed unmatched. With a single leap, he soared into the air, and the next moment, his foot crashed down, producing an earth-shattering sound as he drove the sword into the ground. With the grip of a tiger, Xiaolon attempted to regain control of her sword, yet found it utterly immovable. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao unleashed a punch. As powerful as a tiger's roar, his force unstoppable. Too formidable. Xiaolon's countenance shifted, and she quickly retreated. Yet, Li Hao lunged forward in an instant, employing the technique of flying birds. In a heartbeat, he tore through the void and appeared before Xiaolon. Alarmed, she kicked out. But Li Hao retaliated with a heavy punch. Boom. Xiaolon was sent flying, blood gushing forth, as she crashed heavily to the ground, landing right beside Chen Jin, who was about to rise, only to be struck down once more. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 9 captains had swiftly fallen with no power to retaliate. The remaining few turned pale. Li Hao coldly declared, I told you, one is not enough. You ought to join forces, yet you insist on being pretentious. Martial artists enjoy one-on-one combat, but only on the basis of equal strength. You are far too weak. Facing me individually is tantamount to seeking death. Were it not for the vast disparity, I would have no desire to kill. You would all meet your demise. These words were not merely a slap to the face. They were akin to defecating on their heads. In that instant, 3 individuals leaped forth. 3 men stand. All of them men. At this moment, one wields a knife, another a gun, while the third is barehanded, his palms an abyss of darkness, embodying immense power. From the 5 Tigers Broken Blade sect, there is Zhang Yang, the successor of the heartbreaking palm, Wu Yu, the heir of the Luo family spear, Luo Qizhao. They respectfully invite guidance. In an instant, the long spear lunges forth, a murderous aura shaking the heavens, akin to a blood dragon roaring. Zhang Yang of the 5 Tigers Broken Blade sect strikes with a blade that cleaves the air, echoing the roar of a tiger. Wu Yu, master of the heartbreaking palm, silently thrusts a palm toward Li Hao. Together, they lock onto Li Hao's vital points, throat, heart, and head. 3 formidable martial artists unleashing their intent with divine precision, as if they were forces of nature. The surrounding martial artists collectively hold their breath, fearful of missing a moment of this rare spectacle. The collaboration of 3,000 fighters and 3 centurions is an extraordinary occurrence. Previously, 2 centurions had triumphed over a singular Sanyang superhuman, a remarkable feat indeed. Clearly, the 3 now unite, sensing that Li Hao may surpass the average initial stage Sanyang. Amidst this tension, Li Hao remains unperturbed as the spear strikes. His right hand moves with the swiftness of thunder, seizing the spear one-handed. With a thunderous roar, he pulls fiercely, causing Luo Qizhao to stumble, struggling to maintain his footing. Astonishing. Luo Qizhao's countenance shifts, the spear trembling violently as inner strength surges forth, reverberating through the weapon. Yet, Li Hao relinquishes the spear, sending it careening toward the palm of Wu Yu with near uncontrollable force. In that fleeting moment, while his right hand discards the spear, his left forms a fist, rising to strike. A sharp crack resounds as the knife veers off course from his head. Li Hao swiftly evades the long blade, propelling himself off the ground, akin to a monkey in flight, momentarily vanishing before the eyes of his adversaries. Beware! The swordsman, having missed his target, suddenly exclaims, while Wu Yu's expression shifts alarmingly. Just as he prepares to evade, he feels an iron grip around his neck. Li Hao, resembling a monkey, descends with astonishing speed, his legs entwining around Wu Yu's neck. A series of ominous cracking sounds emanate from the neck, and without hesitation, Wu Yu retaliates with a palm strike toward Li Hao. Nevertheless, Li Hao, with his legs still coiled, suddenly inverts his position, delivering a dual strike to Wu Yu's knees. With a resounding thud, Wu Yu collapses to the ground, his knees racked with agony. Li Hao adeptly leaps away, his right leg kicking backward like a monkey soaring through the air, delivering a forceful blow that sends the incapacitated Wu Yu flying. In that moment, a long spear lunges from Li Hao's side, silent and devoid of the blood dragon's roar, yet filled with lethal intent. Li Hao snorts disdainfully, deftly seizing the spear, slithering along it like a serpent, drawing closer to Luo Qizhao. At this critical juncture, Li Hao suddenly extends his arms, enveloping his opponent in a tight embrace. In the next moment, Li Hao roared like a colossal bear embracing a tree, uprooting a willow as he seized the heir of the Luo family's spear technique and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth was instantly transformed into a massive crater, and the heir of the Luo family was rendered immobile, forcibly buried beneath the weight of Li Hao's strike. Bear fighting technique. Li Hao showcased a series of martial arts: tiger fighting technique, bear fighting technique, bird technique, and ape technique, having displayed everything except for the deer technique, which primarily facilitates agility and escape. Clearly, at this moment, it was unnecessary for him. In the blink of an eye, the Luo family's spear and the heart-piercing palm were both repelled. One was sent flying, while the other was buried underground, leaving the surrounding martial artists aghast. The combined force of the three formidable adversaries had, astonishingly, been diminished by 2 in mere moments. The remaining swordsman's expression shifted dramatically. With a roar, he lunged at Li Hao with his blade. At that very instant, Li Hao retaliated with a punch that surged forth like a tidal wave, 7 colossal surges sweeping across the land. In that moment, it seemed as if the spectators witnessed the ocean's might. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the great blade shattered upon impact, sparks flying. The swordsman's grip disintegrated, blood splattered everywhere, his face painted with disbelief. A single punch. Was this the 9 forging strength? The renowned 9 forging strength of the silver spear. As this name flickered in his mind, the imprint of the punch struck his chest. Boom! Crack! The swordsman was sent flying, this punch heavier than the last, clearly caving in his chest. Defeated, the trio of martial artists, united, could barely withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before collapsing in unison. Mu Lin gaped in astonishment. Even the steward was taken aback. This was not merely the sword's momentum, but rather the 5 animal techniques. Li Hao had not even unleashed his most potent sword intent. He had swiftly eradicated the 3 adversaries solely using the 5 animal techniques and 9 forging strength, leaving you utterly astonished. She knew Li Hao was formidable. After all, it was he who had slain Yu Xiao. Yet, she had envisioned him employing his sword intent, fighting fiercely to vanquish his foes. However, today, Li Hao hadn't even utilized his sword intent. Amidst the arena, Li Hao exhaled, glanced over, smiled, and beckoned. You 4 combined may not withstand 30 moves. Do you wish to continue? Or shall Captain Mu Qian join you? He dismissed the 4 as if they were inconsequential. Mu Lin chuckled, his eyes narrowing to slits. Completely obscured. How audacious. The remaining 4 captains surveyed the 5 incapacitated individuals, their expressions grave. In an instant, 5 martial artists had been vanquished. Even if they joined forces, they might not rival Li Hao. What a terrifying character. When had the martial world produced such a prodigy? How long had he been training? Was this truly breaking 100? Everyone instantly turned their gazes to Mu Lin. At that moment, Mu Lin had no choice but to step forward, smiling, and said, Li Hao, you're quite impressive indeed. Let us call it a day. Everyone welcome him. Li Hao turned to Mu Lin, smiling. No, it's not enough. Captain Mu Qian, I wish to ascertain the strength of your iron cloth or golden bell shield. If the second best of the martial guard is as weak as them, I shall be thoroughly disappointed. Mu Lin laughed heartily, declaring, we are all on the same side. Without uttering another word, Li Hao unleashed a powerful punch, echoing like a tiger's roar through the forest. At this critical juncture, how could I refrain from gauging your strength? With a thunderous crash, Mu Lin staggered back a step, yet his expression remained unchanged as he gazed at Li Hao, who had struck him. He grinned and asked, how about this? Shall we call it a day? Li Hao, taken aback, scrutinized him, particularly his chest, realizing that his opponent had withstood his punch without a scratch, as if he had struck an iron slab. This was incomparably more formidable than Chun Jian from his squad back in Silver City. Chun Jian, also a defensive fighter, had cultivated a powerful technique known as the Earth Dragon Shield, yet in comparison to this man, he seemed utterly insignificant. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and stepped back. The other martial artists in the square collectively exhaled, relieved that Li Hao had not toppled them all, which would have been tremendously embarrassing. Thankfully, their vice captain proved reliable in critical moments, clad in an indomitable iron cloth. Even against a formidable opponent like Li Hao, whose punch could send 1,000 flying, Mu Lin remained unscathed. At that moment, Li Hao smiled, impressive. I wonder who is stronger, you or Director Wang from the inspection division. I mean, in terms of the iron cloth technique, he has transformed it into superpowers and may have abandoned the iron cloth now. Mu Lin chuckled. In terms of superpowers, I may not match him, but without them, he is merely an upgraded version of 100. How can he compare with me? Li Hao replied with a grin. Are you aware that my master once shattered the renowned iron cloth with his bare hands? He was known as the Iron Cloth. That is true strength, representing an era when all practitioners of iron cloth were overshadowed by him, ultimately defeated by Yuan Shua. Mu Lin responded, I know, but you are not Yuan Shua. Li Hao, that's enough. Everyone knows you are formidable. No, that's not necessary. A strong person does not require the weak to recognize their prowess. I only need the strong to acknowledge my strength. In an instant, Li Hao's aura transformed. With his hand as his sword, he wielded it with the might of a mountain, resembling a colossal blade cleaving towards Mu Lin. The earth trembled. Mu Lin's expression shifted. Sensing the power emanating from Li Hao, he too shouted, radiating golden light, charging at Li Hao with unbridled ferocity. The iron cloth was not solely for defense. It also served as an offensive weapon. The sword energy surged forth like a mountain. Li Hao, with his hand as a sword, struck towards Mu Lin, and with a thunderous sound, their blows collided. Bang! The impact between their bodies produced sparks, akin to metal clashing fiercely. Li Hao was sent reeling back, light as a feather, resembling a startled deer, swiftly retreating. On Mu Lin's fist, golden light flickered as Li Hao's sword pierced through, leaving a trace of blood. However, in the blink of an eye, the wound vanished. Mu Lin's voice boomed. Li Hao, your strikes are quite ruthless. Then I shall not hold back. Despite his stout physique, his movements were remarkably agile. In an instant, he soared into the air, barreling towards Li Hao with reckless abandon, showing no restraint. The iron cloth was indeed formidable. It seemed as though numerous iron gates materialized around him, embodying his intent, an invincible defense, unafraid of any attack. Li Haoyang raised his brow, wielding his hand as a sword. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of strikes. The invisible sword. The sound of blades piercing through iron armor rang out relentlessly as two figures became entwined in a fierce struggle. It was only at this moment that the onlookers recognized the extraordinary prowess of their vice captain, which had previously gone unnoticed. The other captains, including those who had retreated, were now transfixed, momentarily disregarding their injuries, filled with both anxiety and excitement. They hoped that Mu Lin would prevail against Li Hao. Mu Lin was indeed formidable, yet this fellow, typically evasive in combat, was now compelled to fight back under Li Hao's relentless pressure. Meanwhile, Li Hao grew increasingly apprehensive with every exchange. Impressive. This individual was even stronger than the slain Yu Xiao. Was this the might of a top-tier combatant? If this continued, his earlier boasts would merely come off as bluster. With a cold snort, Li Hao summoned forth a flicker of flame, causing Mu Lin's expression to shift. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao's aura transformed. The earth sword intent merged with the fire sword intent. The essence of the sword manifested. Three swords united. Kill! With a fierce roar, Li Hao unleashed a strike that cleaved the heavens. Mu Lin's face paled, cursing inwardly. How could this man be so formidable? Why didn't his parents drown him in a cesspool at birth? This intelligence could cost countless lives. He raged internally. But this time he chose not to confront the attack directly. Instead, he opted to evade and escape. However, at that moment, Li Hao stomped the ground with force. Boom! The earth caved in, as if a mountain was descending, resembling a ferocious tiger trapped within its lair, now suddenly unleashed. Stop! Mu Lin bellowed, his body shimmering with golden light. With a resounding crash, a sword light erupted from him. Boom! The clash of sword light resounded, and moments later, the onlookers beheld the scene clearly. The ground had collapsed, and Mu Lin had been cleaved into the earth by a single strike, his clothes tattered, revealing his muscular physique, now marred with blood and deep, ghastly gashes. Li Hao, having deftly evaded the collapse, took a moment to catch his breath. He gazed at Mulin and after a prolonged silence remarked, Captain Mu truly is formidable. This strike, which once severely injured a late-stage Sanyong, astonishingly did not defeat you. Coughing up blood, Mulin crawled out of the pit. Eyes widened in fury. I shouted to stop. How could you still strike? Fortunately, his iron armor was exceptionally resilient. Otherwise, that blow would have surely claimed his life. Li Hao frowned. If I had halted at that moment, I would have been the one injured. You jest, Captain Mu. Mulin was left speechless. Although his injuries appeared severe, they were not as grave as they seemed. This man was indeed astonishingly powerful. He spat out blood and retorted, Your strikes are too ruthless, too brutal. Li Hao said nothing, merely casting him an odd glance. Truly impressive. To be honest, this was somewhat beyond Li Hao's expectations. Certainly, he did not exert his full strength. For instance, he refrained from employing the blood blade technique, nor did he utilize the ability to pierce through the body with his sword, nor did he make use of the layered 9 forging skill. However, the dual sword fusion technique can be considered the pinnacle of Li Hao's current capabilities. As a result, not only did he fail to slay his opponent with a single strike, but the adversary also emerged unscathed from the encounter. On this basis alone, Li Hao surmised that this individual might not be inferior to Huangjia. Approaching the peak of the Three Yang? How terrifying. Is this a martial master? Did Mu Lin tread the path of physical enhancement, reinforcing the body, then further enhancing it, continuing to strengthen, and yet he appears so corpulent, not merely superficial fat, but rather a mass of energy accumulation. His entire being is infused with formidable blood and vigor, with energy and internal strength stagnating. In an instant, Li Hao comprehended the trajectory of this person's cultivation. He is no ordinary Douqian. In truth, such a being cannot even be classified as Douqian. Yuan Shua is called Yun Shun, Hiyong is referred to as Huan Shui, and Ba Dao might be termed Ju Shun, while Mu Lin perhaps ought to be designated as Chang Shun or Duan Ti. Regardless, Mu Lin has indeed forged a distinct path. It transcends the realm of Douqian. The Silver Moon martial realm astonishingly harbors such individuals. The key point is that this person is merely a subordinate. What then of the captain? Li Hao narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he instantly discarded any notion of underestimating the martial guard army. If a subordinate can rival the peak of the Three Yang, then the captain must surely be able to contend with Su Guang. Chief Steward, you mentioned that this martial guard army's objective is to confront Su Guang. Previously, Li Hao had assumed it was a collective effort, but could it be that the captain alone could face Su Guang? Terrifying. No wonder Hou Xiaocheng was not overly concerned about Hao Lianchuan's apparent weakness. To be frank, with 2 Douqian captains joining forces, they might indeed match the earlier Hao Lianchuan of the early Three Yang phase, and 3 cooperating could potentially rival the current Hao Lianchuan. What an extraordinary martial power this represents. What great cost must Hou Xiaocheng have incurred to cultivate such prowess? This is certainly not something ordinary individuals could afford. If Li Hao's conjectures are correct, these individuals likely employed divine energy stones. Indeed, divine energy stones. The mysterious energy has its limitations in enhancing Douqian. Blood god sons are not ubiquitous. The only means to strengthen these Douqian is through divine energy stones. It is highly probable that Hou Xiaocheng has control over a relic, and furthermore, a relic abundant in divine energy stones. In that instant, Li Hao deduced numerous insights. Meanwhile, Mu Lin, filled with frustration, turned to Li Hao, inquiring, How on earth have you cultivated? You've only trained for a few years, right? My brother mentioned that you previously just broke the 100 mark, and it was not long after your ascent. Of course, we all know you've reached the peak of the 100 after slaying Sun Maxian, but it cannot be to such an extent, can it? Li Hao regarded him and slowly replied, The 5 animals' fist undoubtedly provides me with a means to grow strong. Nonsense. Mu Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. Is there to be another bout? Never mind. Suddenly, Li Hao smiled and remarked, Having witnessed the prowess of the captain, there's no need for further conflict. After all, this is not a battle to the death. We can engage in more sparring in the future. If it were truly a life and death struggle, we certainly wouldn't have held back. Surrounding them, a group of martial masters fell silent. What does this mean? Mu Lin raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You actually held back? I don't believe it. Why do you enjoy boasting so much? To speak candidly, he indeed held back. He is not merely a defensive fighter. But did Li Hao truly hold back? This lad, is he just boasting? Li Hao chuckled but offered no explanation. Believe it or not. However, Even if he were to exert his utmost, whether he could vanquish Mu Lin remains uncertain. It's not a life-and-death struggle, after all. Of course, he had no use for his small sword either. He has always wielded his hands as his blade. At this moment, Li Hao found himself intrigued by the martial guard army, an extraordinary force under the command of Hou Xiaocheng. These martial artists must possess some formidable and unique techniques. Otherwise, it would be implausible for them to surpass the external fighters in strength. Each of these centurions would surely be no weaker than Lu Long, and likely even stronger. Lu Long previously could contend with the mid-tier of the Sunlight Realm, but against the latter stages, it becomes ambiguous. Yet, these centurions before him, any one of whom could probably rival the peak of the later stages of the Sunlight Realm. The sudden emergence of so many seasoned fighters from the Doqian is quite perplexing. Mu Lin chose not to comment further. Looking at his tattered attire, he exhaled and said, "Forget it, let us not dwell on that. Li Hao, welcome to the Martial Guard Army. This welcoming ceremony is rather decent, wouldn't you agree?" Li Hao nodded and smiled, then inquired, "Is the centurion of the Martial Guard Army not present?" "He is out on an errand. For now, I am the one in charge here." Mu Lin chuckled and turned to the martial artists behind him, waving his hand. "Disperse, disperse. It was just a friendly spar. There's nothing more to see. The 5 animal sect members are indeed formidable. Let us all be courteous in the future." Having said this, he looked at Li Hao and the steward Yu, and said, "Let us go inside and have a seat, perhaps discuss Li Hao's arrangements. I previously considered appointing him as a deputy centurion, but that seems unreliable now. Who among these 9 would be willing to take orders from him? It's too risky." In the distance, several centurions, supporting each other, lowered their heads in silence. Indeed, who would want Li Hao? Let us not be absurd. Today, in front of others, he was utterly outmatched by Li Hao. If Li Hao were to join a 100-man team, how could he be arranged as a centurion? In this vast martial guard army, perhaps only Mu Lin and the centurion could keep him in check. But even Mu Lin might not be capable. They witnessed the earlier battle, and it was etched in their memories. While Mu Lin's defense was formidable, his offensive capabilities fell short, leaving Li Hao seemingly unscathed. Under such circumstances, it's hard to believe that the previous strike was all that Li Hao could muster. Moments later, the trio entered a grand hall. Mu Lin had donned a new outfit. "Please, have a seat." He beckoned Li Hao and Steward Yu to sit, then turned to Steward Yu, looking pained. "Steward, does the department have any specific arrangements?" "None. Just ask Li Hao to come over." Steward Yu leisurely sipped his tea, expressing a hint of disdain for the beverage. Tasting it before setting the cup down, he looked at Li Hao and asked, "Are you interested in remaining with the Martial Guard Army?" Li Hao smiled and nodded, "Certainly. Provided that the centurion is not merely for show, but rather a being stronger than Mu Lin. I relish the company of the strong." Mu Lin also smiled. "That individual is indeed stronger. Perhaps you've heard of his esteemed name. I would be eager to hear more." "Golden Lance." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, truly lost in thought. Wasn't the Golden Spear dead? He had heard whispers of his demise. The Golden Spear, one of the Silver Moon's 3 spears. How could that be? Mu Lin chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Surprising, isn't it? The Golden Spear is still alive. Moreover, he has become the captain of the martial guards. Surely, that qualifies him. In his day, among the Silver Moon's 3 spears, he was the most formidable, renowned alongside the Heavenly Sword, the 3 peerless weapons, Heavenly Sword, Dominant Blade, and Golden Spear." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "He hasn't perished? If he has not, then my master has not surpassed him in the Silver Moon, has he?" Li Hao found it hard to believe that anyone could shatter his master's enchantment. If someone indeed broke it, that person must have surpassed his master. As the foremost of the 3 spears, Yuan Shuo had undoubtedly faced him, and had even emerged victorious. At that moment, Chief Steward Yu interjected calmly, "Not everyone needs to leave the Silver Moon to achieve breakthroughs. Those who failed to advance in the past were merely subdued by Yuan Shuo's intent. Should someone shatter that intent, the barriers to their advancement would naturally dissipate." Suddenly enlightened, Li Hao smiled. "I understand now. Taking a shortcut may not always be beneficial. Indeed, I see it clearly. It was Hou Xiaocheng. It was Hou Xiaocheng who shattered my teacher's intent, allowing the Golden Spear to break free from his shackles and transcend the Doqian realm. Thus, the Golden Spear may have achieved this breakthrough many years ago without ever leaving the Silver Moon. He merely aligned himself with Hou Xiaocheng." Chief Steward Yu slightly furrowed her brow. "A shortcut? Perhaps not. When someone surpasses Yuan Shuo, the path for the golden spear becomes even broader. Yet Li Hao remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. In the same tier, my master is invincible. The pinnacle of the five forces integration. I refuse to believe there exists anyone stronger than my master in this world. If there were, he would not have achieved such renown. Chief Steward. Even if you were to confront Hou Xiaocheng directly, he would not dare claim that he has reached the pinnacle of Dou Qian to rival my master. Yu's chest heaved slightly, as if stirred by irritation. This was a rare sight for Mu Lin, who had seldom witnessed her anger. Evidently, she was genuinely provoked. She remained silent. At this moment, their dispute was about more than just who was stronger. It also encompassed the title of the foremost martial artist. As a disciple of Yuan Shuo, Li Hao was determined not to concede. Chief Steward Yu suppressed her frustration, stating coldly, "That may only apply if they are of the same tier." Regrettably, Yuan Shuo had not ascended to the Dou Qian realm in his time. Otherwise, we might have witnessed something. Li Hao smiled. There will be opportunities. Though we could not break through together nor ascend to Dou Qian together, there still may come a time above Dou Qian when we can cross paths, correct? Chief Steward Yu regarded him with a frigid stare, choosing not to respond further. Who truly stands as the foremost martial artist? Perhaps only time will reveal the answer. She could not validate that the perfected Hou Xiaocheng surpassed Yuan Shuo throughout the dynasty. None dared make such a claim. The integration of the five forces is indeed a feat beyond ordinary human capability. At this juncture, Mu Lin intervened, breaking the stalemate with a smile. Let us not dwell on such matters. With the golden spear as captain, Li Hao, do you still regard the martial guards as worthless? Li Hao shook his head. Certainly not. Had I known earlier that the esteemed golden spear was the captain, I would have adopted a more humble demeanor. Such an elder martial artist, a peer of my master, though he may have fallen to my master, I would likely find myself at a disadvantage against him. Due to the early entry of the opponent into the realm of combat, it was still Hou Xiaocheng who shattered the teacher's intentions, allowing the rival to ascend. Their strength is inevitable. It is said that this opponent can rival Xu Guang, and even Li Hao believes it. The heavenly sword has established itself in the central arena, becoming synonymous with Xu Guang, and even within Xu Guang, it stands as a top-tier presence. The golden spear and the heavenly sword are equally renowned. While the dominant blade was already capable of slaying Sanyang 7 years ago, can the golden spear be any weaker? Absolutely not. Despite Li Hao's prideful disposition, he does not consider himself a match for his opponent at this moment. At this juncture, Li Hao feels somewhat disoriented. He has encountered figures from the legendary roster of heroes, including Qimei Gun, Nanquan, and the Difu sword. He knows that the Biguang sword, the heavenly sword, and the dominant blade are still alive, and perhaps he will soon meet the golden spear as well. The silver spear has perished, and the heir of the copper spear has fallen by his own hand. How intriguing. As for the previously encountered heart-piercing Jinka, they are not among the roster of heroes. The roster comprises only 36 individuals. Some have reached the pinnacle of perfection, and while they may bear titles, they have not secured a place within the esteemed roster. Before him, the steward Yu, if indeed he is the Yu Luocha from the roster, would certainly be one of the legendary figures of yore. Upon reflection, it seems that the Difu sword has fared the worst among them, not counting the deceased. Among the 36 heroes, it is confirmed that around a dozen have met their demise, most at the hands of Yuan Shuo. The remaining ones, could they all still be alive? In the past, Yuan Shuo had slain so many, some challengers ceased to confront him thereafter. In a scenario of comparable strength, once the first is defeated, the second is likely to follow suit. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. At this moment, Li Hao is reminded of Hong Yitong, an early-stage superpower of Sanyang. Why does he seem even weaker than those who have not ascended to superpower status? The golden spear and the dominant blade have not yet become superpowers, and Nanquan appears to be stronger than Hong Yitong, once ranked second among the 7 swords. The Difu sword weighs heavily on Li Hao's mind, who suddenly wonders if Hong Yitong has truly become ineffectual. Refusing battle 3 times and being challenged by Yuan Shuo thrice indicates he is not weak. Could it be that his reluctance to engage has sapped his spirit, leading to his current stagnation? As these thoughts swirl in Li Hao's mind, he quickly shifts away from the Difu sword. At this moment, Mu Lin interjects with a grin. The golden spear is indeed formidable, and even I, in my current state, would likely last only a short while in a duel with him before being pierced. Li Hao exclaims with excitement. It's the challenge that makes it worthwhile. Otherwise, there would be little purpose in being here. Mu Lin chuckles in agreement. That's splendid. If you were to join the Wu Wei army, it would become even more formidable. However, your arrangement might prove challenging. A centurion? But we currently have 9 positions filled, and the Wu Wei army is short on manpower. Where would we find enough to assemble 100 for you? Aside from centurion, perhaps a deputy 1,000-man leader? But would having 2 or 3 merely serve as spectators suffice? As for the 1,000-man leader, that's out of the question. The Golden Spear is a direct subordinate of Hou Xiaocheng and possesses extraordinary strength at this moment. Li Hao is simply not a contender. Yet Li Hao, without reservation, cheerfully says, "Let us do it like Brother Mu. Just give me a deputy position that requires no responsibilities, merely a title." Of course, Brother Mu appears to be a senior city patrol officer. He glances at Steward Yu. His meaning unmistakable. "I want that too." Steward Yu's expression shifts, clearly exasperated. "You, my friend, seem utterly obsessed with aspirations of authority. Li Hao is currently merely a junior inspector, while senior inspectors occupy a higher echelon. The lower-ranking city inspectors have yet to descend, and yet he is already contemplating promotion. Senior city inspectors are few and far between in the vast Silver Moon. Among the night watchers, only a handful of deputy ministers exist within the martial guard. Only the chief and deputy captains hold rank, with the rest being junior city inspectors. As for the more esteemed provincial inspectors, there are only 2 in all of Silver Moon, Kong Jie and Hou Xiaocheng. Mu Lin, however, is rather indifferent to this hierarchy, expressing some bemusement as he remarked, "Do you think that as a deputy, we can simply spend our days playing chess and chatting? I believe Minister Hou appointed you with the expectation that you would contribute meaningfully." Implicit in his words was the suggestion that he was engaged in those leisurely pursuits daily. Li Hao responded with a smile, "I am still quite young and lack military knowledge. A nominal position suits me, but a position of actual responsibility is beyond my capabilities." This statement, however, bore a hint of disingenuousness. While he may lack comprehensive military knowledge, he possesses an understanding of certain unique formations recorded in ancient texts. Though at this moment, he lacks the desire to assist in training the martial artists. Otherwise, if he were to assume the role of captain, despite his inexperience, he could potentially replicate the formations, which, while perhaps not on par with those from ancient civilizations, would still surpass current practices. Yuan Shuo, of course, shares this knowledge, and in fact, possesses even more. Yet, both master and disciple show little interest in formations that amalgamate the strength of many to empower a single individual. They prefer to enhance their own strength instead. Hou Xiaocheng has persistently sought to win over Yuan Shuo. Following Yuan Shuo's recent breakthrough, Hou's intention became clear. He aimed to have Yuan Shuo replace Jin Chong. Despite Jin Chong's formidable prowess, Hou Xiaocheng believes that Jin Chong would not refuse such a proposition. After all, Yuan Shuo's reputation is immense. He had once even defeated Hou. Furthermore, Hou Xiaocheng is confident that if Yuan Shuo were willing, he could significantly bolster the current martial guard. Unfortunately, that individual has been rather reckless, causing trouble immediately following his promotion and even delving into the realm of divine martial arts, forcing Hou Xiaocheng to abandon this notion. Mu Lin chose to refrain from further comments, stating, "Let's await the return of Captain Jin and the arrangements from Minister Hou. I lack the authority to make such decisions." Li Hao's aspirations are exceedingly ambitious. Chief Steward Yu furrowed her brow. Taking a moment before speaking, "I will report this. Whether it will come to fruition, I cannot guarantee. But Minister Hou is inclined to have you lead a squad. There is indeed a desire for such an arrangement. Currently, the martial guard consists of only 900-man squads, and he wishes to add another. As for personnel, they can be recruited, and the martial guard will soon move towards the front line. Initially, the plan was that if you did not advance to the rank of 1,000-man commander, Lu Long would temporarily take your place until your promotion allowed for rearrangement." At this juncture, she felt compelled to disclose her genuine thoughts, which aligned with Minister Hou's intentions. They wished for Li Hao to take command of a 100-man squad. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation, and after a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Does Minister Hou truly believe that my youth, which signifies my limited understanding, warrants his trust in granting me actual authority over a 100-man martial artist squad? 100 is not an insignificant number. However, it is crucial to recognize that they are all martial artists, nearly all having surpassed the 100 mark, with even the 10th realm being a rarity." Chief Steward Yu replied solemnly, "The minister has always been wary of those he does not trust. You are Yuan Shuo's disciple, and that alone suffices. Furthermore, Li Hao, you are currently quite formidable, far from the weakling one might have imagined. This only bolsters her assertion. The steward Yu, noticing his silence, continued. The minister's arrangement is for your benefit. Warriors are accustomed to solitary battles, yet there are times when one cannot resolve issues alone. You might consider the merits of collaboration. During your time in Silver City, you were also part of a demon-hunting squad, which made it evident that warriors, when united, are far more formidable than when they stand alone. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I will think it over. But I am not yet prepared for such a commitment. Additionally, I am unclear about the exact needs and challenges faced by the warrior guard. With an icy demeanor, Yu elaborated, there are two primary concerns. First, the ruins. Second, the pirates. Li Hao was taken aback. Pirates? He chose not to dwell on that, but was intrigued by the mention of ruins. His eyes flickered with interest. Ruins? Indeed. Have you not encountered the Battle Heaven army? Li Hao inhaled sharply. Are you suggesting that there is more than one ruin housing such a force? Indeed. At that moment, clarity washed over Li Hao. The warrior guard, often elusive, was primarily engaged in combating foes that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom, remnants within the ruins and marauders at sea. Who among the common folk could grasp the gravity of such matters? Now, he understood why the warrior guard was so formidable. They had reaped substantial benefits from the ruins. He also grasped why his mentor had been of such interest. His expertise lay in tomb raiding, or rather in archaeology. Was their pursuit of him driven by a desire for military formations, or was it merely to facilitate tomb raiding endeavors? In this instant, doubt crept into Li Hao's mind. He began to question whether Hou Xiaocheng's intentions were truly focused on military formations, or rather on their tomb raiding skills, which were not particularly extraordinary, merely an understanding of geomantic positioning and proficiency in ancient script translation. Many possessed such knowledge, but few could wield it effectively in combat, evade danger, and ensure survival over time. After all, a warrior juggling martial training alongside these esoteric studies would find it a considerable waste of time. It was only Yuan Shua, with his abundance of leisure and advanced age after decades spent in Silver City, who had become so well-versed in these subjects. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. You continued. Within the warrior guard, there are very few supernaturals, for certain ruins are only safe for warriors to enter. It is exceedingly perilous for supernaturals. Thus, from the inception of the warrior guard, the possibility of integrating supernaturals was never contemplated. Therefore, if you agree to join, the individuals you can recruit will solely be warriors. As supernaturals can sometimes bring about significant troubles, Li Hao's gaze flickered momentarily. Is that so? Indeed. The silver warrior, upon his recovery, had voiced similar sentiments, ultimately concluding that they refrained from confrontation due to their shared humanity. Yet, within Battle Heaven City, there was evidently a clear bias against supernaturals. Warriors could soar through the skies without issue, a fact Li Hao had personally tested. They did not require secondary passageways. Warriors could fly, while supernaturals could not. Warriors could navigate through the black-armored foes, while supernaturals, once their energy spilled over, would be immediately attacked. At that time, the number of warriors was scant, which made the situation less apparent. Now, hearing Yu's insights regarding the ruins, it became apparent that Battle Heaven City was not an isolated case. Many ruins likely shared this perilous nature. It was no wonder that his mentor had survived the exploration of ruins, while countless supernaturals had perished time and again. Beside them, Mu Lin chuckled. Being a centurion is quite commendable. Leading a team comes with its advantages, particularly the wielding of real power. Once the martial guard is publicly acknowledged, a centurion can independently explore relics and even engage in some clandestine activities, provided their subordinates are agreeable. Li Hao was taken aback and turned to Chief Steward Yu. Yu, with an air of calmness, responded, the constraints placed upon martial artists are excessively stringent, which is inappropriate. Hence, the minister will delegate numerous powers to the centurions rather than treating them as mere military units, as that would undoubtedly incite considerable discontent. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyes glimmered with newfound hope. Is there such a fortunate prospect? If only the Golden Spear consents, I could pursue any endeavor. Chief Steward Yu added, indeed. Li Hao's mind raced with possibilities. His first thought was to recruit 100 martial artists, especially since Hou Xiaocheng would fund the venture. He envisioned leading this formidable group against the Crimson Moon's forces. However, that notion quickly dissipated as he realized there were not many adversaries left from Crimson Moon in the vicinity. After some contemplation, he mused, "If I could serve as a centurion and ascend to the position of a high-ranking patrol officer, I would have no objections." Chief Steward Yu was left speechless, pondering what this individual was truly contemplating. Chapter 121. The Fire Phoenix Spear. Initially, Li Hao had little interest in joining the martial guard. Yet, at this moment, his enthusiasm was ignited. The Golden Spear and Mu Lin had both traversed far along the martial path. Although he had yet to meet the Golden Spear, Mu Lin alone was sufficient to persuade Li Hao to stay. As for attaining an official title, that was merely a secondary consideration. The allure of exploring relics, engaging in battles against ancient civilizations, and combating pirates was indeed captivating. Though Silver Moon was vast, opportunities for combat were scarce. Joining the martial guard could potentially unveil more chances for real-world engagements. Furthermore, being close to the sea offered its own charms. In the Grand Hall, Chief Steward Yu paid no heed to Li Hao's desire for an official position. Since Li Hao was willing to remain, that was the most favorable outcome. As for the prospect of becoming a high-ranking patrol officer, it was worth a try. After all, there was little to lose. If the inspection department and the administrative office were indeed willing to approve it, who would mind? Reluctant to delve further into the matter, Chief Steward Yu inquired, "Would you prefer to stay now and converse with them, or return tomorrow?" "Tomorrow sounds best," Li Hao replied with a smile. "My arrival was rather abrupt, and I need to give my friends some time to acclimate to my presence." Mu Lin interjected cheerfully, "No worries. Sustaining injuries during sparring is quite normal. When the martial guard was first established, we fought countless battles each day. With professional healers available here, recovery will be swift." This place was equipped with healing superpowers. Compared to the martial world of yesteryears, where injuries could lead to severe complications and many martial artists succumbed to their wounds, the rise of superpowers presented a new opportunity for martial artists. There was no need for excessive concern about inflicting severe damage. Sparring no longer necessitated holding back entirely. With that, Li Hao and Chief Steward Yu ceased further conversation. As Mu Lin bid them farewell, the two exited the hall, traversed the plaza, and, under the watchful gaze of numerous martial artists, boarded a vehicle and departed slowly. As they left, murmurs erupted in the plaza. "The old devil's disciple is truly formidable. Indeed, this lineage is filled with prodigies. Regrettably, the centurion is absent. Otherwise, it would have been a different story. Had the centurion been present, this arrogant fellow would certainly have faced a significant setback." The crowd buzzed with discussions, yet despite their words, they felt helpless. Who was the centurion? The Golden Lance. In his prime, he was renowned alongside Yuan Shuo, and now, with Yuan Shuo's disciple entering the martial guard, he has nearly swept aside everyone except the Golden Lance himself. Although Mu Lin managed to salvage some dignity in the end, the outcome of their confrontation was that Mu Lin was injured while Li Hao merely gasped for breath. For the martial guard, this was indeed a disgraceful defeat. Outside the square, discussions continued. In the hall behind, 9 captains had gathered, including Mu Lin. A few injured captains wore expressions of despondency. However, their injuries were not severe, the worst being fractured bones and slight internal disturbances. Li Hao had clearly held back against them. "Mu Lin, did you not claim he was merely breaking 100? Qin Jin, the heir of the mountain-splitting axe, wore a grim expression. "Is this what you call breaking 100? He fell to the ground after just 2 punches. What a disgrace." Mu Lin chuckled. "What are you looking at me for? He is progressing swiftly. What can I do? Everyone knows his reputation. I am not the only one who claims he is merely breaking 100. If he is not, then why blame me?" Silence enveloped the group. Indeed, the intelligence received indicated that Li Hao was indeed just breaking 100. But how long ago was that? Xiaolan from the Jade Sword sect coughed, visibly injured, but not in the same manner as Hou Xiaocheng and the others. His pallor deepened as he remarked, "His victory over us is not a trivial matter. I wonder if he truly was at the late stage of breaking 100 during his battle with Sun Maxian. That was merely 10 days ago. 10 days. Yes, merely 10 days. Was the intelligence from 10 days prior outdated? Absolutely not, at least for martial artists. Intelligence from 10 days ago is certainly not considered obsolete. Nevertheless, the outcome was astonishing." Mu Lin nodded slightly. His rapid progress can be attributed to several factors. First, he ventured to War Heaven City. Second, the blood god of the Dawn Light level. Third, it appears he has comprehended other forces as well. In summary, Li Hao's prowess has its reasons. Yet, it remains difficult to believe. Does this fellow truly not encounter any bottlenecks? He gains advantages, immediately comprehends forces, advances, and grows stronger? Who among us has trained for less than 20 years? Mu Lin quickly added, let it be. He has his own opportunities, and we have ours. While our fortunes may not be as grand as his, we are certainly formidable compared to martial artists from the outside world. This fellow is willing to join the martial guard now. He will be our colleague in the future. Someone spoke solemnly. He has agreed to join? Yes. What arrangements are being made? The department intends to form another 100-man unit under his command. Upon hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. Well, that is acceptable. Otherwise, life would become unbearable. Whether Li Hao serves as our superior or subordinate, it is quite uncomfortable. As a superior, Li Hao's youth is difficult for them to accept. It is challenging for them to acknowledge such a young martial artist who can command them so effortlessly. Did Minister Hou summon him to leverage his knowledge in aiding our exploration of the ruins? Perhaps, and furthermore, his prowess is undeniable. His inclusion in the martial guard would undoubtedly bolster its strength. However, it is uncertain. If we were to unite for battle and form a military formation, we would not suffer such a dire defeat. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and at this moment, they certainly did not reject Li Hao's participation. Martial artists are inherently pragmatic. If one is weak, it is excusable, but if one is a disciple of Yuan Shuo, then it is no surprise that they face rejection or even oppression. Yet, Li Hao's exceptional strength and his status as Yuan Shuo's disciple make everything different. Such an individual is not only worthy of joining, but also has the right to be audacious. Mu Lin sighed. My dear captain of the personal guard is gone. The crowd fell silent, some rolling their eyes. At this moment, you still think of that? Shen Jin scoffed. Mu Lin, your defense is unrivaled. Your presence is perfectly suited to be a personal guard captain for a swordsman. A personal guard captain? That rotund fellow is most suited to be a bodyguard. Mu Lin shot him a glance, chuckling. That is still better than someone being knocked down by 2 punches. You. Mu Lin laughed heartily, disregarding the comment, and stood up. All right. Disperse. If that fellow truly comes to serve as a centurion, I worry he might draft some of our men into his ranks. Be cautious, for those in your teams. Having witnessed your lamentable defeat today, might be tempted. Upon hearing this, several centurions instantly tensed. That cannot happen. They have invested considerable time in building their teams. Even if they experience attrition, they would quickly replenish. Now that Li Hao has arrived, seeking to establish a 100-man unit, he would certainly aim to recruit some veterans. It is inconceivable that he would be permitted to take office without a single veteran at his side. After much discussion, the crowd swiftly dispersed. Meanwhile, Mu Lin lingered for a moment, chuckling to himself as he thought of his beloved younger brother. I hope you return to White Moon City soon. Your brother will cherish our time together. In the carriage, Steward Yu remained silent, eyes closed in repose. Li Hao reflected on the previous sparring sessions. They had genuinely been mere practice, as the centurions were comparatively weaker. Thus he exerted little effort. As for the portly Mu Lin, who focused primarily on defense, Li Hao had merely struck him with a single sword blow, which hardly constituted a true life-and-death battle. However, Li Hao contemplated their physical prowess. All were remarkably strong. Even the few centurions possessed formidable physiques, certainly superior to that of the captain. Steward, do the divine energy stones enhance physical strength? Have they absorbed a considerable amount of divine energy stones? Li Hao inquired directly. Steward Yu replied calmly. Indeed. The treasures within the ruins often feature divine energy stones as a primary resource. And what of the black armor of the Battle Heaven Army? Is it also here? Yes. Steward Yu continued. The Battle Heaven Army is not the sole ancient civilization's military force. Armies from that era typically wore standardized armor, and there are many black armors. The Martial Guard currently possesses 500 pieces of black armor. Unfortunately, much of the black armor from Battle Heaven City has been taken by others. The 3 major organizations have indeed undergone significant divisions. It seems that the Jianmen has also experienced some fragmentation. Li Hao's gaze flickered, with 500 black-armored warriors present. Their defense remains formidable. Even without the special energy support from the ground, the protection offered by the black armor would certainly pose a challenge for the Dayo. This implies that these martial artists, equipped with black armor, could each be formidable enough to contend with Dayo, which is a truly alarming prospect. With over 1,000 Dayo, it is no wonder that the Night Watchers find themselves in dire straits. Hou Xiaocheng has effectively funneled all valuable resources into the Martial Guard, forging an exceptionally powerful army. Li Hao surmised that this 1,000-strong martial guard would stand as one of the elite forces even in the central regions. By harnessing the power of the Silver Moon to create such an army, it is likely that this represents the Silver Moon's greatest trump card. Should every individual be equipped with black armor, combined with the charge of Dou Qian, and organized into military formations, Li Hao pondered, his eyes glinting. Any 100-man squad could effortlessly subdue the Sanyang. If Jin Chong and Mu Lin were present, capturing the Shuguang would not be overly challenging. Assuming Jin Chong alone could not secure it, it seems that Hou Xiaocheng has indeed placed considerable importance on his entry into the martial guard. After a brief silence, Li Hao inquired, "Shall I recruit personnel myself?" "Certainly," came the calm response from Chief Steward Yu, "but they must first pass our assessment. One cannot merely recruit any wandering martial artist to join." He continued, "These martial artists join the martial guard only after undergoing various evaluations, ultimately leading to their successful integration. They will also sign confidentiality agreements, ensuring no information is leaked. For the first 3 years, they are prohibited from leaving the base except on missions. After 3 years, they will be entitled to 1 month of leave each year, albeit on a rotating schedule. 3 years without departure can indeed be a torment for many martial artists." Li Hao mused, "Am I subject to the same restrictions? For those ranked as centurions and above, such limitations do not apply. As long as they are present during missions, it suffices." Li Hao nodded appreciatively. This seemed reasonable. Indeed, only those in positions of authority enjoy such privileges. For mere foot soldiers, the 3-year confinement is inescapable. In that moment, Li Hao contemplated deeply. This martial guard stands to gain immense advantages. He observed that nearly all members had surpassed the 100 mark. Having absorbed substantial quantities of divine energy stones and mysterious energy, failure to surpass the 100 would be a disservice to themselves. This place serves as a monumental platform for the advancement of martial artists. He thought of the Demon Hunter squad. Yet, what of Silver City? He wished for the captain and the others to join him here, but Lu Long remained in Silver City, struggling to absorb even a few divine energy stones, as if his life depended on it. Here, however, there might be numerous opportunities for rapid advancement. Lu Yan Wuchao and Chun Jian had all surpassed the 100 mark as well, and were thus qualified for inclusion. As night watchers, their evaluation should pose no issues. Li Hao suspected that there were treasures here to assist in comprehending the potential. Otherwise, it would be improbable for 1,000 to achieve such a remarkable completion of the 100 mark. The opportunities are abundant. So abundant that Li Hao felt it unwise to allow the captain and the others to remain in Silver City any longer. Yet, Silver City is of great significance. At the very least, the Stone Gate holds immense importance. Upon further contemplation, Shi Min remains inaccessible to others. Lu Long is currently apprehensive about the defensive issues in Silver City. However, once the 3 major organizations are eradicated from their influence there, if he is absent from Silver City, appointing a member from Rieo to oversee the city would not pose a significant problem. Chief Supervisor, is it possible to recruit superpowered individuals? Indeed, stated Chief Supervisor Yu with a frosty demeanor. However, superpowered individuals can only serve in a logistical capacity, not as formal members. This is due to the necessity of maintaining a complete formation. Should even a single individual be missing, the integrity of the formation would be compromised. Furthermore, there are certain areas that are unsuitable for superpowered individuals to enter. In such cases, a reduction in personnel would lead to substantial complications. Li Hao was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the current military formation would significantly weaken with a reduction in personnel? Is it not so? Chief Supervisor Yu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Hao. Li Hao reflected for a moment. Indeed, in ancient military formations, some were designed to be decentralized. For instance, a formation of 5 could be part of a 100-man army arranged into 20 smaller units, which collectively formed a larger military formation. This structure offers the advantage of ease in coordination and simpler acclimatization. Conversely, a large-scale formation, such as one involving 100 individuals, necessitates simultaneous practice and coordination among all participants, which is considerably more challenging. Moreover, a decentralized formation has the benefit that even if 95 individuals perish, the remaining 5 can still maintain the formation without being adversely affected. It appears that Hou Xiaocheng has not acquired such a formation. Thus, he is constrained to the minimal scale of 100 as a single unit, which indeed renders the inclusion of superpowered individuals impractical. However, Li Hao happens to be aware of several smaller-scale military formations. Contemplating these matters, he refrained from voicing further opinions. He decided to observe for now. The vehicle continued its journey, ultimately delivering Li Hao home as night fell completely. Downstairs, after dropping Li Hao off, Chief Supervisor Yu departed with the driver, politely declining Li Hao's invitation to dine together. In truth, she was quite vexed, as Li Hao had suggested they eat at the cafeteria of the Inspection Division's family quarters. Was this a reasonable proposition? Regarding the Fire Phoenix gun, Li Hao mentioned it again, and Chief Supervisor Yu agreed to provide it to him the following day. Ascending the stairs, as Li Hao opened the door opposite swung open, revealing Hao Lianchuan, who had returned earlier than usual. He appeared somewhat enigmatic, and upon seeing Li Hao, his demeanor suggested a mix of excitement and anxiety. Li Hao, while I was practicing tonight, I sensed what seemed to be a superpower lock manifesting near my kidneys. Li Hao smiled. That is excellent news, Minister. This indicates that the blood god child is indeed effective. Hao Lianchuan nodded vigorously. Then his eyes gleamed with intensity as he clenched his teeth and whispered, I am preparing to encircle and eradicate the red moon. He was ready to take action. Had he not been expressing such intentions all along? That is different. Previously, it was merely talk. The opposing faction has not ventured into Bai West City, and Bai West City, in turn, has no desire to engage them in open conflict. Unlike the situations in places like Yaoguang City where traces of red moon have been observed. However, the resolve to truly eliminate them has been lacking until now. This time, I intend to enlist the support of the Martial Guard and also invite the Inspection Division and military forces to mobilize together, thoroughly extinguishing the red moon. This individual was indeed resolute. Red Shadow. Since the blood god child proves so effective, eliminating the red moon's members will only serve to strengthen oneself. The minister can handle this matter as he sees fit. Li Hao remained silent, as the matter had long been decided among the parties involved. It merely reinforced Hao Lianchuan's resolve. Have you joined the Wu Wei army? He inquired. Indeed, Li Hao replied, ushering Hao Lianchuan through the door. Reflecting for a moment, Hao Lianchuan remarked, I have some knowledge of the Wu Wei army's existence. How was your experience there? Impressive. Li Hao chuckled. In terms of individual strength, only a couple surpassed the minister, but if he were to venture alone, he might be slain dozens of times. This statement was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, Hao Lianchuan seemed unfazed and nodded thoughtfully. That is to be expected. The foundation of the Wu Wei army likely traces back to the former Tianqing Wu Wei army, which consisted of formidable martial masters. However, after so many years, not all may remain. A portion certainly does. Li Hao's eyes flickered with interest. Were the former Tianqing Wu Wei army all based in Yinyu? Hao Lianchuan shook his head. Yinyu housed a significant portion, but another segment was in Tianqing City. The three supreme leaders of the Wu Wei army were active in Yinyu back then, yet the governor was stationed in Tianqing City. The governor? Do you think the Wu Wei army consists solely of the three leaders? If they were to disagree, it could lead to complications. Furthermore, being established by the royal family, it is naturally supervised by royal members. The founding leaders of the former Tianqing Wu Wei army were shrouded in mystery. They were the actual power brokers, while the governor, a known figure, was a duke appointed by the royal family. Hao Lianchuan proceeded to enlighten Li Hao further. The current Tianqing royal family, aside from the Tianqing king, has numerous princes and grandsons, along with a plethora of noble relatives, yet most are mere parasites, unworthy of attention. However, the royal family has conferred titles to 9 princes and 36 dukes, which warrants some consideration. Some of these individuals are stationed in various regions, and among the 99 provinces. Several are effectively under royal control. Otherwise, do you think the 9 offices Wu Ti want to eradicate the royal family altogether? Li Hao nodded. The 9 princes and 36 dukes were indeed familiar to him, though he lacked knowledge of their multitude. The Tianqing royal family had governed for 120 years, and although they abdicated 80 years ago, their influence remained substantial. He paid little heed to the fact that a duke was stationed in the Wu Wei army, viewing it merely as a symbolic gesture. Li Hao chose not to elaborate further. As for Hao Lianchuan, he was merely excited and could not resist the urge to converse with Li Hao. After their chat, he left without extending an invitation for a meal, causing Li Hao to mutter some mild curses under his breath. What a miser! The following day, Li Hao arrived punctually at the night watch building. Casting a glance upward, he noted that Hou Xiaocheng was absent, his whereabouts unknown. Li Hao felt no inclination to investigate. It was customary for such powerful individuals to be elusive. On the 4th floor, Li Hao headed straight to the office of Chief Steward Yu. Upon entering after knocking, he sensed that Chief Steward Yu was reluctant to engage in further conversation. With a wave of his hand, a fiery red spear materialized before them, and at that moment, the short sword concealed within Li Hao's military boots seemed to tremble slightly. He realized it was likely eager for a meal. The Fire Phoenix spear was exceedingly formidable. The Shadow Serpent sword he had previously consumed was merely a yellow-tier divine weapon. The Fire Phoenix spear, however, was rumored to be of heavenly or possibly earthly rank. Who could say for certain? At this moment, Chief Steward Yu, grasping the Fire Phoenix spear, sensed a slight tremor emanating from it. With a brief furrow of his brow, he quickly dismissed the thought and spoke. Behold, this is the Fire Phoenix spear. The spear has acknowledged its master and belongs to the minister. As a divine weapon of recognition, although it is of sturdy composition, it cannot be wielded by just anyone. The fact that Hao Lianchuan was able to use it previously was merely due to the spear's nascent consciousness, combined with the minister's command. Now, while the minister has lent you the Fire Phoenix spear, he has not conferred upon you the right to wield it. Hence, you are unable to utilize it. Even if you attempt to do so, it would merely serve as a robust weapon, devoid of any special abilities or the manifestation of its weapon spirit. Li Hao understood. However, his knowledge of divine weapons was somewhat limited, prompting him to ask, Chief Steward, I have heard that divine weapons can generate extraordinary energy and produce mysterious forces. How is this accomplished? This was not a particularly guarded secret, and Chief Steward Yu replied coolly, a divine weapon, once its spirit is revived, can draw upon the mysterious energies that permeate the heavens and the earth. The mysterious energy emitted by a divine weapon is generally more gentle, lacking the forceful impact, making it particularly suitable for novices in their advancement. It does not spontaneously generate mysterious energy. Rather, such energy exists throughout the world, imperceptible and unattainable to ordinary individuals. You have witnessed mysterious energy yourself. When it dissipates into the air, it does not vanish entirely, but rather disperses, eluding capture. A divine weapon possesses the ability to harness this energy. Curiously, Li Hao inquired, if one possesses a divine weapon, does that not mean an infinite supply of mysterious energy? Not quite, Chief Steward Yu clarified. For instance, a yellow-tier divine weapon can produce at most half a unit of mysterious energy in a day, which is hardly substantial. The Fire Phoenix spear, being formidable, can generate approximately 10 units daily, yet even that is meager. Across a year, that totals over 3,000 units. Do you consider that a lot? Not really. Li Hao shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Is that all? It seems insufficient. Thus, it follows that the Night Watchers do not rely solely on the mysterious energy generated by divine weapons for their cultivation. He noted, 10 units is noteworthy. However, as a low-level inspector, I previously earned 1 unit of salary in a month. The Night Watchers possess considerable supernatural abilities, and if they depended solely on the 3,000 units of mysterious energy from divine weapons in a year, they would have long since ceased to exist. Chief Steward Yu continued, of course, these are offensive divine weapons. Some divine weapons are specifically designed to convert mysterious energy, which can indeed yield a substantial amount. The 3 major organizations and the Night Watchers headquarters may possess some of these. As for us, we have but the Fire Phoenix spear. After a pause, he elaborated. The mysterious energy we currently utilize is derived from various sources, some acquired through our missions, some birthed by the Fire Phoenix spear, and a portion obtained from ancient relics. Chief Steward Yu explained further, divine weapons also serve another purpose. They can directly consume certain items found in ancient relics and convert them into mysterious energy. Some items within these ruins possess mysterious energy, but are unusable without the divine weapon's consumption. Li Hao inquired, is there no funding allocated for this? He was curious. Even if Hou Xiaocheng aimed for independence, surely some resources were still provided. Self-sufficiency. Now, apart from the central region, the borderlands exhibit a similar trend. Each quadrant is self-sufficient and no longer obligated to remit resources to the center. Li Hao nodded in understanding. However, this inevitably diminishes the central authority's control over the quadrants. If military salaries are no longer distributed, why should I heed your commands? It is uncertain how the center has contemplated this matter. Li Hao glanced at the Fire Phoenix spear, its crimson form now eerily silent, devoid of any spirit, as if it had succumbed to a profound stillness. Pondering, he inquired, "Is it possible to awaken it?" Chief Steward Yu furrowed her brow slightly, cautioning, "It would be wise not to attempt it. It could easily lead to unforeseen consequences. The minister is currently absent and has not granted you permission for its use. Once awakened, it might inadvertently retaliate against you, although you possess considerable strength. The Fire Phoenix Spear is formidable. Even without a wielder, it can unleash the power of the three suns." This implied that awakening it was indeed possible. Intrigued, Li Hao asked, "How does one awaken it? By consuming a divine energy stone?" This individual seemed to have disregarded his previous remarks. Chief Steward Yu contemplated for a moment. Realizing that Li Hao appeared to lack a divine energy stone, she nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if you had a fire-type divine energy stone, it could awaken the source divine weapon. However, it is unnecessary. Li Hao, I advise you to merely observe. The minister has wielded the Fire Phoenix Spear for many years, and perhaps you might glean some insights. Do not engage in reckless experimentation." "Understood," Li Hao replied cheerfully as he reached for the Fire Phoenix Spear. Yet, before he could grasp it, the spear trembled slightly, seemingly reluctant to make contact with him. Chief Steward Yu was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon. She cast a glance at Li Hao, her brow furrowing. "What is the matter with you?" Li Hao, perplexed, realized that perhaps the spear had sensed the aura of the starry sword. Although the small sword was sealed, it had been partially unbound, and the last serpent had exhibited an uncharacteristic fear. The Fire Phoenix Spear lay dormant, yet its spirit had awakened, possibly sensing this presence. Chief Steward Yu, equally puzzled, wondered why this was happening. Nevertheless, since the minister had consented, she refrained from further comment and handed the spear to Li Hao, adding, "Source divine weapons can be absorbed into one's body, even if they are not yours. The Fire Phoenix Spear has been unsealed. Thus, with a single drop of your blood, it can be absorbed. This drop does not signify ownership. It merely allows the spear to sense your essence, enabling it to merge with you." Li Hao hesitated at the thought of drawing blood. "If I bleed, will the spear react adversely?" He was not overestimating himself. After all, his previous experience with blood had repercussions when it bore the name of the Battle Heaven City. After some consideration, he concluded that ordinary blood should pose no significant issue. Besides, he could not very well flaunt such a weapon openly. He pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the Fire Phoenix Spear. The moment the blood touched the spear, it quivered slightly, and an image of a fiery phoenix seemed to materialize along its length. Li Hao looked on with curiosity as the phoenix appeared to open its eyes. Upon sensing Li Hao's essence, the phoenix vanished in an instant, and the fiery glow enveloping the spear dissipated entirely, revealing its true form. A long spear, seemingly indistinguishable from an iron lance, lost its fiery essence and consequently diminished in aesthetic appeal by 90%. What once radiated the aura of a formidable weapon now appeared utterly commonplace. Manager Yu, taken aback once more, cast a glance at Li Hao, her brow slightly furrowed. "The Fire Phoenix has receded. Is there something amiss with your blood? Do the bloodlines of the 8 great families differ?" After a moment's contemplation, she spoke again. "The Fire Phoenix's complete withdrawal indicates it has chosen to seal itself away, meaning you cannot hope to unleash its power. Even if you attempt to wield it now, it will serve merely as an ordinary weapon, having revoked your right to activate it." Li Hao felt exasperated. "Is it really necessary? What does that mean? Can it be unsealed?" "Yes, once the minister arrives." "Fine. Forget I mentioned it." Li Hao was truly at a loss, feeling a sense of frustration. What is this situation? Does it believe I would pose a threat, thus sealing itself upon sensing my blood? A thought crossed his mind, and the Fire Phoenix Spear suddenly surged into his body, transforming from its imposing size to a diminutive form akin to a needle, swiftly penetrating his innards and remaining still. How convenient, Li Hao mused, enviously reflecting on his own small sword, which lacked such responsiveness. However, this weapon seemed disobedient, having shrouded itself. How was he to utilize it henceforth? 3 days from now, return it to me. Manager Yu reiterated, "Do not entertain notions of absconding with the treasure. It is impossible. If you stray too far from the minister, he will sense it, so do not harbor such thoughts." Li Hao paused, realization dawning upon him, feeling utterly unjustly accused and profoundly aggrieved. "Manager, do you think I would flee with it? Why would you harbor such thoughts? That has never crossed my mind." Manager Yu waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to leave, uninterested in further explanations. "You should know yourself. The lineage of the five beasts has always been audacious. This is not the first instance. The possibility of Li Hao absconding with the Fire Phoenix spear to seek out Yuan Shua was not negligible. In fact, it was quite substantial. This was precisely why she had previously been reluctant to lend it to him. Even Hao Lianchuan had been granted usage rights, and Hou Xiaocheng harbored no concerns about his running away. Clearly, even Hou Xiaocheng pondered this dilemma, hence the decision to withhold usage rights from Li Hao altogether. Should he have been granted them and then absconded, retrieving it would have proven exceedingly difficult. Li Hao wore a despondent expression, truly having never contemplated wronging anyone. You accuse me unfairly. Do you truly believe I would run away? Manager Yu ignored him, prompting him to take initiative. Proceed to the Martial Guard Corps. Go downstairs and find your own transport. Moreover, in the future, procure your own vehicle. Standard vehicles cannot access that area and will be destroyed. You must purchase a car and register it. Wait, aren't we provided with vehicles? Li Hao exclaimed in astonishment. After all, I am on the government payroll. Furthermore, I lack the funds to buy a car. Manager Yu felt a headache coming on. She was not in the mood to listen to Li Hao's complaints. This fellow could be quite bothersome, perpetually seeking to gain trivial advantages. Just buy one. But I have no money. Yu, initially thinking he jested, took a closer look and found Li Hao's expression utterly sincere. I truly have no money. Yesterday, I glanced at my card and found over 10,000 yuan. To my astonishment, I had not received my salary for the previous month, which is insufficient for purchasing a vehicle. Good heavens! At that moment, Manager Yu was consumed by a singular thought. How could this fellow be in such dire financial straits? A dignified duelist, even a profound martial master. How could he be reduced to such a state and accept it as a matter of course? After a lengthy sigh, Manager Yu resolved, very well. I shall arrange a vehicle for you. Li Hao departed, beaming with joy. Once he had gone, Manager Yu was left speechless, and after a while, she picked up her communicator and dialed a number. When the call connected, she remained silent for a moment before stating, Hao Lianchuan. Ensure Li Hao receives a monthly salary of 1 million. Hao Lianchuan was taken aback. What? Isn't his salary linked to his mystic abilities? Just transfer the funds. Manager Yu thought to herself, rolling her eyes. In all her years, she had never encountered such a destitute martial master. It would be shameful to speak of it. A mystic ability may not matter to Li Hao, but perhaps 1 million would bring him greater joy. No wonder he was so miserly. It appeared he truly lacked funds. Hao Lianchuan seemed to grasp the situation, muttering, is he really that poor? I thought he simply had a habit of dining at the cafeteria and occasionally buying a few buns. This realization brought a sudden chuckle to both of them, albeit with an unsettling undertone. At Li Hao's age, with such prowess, it is only natural for young individuals to indulge. It would not be surprising if he owned luxurious residences or drove extravagant cars, let alone indulging in daily feasts. Yet Li Hao appeared to have never entertained such notions, displaying an extraordinary level of self-discipline. This was indeed the frightening aspect. In that moment, Manager Yu pondered whether Li Hao's ambition for promotion was solely for an increase in salary. If that were the case, she could only conclude that he was utterly insane, who seeks promotion merely for a meager raise. Meanwhile, Li Hao, descending the stairs, was in high spirits, having acquired yet another vehicle. Truly, enjoying the benefits of public service is delightful. He wondered when he might secure a more substantial residence. As of now, he did not possess any property registered under his name in Baiwei City. Chapter 122, Benefits and Welfare. The vehicle traversed Baiwei City once more, weaving through the forest and entering the territory of the Martial Guard. Li Hao alighted and adjusted his attire. The driver departed immediately. This was Hou Xiaocheng's exclusive vehicle, and had it not been for Li Hao's lack of transportation, he would not have received such assistance. At the entrance, someone awaited him. The affable Mu Lin, seemingly the most suitable choice for the occasion, was there, while the other centurions were preoccupied with their own tasks, engaged in distant training. Of course, one could carve out time for greetings, but after having been bested the previous day, it would be unseemly to approach so soon. Welcome. Mu Lin maintained his customary politeness, beaming with a smile. Li Hao noted that the rotund individuals often possessed a penchant for laughter. A smile rendered them appear honest and simple. Minister Hao also portly shared this trait, as did Mu Lin's brother, Mu Sun, a smiling tiger himself. In his heart, he pondered with disdain, does the Mu family not possess another Mu? These two brothers have assembled 7 Mus. Why not gather a few more? Mu Qianfu, Please refrain from such formalities. Mu Lin beamed. Call me Mu Urge. I am still young, just over 40. Why invoke titles like Qianfu? In the Wu Wei army, we typically address each other by name. A simple Mu Urge will suffice. The reason he was referred to as Urge was that the elder brother was Jin Chong, whom he could not surpass. With a cheerful demeanor, Mu Lin observed Li Hao. You haven't brought any luggage? Not to worry, we have everything here. Whatever you desire. We have it, though we might be a tad short on people. Otherwise, all essentials are at your disposal. He then courteously took hold of Li Hao, leading him inside. Li Hao discreetly withdrew his hand, maintaining a composed facade, avoiding any sideways glance, and smoothly retracted his hand, acting as if he had seen nothing. As long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness would fall upon Mu Lin. Unfazed, Mu Lin continued to smile. Ah, Li Laodi. As you are new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings, allow me to show you around, to help you acclimatize. Li Hao nodded. Thank you, Mu Ge. Mu Lin paused momentarily. Mu Ge? I meant Mu Urge. Did you mishear? However, upon reflection, he chuckled again, thinking it inconsequential. Mu Ge it would be. It mattered not. He guided Li Hao through the archway, revealing a vast plaza. The space was considerable, requiring some time to traverse. As they walked along the side, Mu Lin remarked, this is the training ground where everyone practices. If one prefers not to share their unique techniques, they can train in the rooms. There are several training chambers in the back available for use. Li Hao nodded slightly, observing the bustling training ground filled with at least 400 to 500 individuals. Many trained while casting glances towards them. Upon noticing Li Hao looking back, they quickly averted their gaze. The entire base was divided into 3 main areas, this being one of them. Beyond lay a residential area, followed by the training zone. In the residential area, each person had their own room. Even the captains enjoyed private courtyards. Li Hao felt quite satisfied upon hearing this. Does that mean I will be allocated a spacious room? Indeed, properties in the outskirts hold little value. The training zone offered specialized training methods unique to the Wu Wei army, which significantly aided martial artists in their development. Intrigued, Li Hao inquired, what kinds of specialized training methods are available? Mu Lin smiled broadly, exuding delight. Before the rise of superpowers, martial artists faced immense challenges in their training. Often, they would toil for 7 to 10 years and still remain at the 10th realm. However, post the emergence of superpowers, martial artists discovered that formless mystical energy could enhance the physical body, presenting them with a new avenue for advancement. Later, we also unearthed that divine energy stones had a comprehensive strengthening effect on martial artists, proving to be even more beneficial than formless mystical energy. Li Hao nodded repeatedly. Mu Lin continued. Thus, over the years, the Wu Wei army established a formless energy chamber and a divine energy stone training room, both of which are invaluable resources that can expedite a martial artist's progress, at least before reaching the Douqian realm. Enhancing the physical body is paramount. Below Douqian, one should train in the formless mystical energy room, while above Douqian, one should utilize the divine energy training room. Li Hao's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Is the Wu Wei army truly so lavish? Divine energy stones must be scarce, I presume? It is not much, even if we, in fact, do not possess much. Yet this entity can be replenished through mystic energies, absorbed via the divine stone, and subsequently released with commendable efficacy. Li Hao nodded in understanding, then inquired, is that all? Although it was impressive, he felt that the crux had not yet been addressed. What is the crux? The concept of momentum. Indeed, within a team of thousands. If hundreds comprehend this momentum, it seems rather preposterous. There must be something here that aids martial artists in understanding this essential concept. Mu Lin glanced at Li Hao, his eyes flickering momentarily, and asked, are you dissatisfied, brotherly? What about momentum? Li Hao, disinterested in beating around the bush, replied directly, 10% breaking through to perfection. Could they all be geniuses? Is it so easy to grasp momentum? My master once mentioned that in martial arts, understanding momentum represents the most formidable challenge. If it were so simple, martial artists would not have diminished in number. Even with the rise of superpowers, martial artists, each capable of confronting thousands, would not fear them. Mu Lin nodded, realizing that this fellow had indeed pierced through to the heart of the matter. He said, indeed, there are treasures that assist martial artists in grasping momentum. But such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Li Hao smiled, gesturing toward the martial artists. With 100 grasping momentum, there could be perhaps hundreds attempting to comprehend it. How rare could the opportunity be? I do not think so. Mu Lin was left speechless and opted to feign ignorance, continuing, "What do you believe momentum is?" Li Hao hesitated for a moment before responding. There are various forms of momentum. A trivial statement, indeed. However, Mu Lin soon found it far from trivial, as Li Hao elaborated. In my experience, momentum can be categorized into three types. The first type is an eruption of one's own emotions, moods, and feelings. This type is most closely aligned with oneself. An insight that emanates from the heart, which I term human momentum. The second type arises when martial arts cultivation reaches its pinnacle. For instance, a secret technique perfected through diligent practice, where one meticulously seeks to understand the paths of predecessors, such as the 5-animal technique. If I were to pursue this path, I might uncover the momentum of the 5 animals, a type inherently possessed by the secret technique itself, which I call martial momentum. The third type, which is exceedingly rare, occurs when one witnesses strong practitioners engage in combat, observing an extraordinary sword, a remarkable blade, or a formidable spear. From these encounters, one absorbs the essence and momentum left by predecessors, leading to the imitation and cultivation of one's unique momentum, which I refer to as heavenly momentum. Each type of momentum is difficult to compare in strength. However, I believe the second type holds the least potential, while the first type possesses great potential, albeit not necessarily great power. The third type may wield greater power, yet its potential is also challenging to gauge. This time, Mu Lin was genuinely astonished. He gazed at Li Hao, rendered momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. "I initially thought you were merely powerful, yet your discourse on momentum reveals that the disciples of the 5 animals are indeed extraordinary. To be honest, even I cannot delineate these 3 types so clearly. Indeed, few endeavor to summarize this, for most only seek to grasp a single type of momentum. Why distinguish them so meticulously?" Yet Li Hao has provided a clear differentiation among the 3 types. In truth, he has experienced them all. The fire tiger momentum can be classified as human momentum, an eruption of one's own emotions. The sword of earth, this understanding emerged after witnessing Lu Long's 9 tempering force and Yuan Shua's display, along with Li Hao's reflections and attempts at emulation. It could be regarded as a manifestation of heavenly might. However, this particular celestial force pales in comparison to another form of heavenly essence. For instance, when he beheld that singular sword and grasped its sword intent, the overarching principle of that sword became far more formidable. This is the comprehension Li Hao currently possesses. As for martial momentum, it is a realm he aspires to explore further. He aims to elevate the 9 tempering force to its zenith and subsequently delve into the essence through secret techniques, which encapsulates the concept of martial force. The invincible momentum chronicled in ancient texts pertains to the human spirit, the eruption of one's emotions, the accumulation of fervor, and the unwavering confidence that renders one invincible across the world. Li Hao's ability to articulate these insights stems not from Yuan Shua's teachings, but from his own discernment. Perhaps he is still youthful and has not traversed many experiences, yet he has encountered phenomena that others might never witness. He Yong remarked that the ancient land of Silver Moon, with its every blade of grass and tree, might harbor the essence of some supreme beings. Consequently, Li Hao conjectured that the martial guard might possess artifacts imbued with the essence of ancient civilization strongholds. In truth, he has seen such artifacts. The term Zhan Tian from the City of War embodies this concept, albeit at an extraordinarily elevated level, so much so that the creator's prowess is beyond his grasp. The sword of his ancestors, however, did impart some understanding, even in the absence of a physical form, should others behold it. They too might seize the opportunity to comprehend certain sword intents, though perhaps not in the same manner as Li Hao. At this moment, Mu Lin's emotions were rather intricate. It is not the strength of an opponent that incites fear, but rather the combination of formidable prowess and a lucid comprehension of martial arts. Individuals of such caliber are challenging to subdue. He decided to unveil the truth. Previously, I found it difficult to articulate, but in light of your assertions, you are indeed correct. The martial guard possesses artifacts that encapsulate celestial might. These remnants are traces left by ancient civilization warriors during their confrontations, such as countless sword marks and blade scars that endure through the ages, enabling us to grasp the essence more readily. Moreover, within certain ancient sites, fragmented weapons exist, infused with intent, which can also aid in our understanding of essence. Li Hao's gaze flickered. What about the source divine weapons? If even the fragmented can convey essence, why has no one suggested using source divine weapons for this purpose? Even Heyong merely mentioned contemplating the essence of Hou Xiaocheng. Naturally, Heyong also indicated that some unsealed source divine weapons might retain remnants of their essence post-unsealing. This time, Mu Lin chuckled, revealing a facet unknown to you, which is indeed a fortuitous development. He elucidated, source divine weapons are undoubtedly relics of ancient civilization-s might. However, they are typically intact. Over the eons, many have lost their previous owner's traces. For instance, if a sword were severed millennia later, we might observe the fracture and ponder how the sword met its fate. Yet, with source divine weapons, this issue does not arise. An intact sword appears as new. What insights can one derive from that? Such reasoning seems valid, yet it also feels slightly amiss. Li Hao frowned. Does that imply that source divine weapons are inferior to broken weapons? No. Mu Lin once again refuted his statement. The source divine weapons can actually be categorized into two types. The first type is those that, after a period of dormancy, revive once more, as I have just described. The second type consists of sealed source divine weapons. These are not merely dormant. They are sealed away and have yet to be unsealed. Once unsealed, such a source divine weapon may unleash the intent and might of its original master in that fleeting moment. It is advisable not to attempt to comprehend this, for the likelihood of death is exceedingly high. There are indeed some powerful individuals who pursue the second type of source divine weapon, even going to great lengths to unseal them, all for the chance to experience the overwhelming power of ancient civilization's champions in that brief explosion of strength. However, sealed weapons are exceedingly rare. Li Hao thought of the Starry Sky sword, the weapons of the 8 great families, and recalled a sword among the Night Watchers, which he had provided in exchange for the blood god of the Su Guang tier. It was also a sword masquerading as one belonging to the Li family, which he had presented. A thought crossed his mind, prompting Li Hao to inquire, are there many such treasures within the martial guard army? Not particularly. And there is a significant challenge regarding their preservation. With a sigh, Mu Lin continued, moreover, some treasures may be usable once, but after the second use, the essence may dissipate. Some can be utilized 3 or 4 times, but beyond that, their efficacy diminishes. Those that can maintain their effectiveness continuously are exceedingly scarce. Within the entire martial guard army, there are only 2 or 3 such treasures, all personally overseen by the Grand Commander of the Golden Spear, of which I have no authority to manage. Li Hao nodded, now grasping why so many within the martial guard army wield power. So, are these treasures primarily obtained from relics? Indeed, Mu Lin nodded. Almost all of them are, though some were seized from pirates. The Northern Sea is rife with pirates. Some of them scavenge treasures from the sea, which may not be relics, but possess certain special effects. Are pirates formidable? They vary in strength. They are not a singular group, but many. The Northern Sea cuts through the heart of the North, flowing through over a dozen provinces. Small island groups may consist of just a few dozen individuals, while large-scale pirate organizations in the Northern Sea number in the thousands, with a significant portion being superpowered individuals. Li Hao was taken aback. So many? How is that possible? Where do so many superpowered individuals come from? In the central conflicts, many superpowered individuals could no longer find their footing, whether due to enemies, familial ruin, or being wanted for heinous crimes. The 3 major superpowered organizations previously maintained strict recruitment standards, rejecting the weak and those with inadequate talent. Smaller organizations, with limited capabilities, could not afford to support so many superpowered individuals, leading to many of them turning to a life of crime, either retreating to the mountains or venturing into the seas. Li Hao furrowed his brow. How do the pirates sustain themselves? Through plunder. The seas still harbor many merchant fleets, and once they set their sights on a city, they will land, launching sudden assaults. They have annihilated cities before, moving like the wind. Once they enter the waters, capturing them becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, pirates are a significant headache for the northern provinces and coastal regions of the central area. Our Martial Guard Army is primarily responsible for clearing the pirates near the Crescent Sea. In reality, there aren't too many, as Silver Moon is not particularly wealthy, and the larger pirates often look down upon it. He added, there are also many mysterious energies in the sea, along with treasures. So it is not uncommon to find strong individuals among the pirates. Li Hao nodded, having never before heard of the threat posed by pirates. It appears that the Wu army remains formidable, having successfully dealt with the attacking pirates. Indeed, if even the pirates, no matter how powerful, cannot contend with the Wu army, then the efforts of Hou Xiaocheng over the years would be in vain. This is merely a branch of the North Sea, specifically the Moon Sea. After a brief conversation, the two traversed the Grand Square and entered the residential area at the rear. Here, one could find some ordinary individuals, not martial artists or superhumans, but regular people responsible for logistical tasks such as cleaning and cooking. The martial artists were far too occupied to attend to such duties. If they relied on them, the place would soon become more unsanitary than a latrine. Li Hao, however, did not mind the cleanliness, as he would always change into fresh clothes whenever his attire became soiled. The night patrol had a designated changing room with an abundance of uniforms to choose from. Additionally, the family quarters of the inspection department had personnel specifically tasked with these matters. The area was dotted with small buildings, not towering, typically around 3 stories high. Mu Lin continued his explanation. There were a total of 100 such small buildings, each containing 6 rooms on every floor, accommodating up to 18 individuals per building, and thus allowing for a maximum of 800 martial artists. Each room was quite spacious, nearly 100 square meters. Accommodating 6 or even 8 individuals was feasible. If necessary, 1,000 people could reside here. However, given that these were martial artists, who wouldn't desire a bit of personal space? Moreover, with the current low occupancy, not all 100 buildings were filled. Our quarters, situated further back, comprised 1 building per person. Each small building occupied a considerable area, complete with a small courtyard, nearing 1,000 square meters. Thus, the collective area of the 100 buildings spanned approximately 100,000 square meters, and with the gaps included, this residential district would likely exceed 200,000 square meters, quite an expansive locale. However, when calculated, it amounted to merely 300 acres, which is hardly significant. There were also dining halls and marketplaces nearby. Furthermore, if there were family members, a large building at the front served as a hotel for visits, albeit only accessible to veterans with over 3 years of service. Additionally, family approvals were stringent, and it was generally advised that families refrained from visiting. They could return home, with a month-long leave granted annually. Li Hao nodded, following along to observe the surroundings. As they walked, individuals encountered Mu Lin quickly withdrew, some offering a swift salute, and even the ordinary people showed respect. He was the second in command here, often filling the leadership role in the absence of the chief. Even if the centurions did not favor him and called him by name, they would still heed him in critical moments. After a while, they arrived at a secluded cluster of small buildings. Li Hao scanned the area, noting around 20 to 30 small buildings, spaced apart, and appearing more tranquil and aesthetically pleasing than the previous ones. This is where we will reside. Mu Lin gestured toward the interior, stating, currently, there are 14 occupants, with 16 buildings remaining vacant. You may choose any one of them. 14, including the 9 centurions. And with you and Jin Chong, that makes only 11. Li Hao expressed his confusion. Mu Lin chuckled. Jin Chong's chief has a disciple who has also reached the duoqian level, hence 1 building is designated for him. His captain of the guard is likewise a duoqian. So there is another building. Li Hao's heart stirred at the revelation of 2 more duoqian individuals present. Indeed, the elite guard of the Golden Spear cannot possibly be weak. But what about the other building? The other one belongs to the Hou department. However, their visits are infrequent. Li Hao understood. He glanced around. Not in a hurry to select a residence. That could wait. So what must I do now? Prepare your team. Mu Lin swiftly replied. Additionally, bestow a resounding name upon your 100-man regiment. For instance, the one you defeated with 2 punches, Chen Jin, his 100-man team is called the Mountain Breaking Army. 100 men, and they are the Mountain Breaking Army. Moreover, the heir of the mountain axe merely named it the Mountain Breaking Army. Is that truly impressive? Should I name mine the 5-animal army? What nonsense. Am I to prepare everything myself? Li Hao furrowed his brow. The martial artists I know, aside from those here, do not number 100. Of course, you will not be entirely on your own. The Golden Spear leader mentioned before departing that if Lu Long were to come, we could draw 10 from his elite guard for the formation of the new army. It is best not to draw from other teams, as they are accustomed to their previous training methods. As for partners, if it comes to that, it is permissible to draw from 9 teams, with a maximum of 3 from each, provided they are not centurions. You may choose freely, and they cannot refuse. If you gather them all, You will have enough for 37 men. The rest will be your own responsibility. That constitutes over a third, and selecting the remaining members will be much easier, facilitating integration. Li Hao nodded. This was acceptable. What about the benefits of the martial guard? Even if I recruit people, I must mention the benefits, right? Mu Lin chuckled. The benefits are excellent. As for finances, let us not dwell on that. For each martial artist, one can earn a divine energy stone monthly. Furthermore, every 3 months, one may choose a treasure to comprehend for a day. Although mastering the momentum of 1,000 battles is achievable, gaining insights into the same type of momentum can be immensely beneficial. A divine energy stone. How extravagant. This item is worth hundreds to thousands of mysterious energies. Direct descendants indeed possess great wealth. While in Silver City, Li Hao and his companions received merely 1 mysterious energy per month, a mere fraction of what they now contemplate. Li Hao's eyes glimmered with envy. The Night Watchers were truly unfortunate. Minister Hao seems to receive only a few dozen mysterious energies monthly, whereas the 1,000 fighters receive a divine energy stone. Naturally, Hao Lianchuan's salary is merely a salary. When needed, he can urgently access some divine energy stones. Just 1 divine energy stone is sufficient to entice the 1,000 fighters, not to mention the opportunity for comprehension every 3 months. What about breaking 100? In the early to mid stages of breaking 100, one can earn 10 units of attribute-less mysterious energy monthly, while in the later stages, the mysterious energy remains the same. However, one can comprehend momentum once every 6 months. This is unnecessary in the earlier stages. For those who achieve complete breaking, they can comprehend once every 4 months. Slightly less frequent than the 1,000 fighters, but without divine energy stones. Li Hao nodded. Thus, the greatest allure of the martial guard lies in the comprehension of momentum and the enhancement thereof. Thus, those remnants of power and intent are the most treasured possessions of the Wu Wei army. As for the divine energy stones, they are of little consequence. Even among the most diligent explorers, the expenditure of merely over 10 stones a month translates to just over 100 stones in a year. Despite their extensive exploration of numerous ruins, they still manage to procure these stones. The distribution of the spoils derived from exploring these ruins is also a matter of concern for Li Hao. Mu Lin chuckled, anticipating his inquiry. It depends on the situation. For instance, if you discover a ruin and explore it on your own, that's one scenario. If the upper echelons provide a ruin for you to explore, that's another. Should you seize a ruin that has already been discovered by the enemy, that constitutes yet another situation. The rules established by the department state that if a ruin is provided by the higher-ups, the spoils are to be split 50-50. If you discover and explore it yourself, the division is 70-30 in your favor. If you seize it from the enemy, you keep everything. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, questioning. So, even for one's own discoveries, we must still concede 30% to the upper echelons? He did not mind the 50-50 split for provided ruins, as it seemed fair, nor did he begrudge taking everything from the enemy. However, having to relinquish a portion of his own discoveries struck him as unjust. Mu Lin explained, Brother, to put it bluntly, many here owe their current strength to the support of the department. Without such backing, would you be able to reap such benefits? Moreover, the upper echelons also require funding to pay our salaries. Can we expect the department to sustain us indefinitely? The Wu Wei army, after all, bears the title of a military force, and at times, excessive independence can hinder our cohesion. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded, refraining from further comment. Perhaps he had not experienced such dynamics before. During his previous explorations with Hao Lianchuan and others, he had taken everything for himself, lacking awareness of such nuances. When he was part of the demon hunting squad, Lu Long had directly allocated resources. By the way, Mu Lin continued, the distribution scheme I mentioned is for you and the other leaders to manage. You must decide whether to share with the brothers below. If they contribute, you should share. If you choose not to, that is your prerogative. However, if they grow weary of such treatment and seek opportunities elsewhere, do not blame them for your shortcomings. Li Hao nodded in understanding. So, the Wu Wei army is capable of recruiting from other squads? Indeed, Mu Lin replied with a smile. However, under normal circumstances, such occurrences are rare. The captains are generally aware of their boundaries. The Wu Wei army possesses a semblance of private militia. The comrades under your command are indeed your own. This practice has historical precedence with the royal family, though it is not without its flaws. However, imposing excessive restrictions on superhumans and martial masters is inappropriate. The department seeks to grant everyone maximum freedom. Yet, remember one crucial rule within the Wu Wei army that must be adhered to. When orders from the department are issued, regardless of the peril involved, you must execute them without hesitation. Refusal to comply is tantamount to death. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and nodded. This is how it should be. Otherwise, such leniency would allow individuals to reap benefits without due diligence, which would be far too comfortable for martial masters. Clearly, Hou Xiaocheng is a man who prioritizes outcomes over processes. As long as everyone is ultimately obedient, he remains unconcerned with the means employed. The terms of benefits have been settled, the location has been surveyed, and the circumstances understood. Li Hao inquired further. Under normal circumstances, how frequently do we receive assignments? Not too often, generally about once a month. In some cases, it may be as infrequent as once every 3 months, considering that relics are not ubiquitous. And pirates do not appear daily. Understood. Li Hao exhaled. The compensation is satisfactory, the tasks are reasonable, and the profit sharing is acceptable. I shall accept this role. Mu Lin chuckled heartily. Under typical conditions, no one would decline. He then added with an air of mystery. There is another advantage, though it may appear inconspicuous. It is indeed valuable. There exists a library built by the Ministry of Hou, containing numerous secret techniques and manuals, including breathing methods. This was preserved from the time when the Tianqing martial guard eliminated the remnants of disreputable martial sects during the martial ban. Additionally, some ancient texts were unearthed by your teacher, though he destroyed many. The Ministry of Hou preserved some, including those your teacher obtained while excavating relics, as well as some we have gathered ourselves. Li Hao's eyes flickered with interest. This was indeed commendable. Although it may seem of little monetary value, knowledge is priceless. Well then, my young brother, you may choose a residence for yourself later. It's best to relocate here. The southern city lacks quality options. This place is tranquil and conducive to martial practice. If you have acquaintances, bring them along. Don't you know Lu Long? If Do Qian comes, it will undoubtedly lead to progress. I initially intended for him to be my personal guard captain, but alas, he did not arrive. It seems the mysterious matter mentioned by Mu Sun last time was indeed to have Lu Long serve in that capacity. Li Hao found himself speechless. If Captain Lu arrives, can't he serve as a centurion instead? He asked. Mu Lin shook his head. If you do not take the position, he can. If you do, he cannot. There are no additional slots available. Increasing the ranks by 100 would be feasible, but doubling that would be untenable for the martial guard. Over the years, they have only maintained 1,000 personnel, which is precisely the issue. Excessive consumption. If you find it unsuitable, you could serve as a deputy while he assumes the role of a 1,000-man leader, and no one would oppose you. Li Hao scoffed. I wouldn't do that. Being the leader means a larger share of the profits. As for the captaincy, I shall inquire about it later. Finally, Mu Lin added, by the way, do not forget to collect a special communicator. It covers a range of 1,000 miles and allows for contact as well as a locating device to find you at any time. Generally, they want to seek you out, but should any situation arise where you cannot be located or find yourself in danger, your position can be quickly pinpointed. I mention this in advance to avoid any misconceptions of surveillance. Li Hao nodded, feeling quite satisfied. As for exposing his location, given that he is a living entity under the watchful eyes of countless individuals, what concern is there? Thus, the next step would be to recruit personnel. Once he gathered a team, they could embark on significant endeavors. What endeavors, you may ask? Certainly, to eliminate the Red Moon's agents and seize the Red Shadow. This, of course, is merely a secondary objective. Li Hao harbored his own intentions. If he could indeed bring along some individuals and reap benefits from the martial guard, strengthening his power, he might subsequently explore some ancient ruins. The last time in Battle Sky City, he had gained considerable advantages. He then proceeded to a small residential area, selecting a solitary building nestled at the edge. Behind the structure lay an artificial forest, and beyond that, the coastline awaited, close to the beach, making it an ideal spot for Li Hao to gaze upon the sea. He held little interest in the house, as it was not registered under his name. It mattered not where he resided. In Silver City, he owned a grand house, yet regrettably, it too was not in his name. With his prolonged absence, it might very well become someone else's. The only property that truly belonged to him was that old house, now deemed a hazardous structure, sealed off and reportedly awaiting demolition. Li Hao adamantly refused to relinquish it. If it were to be torn down, he would lose everything. Meanwhile, outside the city, several luminaries of the rising sun convened once more. Blue Moon, fanning herself with a paper fan, furrowed her brow and remarked, "That coward Hou Qingfeng has the audacity to declare he no longer wishes to participate. He claims Hou Xiaocheng is willing to be reassigned, and this idiot actually believed him." Initially, it was Hou Qingfeng who had contacted them, asserting that the Night Watch supported resolving the issue with Hou Xiaocheng. Yet now, it appeared that he had succumbed to fear. With Hou Xiaocheng consenting to a transfer, Hou Qingfeng took it upon himself to claim the credit, reporting to the Night Watch headquarters that it was his influence that pressured Hou Xiaocheng into acquiescence. After all, Director Zhou and the others would not contest his accolades. Having achieved recognition, and with Hou Xiaocheng seemingly formidable, coupled with the deaths of two individuals, Hou Qingfeng was now hesitant and unwilling to collaborate. Beneath his cloak, a voice as cold as the mountain air remarked, "It is only natural that Hou Qingfeng is reluctant. He has grown fearful. The recent murders of Yu Xiao and Huang Jie serve as a stark warning. Known for his timidity in the central region, he seizes opportunities when they arise but flees when they do not." Blue Moon remained silent for a moment, contemplating before speaking. Without Hou Qingfeng, shall we continue to probe Hou Xiaocheng? Does anyone have any thoughts? Perhaps we should wait. At that moment, the Equal King interjected. "Let us wait until we enter the ruins to test him. Hou Xiaocheng seems poised to enter Battle Sky City, which might help us avoid unnecessary complications." "Ruins," Blue Moon responded gravely. "What we fear most is that he may refuse us entry." The Equal King retorted coldly, "We shall enter Battle Sky City, without a doubt." The three major organizations share a unified goal this time. If Hou Xiaocheng believes he can obstruct us, he is merely courting his own demise. This is a site yet to be fully explored, an ancient city guarded by top-tier puppets, with countless souls eager to partake in its bounty. Now that the central region has caught wind of this, Hou Xiaocheng can no longer dictate the terms. With a disdainful chuckle, the Equal King added, "Moreover, we are not alone. The next entry will likely involve multiple factions. Is the royal family merely spectating with Hiyang's persistent presence? As for the 9 offices, only Hou Qingfeng has shown himself. Where are the others? And what of the nearby provinces? Does no one else harbor ambitions? In the northern regions of the 19 provinces, aside from the chaotic state of the 3 northern provinces, other areas are not devoid of formidable individuals. With news having spread, is there truly no one stirred by it? Hou Xiaocheng's intentions to intervene are futile." Lan Yu slightly nodded, acknowledging the futility of intervention. If access is denied to everyone, it may ultimately lead to significant troubles for Yin. Thus, they must bide their time. Recently, the Night Patrol and the military, alongside the inspection department, have been relentlessly pursuing the 3 families. Just as Lan Yu was about to speak, Ban Shan interjected, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." The Equal King vanished in an instant, showing no interest in the discussion. The primary target of the Night Patrol is currently Hong Yu, relentlessly hunting down its members and tracking their strongholds, while the pressure on Fei Tian and Yin Luo is comparatively less intense. The 3 major organizations are not truly united as one family. The fate of Hong Yu's members is of little concern to them. Lan Yu glared coldly in the direction from which the 2 had departed, letting out a disdainful snort. These 2 would undoubtedly relish the demise of more members from Hong Yu. Once they were gone, Ziyu finally spoke. "So, we have abandoned any plans to act against Hou Xiaocheng?" Lan Yu nodded slightly. "The absence of Hou Qingfeng means the loss of one Su Guang. Although they could still take action, Hou Qingfeng's non-participation signifies a potential shift. He might turn against them and ally with Yin to combat the 3 major organizations. This individual is capable of betrayal. If he could sell out Hou Xiaocheng, he could just as easily do so to the 3 major organizations, demonstrating a complete lack of principles, an inconsistency that exemplifies the disparity between the 2 Su Guang." Lan Yu exhaled softly, feeling somewhat vexed, and soon remarked, "Since Hou Xiaocheng intends to explore the ruins, that presents an opportunity. Within the ruins, one could evade certain unforeseen factors, such as external assistance. Yin may not be as straightforward. The complications surrounding their attempts to eliminate Hou Xiaocheng are numerous." Ziyu replied solemnly, "But that also implies we face the same predicament. Entering the ruins means forfeiting the chance for outside aid, not just for Hou Xiaocheng." Lan Yu fell silent. Accompanying Hou Xiaocheng into the ruins is undoubtedly perilous, yet what alternative exists? Ziyu continued, "Is Hou Xiaocheng truly one of the 3 commanders of the Tianqing Martial Guard? I'm uncertain. Perhaps he is, but possibly not." "That's obvious," Ziyu retorted, then hesitated before inquiring, Is that manager Yu the legendary Yu Luosha? After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu smiled. That is a possibility. You do not recognize him? Ziyu was taken aback. You do not know the illustrious Ziyu? Lan Yu chuckled. What do you expect? During the July gathering, the illustrious Lan Yu was my master, not myself. The 7 of them were all quite enigmatic, including your mother. If you do not recognize the illustrious Ziyu, how could I? At this point, Ziyu nodded in agreement. The members of July were indeed shrouded in mystery, and there remains uncertainty regarding whether the illustrious Ziyu is truly Yu Luosha. The rumors circulating are merely gossip, and Han Yu has never spoken of such matters. Furthermore, her mother seldom mentioned these topics, and whenever they arose, she would fall silent. Lan Yu, unwilling to delve further into the conversation, rose and said, "Be cautious in the coming days. Yu is fully targeting Han Yu, and the dangers are considerable. Do not let yourself be captured by their people. If you were to perish, I would have some complications." Ziyu frowned in silence. The blue moon drifted out of the hall, her voice resonating. Do not approach that chief steward Yu. Even if she truly embodies the essence of Yularasha, the legendary purple moon, and is indeed a close friend of your mother, she is now the chief of the Night Watch. Once a woman is ensnared by love, she will disregard the bonds of friendship. It would be a jest to assume she wouldn't resort to murder. You may already know the origin of the title Rasha. I shall not act so foolishly. Ziyu scoffed. How could I possibly seek out that chief steward Yu? Am I to court death? Moreover, although Hou Xiaocheng's gun did not claim her life that day, it left her utterly terrified. How could she dare venture toward the Night Watch to meet her demise? Let us hope. Lan Yu's laughter echoed as she vanished. Chapter 123. The Art of Flying Birds. The Earth-Shattering Sword. Subscription requested. In the new dormitory, the solitary cottage offered solace. Free from disturbances, the nearest building was several hundred meters away, and the nearby structures remained unoccupied. At this moment, Li Hao produced the embroidered needle fire phoenix spear. The spear swiftly resumed its elongated form, yet remained dull and lifeless. Gazing at the lackluster fire phoenix spear, Li Hao furrowed his brow. It has gone into seclusion. He retrieved a divine energy stone, only to find the spear unresponsive. Chief Steward Yu had stated that once in seclusion, the fire phoenix spear could only be activated by Hou Xiaocheng. This posed a significant dilemma. If he were to inform Hou Xiaocheng that he wished to activate the fire phoenix spear for the purpose of engaging in a spar, would he be willing? Li Hao feared for his life. Why must it go into seclusion? Li Hao muttered to himself as he drew a small sword from his boot. Gently tapping the fire phoenix spear, it seemed to quiver slightly. With a sigh, he remarked, I never intended to sever you. You are the weapon of Minister Hou. How could I dare? I merely wish to evoke a glimpse of the fire phoenix. Why do you retreat into seclusion? Clang, clang, clang. The small sword lightly struck the spear, producing a series of metallic sounds. Yet, the fire phoenix spear remained dull. Li Hao's expression darkened as he murmured, I have heard the fire phoenix spear is of the highest caliber. My starry sky sword previously severed the shadow snake's sword and consumed its soul. I wonder if it could cut through the fire phoenix spear? Probably not, for it is said to be a divine weapon of the heavens, fearfully powerful. The fire phoenix spear seemed to tremble slightly. Li Hao sighed again. So be it. If I cannot activate it, I shall indulge myself with a few strikes. I shall return it afterward. If it breaks, no one would believe that I did it. I lack the strength to shatter the fire phoenix spear. They would surely claim it was a counterfeit. In an instant, as Li Hao raised the small sword, a flicker of fiery red illuminated the fire phoenix spear. His eyes glimmered, and he smiled, impressive, truly remarkable. This fire phoenix spear can indeed perceive human words, or, perhaps, comprehend human intentions. The soul of a weapon. He had encountered the shadow snake's sword, which bore the shadow of a serpent. When its phantom emerged, it seemed to understand as Li Hao struck with his sword. For in that moment, he sensed fear. Previously, after shedding blood, the fire phoenix spear had retreated into seclusion. Li Hao speculated that perhaps this fire phoenix spear could communicate with the divine. It could comprehend and sense. Indeed, this remarkable object truly possesses the ability to comprehend. Li Hao found himself somewhat astounded. A weapon, capable of understanding human speech. What could this signify? If weapons truly possess souls, does that not imply they might also be alive? This notion is utterly astonishing. Moreover, why do these weapons bear shadows of certain mythical creatures? For instance, the fire phoenix and the shadow serpent encountered earlier. Additionally, It appears that the thunder god armor of Zhou also bears the likeness of a thunderous beast. What exactly is this phenomenon? Is it a form of power or perhaps a manifestation of will? Li Hao was perplexed and bewildered. Could it be that these weapons were forged from the remnants of mythical creatures? In that moment, he recalled the possibly deceased Black Panther. If he were to craft a weapon from the Black Panther, would it not carry the shadow of a dog? Poor Black Panther, who had reaped so many benefits from me, now seems to have vanished. Li Hao sighed. However, that clever creature might not necessarily be dead. Perhaps it simply fled. After all, Yuan Shua had always sought to capture it while accompanying Li Hao, which may have frightened the Black Panther away. From the Fire Phoenix spear, he suddenly thought of the Black Panther. Gazing at the fiery crimson spear in his hand, Li Hao thrust it forward, unleashing a resounding explosion in the void. The material of the spear itself was remarkably sturdy, easily piercing through the fabric of space. The fire energy slightly dissipated, bringing with it an intense sensation of heat. Such a formidable weapon, undoubtedly superior to the small sword. Though the small sword remained sealed, Li Hao still believed it to be stronger. Otherwise, why would the Fire Phoenix spear fear anything? Standing quietly with the spear in hand, Li Hao felt as though he had transformed into Hou Xiaocheng, seeking to grasp certain truths. Yet moments later, he shook his head and lowered the spear, realizing he could sense nothing from the dormant Fire Phoenix spear. Only a faint hint of murderous intent was perceptible, which indeed held some intrigue. Nan Quan suggested that perhaps by activating the Fire Phoenix spear, he could perceive the essence and will of Hou Xiaocheng. At the very least, the might of the shot that had slain the red-haired foe should still resonate within. Li Hao pondered, what kind of force did Hou Xiaocheng embody? Was he still a martial master? If he had transcended that title, and instead was merely a superhuman above the dawn's light, could he still exhibit such force? The essence of the spear? Li Hao contemplated this. The value of the divine energy stone was considerable, and feeding it to the Fire Phoenix spear without yielding results would be an utter waste. He lightly tapped his foot and nodded in satisfaction at the sturdy floor beneath him. This place was remarkable. Hou Xiaocheng must have appropriated public resources, employing his abilities to construct this base. He had noticed yesterday that the flooring here was significantly more durable than that outside. Yesterday, he had hurled a formidable opponent into the ground, and had it been ordinary tiles, he would have likely penetrated over 10 meters into the earth. Yet here, he could only manage a depth of 1 meter. Indeed, this structure was likely constructed using Earth-based superpowers. Remarkably solid, indeed. Glancing once more at the Fire Phoenix spear in his hand, Li Hao suddenly inquired, "Can you exhibit the divine will and force of Hou Xiaocheng? Allow me to witness your prowess." The Fire Phoenix spear remained silent and motionless. Li Hao grasped the starry sky sword and sighed. "It appears it cannot be done. I shall strike once to see if it can be awakened." The Fire Phoenix spear remained eerily silent. Li Hao raised his brows, and in an instant, he unleashed his sword intent, bringing it down in a slashing motion. However, before he could complete the strike, the Fire Phoenix spear vanished in an instant, reappearing several meters away, suspended in midair. Li Hao smiled, and as he chuckled, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. Is it truly a blessing for a weapon to possess a soul? A weapon with a soul may protect its master, yet it can just as easily turn against its wielder. This may not be a fortuitous circumstance. It seems you cannot escape. Is this as far as you can go? Li Hao laughed. If I were to feed you a divine energy stone, would you engage me in combat? If you perform admirably, I shall continue to nourish you. If you falter, I shall cleave you with the starry sky sword. With that, Li Hao suddenly declared, a common sword technique may not sever you, but I shall employ a rather unique sword intent, perhaps one I shall call the Eternal Life Sword. In the next moment, Li Hao's sword intent surged forth. In that instance, he recalled the sword strike from his memories, as if he were about to pierce the heavens with a single blow. The Fire Phoenix spear, which had merely been hovering, suddenly quaked violently, vanishing without a trace. Li Hao's expression changed. Has it fled? Goodness! If it has escaped, I am doomed. Hou Xiaocheng would surely kill me. He hurriedly dashed outside, and just as he burst forth, he witnessed the Fire Phoenix spear crash to the ground with a resounding thud. As if unable to stray too far from Li Hao. Surprised, Li Hao noted that although the spear had attempted to flee, the blood he had previously dripped seemed to have constrained its range. How intriguing. He swiftly retrieved the Fire Phoenix spear, which still trembled in his grip. Clearly, Li Hao's previous strike had indeed startled the spear. The Eternal Life Sword and the Starry Sky Sword, when brought together, still caused the fire phoenix spear to quiver. Continue to flee. Li Hao realized, chuckling. It seems this ancient weapon possesses quite the discernment. It has witnessed the prowess of my ancestor's sword. Do you now believe I can sever you? The fire phoenix spear trembled slightly, seemingly in response to Li Hao. So it is true. Li Hao's eyes glimmered. Were you truly a phoenix in your past life? Did phoenixes genuinely exist? In ancient civilizations, were there indeed such mythical beings as dragons and phoenixes? The fire phoenix spear quivered once more, as if confirming that such creatures did exist. Li Hao pondered, stroking his chin. Was the fire phoenix spear formidable in its heyday? It trembled again. Li Hao surmised that this singular motion indicated affirmation, suggesting that the spear believed itself to be quite powerful. And how do you compare to my starry sky sword? Are you slightly stronger? This time, the fire phoenix spear trembled twice. Li Hao rejoiced. Incredible. This spear can indeed respond. It clearly perceives the starry sky sword as more formidable. Elated, Li Hao mused that perhaps the spear could revive on its own without needing to consume divine energy stones. At this moment, all that occupied Li Hao's thoughts was this notion. As for the starry sky sword being superior, he had no doubts. His ancestors must have been truly formidable. Just the sight of that sword intent was enough to instill fear. The fire phoenix spear did not evoke such feelings in him. Who is more formidable? Minister Hou or I? Li Hao inquired, but the fire phoenix spear remained silent, perhaps at a loss for how to respond. Am I stronger than Minister Hou? The spear trembled twice in a definitive denial, clearly indicating that Li Hao was overthinking. Is Minister Hou a martial master? This time, the fire phoenix spear did not quiver, prompting a frown from Li Hao. What did its stillness signify? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Did Minister Hou traverse the energy path? This time, the spear vibrated once, then twice, in negation. The energy path refers to the superpower path, a term Li Hao had heard from the Silver Warrior, possibly in ancient nomenclature. It was uncertain whether the fire phoenix spear comprehended the concept of superpower. Nevertheless, it was difficult to ascertain. At that moment, Li Hao frowned. Was it not a superpower path? Then, it must indeed be the martial master path. Superpower transformed into martial mastery. Li Hao mused, it must be so. As for why it did not follow a purely martial path, he contemplated that it was likely not the case. Otherwise, what he had observed should not have been so glaring and uncomfortable. A martial master is inherently reserved, never presenting a dazzling aura that would be hard to behold. Perhaps Minister Hou had not fully transitioned, still retaining a trace of superpower, which contributed to the discomforting impression he left on Li Hao and others. Martial masters, on the other hand, would not elicit such sensations. At this juncture, Li Hao's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "Do you understand the concept of force?" Don't say you don't comprehend. I've perused ancient texts where the ancients also spoke of it. If you know, tremble once. Tremble once. You do. Li Hao's eyes brightened. As for force, never mind. They are all interconnected. The essence lies in personal perception, and force does not adhere to specifics. He recalled Hong Yitong's words and suddenly realized that Hong Yitong possessed a remarkably unique understanding of force. Li Hao ceased his questioning. Whether it trembled once or twice seemed trivial. He decided to first witness the essence of force. Fire Phoenix Spear, let us engage in combat. Li Hao flung the long spear, which soared momentarily before plummeting. Playing dead? Li Hao was at a loss, stepping forward to retrieve the spear, furrowing his brow. Let us spar, or I shall sever you. The long spear trembled. This time, it quivered incessantly. Li Hao was perplexed. What did this mean? Sometimes, the spirits of these weapons seemed rather unresponsive. Had they not been activated? Did they require divine energy stones? Could they not awaken themselves? Li Hao wished to conserve his resources. The spear continued to shake with fervor. Realizing the truth, Li Hao understood that they indeed required sustenance. Without it, they would not function. He speculated that perhaps these divine source weapons had languished for too long, lacking the power of a master to invigorate them. Clearly, when Hou Xiaocheng had given the spear to Hao Lianchuan, he might have infused it with some internal energy or superpower, whereas Li Hao had likely received it devoid of such enhancements. This was the essence of activation. Li Hao ceased his musings and retrieved a fire energy stone from his storage ring. Earlier, after defeating Yu Xiao and the others, he had acquired 13 pieces, and he also had several left over, having not used them recently. However, there are not many fire attributes. Upon examination, there are only 3 in total. One could last quite a while, right? Li Hao pondered as he gazed at the fire phoenix spear, still unable to resist the allure, deciding to give it a try. Although divine energy stones are precious, there will be opportunities to acquire them again in the future. The Fire Phoenix Spear, on the other hand, could only be in his possession for 3 days. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and shattered the divine energy stone. A surge of fire energy erupted forth, while the Stardust sword in his hand showed no inclination to absorb it. Under normal circumstances, it was only when Li Hao practiced the 5 beasts breathing technique that the sword would absorb energy. It was rather finicky. The Fire Phoenix Spear, however, displayed no such selectiveness. The instant it shattered, the spear began to voraciously absorb the energy. In this regard, the Stardust sword was clearly of a higher caliber. It had previously consumed superior nourishment, while the Fire Phoenix Spear feasted on something of lesser quality. As it absorbed a substantial amount of fire energy, a phantom of a fire phoenix began to take shape, flickering into existence. A palpable heat emanated throughout the entire hall. Li Hao's eyes sparkled. Was it about to be activated? What would emerge? Would it be the soul of the Fire Phoenix? Or would the spear itself take action? He was uncertain, as this was his first attempt, and he lacked experience. He had chosen this location to avoid any disturbances upon returning home, fearing the commotion might collapse Hao Lianchuan's residence. Lost in thought, at that moment, a small phoenix suddenly materialized above the Fire Phoenix Spear. Li Hao, filled with eager anticipation for the phoenix's emergence, had prepared his initial move, only to find the phoenix vanish in an instant. Gone. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, waiting for a response, but there was none. Approaching for a closer look, he noticed that the Fire Phoenix Spear appeared even more radiant than before. Yet, there was no action. Let us fight, Li Hao called out. And the Fire Phoenix Spear trembled as if to say, I haven't had enough. I lack the strength. Li Hao paused, and after a moment, he grasped its meaning, his expression darkening. Goodness, I've been outwitted by a mere weapon. Did it take me for a fool? Gritting his teeth, he suddenly raised the long sword and slashed down at the Fire Phoenix Spear. I'll make you eat. Ridiculous. The divine energy stone contained a wealth of fire energy. How could it not be activated? This weapon actually dared to toy with him? I will sever you. Let us see if you dare retaliate. Just as he swung down, the Fire Phoenix Spear moved abruptly, striking toward Li Hao's throat with astonishing speed. It seemed to have been lying in wait all along. Li Hao's heart raced, sensing an intense danger. This thing could launch a sneak attack? As he brought his sword down, the Fire Phoenix Spear vanished in an instant, reappearing dangerously close to Li Hao's throat. He swiftly retreated, executing the Deer Shadow technique to perfection, floating backward like a feather in the air. Boom! The spear blazed with fire. In that moment, the Fire Phoenix Spear unleashed a torrent of flames, scorching the heavens and the earth. Li Hao suddenly felt as though he was engulfed in a sea of fire. The surrounding furniture remained unscathed, yet he felt as if his very spirit was ablaze. What kind of attack was this? He was taken aback, and in that instant, he comprehended how the red-haired man had met his demise. This spear possessed a divine essence in its strikes. It is not the physical body that is vanquished first, but rather the spirit. When the spirit perishes, the body follows suit. Thus, the red-haired individual scarcely had sufficient time to evade, for at the very instant the spear pierced his being, his spirit was already ensnared or perhaps consumed in flames. With a fierce roar, Li Hao unleashed a thunderous bellow, akin to a tiger breaking free from its cage. Within his heart, a fierce tiger materialized. As the tiger possessed him, Li Hao swung his sword, this strike seeming not merely a manifestation of reality, but rather a divine contest. In his mind's eye, a phoenix emerged ablaze. Its sharp talons, accompanied by flames, lunged toward the tiger in an instant. In the physical realm, the spear also lunged toward Li Hao's throat, yet he countered with his sword, his thoughts consumed by the image of the tiger's ferocity and the phoenix's assault. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated through his mind, as in reality, the starry sword cleaved through the air, causing the fiery phoenix spear to veer slightly off course. Yet, the spear remained unbroken, as formidable as ever. Li Hao quickly regained his senses, perceiving the fierce tiger and the fiery phoenix as evenly matched. He glanced at the phoenix spear, now perilously close, then at the sword in his hand, somewhat astonished. Was it unharmed? What had he feared before? Soon, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps the small sword could only sever the soul, which is why the soul of the phoenix spear had yet to manifest. Only when the soul was severed could there be hope of breaking the source of the divine weapon. He was not entirely certain, Yet he worried about truly severing the phoenix spear. He swiftly sheathed the small sword within his military boot, grinning. There was no need for this tool, lest it bring undue anxiety. Just as before, it was formidable, and he wished to witness the true might of the phoenix spear. This time, he was somewhat more experienced. As he sheathed the small sword, an ephemeral image of the phoenix appeared before him, confirming his earlier suspicion. The opponent indeed feared the small sword, not the spear itself, but the souls it could cleave. In that moment, the phoenix transformed into a spear, and in the blink of an eye, it was in motion, a living spear. Incredibly agile, Li Hao quickly retreated, refraining from immediate engagement. However, the phoenix spear unleashed an array of illusions, and for a moment, Li Hao found himself unable to discern reality from illusion, or perhaps they were all real. The spear moved too swiftly, leaving only afterimages in its wake. Transforming into the fierce tiger, Li Hao roared and struck forth with a punch, yet it met only emptiness. The spear vanished, reappearing perilously close to his head. Li Hao hastily withdrew, tilting his head to evade, yet he still struggled to withstand the spear's relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced through, and Li Hao instinctively turned his head, only to feel a sharp pain in his ear. The tip of the spear grazed his right ear, tearing away flesh and leaving a trail of blood. Blood began to drip, staining his face and neck. Not only blood, but also marks of burns adorned him. Li Hao inhaled sharply, springing upward to evade the second horizontal sweep of the spear. The phoenix spear was surprisingly more agile than a human. Catching Li Hao off guard with its blinding speed, he found it difficult to keep pace. As he jumped, the spear soared like a bird, slicing through the void. And in an instant, it aimed to pierce him. A cold sweat broke out upon him, for he had never encountered such intensity even in battles against peak adversaries. In this moment, disregarding everything else, he let out a fierce roar and delivered a powerful kick. A thunderous sound erupted as the long spear trembled under the force of his strike. In the next instant, the spear transformed into a small serpent, coiling around his leg. This was a maneuver that Li Hao relished. Proficient in the five-animal technique, he often enjoyed using his agile body to entangle his enemies' weapons, striking with precision to shatter their defenses. However, he never anticipated that he would receive a lesson from the Fire Phoenix spear today. What you can do, I can also do. With a quiver in his leg, Li Hao opened his fists, resembling claws, and lunged towards the Fire Phoenix spear. At that very moment, the spear's tip suddenly morphed into the beak of a fiery bird, sharp and menacing, darting towards his hand with alarming speed. Was this the spearhead? Li Hao felt momentarily dazed. It was as if he were not battling a spear, but rather engaging in combat with the Fire Phoenix itself. He could not articulate what he felt, but it reminded him of the five-animal technique taught by his master. When his master fought, the enemies experienced a similar sensation. When one believed they were contending with a human, it was not so. Yuan Shuo seemed to embody the fierce tiger, the black bear, the soaring bird. A thought flashed through Li Hao's mind. He suddenly shaped his hand into a beak and struck towards the Fire Phoenix's beak. The impact was explosive, and a sharp pain shot through his palm. As he focused, he realized that his hand had been pierced, a gaping wound appearing instantly. Cursing under his breath, he acknowledged the weapon's sharpness. This was not merely the prowess of Hou Xiaocheng. It was the innate ability of the Fire Phoenix itself. Though he had aimed to strike the spear, he failed to achieve the desired effect. Li Hao felt foolish. His hand was strong, yet it was still flesh and blood. The Fire Phoenix he envisioned was not a living creature. It was a spear, incredibly robust. Striking the spear's tip with his palm was bound to result in injury. His choice was understandable, for that Fire Phoenix felt all too real. In the next moment, Li Hao regained his composure, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. He began to understand. He should not regard this as a weapon, nor as a Fire Phoenix, but rather as Yuan Shuo, a master of the bird technique. Yes. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. This was a formidable practitioner of the bird technique. If he could not contend with the Fire Phoenix spear, it signified he could not face his teacher, who only practiced the bird technique. The bird technique had taken on new significance. Images of this clash filled Li Hao's mind, and he no longer concerned himself with Hou Xiaocheng's ominous presence. With the ferocity of a tiger, he leaped forward, embodying the essence of the flying tiger. A tiger, too, could catch birds. The confrontation between the tiger and the phoenix seemed vividly alive, as they engaged in a frenzied battle within that small room. The tiger's roar reverberating through the mountains, and the phoenix's cry echoing through the heavens. Meanwhile, Mu Lin hastily arrived, his expression grim as he gazed towards the distant courtyard. Brows furrowed in confusion. What was happening? Had a powerful adversary infiltrated this place to assassinate Li Hao? He felt compelled to approach, sensing two immense forces clashing. One was Li Hao's tiger energy, while the other bore resemblance to fiery energy, akin to the essence of a bird. As a martial artist, he was acutely aware of such energies. He initially thought Yuan Shuo had returned, perhaps engaging in a spar with his disciple. The bird technique against the tiger fighting technique? Thus, he hesitated, wondering if Yuan Shuo had indeed come back to impart lessons to his student. Mu Lin was beset with anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to charge in. Even if Yuan Shuo had returned without a word and was engaged in combat, it was unacceptable. Should he misjudge the situation and Li Hao were to be slain, what would become of the martial honor of the Wu Wei army? Just as he was about to rush in, a figure descended from the heavens in an instant. At that moment, a tall man landed before him, gripping Mu Lin with a hand as firm as a spear. This newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, his gaze remarkably sharp, reminiscent of a gun poised to strike at any moment. Boss, Mu Lin gasped, astonished at his superior's sudden return. It was indeed Jin Chong. At this juncture, Jin Chong's eyes blazed as he focused on a small building 100 meters away, seemingly penetrating its very essence. In that moment, what he perceived was not merely a structure, but a tiger and a phoenix engaged in a fierce battle. Jin Chong's gaze was exceedingly keen as he contemplated the scene, then spoke in a grave tone. Li Hao? Yes, boss. It seems he is under attack. No. Jin Chong stood resolute, the sharpness in his eyes gradually dissipating. It is the source divine weapon. What? Mu Lin was perplexed. He did not lack understanding, merely experience. It belongs to the Hou department. The Fire Phoenix Spear. Li Hao had heard this name from Hou Xiaocheng earlier, a disciple of Yuan Shuo. He is audacious. Indeed. His strength is formidable as well. His technique in tiger combat seems almost transcendent. The Hou department was quite ruthless to lend the Fire Phoenix Spear to this individual without fear of its resurgence and the potential to kill Li Hao. Jin Chong observed silently, and in that moment, he seemed to see the Yuan Shuo of years past, roaring through the mountains and sweeping all before him. Can your disciple surpass the Fire Phoenix Spear? Beside him, Mu Lin, filled with trepidation, asked, Boss, is it not Yuan Shuo? Preposterous. Of course not. Jin Chong's voice was as unyielding as iron. It is the Fire Phoenix. This Li Hao, audacious enough to wield the Fire Phoenix Spear for honing his skills. I wonder if he seeks enlightenment in the 5 animal techniques or aims to probe the intentions of the Hou department. Observe how he responds. This is merely the beginning. The essence of the Fire Phoenix is but the first trial. To dare use the Hou department's weapon as a whetstone, this Li Hao is either foolish or mad, or perhaps exceedingly confident. Once you have vanquished the Fire Phoenix, you will find that is only the true commencement. The will of the Hou department lies in the second tier, and whether you can perceive it will depend on your own prowess. In the vast Wu Wei army, aside from him, only Mu Lin holds any hope, provided that Mu Lin does not fall victim to the flames of the Fire Phoenix. In the room, Li Hao was not contemplating the demise of the Fire Phoenix. At that moment, after battling for a while with the ferocity of a tiger, a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing him to frown slightly. I am not here to slay the Fire Phoenix. I am here to learn the Fire Phoenix bird technique. Exhausting a divine energy stone was not intended for the purpose of killing this phoenix. With a shift in mindset, the tiger returned to the mountains. Suddenly, it seemed as if a suit of mountain armor manifested upon him. In the next instant, Li Hao emulated the Fire Phoenix, swaying with the wind and soaring through the air, while above, a Fire Phoenix swooped down upon a flickering little bird. The winds and rains were tumultuous. The little bird struggled to fly, or at least it felt as though it could not soar too high, resembling an eagle capturing a chick. Yes, that was precisely the sensation. Li Hao's sentiment was precisely this. He felt like a mere chicken on the grass, while the Fire Phoenix above resembled a soaring eagle. No longer did he engage in futile collisions. Instead, he chose to flee, utilizing the art of flight. Li Hao discovered that imitation might indeed aid in enhancing his own aerial technique. To truly master the art of flight, one must witness genuine birds soaring through the skies, capturing their prey in an instant. What creature could possibly rival the majestic Fire Phoenix? It was a being even more formidable than the eagle. As Li Hao twisted his body and extended his arms, he deftly evaded the fire phoenix's sharp talons and pointed beak. His movements were rather ungraceful. With a sharp crack, the bird's beak struck, fracturing the mountain armor that shielded Li Hao's body. Yet, in an instant, the armor reformed, becoming the armor of the earth. He dared not allow himself to be struck. The consequences would be akin to being pierced through by the fire phoenix, resulting in severe injury at the very least. In the confines of the small room, the fire phoenix relentlessly pursued him, while Li Hao nimbly dodged. After a brief moment, gritting his teeth, he burst forth from the cramped space, realizing it was not conducive for evasion. The instant he escaped the room, he transformed into a bird, soaring through the sky. Behind him, the fire phoenix gave chase. Soon, Mulin witnessed this spectacle, his mouth slightly agape. At that moment, he perceived a fire phoenix hunting a diminutive bird. Jinchong also took notice. However, nearby, there were ordinary people who saw an entirely different scene. They perceived an individual seemingly walking through the air, stumbling awkwardly, with a fiery red spear in pursuit. At that instant, individuals from a distance also observed the unfolding drama. Those with a profound understanding of momentum saw the essence of the chase, while those lacking such insight merely observed the spear's pursuit. This disparity in perception effectively divided the entire martial guard into two distinct tiers. In midair, Li Hao executed a spin as the fire phoenix continued its relentless pursuit. Suddenly, he emulated the fire phoenix, extending his arms forward like arrows, ascending into the sky. He became an arrow. Below, Jinchong looked up, his eyes subtly shifting. This young man possessed remarkable learning abilities. He was imitating. No longer did he confront the fire phoenix head-on. He sought to understand the essence of his own flight technique through imitation. The disciples of the five beasts indeed defied expectations. Yet, could imitation lead one to forge their own path? In the past, Yuan Shua had also imitated the five beasts but ultimately discovered his own way. Blind imitation may not necessarily lead to the comprehension of the essence of flight. What lies at the core of the art of flight? Jinchong had some understanding. It is not speed, nor merely soaring through the heavens, but rather freedom. At least, that was the sensation Yuan Shua experienced. It is neither about offense nor defense, but about unfettered freedom, akin to a small bird that can fly wherever it wishes, unconfined. Li Hao, however, appeared to be solely fixated on the pursuit of speed. He silently observed, his expression continually shifting. Meanwhile, in the air, Li Hao was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He had but one desire, to be faster, even swifter, faster than the fire phoenix. If one could strike with such speed, reaching the pinnacle of swiftness, it too embodies a form of momentum. He soared like an arrow, slicing through the void, ascending into the sky, with the spear in hot pursuit behind him. In an instant, an individual vanished within the confines of the park. Witnessing this, the golden spear propelled itself forward, akin to a cannonball, disappearing from its original position and pursuing the figure into the distance. Meanwhile, Mulin's eyes flickered momentarily before he charged ahead with remarkable speed, swift as thunder. Also in pursuit of the fleeing form, eager to witness the outcome. In the distance, several centurions swiftly broke through the air, their expressions a mixture of confusion and anticipation, yearning to discern the result. What was transpiring? Li Hao was being chased by a gun, seemingly the fire phoenix spear. Above the jungle, Li Hao maneuvered, the long spear twisting in tandem with his movements. He soared through the air, the spear following closely behind, occasionally accompanied by a surge of fiery energy. The beak of the bird struck. Pain shot through Li Hao's heel as the spear struck, having already wounded him. In that moment, Li Hao's gaze sharpened, transforming him into a swift monkey, darting through the foliage, swinging from one tree to another. With a thunderous crash, a colossal tree was pierced by the spear. Yet Li Hao remained preoccupied with pondering the essence of the bird technique. What was its pursuit? Was it merely speed? An ultimate swiftness? He glanced back at the fire phoenix. While it was indeed fast, it also possessed formidable striking power. To be both swift and deadly. That was the essence of the bird technique, was it not? Yet, perhaps it was not so straightforward, for each individual's prowess varied. Whether it be speed or overwhelming lethality, ultimate swiftness equated to a keen edge. At that moment, Li Hao contemplated water. When a droplet reaches its peak velocity, it too becomes a razor's edge. The ferocity of the fire phoenix's beak, which could effortlessly breach his flesh and defenses, was a testament to its unparalleled speed. Furthermore, The claws of the bird were equally fearsome. Why did the eagle dive from the sky to strike its prey? Because speed grants it a greater capacity for devastation. The five animals technique is a secret art of lethality, and the bird technique is no exception. Thus, the core of the bird technique is not merely evasion or speed, but rather the explosive force achieved at the pinnacle of swiftness. A droplet of water, when accelerated to its utmost, can shatter steel. Does the bird technique, when executed to perfection, imply that any part of the body can become a weapon of destruction? Li Hao turned once more, suddenly decelerating. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the fire phoenix struck again with its beak, and Li Hao's movements faltered. With a sharp sound, his arm was pierced. Blood had no time to flow. It was too swift. The spear had penetrated his body. Behind him, the golden spear's expression shifted. What was happening? Li Hao's actions had inexplicably slowed, allowing the fire phoenix to inflict a significant wound, his arm having been directly penetrated by the spear. Below, Mu Lin's expression also altered. Why had Li Hao suddenly decelerated? Was his internal strength insufficient? At this moment, Li Hao was engulfed in excruciating pain. Despite the agony, he extended his uninjured left hand toward the fire phoenix spear. As he grasped, the fire phoenix struck once more. With a sharp sound, it breached his defenses, the beak piercing into Li Hao's left arm, yet this time, it did not penetrate. Li Hao experienced two distinct forms of agony, yet suddenly a smile broke upon his face. Indeed, a disparate sensation. His right arm had been pierced, excruciatingly painful, while his left arm remained unscathed, indicating that the lethality of the fire phoenix spear was somewhat diminished. It became evident that the bird flight technique pursued speed, but its essence lay in the explosive culmination of that speed at its zenith. His realizations diverged starkly from Yuan Shua's. However, the path of a martial artist is inherently unique, and Li Hao felt no sense of discontent. In that fleeting moment, inspiration struck him. He soared into the air, his velocity surpassing that of before. The fire phoenix spear pursued him once more. Li Hao continuously accelerated, pushing himself to the limits of speed, until he could no longer increase his pace. Abruptly, he turned back, and in an instant, unleashed a punch, channeling all his swiftness into a singular explosive moment of intensity. The process of explosion and retraction. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the fire phoenix spear was sent reeling from the force of his strike, while Li Hao's hands were drenched in blood. Yet he cared not. A smile graced his lips as a thought crossed his mind. He gazed at the fire phoenix spear and grinned menacingly. Run. The faster, the better. If you do not flee swiftly, I shall sever you. The fire phoenix spear erupted into action, fleeing rapidly. With every ounce of strength, Li Hao pursued relentlessly. Accelerating, he recalled the process of his speed, unleashing all his power in an unyielding chase, ever faster, transforming into a bird in flight, his beak piercing through the void. Buzz! A resounding explosion echoed as Li Hao's right hand morphed into a claw, tearing through the air, seizing the tail of the fire phoenix spear with force. A thunderous crash followed, and though it felt as though his fingers were fractured, he had managed to leave several claw imprints upon the sturdy spear, which dissipated almost instantaneously. The spear remained intact, yet the fire phoenix bore a gaping wound from Li Hao's grasp. His eyes sparkled with growing delight, but at that moment, the fire phoenix vanished, and the spear fell. Li Hao froze, realization dawning upon him. It was gone. The energy of the divine energy stone had been depleted. Perhaps there was still a modicum of energy left, but his claw had inflicted some damage upon the fire phoenix, causing it to absorb energy, ultimately exhausting it. Li Hao seized the fire phoenix spear, a wave of nausea washing over him. So fast? Divine energy stone. In the blink of an eye, you have been drained? What nonsense! He furrowed his brow in irritation, neglecting the wounds that riddled his body. Both arms and hands had been pierced, and his feet too. In that brief moment, he had sustained considerable injury. His earlobes were a bloody mess. Yet Li Hao paid little heed to the pain, although he felt a deep melancholy. His gaze remained sharp and perceptive. It seemed he had come to a profound understanding. Murmuring, the ultimate speed of the bird flight technique transforms into the lethal essence of gold. The approaching golden spear paused momentarily. What was happening? The bird flight technique was intended for evasion. He understood this well, as it was an exceedingly unique form of movement rather than an offensive technique. Yet, what was Li Hao implying? Ultimate speed, a lethal strike? The bird flight technique, for killing? At this moment, Although he noticed Li Hao lost in thought, he interjected. The art of flight embodies freedom and unrestrained existence. That is what a bird truly represents. He wished to prevent Yuan Laoma's disciple from misguidedly interpreting the teachings and to steer this martial arts prodigy away from a misaligned path. However, Li Hao retorted impulsively, nonsense. Whether it be birds or eagles, all living beings must hunt. The art of the 5 animals is a lethal technique. Where is the freedom in that? It is rooted solely in slaughter. The essence of all secret arts lies in killing. What do you understand? The 5 animals techniques merely mimic the predatory behaviors of animals. In truth, all 5 secret arts serve the purpose of taking lives. What freedom are you speaking of? Such absurdity. Only after uttering these words did he regain his composure. Glancing towards the figure in the distance, resembling a spear, Li Hao seemed to realize who it was and promptly cleared his throat, saying, I have encountered the captain. I initially thought it was Brother Ermu jesting. Yet, Jin Chong remained silent, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. All 5 animals are for killing? He furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that this differed from Yuan Shua's interpretation of the 5 animals. Yuan Shua's technique was an all-encompassing art, not solely a means of infliction. Yet, Li Hao's recent assertion diverged markedly from the 5 animals principles, or rather, from Yuan Shua's. But Yuan Shua was the originator. Who is right and who is wrong? Furthermore, does Li Hao possess such a heavy inclination towards killing? A technique meant for survival, in his mouth, had transformed into a method of violence? To convert the art of flight into a formidable killing technique is something that even seasoned martial masters like Jin Chong found difficult to reconcile. Yuan Shua's influence on them was profound, casting a long shadow over their understanding of the 5 animals. Meanwhile, Li Hao took another careful glance at the elder ahead. Jin Chong, no longer young, appeared to be in his 50s but was likely over 70. Reflecting on Jin Chong's earlier words, Li Hao pondered deeply, realizing this was his teacher's divine will. Yet, the path of his teacher did not imply it was the only one. Jin Chong was indeed heavily influenced by his teacher. Yuan Shua had stated that following the path of the 5 animals did not necessitate mirroring his own. Hong Yitong had also remarked that the manifestation of force varies from person to person. Lu Long's father wielded the fire dragon spear. Yet Lu Long became adept with the water wave axe. Even the same secret technique could yield different outcomes. In this moment, Li Hao found himself contemplating that perhaps Jin Chong was not as formidable as Hong Yitong. Yes, that was the sensation he experienced. It was not about strength, but rather an understanding of martial arts and the manifestation of force. Jin Chong undoubtedly possessed great strength. His mere presence instilled in Li Hao an insurmountable sense of awe. However, despite his formidable prowess, Jin Chong failed to convey the wisdom that Li Hao sought. Indeed, that wisdom, Hong Yitong possessed it. Among the martial masters he had encountered, Hong Yitong exuded this quality, while He Yong was somewhat akin. Yuan Shua also embodied it. Having spent considerable time with Yuan Shua, Li Hao initially felt little impact upon meeting Hong Yitong. Yet now, after engaging with figures like He Yong and Jin Chong, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Hong Yitong was no longer merely a martial master. Rather, he seemed to possess a profound and deep understanding of martial arts. If the esteemed steward were truly a jade demoness, it would not evoke such feelings within him. Although Hou Xiaocheng experienced a semblance of this, it was primarily a sense of mystery rather than that of penetrating wisdom. At this moment, Li Hao found himself lost in thought. Was Hong Yitong, one of the timid 36 heroes and the second among the 7 swords, truly so inadequate? Blinking in surprise, Li Hao suddenly felt an irresistible urge to meet Hong Yitong. Even with the golden spear before him, he could not quell this impulse. What had driven Hong Yitong to pursue the path of extraordinary abilities? Was it merely a quest for strength? In that fleeting moment, his curiosity about the golden spear paled in comparison to his intrigue regarding Hong Yitong. The earth-shattering sword seemed far more captivating, whereas the golden spear appeared to be a rather pedantic martial artist, which was Li Hao's sole impression. No matter how formidable, it lacked that enlightening aura. Captain, Brother Ermu, I am injured and must return to the city, he abruptly declared before sprinting away. Mulin, who had just caught up, was momentarily taken aback. Why are you running? What is going on? The golden spear also paused, perplexed by Li Hao's sudden departure. As a renowned figure in the martial world, many martial artists regarded him with reverence, and he had not expected Li Hao to abandon them so abruptly. Was that truly appropriate? Was it possible that old devil Yuan frequently spoke ill of himself in front of Li Hao? At this moment, the golden spear could not help but ponder this notion. A faint smile crept onto his stern visage, finding the situation rather amusing. As for Li Hao's earlier insights regarding the bird technique, he chose to remain silent. Perhaps the young man was indeed correct, and there was no need for him to elaborate further, as he was not Li Hao's mentor. Chapter 124. Fortuitous luck. 1 update today, 3 tomorrow. With a swift and vigorous pace, Li Hao chose not to wait for anyone to escort him. Instead, he leaped into the air like a bird, covering 100 meters in a single bound with astonishing speed. Just moments ago, he had conceived the desire to meet Hong Yitong. Although the golden spear stood before him, he had no inclination to engage in a discussion about martial arts. A true companion is worth 1,000 cups of wine. Despite their lack of meaningful exchange, that single sentence made it clear to Li Hao that he and the golden spear were not of the same ilk. The golden spear might be a good person, a commendable teacher, a capable general, and a skilled martial artist, yet these attributes were of little significance. At this juncture, Li Hao sought someone with a unique perspective on martial arts. The renowned martial master had left a lasting impression on him, which prompted memories of some long-forgotten classmates, those who adhered strictly to the rules, who were academic prodigies, and who consistently achieved perfect scores. Li Hao's academic performance was commendable, otherwise he would not have gained admission to the Silver City Ancient Academy. Yet, good grades did not equate to perfection in examinations. In the eyes of some instructors, he was perceived as a problematic student, occasionally harboring inexplicable ideas. During tests, when the answers were predetermined, he would insist on taking circuitous routes, deviating from the established process, perhaps only to arrive back at the starting point. Only Yuan Shua appreciated this approach, viewing it as commendable and unconventional. Not everyone possesses the qualities of Yuan Shua. Thus, when Li Hao heard Jin Chong proclaim that the art of flight is one of absolute freedom, he understood that Jin Chong was indeed the type of person who is rigid and solemn. He truly comprehended little of what it means to be genuinely free. No wonder Jin Chong had not dared to defy his mentor's oppressive will. As Li Hao sprinted forward, this realization coursed through his mind. Simultaneously, he felt a certain pressure regarding his impending tenure in the martial guard. A person as serious as Jin Chong might disapprove of him. He then thought of Mu Lin, whose seemingly carefree demeanor might also displease Jin Chong. Such individuals tend to favor obedient children. Before long, Li Hao cast Jin Chong from his thoughts. He ran with great speed, having just grasped the essence of agility, his movement akin to an arrow soaring through the air. In no time, he entered the North City, the domain of the inspection office. As he dashed into the city, he noticed personnel from the inspection office patrolling ahead. It appeared they sensed Li Hao's remarkable speed, causing a flicker of tension among them. Without hesitation, a token materialized in Li Hao's hand. Night Watchman Inspection. Upon hearing this, the personnel from the inspection office visibly relaxed. Li Hao inquired briskly, "Where is the Sword Gates office in Baiwei City?" Ahead, 3 inspectors stood, one slightly older than the others. After a brief assessment of Li Hao, he promptly replied, "Near the South City area, close to the clock tower." "Thank you." With that, Li Hao leaped and swiftly vanished from sight. The inspectors exchanged glances, a hint of envy evident in their expressions. Is this what a night watchman is like? They were familiar with the concept and had seen them before, but typically, encounters occurred in ordinary circumstances. Witnessing Li Hao's lightning-fast approach was a different experience altogether. Alas, one inspector sighed softly. With such speed, do firearms even matter? At that velocity, one can hardly glimpse the target, let alone shoot them. Such thoughts are mere folly. In that moment, the inspectors found themselves envious of these extraordinary individuals, while the older inspector maintained a calm demeanor. After relaying a few updates over the communication device, he remarked, "Ordinariness is the true essence. The more formidable the strength, the greater the peril. The world of the extraordinary is fraught with complications." He chose not to elaborate further and resumed his patrol. The youth are often drawn to the thrill of excitement, but as one ages, the realization dawns that nothing is as substantial as the ordinary. Superpowers may be advantageous, yet they also come with the constant specter of death. The Sword Gate's residence in Baiwei City occupies a modest 6-story building. Unlike malevolent organizations, the Sword Gate, as a local superpower group, occasionally assists the Night Watchman. Officially, the Sword Gate is not categorized as a malevolent organization. Its nature resembles that of a martial sect, steeped in the traditions of the martial world. The Sword Gate embodies some of the values and practices of martial arts, and whether superpower or martial artist. They engage primarily within the realms of the martial world, seldom interfering with the lives of ordinary people. Such organizations, which do not disrupt the mundane, are typically not classified as malevolent by the authorities. The office itself was rather quiet, with few individuals present. Establishing an office here merely serves to demonstrate to the Night Watch that the Sword Gate is an overt organization, existing in plain sight and devoid of any clandestine motives. At this moment, within the confines of a spacious private room on the first floor, Hou Xiaocheng is dining with his family, namely, his daughter and his new wife. He has remained in White Moon City for several days, as the headquarters of the Sword Gate cannot be located here. However, with a multitude of individuals congregating in White Moon City, Hou Xiaocheng has chosen to linger for the sake of a more prompt response, awaiting either the next relic activation or Hou Xiaocheng's departure from Silver Moon. The three of them engage in light conversation. Hong Qing, who is quite talkative, finds that the traditional etiquette of not speaking during meals is often disregarded in their household, particularly as her father indulges her whims. "Father, must we remain here indefinitely? When will we return home?" she inquires. "Just a little longer," he replies. Hong Qing harbors no dissatisfaction. The Sword Gate's base is rather dull and desolate. While she has grown fond of the lively atmosphere of White Moon City, with its abundance of food, clothing, and entertainment. Yet, noticing her father's frequent moments of distraction, she assumes he is longing for home. Hou Xiaocheng absent-mindedly takes a bite of food, refraining from alcohol as he contemplates something. His wife, noticing his preoccupation, serves him more dishes and gently advises, "Let us focus on our meal and not dwell on other matters." "Indeed, you should eat as well," he smiles in response. Curiously, Hong Qing asks, "Father, are the Night Watch seeking to trouble us? If worst comes to worst, we could offer the black armor we acquired last time to the Night Watch. Surely, with 100 sets of black armor, they must be coveting our treasures." Previously, they had dealt with nearly 900 sets of black armor, ultimately retaining over 800 after all the independent cultivators perished. Among the three major organizations, the Night Watch and the Sword Gate emerged as the principal beneficiaries, albeit with considerable losses on all sides. Ultimately, the Sword Gate, bolstered by two formidable Sanyong masters, secured a substantial amount of black armor. In truth, had the Sword Gate not voluntarily requested a lesser share, it would have been entirely reasonable for them to claim 200 sets given their then available strength. His wife further counsels, exchanging the black armor for some mysterious energy might be prudent. While our numbers at the Sword Gate are ample, the number of masters is not particularly high. Possessing such a surplus of black armor would serve little purpose and might even attract unwanted attention. Hong Xiaocheng chuckles, "I would indeed wish to part with them. But it is not so simple." He is not overly concerned about the black armor. He desires to relinquish it, yet sometimes one cannot simply give away what one wishes. He has already communicated with the Night Watch, who provided a straightforward response. Such gifts cannot be forcibly taken, unless one is part of their ranks. The Sword Gate's generous offerings would not be accepted. Clearly, Hou Xiaocheng's intent is straightforward. Unless one aligns with them, these items rightfully belong to the Night Watch, along with their bearers. Alternatively, one may retain possession, but holding on to such items is hardly advantageous. The three major organizations are well aware of the Sword Gate's possession of over 100 sets of armor. How could they not be tempted? What does it matter if merely two Sanyong masters are stationed there? Hou Xiaocheng's strategy to subtly consolidate control over the Sword Gate is astute, leaving them with little recourse to complain. If they are unwilling to accept their treasures, who can they blame? And what of offering them to the three major organizations? Once you pledge allegiance to the three major organizations, you become entangled with the forces of darkness, essentially becoming one with them. Thus, even Hou Xiaocheng feels a sense of melancholy. Hou Xiaocheng, the art of killing without shedding blood. Openly taking lives is one matter, but to stand atop the clouds, surveying from a distance, compelling others to come to you voluntarily, now that is true cunning. With two formidable Sanyong, over a dozen Rieo, and more than 100 martial masters, the Sword Sect, with its hundreds of starlit swords, constitutes a formidable force within the Silver Moon. Should they unite, the strength of the Night Watchers would surge immensely. Moreover, the Sword Sect possesses a certain depth, capable of self-sufficiency without starting from scratch. When the ruins of Zhantian City emerge, annihilating the Island of Light and severely wounding the three major organizations, purging the audacious rogue cultivators. Hong Yitong has long come to realize that perhaps the Zhantian city ruins were deliberately leaked and opened. The intention was to cleanse the extraordinary realm of Silver Moon. Every step is a part of another's intricate scheme, executed with remarkable finesse, and yet everyone must obediently fall into the trap. Lost in these troubling thoughts, he suddenly felt a pulse at his brow. After a moment, his wife seemed to sense something as well and frowned. Is someone coming? The sensation was not too distinct. Not quite like that of a superhuman. A martial master? Moments later, a voice echoed from outside. Li Hao from the Five Beasts sect. Here to pay a visit to Master Hong. Inside the private room, the three were momentarily taken aback. Li Hao. Hong Yitong found it rather strange that this fellow had come to visit him. As he rose to greet him, in the blink of an eye, like a gust of wind, the door to the private room swung open, and Li Hao appeared at the threshold. Behind him, several disciples of the sword sect displayed expressions of astonishment. How swift! Master! Sect leader! They exclaimed, some in a flurry, astonished that someone had managed to breach their defenses so effortlessly. Not to worry. Hong Yitong waved his hand, turning to Li Hao with a smile. Li Hao, have you dined yet? The timing was perfect for a meal. Not yet, Li Hao replied without ceremony, clasping his fists toward Hong Yitong's wife. Greetings, Madam Hong. He then glanced at Hong Qing, nodding with a smile. Thank you for the sword the other day. Hong Qing remained silent, merely gazing at Li Hao with curiosity. Why had he come? Madam Hong also wore a smile, though her heart was astonished by Li Hao's incredible speed. Master Hong, shall we share a meal? Li Hao chuckled casually, taking a seat directly and eyeing the array of dishes. He rubbed his stomach and remarked, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. Hong Yitong's eyes shifted slightly, a smile breaking upon his lips as he replied, then let us partake together. However, we have already begun. I shall have someone bring out some hot dishes. There's no need for such trouble. Li Hao picked up a clean bowl and chopsticks, diving straight into the meal, leaving Hong Qing and Madam Hong momentarily stunned. This was usually an act reserved for extremely close disciples or brothers, signifying intimacy. Yet, if one were an outsider, it would indicate a lack of decorum. They turned their gaze towards Hong Yitong, who, seemingly indifferent, merely smiled and took a seat, observing Li Hao's meal. He initiated the conversation, inquiring, Do you not usually dine at the cafeteria during noon? What brings you to my gym and office today? I miss my master, Li Hao replied. Hong Yitong was at a loss for words. Had their relationship truly reached such a point? He felt a twinge of remorse for having damaged his master's Difu sword, expressing his sincere apologies for not having cherished it. Hong Yitong chuckled softly. It's a trivial matter. Besides, I gifted it to you, so it is rightfully yours now. At that moment, Hong Qing's expression turned to one of astonishment. You broke it? The Difu sword is remarkably sturdy and powerful. How could it possibly be broken? Li Hao smiled, explaining, I shattered it while defending myself. A few days ago, some attempted to take my life, and in the fray, I inadvertently broke it. Hong Qing still struggled to believe it. But that sword is incredibly strong. Did someone perhaps switch it out? She pondered, unable to grasp the situation. However, Mrs. Hong's gaze shifted slightly towards Hong Yitong, who imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. Mrs. Hong was taken aback. She comprehended the gravity of the revelation. Li Hao was the very assailant who had slain Yu Xiao and his companions. It was unfathomable. She understood all too well that the Difu sword could not shatter without unleashing immense power. Had Li Hao truly ascended to such heights? Meanwhile, Li Hao, feeling famished, was about to speak when Hong Qing suddenly interrupted. Have you been attacked again? You are covered in blood, and what happened to your ear? Training, Li Hao responded nonchalantly, leaving Hong Qing speechless. How can training lead to such a state? He turned towards Hong Yitong, saying, Master, I came to seek your guidance on a few perplexities. One does not seek the Three Treasures Hall without cause. Hong Yitong remarked, his expression warming with a smile. Pray, enlighten me. What conundrum could possibly challenge you, Li Hao? After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao posed his query. If the speed of all things reaches its zenith, does that signify greater explosive power? Not necessarily, Hong Yitong replied, causing Li Hao to pause in confusion. Not necessarily? Hong Yitong chuckled. Speed alone does not equate to explosive strength. As an educated individual, you should understand that explosive power is intrinsically linked to your acceleration. During this process, energy accumulates, creating momentum, which ultimately contributes to one's explosive strength. To put it simply, you must continuously generate bursts of energy, enhancing your speed and impact, allowing for an increase in velocity rather than maintaining a constant pace in order to unleash greater power. Li Hao's eyes widened in realization as he nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. He continued, therefore, the force you unleash is essentially the result of your accumulated energy. Akin to the rapid layering process seen in the 9 forging technique, correct? You already know that. Why ask? Hong Yitong replied, somewhat perplexed by Li Hao's intentions. Yet he welcomed the conversation. Li Hao contemplated, murmuring, so, it truly is a process of accumulation, merely segmented into phases, culminating in a singular explosive force. Is that so? To some extent, Hong Yitong reflected, the ancients spoke of accumulation, though your inquiry pertains to a dynamic form of it, which is more fluid and expeditious. In truth, the ancients possessed a static form of momentum, akin to holding one's breath until the opportune moment for a powerful release. Li Hao found himself enlightened once more. With his knowledge of ancient texts, he began to grasp the intricacies of the flying bird technique more profoundly. However, a conundrum lingered for Li Hao. During the process of turning or counterattacking, this momentum might dissipate unless one maintained a relentless pursuit. Yet, pursuing implies superiority over the opponent, thus raising the question, how does one maintain momentum in such circumstances? Hong Yitong chuckled, these are not queries meant for me. Rather, they should be directed to your teacher. Not Yuan Shuo, but your cultural studies instructor. Have you studied parabolas? Who told you that the apex of a parabola signifies the peak speed and the most vigorous explosion of energy? Must your movements be strictly linear? Can parabolic or curved motions not suffice? Li Hao blinked, gazing at Hong Yitong, surprised. Are you imparting a physics lesson to me? Hong Yitong sipped his tea, unconcerned by the bewildered expressions of his wife and daughter, and continued, whether in pursuit or retreat, a linear approach is not always necessary. Consider the falcon in its hunt. Diving downwards, it does not follow a straight line, for the prey will flee, necessitating constant adjustments in direction. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully, having found some clarity in his previous confusions. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, how can such extreme speed be transformed into momentum, into divine intent? Hong Yitong regarded him with surprise. Transformed into divine intent? Are you seeking to comprehend an entirely different form of momentum? After a brief pause, he replied, among the 7 swords, the green light sword is remarkably swift, akin to a beam of light. I cannot dictate how you might perceive it. However, I can describe how the green light sword is executed as a reference. The emergence of the green light sword involves a transient accumulation of momentum, rendering the moment before it strikes the optimal opportunity for a kill, as it momentarily pauses before unleashing its ferocity in an instantaneous eruption of power. In simpler terms, the sword is drawn slowly, but the strike is executed swiftly, and the descent of the blade is even swifter. This process rigorously tests the strength of the arms and wrists, as well as the judicious channeling of internal energy. The green light sword is wielded in this manner year after year until, ultimately, one naturally comprehends the essence of its momentum. The concept of momentum may sometimes be attributed to innate talent, yet it also hinges on the degree of diligence. If one fails after swinging the sword 10,000 times, then swing it 100,000 times. If that still proves inadequate, then one must strike 1,000,000 times to achieve momentum. Is the act of striking the sword synonymous with momentum? Li Hao pondered, envisioning the sword techniques, striking repeatedly, faster and faster, until reaching an ultimate peak, exploding forth like a dazzling firework. Yes, fireworks. Ascending, accelerating, exploding. An instantaneous burst of brilliance. Li Hao turned to Hong Yitong, his eyes sparkling with insight. Is the green light sword somewhat akin to the explosion of fireworks? This leap in reasoning might perplex most, yet Hong Yitong was unfazed. After some thought, he nodded. Indeed, it bears some resemblance. Your analogy resonates. Fireworks, too, require a gradual build-up, igniting the fuse, the gunpowder igniting to create the force necessary for a spectacular explosion, thereby encapsulating the process of accumulating momentum. Li Hao understood now, clarity dawned upon him. Thus, all was well. Meanwhile, the dialogue left Hong Qing and Madame Hong utterly bewildered. What on earth were they discussing? The fireworks burst forth, tracing parabolic arcs, yet I found myself utterly bewildered by the essence of their discourse. In truth, the crux of their conversation was rather straightforward, an extreme swiftness, a velocity so intense that it culminated in an explosive force. This was the very topic they had been deliberating. Li Hao was aware that Hong Yitong could grasp the concept, and indeed, he did comprehend his meaning. However, should these words be uttered to others, they would merely respond with a cacophony of nonsensical chatter. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao felt a flicker of understanding. Yet he realized that this momentum required time and practice. It could not be attained instantaneously. He chose not to pursue that line of thought further and instead remarked, "Master Uncle, I wish to witness the earth-overturning sword." Hong Yitong chuckled, "I no longer practice swordsmanship, but should you be interested, I can certainly teach you." "No, it is not a lesson." Li Hao shook his head. "At present, I am not in haste. I need time to absorb and digest the insights I have gained today." "Master Uncle, I am earnest in my request. I wish to find a moment to spar with Master, whether it be a full-hearted endeavor or a life-and-death contest. If possible, please show restraint, but if not, that is of no consequence. I simply wish to experience the earth-overturning sword." Beside them, Hong Qing and Madame Hong frowned, their expressions tinged with irritation. Was this a challenge? A challenge from a martial artist? In the past, Li Hao's teacher had also issued a challenge, yet back then, Hong Yitong was still a martial artist himself. Hong Yitong laughed, "I shall not accept." Li Hao was filled with frustration, overwhelmed by a desire to witness the earth-overturning sword. Truly, even the prospect of injury, or even death, did not deter him. Indeed, it was of little consequence. Is there not a singular path for martial artists? Either they perish at the hands of a stronger adversary, succumb to age and illness, or continue to the pinnacle of invincibility. Has any martial artist ever engaged without contemplating the possibility of death? Therefore, if he were to perish in a spar, it would merely reflect his inferiority in skill, a notion he could accept. Observing Li Hao's agitation, Hong Yitong smiled. "I am now an extraordinary being, no longer a martial artist. The rules of martial artists hold no sway over me, even if I were to adhere to them. As a beginner in the third yang stage, you would not be my match. Why bother?" Li Hao exhaled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic any further. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Does Master Uncle have any disciples who have achieved a perfect 100, those who comprehend the earth-overturning sword?" "None," Hong Yitong replied, shaking his head. "My most formidable disciple is my daughter, at the late stage of breaking 100. At this, Hong Qing rolled her eyes. Casting a glance at her stepmother, she refrained from commenting, knowing that the most capable disciple was no longer herself, but had now become her husband. Li Hao suddenly declared, "I have joined the Martial Guard Army, and Minister Hou has entrusted me with the creation of a 100-man unit, with exceptional benefits, for confronting 1,000 martial artists. The base salary is 12 divine energy stones per year, and I can glean insights from the ancient legacies every 3 months. With the possibility of 2 sessions in a year after breaking 100. Hong Yitong paused for a moment, taken aback. Li Hao continued, "Mystical energies and such will be plentiful. Joining the Wu Wei army signifies an integration with the Night Watchman, yet the constraints here are arguably less severe. In this realm, my word is law. As for the 1,000-man commander, the esteemed Golden Spear, I can convey my wishes directly, without burdening my subordinates. In essence, I wield the authority to declare who embodies justice. Thus, whoever I deem just shall indeed be just." Hong Yitong cast a glance at Li Hao, who smiled in response. "The sword gate possesses the black armor, but I believe its utility is limited. I happen to lack it, and the new army is in need. I shall persuade the Wu Wei army to acquire it with treasures. The Golden Spear is perceived as a gentlemanly warrior, and a gentleman can be swayed with reason. With the chief absent for these past few days, the Golden Spear can act on his own, and he will surely purchase the black armor." Hong Yitong's mouth slightly agape. Li Hao continued, "We should absorb a portion, not the entirety. In this manner, those who join the Wu Wei army shall be considered military kin, rather than merely being part of the sword gate." Hong Yitong chuckled, albeit with a hint of skepticism. "Are you not concerned about Hou Xiaocheng? Does this not undermine his plans?" Li Hao shook his head. "Minister Hou merely desires to minimize complications. He may not truly regard the sword gate's strength with high esteem. Perhaps he only values the earth-subduing sword, while the rest are of little consequence. The inclusion of the black armor into the Wu Wei army, the sword gate sending representatives, and the earth-subduing sword signaling its stance, should a daughter be sent into the Wu Wei army, it would further clarify our intentions. Minister Hou ought to comprehend that a formidable swordsman, steadfast in resolve, is indeed the optimal choice." Hong Yitong laughed heartily. I am hardly a formidable swordsman. I am not as skilled as you. Li Hao dismissed the comment and continued. The sword gate prioritizes the sword, and as a swordsman myself, I believe that if the earth-subduing sword is reluctant to employ it, perhaps some of the martial artists from the sword gate could join my ranks, which may prove mutually beneficial. As Silver Moon garnered attention and the strength of Minister Hou was unveiled, the survival space for the sword gate was increasingly constricted. Certain elements of Silver Moon are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, it would not only displease Minister Hou, but others as well. He turned to Hong Yitong and softly inquired, "Do you think Minister Hou is indeed the foremost figure in Silver Moon?" Beside him, Hong Qing and the others were left bewildered. Was it not so? To slay a radiant light with a single shot, was that not a testament to supremacy? In the central region, he surely ranks among the elite, does he not? Hong Yitong was now unable to contain his laughter. Is this mere coincidence, or is it fate? By chance, our sword gate harbors intentions to align with the Night Watchman, fortuitously acquiring 100 pieces of black armor, and you, a swordsman, have come to seek my counsel at this opportune moment. How could I possibly refuse? Li Hao suddenly grinned. Indeed, it is destined. Furthermore, it seems you are not surprised by the Golden Spear's presence in the Wu Wei army? What is there to be surprised about? Hong Yitong laughed. In truth, it is quite fitting. He is well suited for it. As for the Golden Spear, one cannot say he is unremarkable. Those who wield firearms are generally upright individuals. A straight man wields a straight gun. A gun, unrepentant in its trajectory, advances boldly. The path of the spear is more righteous than that of the sword. Not every master of the spear is virtuous, but most certainly are. The Golden Spear was indeed the first shot of the Silver Moon, and back in the day, we believed he was destined for military service. It is now evident that this aligns with his aspirations. His enlistment in the martial guard will undoubtedly enhance his prowess. The path of the spear does not necessitate uniqueness. As long as one harbors righteousness in their heart, the mastery of the spear will only grow stronger. This was Hong Yitong's assessment of the Golden Spear. Li Hao, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement. Though he was not well acquainted with the Golden Spear, he recognized the depth of understanding reflected in Hong Yitong's words. At this moment, Hong Yitong continued, "Martial masters, my sword sect has limited numbers. Do you require all of them, or merely those who have broken through the 100 realms?" "All of them," came the response. To cut through the 10 realms and enter the 100 is not a daunting task in this era. The later stages of breaking 100 are manageable. The true challenge lies in comprehending the momentum. Those selected by my senior uncle and accepted will undoubtedly be exceptional, yet one caveat remains. They must not advance to superpowers. After some contemplation, Hong Yitong nodded. Very well, 20 from the 10 realms and 10 from the 100 realms. This is all that the sword sect can currently mobilize. Those from the 10 realms are not novices, and entering the 100 should not pose too much difficulty. 30 individuals, exclaimed Hong Qing and her companions, utterly taken aback. At this moment, Hong Qing could no longer contain herself. "Father, are we truly agreeing to this?" With just a few words, "Have you sold these individuals?" "Sold to the martial guard, sold to Li Hao." Without negotiating any terms? Selling to Li Hao is hardly preferable to selling to Hou Xiaocheng. Hong Yitong chuckled. "What is the rush? It's quite beneficial. Joining the martial guard gives you the chance to comprehend the momentum, to aspire to enter the duoqian. I have always been reluctant, but as a martial master, I cannot hold on forever. I cannot bear to see you fight fiercely, striving against others. Nor can I bear to see you depart. However, as the fledgling eagle matures, it must learn to soar alone. The times have changed." It is indeed a poignant reflection. For the era has shifted, and the earth-shattering sword is no longer the legendary swordsman it once was in Silver Moon. Meanwhile, Li Hao disregarded Hong Qing and communicated telepathically. "Senior uncle, transitioning from superpowers to martial masters seems fraught with drawbacks. Completely forsaking the mysterious energy appears quite troublesome. The crux lies in the fact that a substantial impact occurs when transitioning from superpowers to martial masters, and with weakened internal organs, it becomes challenging to endure. One must also break the superpower lock of the 5 organs." Hong Yitong raised an eyebrow slightly. His senior uncle had reached the pinnacle of the 100 realms decades ago. Entering superpowers should not have been overly difficult. The superpower locks of martial masters must be considerable and discoverable. Thus, unless the senior uncle has continuously fortified the superpower locks and strengthened the internal organs to prevent backlash, perhaps the senior uncle's superpower locks have reached an extraordinary level. Breaking the 4 shackles results in the 3 suns, and further breaking through the 5th organ leads to the morning light. Perhaps the senior uncle has even shattered the superpower locks of his limbs, but his attributes seem somewhat ambiguous, whether they lean toward fire, metal, or earth. In observing the senior uncle's actions, I have noticed traces that suggest an outward appearance of earth attributes. His words seemed disconnected, yet Hong Yitong continued to raise his brows. And after a moment, he replied telepathically, "Li Hao, I am of an age where I struggle to grasp your meaning." Li Hao grinned, baring his teeth, and communicated again. "That is of no consequence. However, the blood god truly offers significant assistance in enhancing the internal organs. The master uncle may not have realized it before, but I suspect that the red moon is advancing along this path to strengthen the internal organs and enhance the superpower locks. Preparing for a return to the martial arts realm. The blood godchild is truly exceptional." Hong Yitong fell into deep contemplation. Li Hao continued, "Uncle Master, rest assured to entrust the disciples to me. I would never bring them harm. However, the strong from the red moon are currently highly sought after. If you have any intentions, it would be wise to act quickly, lest they be snatched away." Hong Yitong cast a glance at him and chuckled. Without pursuing the topic further, he lifted his teacup and said, "Then I shall trouble you, Li Hao, to take good care of Hong Qing and the others from now on. I will soon send them to report to you. As for the 100 sets of black armor, provide whatever benefits the martial guard can offer. The amount is of no concern." Li Hao also raised his teacup, smiling. "Very well, I appreciate your support, Uncle Master." They toasted and drank, as if indulging in wine. At that moment, Hong Qing was utterly speechless. Is that it? What does my father truly think? And what are Li Hao's intentions? When you deem me worthy of drawing my sword, feel free to seek me out. Li Hao stood, smiling. As of now, I possess the fire and earth swords, and soon, I will forge the gold sword. The water sword is also under consideration. As for the wood sword, I currently have little direction. Once I master the 5 swords, I hope you will graciously impart your teachings on the earth-shattering sword." With that, Li Hao opened the door, striding out with remarkable speed, vanishing from the private room in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly. The fire and earth swords have been completed. Is today a so-called ultimate explosion of the gold sword? Is the water sword an evolution from the 9 tempering force? The 5 elements sword. The 5 animal technique. At this moment, he began to grasp the implications. The 5 animal technique integrates the 5 divine powers. Did Li Hao previously eliminate Xiao and the others by condensing the second sword? If the second sword can slay those in the mid-stage of the 3 suns, wouldn't the third sword's convergence allow for the slaying of those in the later stages? Perhaps even those at the peak of the 3 suns? What about the 4th and 5th swords? He truly holds me in high regard, seeking to refine all 5 swords and compelling me to confront him as if I were the morning light. Hong Yitong chuckled, and at that moment, his daughter's anxious voice broke through. "Dad, what are you thinking? Why did you agree to send us to the martial guard so readily?" "Quite well." Hong Yitong laughed. "The martial guard is safer than the sword gate, offers opportunities for training, and provides benefits. It's a win-win situation." Noticing his wife looking at him with concern, he added, "It's nothing. Li Hao is quite a good person. If that is the case, should I go as well? You are a superpower. How could you go?" Hong Yitong shook his head. "You should remain at the sword gate. I may need to enter seclusion for a while to contemplate certain matters, and be able to emerge for some time. If you are not here, who will be responsible for the sword gate? Seclusion?" "Yes." Hong Yitong nodded, gazing out the window. The window faced south, and his expression grew somewhat vacant. Southward leads to the North Sea. Beyond the North Sea lies the central region. Yuan Shuo may be in the North Sea, or even the central area. The people of Red Moon are all present. The dominant blade, the heavenly sword, those from Silver Moon truly travel far and wide. The martial artists of Silver Moon are exceptional wherever they go. Unfortunately, the name of my earth-shattering sword has long faded from existence. After finishing his last cup of tea, he rose to his feet and said, "So be it, Hong Xiao, you shall remain here. Once Qing and the others have joined the martial guard, you can return with the other disciples. I shall head back to attend to some matters and then enter seclusion. When I emerge, I will come to see Qing." "Father." "That's settled then. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Hong Yitong departed abruptly. Hong Qing was left speechless, harboring some grievances, while Li Hao rushed in, unexpectedly finding himself part of the martial guard. Her father had also left in haste, and she was utterly perplexed. Hong Yitong drove off swiftly. Indeed, behind the wheel. The vehicle sped along, soon exiting the southern city. He pressed onward. Upon completely leaving Baiwa City, the car twisted and turned, not heading towards the Sword Gate. It continued until it reached a vast estate, where he finally halted. Standing outside, he peered within, only to find it desolate and seemingly deserted. Hong Yitong furrowed his brow, sensing the surroundings. After a moment, he spat in frustration, cursing without a specific target. After a while, he returned to his vehicle and drove off again, this time towards the Sword Gate. Inside the car, he muttered another curse, lamenting the wasted trip and the swift departure. The second-generation Blue Moon, how could they have escaped so quickly? My subordinates clearly saw them here. What a damn mess. Is the effect of the blood god seed truly that remarkable? I had no idea how effective the Shuguang tier was. What a pity. I had not paid much attention before, and by the time I did, I was searching everywhere for the Red Moon people without any opportunity to pursue them. Hong Yitong cursed internally, realizing he was a step behind. Otherwise, he could have obtained a Shuguang tier blood god seed to gauge its effectiveness. If it proved beneficial, it would certainly be worthwhile. After all, Li Hao had fortified his organs, and now his 3 swords were nearly complete, undoubtedly yielding excellent results. Yuan Shua's 5 forces merging with the spirit also had connections to the blood god seed. Yes, the Red Moon is also involved. Everyone is engaged. And if they all commend it, it must indeed be good. What a pity, what a pity. How could the second-generation Blue Moon have departed so swiftly? There remains a lingering regret. No more thoughts on that. I shall return. Hastily, he still found himself a step too late. With a sigh, Hong Yitong resolved to enter seclusion, intending to procure some blood god seeds before proceeding. He was uncertain if he was too late. As for Li Hao's various probing remarks, he could not be bothered to engage. I pay no heed to your master's challenges. Why should I concern myself with you? Even if you have attained true mastery of the 5 swords, I remain indifferent. Meanwhile, at another estate, a masked figure cautiously reported, Lord Blue Moon. Someone has just visited our previous base. Blue Moon was not surprised and casually inquired, the night watchman? No, it appears to be the master of the Sword Gate. Di Fujian? Blue Moon paused briefly, then chuckled. Does he seek to ally with us? The Sword Gate finds itself sandwiched between the night watchman and our 3 major organizations, struggling to maintain balance. Does he truly wish to ally? Alas, he is no longer the formidable Di Fujian of yore. A mere figure at the early stage of Sanyang holds little significance in this region. Shaking his head, Blue Moon expressed little interest in engaging. Unless the other party brought along those in black armor, then he might reconsider. He could hardly muster the motivation to meet. Unless the individual in question were of the caliber of Su Guang or at the pinnacle of Sanyang, which would warrant such an encounter. At this moment, he resolved to exercise caution, lest he be discovered by Hou Xiaocheng. As he contemplated the decision to forego meeting Di Fujian, a sudden clarity washed over him, dispelling the lingering shadows that had clouded his mind. A smile graced his lips. Indeed, adhering to one's true inclinations is the essence of authenticity. Had he chosen to meet Di Fujian, discomfort may have ensued. With this thought, he ceased to dwell further. Even if Di Fujian were to uncover his previous hiding place, it was inconsequential, for he had not made much effort to conceal his movements during those days, even intentionally tempting Hou Xiaocheng to approach. However, when Hu Qingfeng altered his plans, he abandoned that course of action and swiftly vacated the area.